Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Fruit-Eating Worm? No, it's a dragon. Please, Suibai, number 2024, proceed to summoning array number 5 immediately. A mechanical female voice from the loudspeaker echoed throughout the hall. It's finally my turn. Suibai took a deep breath and abruptly stood up from the cold bench in the waiting area. Son, don't be nervous. Su Jiangguo patted his son on the shoulder, his palms sweaty, clearly more nervous than Suibai. No matter what you summon, Dad will sell everything we own to support you. This is the Hangzhou Elf Center. Today is a day that will determine the fate of countless young people. In this world, anyone who turns 15 can obtain their first starter spirit through a summoning circle. If you're lucky enough to summon one of the starter Pokémon, even if it's just Charmander or Squirtle, you'll be a top dog in the future, with many clubs vying for your attention. If you're unlucky and summon a caterpillar or a weevil, you'll only be able to spin silk in a textile factory or work as a pollinator in an orchard. More importantly, trainers can receive a boost in the Pokémon's physique. Living to be over 100 years old without illness or disaster is a basic requirement. Old Su, you're getting a bit too Versailles-like. Beside them, a boy in designer sportswear scoffed, Suibai's been smart since he was little, he must be a rare elf, right? This man's name is Lu Wei. Suibai's classmate, whose family owns a mine, is a typical rich second generation. Just 5 minutes ago, Lu Wei summoned a Growlithe. That's a top-tier Pokémon that can evolve into Arcanine in the future, and it can even get a job in the police force. This made Lu Wei incredibly arrogant, he practically wanted to wear that Growlithe dog on his forehead so everyone could see it. Thank you for your kind words. Suibai couldn't be bothered with this guy. Having traveled through time for 15 years, he had seen plenty of these kinds of ordinary passers-by. That's right, Suibai is a time traveler. In his past life, he was grinding ranked matches in Pokémon, Purple and White at home. He had just completed his Pokédex and hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it when everything went black and he was transported to another world. For the past 15 years, besides learning about the world, he has been waiting for this day. System, you've been loading for 15 years, why don't you just say something? Suibai cursed inwardly. This damn system has been on his mind since birth. It keeps showing resources are loading. This loading process has lasted for 15 years, with the progress bar stuck at 99%, like someone suffering from constipation. Do we have to wait until the summoning ritual begins? Suibai strode to summoning circle number 5. Extend your right hand, let's draw blood. The staff member in charge of guiding the process was a young woman in black stockings, who skillfully drew a vial of blood from Suibai. Blood dripped into the core of the formation. Buzz! The originally dull patterns suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. Green light? Grass type. Lu Wei, watching the spectacle from the sidelines, curled his lip. Apart from Bulbasaur and Trico, most grass-type Pokémon are pretty weak. The light faded. A bright red creature, shaped like a large apple, rolled out. 2 eyes, resembling leaf stalks, stood upright on its head. Chirp! The creature looked around in confusion, then curled up into a ball, looking just like a real apple. LV1 fruit-eating worm slash. The entire room fell silent for a second. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! An apple! Lu Wei laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears streaming down his face. Suibai, what kind of thing did you summon? Are you planning to open a fruit shop? Can this thing be used for fighting? Are you going to throw it at someone? It's a fruit-eating worm. The guide's eyes held a hint of sympathy. These sprites, well, they have a crunchy texture, and bird sprites love to eat them. Su Jiangguo's face turned pale as he sat in the audience. Although he didn't understand elves, judging from everyone's reactions and that thing that looked no different from a fruit, he knew it was all over. Subai didn't move. Because the moment the fruit-eating worm appeared, the progress bar in his mind, which had been stuck for 15 years, finally filled up. Ding! Initial sprite binding successful. The all-generation game save system is now activated. Syncing data from the host's previous Pokémon game inventory. Simultaneous completion. Obtained 999 plus of all items, all skill learning machines, all berries. Starter Pokémon Fruit Eater detected, triggering newbie bonus, max IVs, nature modifier. Boom! A warm current instantly swept through my body. Subai felt that his eyesight had become extremely good, and he could even see the pores of Lu Wei's face covered in powder from more than 10 meters away. This is the spirits giving back to their parents. Even the fruit-eating worm is a dragon-type Pokémon. That's right, these uncultured bumpkins have no idea. The fruit eater isn't just a grass type, it also possesses the noble dragon attribute. It's a dragon. Subai picked up the apple from the ground and weighed it in his hand. To an outsider, it looks like an insect weighing only a few pounds. But in Subai's eyes, the data on the system panel was nothing short of impressive. Fruit worm. Level 1. S*X, male. Type, grass/dragon. Characteristic, bulletproof, immune to ball and projectile moves. Base stats, 260, plus 60 beginner modifier. Qualification, 6V, sect leader level. Skills, retracting into its shell, startling. Inherited skills, rush, one more time, dragon dive. Carried items, none. Intimacy, 255, maximum value. 6 IVs, perfect IVs, and it even inherited dragon dive. Subai's lips curled up slightly. This isn't an insect, it's a future bomber. The world's research on elves is still very underdeveloped. Most people only know it as a worm that likes to hide inside apples, and have no idea that this thing can instantly evolve into a terrifying flying dragon if it eats a special apple. Subai, don't be discouraged, it's still alive. Lu Wei walked over, and although he offered words of comfort, his sense of superiority was practically overflowing. If you really can't afford to keep them later, come work at my family's mine. I'll arrange a job as a gatekeeper for you, these bugs will keep you entertained. No need for you to trouble yourself. Subai put the fruit eater into its pokeball and glanced at him indifferently. You should worry more about your Growlithe, don't let it get so bad that it can't even beat me, this apple. Hey? You can't beat me. Lu Wei laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Fine, we'll practice sometime, and I'll see if I don't bite your apple to pieces. Subai was too lazy to argue with him and turned to leave. Dad, let's go get our marriage certificate. Looking at his son's calm face, Su Jiangguo felt even more distressed. This child must have been traumatized too much, he's become mentally unstable. Son, it's okay, we can always keep them as pets. After receiving his trainer ID, Subai made up a random excuse. Dad, go wait for me in the car. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. I slipped into a toilet stall at the Pokémon Center and locked the door. Subai's heart pounded wildly. System, open the warehouse. Swish. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, unfolded. The grid was densely packed, and each grid was piled high with things. Common items, recovery potions, berries, skill discs, important items. Everything you could want. This isn't a backpack, it's practically a mobile Pokémon department store. Subai's gaze quickly searched the evolution items section. The fire stone, the water stone, the light stone. Found it. Sour apple, a strange apple with a very sour taste that can evolve certain Pokémon. Sweet apple, a strange apple with a very sweet taste that can evolve certain Pokémon. The branching evolution of fruit-eating worms. Using a sweet apple will evolve it into a honeydew dragon, which has high HP and defense, making it suitable as a tank. Using a sour apple will evolve it into an apple dragon, which is fast, has high attack power, and can fly. A man should pursue speed and attack. Xiaobai didn't hesitate to take a sour apple. A purple apple appeared out of thin air in my hand. Come out, fruit-eating worm. Xiaobai released the spirit. Chirp. The fruit-eating worm rolled twice on the floor tiles, then looked up at Xiaobai. Eat it, and you will become stronger. Xiaobai handed over the sour apple. The fruit-eating worm smelled that enticing sour aroma, an evolutionary desire etched into its DNA. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the sour apple in a few gulps. The next second, a dazzling white light burst forth from the toilet stall. The fruit-eating worm's body began to swell violently, and the apple's outer skin burst open, transforming into two enormous dragon wings. Its originally short body instantly elongated, transforming into a green dragon form. Roar! A deep, powerful dragon roar resounded in the confined space. The light faded. A creature resembling a dragon, with wings made of apple peel and sharp eyes, floated in mid-air. Apple-wrapped dragon, here we come. Ding! Fruit Eater has successfully evolved. Current form, Apple Wrapper. Learned new skills, Wing Attack, Dragon Breath, Gravity. Xiaobai felt the surge of power within him and clenched his fist. It's safe. This move not only didn't result in a loss, but actually made a huge profit. Those people who were just mocking him for being a fruit vendor probably never imagined this. Even in the short time it takes Xiaobai to squat in the toilet, he has already acquired a real dragon-type Pokémon. Chapter 2. Click. The toilet door opened. Xiaobai washed his face and looked at the spirited young man in the mirror. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards. Who would have thought? In just a few minutes, a fruit-eating worm, once considered useless, has been transformed into an apple-wrapped dragon. Although a Appledra is now tucked inside a Pokeball due to its size, its weight is almost the same as before. But the weight of this ball. In Xiaobai's heart, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. Son, are you all right? As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, Su Jiangguo came to greet him. He looked at Xiaobai with a worried expression. He was afraid Xiaobai would hide in the toilet and cry. After all, in this age where looks and race matter, summoning a big apple is really a mind-bender. Dad, what could be wrong with me? Xiaobai patted the Pokeball at his waist and laughed. Not only am I all right, I'm also hungry. Let's go home for dinner. Okay, okay. Let's eat. Seeing his son's calm demeanor, Su Jiangguo finally felt relieved. The father and son walked out of the Pokémon Center. At the entrance, the 8-year-old youth Santana was sitting there quietly. Xiaobai sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery rushing past the window. His mind, however, was once again immersed in the system within his head. I just did a simple evolution of the Pokémon. Now, it's time to take stock of the legacy from these 15 years and see just how substantial it is. System, open your item inventory. Swish. The light screen unfolded again. Xiaobai's gaze was as if he were inspecting his own army. The first section is reply items. 999 healing medicines. Good wound medicine X999. 999 potent healing potions. Fully restored medication times 999. 999 vitality blocks. Hiss. Xiaobai gasped. In this world, although elven medicine is advanced, the price of medicines is extremely high. Even the most basic healing potion costs 500 alliance coins. This is equivalent to a typical family's weekly grocery expenses. Furthermore, the kind of full recovery medicine that can instantly restore physical strength and abnormal status is considered a strategic resource. They can only be bought on the black market, and the starting price is in the 5 figures. Now, he has 999 of these strategic materials. I've never fought a battle this rich in my entire life. Subai swallowed. He forced down his excitement and continued scrolling. The Pokeball section. 999 red and white balls. Super Ball X999. 999 high-grade balls. That's not all. My gaze shifted downwards. Subai's heart skipped a beat. Master Ball X10. In his past life in the game, he accumulated a total of 10 Master Balls through various activities and magical modifications. They brought everything. What is the concept of a Master Ball? That's a god-tier item that guarantees a successful capture. In this world, forget about Master Balls, even Ultra Balls, which have a slightly higher success rate, require an advanced trainer license to purchase. With these 10 Master Balls, if we encounter a pseudo-god, or even a divine beast, in the future. Subai felt his hands trembling. That was exciting. Son, are you cold? Why are you shivering? While driving, Su Jiangguo noticed something was wrong and asked with concern, is the car's air conditioning too cold? No, Dad, I'm just filled with passion. Subai grinned. Su Jiangguo sighed. Passion is a good thing, but we also need to face reality. I just checked on my phone. These fruit-eating insects, though a bit weak, are still attracted to some orchards. He's specifically responsible for pest control on apple trees, and he earns 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. I listened as my dad started planning his career as an orchard security guard. Subai found it amusing. If he knew that he now had enough money to buy all the orchards in Hangzhou. I wonder if Lao Su will pull the steering wheel off on the spot. Subai didn't interrupt his father's rambling. He continued examining the backpack. Next up is the main event, battle items. Leftovers, when carried, they continuously restore health during battle. Headband specialization * locks attack moves and increases physical attack by 50%. Life Orb, Life Jade increases attack power while reducing health. Helmet with protrusions, Assault Vest, Imposing Belt. We have them all. And there's more than one. In this world, each of these items is an incredibly valuable treasure. Usually, only elite-level trainers possess 1 or 2 of these items. Now, they were piled up in Subai's warehouse like cheap street vendor goods. At last, Subai clicked on the treasures section. In other words, in the game, items specifically designed to be sold for money. 999 giant gold beads. 999 giant pearls. Comet fragments times 999. Subai fell silent. He tried to extract a huge golden bead from the system. Only the size of a fingernail. But its heavy, substantial feel and the sheen of pure gold make it undeniably real. In this world, gold remains a hard currency. This enormous gold bead must weigh at least half a pound. At the current gold price, that's over 10,000. He had 999 such gold beads. In total, that is more than 100 million. In addition to pearls and fragments. Subai covered his forehead. It turns out, I'm more than just a trainer. I'm still a walking national treasury. Son, we're home. The car was parked downstairs in an old residential building. Su Jiangguo unbuckled his seatbelt, looked at Subai, and said in a serious tone. I just passed by the market and bought a chicken. Although we start from a lower point, we can't neglect nutrition. Don't worry, even if the fruit-eating worms only eat leaves, Dad will still buy you the best leaves. Looking at my father's graying temples and his faded shirt, Subai quietly slipped the newly materialized giant golden bead back into his pocket. If I take it out now, I'm afraid Dad's heart won't be able to handle it. We need to find a suitable opportunity to gradually improve our family's life. Dad, we don't need to buy leaves. Bai pushed open the car door and confidently looked at his own dilapidated security door. My fairy, from now on she will only eat meat, and the best meat at that. And it will soon surprise you. Su Jianghua was taken aback. He then shook his head with a wry smile. This child is being stubborn. Fruit-eating worms eat meat? Can apples grow teeth? I'm home. Su Bai rushed into his room. Come out, apple dragon. A flash of red light. A slender, green dragon appeared in the narrow bedroom. Because it has a pair of huge apple skin wings. At this point, they could only slightly retract the light fixture, barely managing to avoid touching the ceiling. Roar! Pingguolong let out a low groan. It affectionately nuzzled Su Bai's cheek with its dragon head. A spirit with maxed out affinity is just that clingy. I'm sorry to trouble you, the room is too small. Su Bai stroked its smooth dragon skin and took out a magic candy from his backpack. This is also a good thing to keep in your backpack. In the game, you level up by eating one. But in the real world, this thing not only increases your level, but also contains extremely pure energy. It can perfectly enhance the physique of spirits without any side effects. Come on, open your mouth. Su Bai handed over the candy that emitted a strange fragrance. Pingguolong's eyes lit up, and it swallowed it in one gulp. Buzz! Energy fluctuations rippled through the room. Visibly, the scales on the apple-wrapped dragon's body have become even more emerald green. Those apple skin wings also appeared more resilient and powerful. Ding! Apple-wrapped dragon's level +1. Current level, LV2. Ding! Apple-wrapped dragon's level +1. Current level, LV3. Su Bai didn't stop until he ate the 10th one. It's not that we ran out of candy, it's just that Apple Dragon ate too much. The real world is governed by physical laws, and energy absorption requires time to process. At this moment, the Apple Dragon's level has reached LV11. It only took a few minutes to go from LV1 to LV11. If word gets out that this rate of upgrades gets out, Su Bai will probably be dissected and studied tomorrow. Tomorrow is the school's rookie practice match. Su Bai looked out the window, his eyes deep and thoughtful. As is customary, the school organizes a battle the day after the summoning ceremony to test everyone's initial Pokémon. This is also a placement test. Those who perform well go to the top class, and those who perform poorly go to the regular class. That Lu Wei is definitely going to steal the spotlight tomorrow. Lu Wei, oh Lu Wei. Su Bai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since you want to see how my apple gets eaten up, then tomorrow, I'll show you. What do you mean by a palm strike that falls from the sky? Universal gravitation, Appledra's signature move, a kick that strikes the opponent from a great height, its power increases if gravity is strong. Chapter 3. The playground of Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School. There are an unusually large number of people today. Not only freshmen, but even sophomores and seniors were leaning on the railings to watch. After all, the annual new student placement assessment is the busiest time of the year at the school. Have you heard? Lu Wei from Class 1 summoned Growlithe. Holy crap! Growlithe? That's a rare Pokémon, and it can evolve later. Yet, he's probably the luckiest kid in our year, right? Crowd center. Lu Wei enjoyed the treatment of being the center of attention. A small, bright orange dog was crouching at his feet, its tongue lolling out, occasionally spitting out a tiny flame or two. This caused a burst of screams from the girls around. Brother Wei, your Growlithe is so cool. Absolutely. Lu Wei touched his newly styled hair, a smug look on his face. Yesterday when I got home, my dad fed it 2 bottles of high-calcium milk. Now it's level 4 and has learned the spark move. LV4. Another gasp rippled through the crowd. Most people's Pokémon are still hovering between LV1 and LV2. Lu Wei reached LV4 overnight, practically winning at the starting line. Hey? Isn't that Suibai? Someone with sharp eyes spotted Suibai as he walked onto the playground. Pfft, the one that summoned the apple. I heard his family isn't well off, I doubt they can even afford tree fruit. Lu Wei heard the sound and turned his head. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Suibai, over here. He called out loudly, there will be group assessments later. If you don't have a team, I can reluctantly mentor you. After all, we were classmates. Ha 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 ha. The followers around him burst into laughter in unison. Suibai walked over calmly, hands in his pockets. He glanced at the Growlithe that was wagging its tail. LV4? Qualification 2V? That's it. Yesterday, his apple dragon ate so much candy that it was stuffed, and now its level is LV11. In this beginner village, level 11 is practically a max level character slaughtering newbies in the starting village. No. Suibai said calmly, I'm afraid your dog has bad teeth and won't be able to chew my apple. You. Lu Wei's face darkened, you're asking for it, aren't you? Alright, if you draw me in the lottery later, don't blame me for not showing any consideration for our classmate relationship. Silence. Just then, on the podium, the head of the teaching department shouted into the microphone. The class placement assessment is now beginning. The rules are simple, 2 players compete against each other. The winner gets 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. Players are then ranked according to their final scores and assigned to classes. The names started scrolling on the big screen. The first match. Lu Wei vs Suibai. Wow! The entire audience erupted in uproar. That's incredible luck. They were just exchanging barbs, and now they're actually arguing. It's fate. Lu Wei was overjoyed, pointing at Suibai. Suibai, come up here and take your beating. Today I'll show you the difference between fruit and wild beasts. He walked confidently onto the ring. Growlithe followed closely behind, barking majestically, woof. Suibai slowly walked onto the stage. Both sides release their Pokémon, the referee commanded. Go, Growlithe! Burn it! Lu Wei waved his hand. I came out for some fresh air. Suibai gently tossed the Pokeball. Bang! A flash of white light. An apple appeared on the field. However, this apple looks a little strange. It did not land. Instead, it floated quietly in mid-air. Ha ha ha! It really is an apple. This is hilarious. How do you fight this thing? Roll over and ram it. Wait, why is it floating? Before the laughter from the audience had completely subsided, some people noticed something was wrong. Ordinary fruit-eating worms crawl on the ground like insects. But this one is floating. Suibai, did you install a propeller on it? Lu Wei didn't take this anomaly to heart, the attribute advantage gave him absolute confidence. Growlithe, use ember. Bake it like a baked apple. Woof. Growlithe opened its mouth, and a ball of orange-red flame shot out, heading straight for the apple in mid-air. Fire-resistant grass. This is an absolute truth in everyone's common sense. If that shot hits, the apple will definitely be ripe. Suibai stood still, without even giving the order to dodge. He simply uttered 2 words. Expand. The next second, a scene that everyone will never forget unfolded. The previously tightly closed big apple suddenly emitted a crisp popping sound. Click! The giant apple peel suddenly spread open to both sides, transforming into a pair of broad green dragon wings. The dragon's long, slender body stretched out, its deep green scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. That originally comical apple. In an instant, it transformed into a flying dragon with sharp eyes, radiating a terrifying aura. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed across the playground. The small flame that flew by was directly blown away by the airflow generated by the dragon's wings. Not even a spark remained. Quiet. A deathly silence. Lu Wei's smile froze on his face, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist. What is this? The referee was so startled that he dropped his whistle. Dragon-type characteristics. This is a dragon-type Pokémon. In this small, isolated town, no one has ever seen an apple-wrapped dragon. But this did not prevent them from feeling the oppression that came from a higher level of life. That was the scent of a predator at the top of the food chain. Bai looked at Lu Wei, who was stunned, with an indifferent gaze. You just said you wanted to see what a ferocious beast is like. Then I'll show you. Bai snapped his fingers. Apple wrapped in dragon, universal gravitation. The ping long in midair flapped its wings and instantly rose higher. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly changed direction high in the sky. Like a green meteor, carrying terrifying gravitational potential energy, it plummeted towards the Growlithe below. Unique move, universal gravitation. A deadly technique that utilizes gravity to amplify the power of a falling attack. Quick, get out of the way! Lu Wei shouted in terror. But the level 4 Growlithe, already terrified by the dragon's might, was now trembling so badly that it couldn't move an inch. Boom! A green meteor crashed down. The entire arena trembled, and dust rose everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, there it was, the arrogant Growlithe. At this moment, it was lying in a large pit, its eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth. They have completely lost their ability to fight. And the apple dragon was gracefully hovering beside Bai. Not a speck of dust got on him. Instant kill. A complete and utter annihilation. Does anyone else think it's a fruit? Bai looked around calmly. The entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at the boy on the stage as if he were a monster. Is this a newbie? You call this an apple? This is clearly a nuclear bomb disguised as an apple. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Immediately afterwards, the head of the teaching department on the podium suddenly stood up, so excited that his glasses were askew. Genius! This is genius! Quick! Check this Pokémon's information. No matter what, this Bai must be in the top class. No, give him a special training class. At this moment, as Bai stood on the stage, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully completed first time showing off and received achievement reward. Bai raised an eyebrow. This system is quite sensible. Chapter 4. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the achievement reward, Treasure Radar, Beginner. Treasure Radar, Beginner. When activated, it can detect unclaimed rare items, evolution stones, berries, and other resources within a 500-meter radius. I watched the pale blue pop-up window appear on my retina. Bai was overjoyed. Nice one! Even though he already has all the items in his inventory, who would complain about having too much money? And in this world, many wild resources are unique. With this radar, going into the mountains will be like picking up money everywhere. Even if you bring a Caterpie in, you can raise it to become Rayquaza when it comes out. Bai. Just as Bai was checking the rewards, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline rushed onto the ring. It was Wang Gang, the Dean of Studies at No. 3 Middle School. He was usually a stern-faced black-faced god who always caught students being late or leaving early. Now, her face wrinkles swelled up into a smile that resembled a chrysanthemum. Wow, Bai, you're quite the hidden talent. Wang Gang grasped Bai's hand with great enthusiasm. That Pokémon just now, if I'm not mistaken, was it an apple dot? This is an extremely rare dragon-type evolutionary form, even in Hangzhou, no, in the entire Jiangnan province. The students below the stage craned their necks. Seeing the usually stern director bowing and scraping before Bai. My heart aches so much. That's what you call strength. That's what you call prestige. As for the Growlithe still lying paralyzed in the pit, and Lu Wei with a deathly pale face. It has long since become a forgotten backdrop. You flatter me, Director. I was just lucky. Sui Bai withdrew his hand, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Oh, excessive modesty is just arrogance. Wang Gang waved his hand and announced on the spot. Given Sui Bai's outstanding performance, I, on behalf of the school, have decided. You'll be directly admitted to the grade 11 intensive class. Not only is tuition completely free, but we also provide 2 bottles of grade C nutrient solution every month, plus a scholarship of 5,000 yuan. Wow! The audience erupted in uproar again. Intensive course. That was the class with the best resources in the entire school. The students there are either from wealthy or noble families, or they are exceptionally gifted. Ordinary students would fight tooth and nail to get in. Sui Bai's situation is hardly a case of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This is like going straight to space on a rocket. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes turned red with jealousy. His family spent hundreds of thousands of yuan in sponsorship fees to buy him a spot in the intensive course. But Sui Bai turned out to be the better one. He got in just because of an apple? Tuition is waived? However, just when everyone thought Sui Bai would gratefully agree, Sui Bai shook his head. I'm sorry, Director, I don't want to be in the intensive course. The entire audience. Wang Gang's smile froze on his face. So, what did you say? This is the best resource. I know. Sui Bai patted the head of the dragon beside him. But the school's training ground is too small, we can't really practice freely. Furthermore, following a set schedule for classes is too slow. I am applying for independent training. If I get first place in the final exam, I won't come to class during the rest of the semester, is that okay? Independent learning and development. This is a special clause in the school's regulations for a very small number of top geniuses. Students are allowed to skip classes and arrange their training time freely, as long as they meet the performance standards. However, the third middle school has been established for 30 years. Sui Bai is the first person to dare to make this request. Wang Gang was stunned. He looked into Sui Bai's calm yet confident eyes. Then I looked at that majestic apple-shaped dragon. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Great! That's bold. As long as you guarantee you'll be in the top 3, no, first place in the whole school in the final exams, I'll approve your leave request. Not only that, you can use the school's training facilities anytime. Make a deal. Sui Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. That's the freedom he wanted. After all, if he's locked up at school every day, when will he ever have a chance to use all that stuff in his backpack? Moreover, his next plan was to go to the wilderness to procure supplies. After the class placement assessment, amidst countless gazes of awe and admiration, Sui Bai left the school. Just stepped out of the school gate. He headed straight for Hangzhou's largest commercial street, Bida department store. We're not going shopping. They're going there to make money. Although the system inventory contained countless gold coins, they were all unregistered. He needs to sell some of the money first to improve his family's living conditions. My dad drove that beat-up Santana for 8 years, and the air conditioning wouldn't even work in the summer. It's time to get a new car. Sui Bai arrived at a high-end recycling shop called Treasure Pavilion with ease. This place specializes in buying all kinds of rare ores, evolution stones, and valuable items. With a strong background and guaranteed credibility. Welcome, young student. Are you here to buy or sell something? The shop assistant behind the counter was a chubby man wearing glasses. Seeing that Sui Bai was wearing a school uniform, he didn't pay much attention and continued playing with his phone with his head down. Sell some things. Sui Bai didn't waste any words. Reaching into the pocket, actually communicating with the backpack telepathically. He pulled out a golden bead no bigger than a fingernail. That's a golden bead. It's one size smaller than the giant gold bead, but still quite valuable. Snap! The gold beads were slapped onto the counter. The chubby shop assistant glanced at it casually. The next second, he pushed up his glasses abruptly, almost jumping out of his chair. This purity, high purity gold. He quickly picked up the gold beads and placed them under professional testing equipment. Drop. Purity, 99.999%. Rating, top grade. The chubby shop assistant gasped. Where on the market can you find gold with such high purity? This quality is usually only achieved by melting down ancient gold coins unearthed from certain ancient ruins. Young man, where did you get this thing? The plump shop assistant became much more polite, her eyes filled with inquiry. Subai remained unfazed. I had already prepared a reason. It's an heirloom. My grandfather used to be a miner, this is a treasured heirloom. I'm a little short on cash lately, so I'm asking you to exchange this for some pocket money. What the hell is wrong with miners digging up these spherical gold nuggets? The chubby shop assistant's lips twitched. But he knew the proper etiquette, he wouldn't ask questions he shouldn't. Okay, I'll buy it at the highest price for this quality. The chubby shop assistant quickly pressed a few keys on the calculator. Based on today's gold price, this gold bead weighs 30 grams, I'll round it up for you. How about 15,000? 15,000. Subai considered it in his mind. This is just an ordinary gold bead. He has 999 in his backpack. That is, 15 million? This doesn't even include those giant gold beads the size of a volleyball. One of those things could probably sell for hundreds of thousands. That's a bit too little. Subai frowned, pretending to take the golden pearl back. The place next door seems to be charging more. No, no, no. The chubby shop assistant grew impatient. Young man, business is business, we can talk it over. 18,000. I can't go any higher. I need to earn some extra money for my work, right? Make a deal. Subai readily nodded. Scan the QR code to receive payment. WeChat payment received, 18,000 yuan. Hearing the pleasant notification sound, Subai felt incredibly comfortable. This is just the first pot of gold. It's also a trial run. Since this channel is reliable, I can start working hard gradually from now on. By the way, boss, do you buy evolution stones here? Before leaving, Subai asked a question, seemingly casually. Buy it. As long as the quality is good, there's no price ceiling. The chubby shop assistant's eyes lit up. Young man, do you have any goods? Not now. Subai smiled, turned around, and pushed open the door to leave. There might be more in the future. After all, he's someone with a treasure radar. I walked out of the shopping mall. Subai looked at the bustling street and took a deep breath. I have the money, and I've taken the leave. Next. It's about going into the wild and letting the apple dragon truly experience the cruelty of this world. Experience bonus. Go home and buy old Su a roast goose for a nice treat. And tell him that we won't need to eat tree leaves anymore. Chapter 5. Old Su, open the door. I don't have my keys. Subai stood at his doorstep, carrying a steaming roast goose, and called out. The door opened. Su Jiangguo had an apron tied around his waist and a spatula in his hand. Seeing the glistening roast goose in his son's hand, he was stunned for a moment. Son, it's not a holiday, why buy such expensive vegetables? A roast goose in Hangzhou costs at least 200 or 300 yuan. That's enough for the father and son's food expenses for a week. Let's celebrate. Subai squeezed through the door and placed the roast goose on the dining table. The enticing aroma immediately filled the entire living room. I got a good ranking in today's class placement exam, and the school gave me a bonus. Subai told a white lie without batting an eye. If you say you sold a gold bead and made 18,000 yuan, I bet old Su will be too scared to sleep tonight, worried about whether the gold was obtained illegally. Bonus. Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he put down the spatula. How much? 5,000. Subai pulled a stack of brand new banknotes from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Here, take it. This. Su Jiangwo's hands trembled as he looked at the thick wad of cash. In his entire life, aside from receiving his salary, he had never seen so much money coming in at once. Son, keep this money for yourself to buy resources. Dad gets a salary. Take it. Subai forcefully shoved the money into his father's hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. I don't lack resources, the school has taken care of everything. Take this money and get the car's air conditioning fixed first. In this sweltering heat, every time I ride in your car it feels like being in a sauna. You're not afraid of the heat, but I'm worried about making the apple grow too hot. When the topic of Pingguolong came up, Su Jiangwo no longer declined. Yes. Humans can endure hardship, but elves cannot. I've heard that dragon-type Pokémon are all very delicate. Okay. Then Dad will keep it for you. No, I mean, I'll fix your car for you. Su Jiangwo wiped his eyes, grinning from ear to ear. Quick, wash your hands and eat. Dad made braised pork today. This meal. This was the most delicious meal the Su family had had in years. Watching his father wolf down the roast goose, Subai made a silent vow in his heart. This is just the beginning. From now on, we must have roast goose with every meal. No, every meal must include lobster and abalone. The next day, early morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Subai quietly left the house with an empty backpack on his back. His goal, Qingling Forest. This is a basic outdoor area in the suburbs of Hangzhou. It is home to a large number of wild Pokémon ranging from LV1 to LV15, making it a great place for beginners to level up. We took a taxi to the entrance of the forest. The area has been sealed off by fully armed forest rangers and guards. To enter, you must present your trainer's ID. Beeb. New trainer, Subai, is permitted to enter. The uncle in charge of registration glanced at Subai's excessively young face. I couldn't help but remind you. Young man, all alone. Although it's a beginner-level area, there are still dangers deeper inside. I've heard recently that several finches have gone mad, pecking at anyone they see. You'd better stay on the outskirts and not go too far just to show off. The uncle meant well. After all, every year there are some naive newcomers who think that having a Pokémon makes them invincible. As a result, he was taught a lesson by the wild elves and ran away crying and screaming. Thank you, sir. I understand. Subai smiled, turned around, and disappeared into the lush forest. As soon as we entered the woods, the surrounding light dimmed instantly. The air was filled with the smell of rotting earth and leaves. The occasional chirping of insects and calls of birds drifted from afar, exuding a primal, wild quality. Come out, apple-wrapped dragon! A red light flashed. The Pingguolong appeared in mid-air, warily surveying its surroundings. Roar! It lowered its voice, letting out a threatening growl from its throat. Don't be nervous, this is our home turf. With a thought, Subai opened his system inventory. Extraction, gold spray ×1. Zi. Subai was holding a bottle of this top-grade insect repellent spray that would sell for 700 gold coins in the game, and even more expensive, costing thousands of yuan in real life. He launched into a tirade against himself and Apple Dragon. Cough cough. It's a little pungent. But the effect is immediate. The green caterpillars and unicorns that were originally peeking out from the surrounding grass. Upon smelling the odor, they all fled in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. This is the effect of gold spray. Within a certain number of steps, completely isolate yourself from the harassment of weak wild Pokémon. Pseudo-legendary wanted to level up efficiently. There's no time to waste with these level 2 and level 3 bugs. What he's looking for is an experienced baby. System, activate the treasure hunting radar. Buzz. On the retina, a small radar map instantly appeared. With Pseudo-legendary as the center, the terrain within a 500-meter radius is clearly visible. On the map, there are a few scattered white dots. Those are ordinary tree fruits or herbs, worthless. Pseudo-legendary simply ignored it. He led the apple-clad dragon and quickly advanced into the depths of the forest. It took about 20 minutes to walk. Sudden. At the edge of the radar, a bright green dot flickered. Rare resource detected. Type, evolution item. Distance, 300 meters at the 10 o'clock position. An evolution item. Pseudo-legendary's eyes lit up. What a great start! The cheapest of these things on the market costs tens of thousands. If it's a popular attribute, it could easily cost hundreds of thousands. Apple Dragon, full speed ahead. Roar! One man and one dragon, like an arrow released from a bow, headed straight for their target. The distance of 300 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. This is a clearing in the woods formed by fallen trees. In the center of the open space, there is a rock covered with moss. And in the crevices of the rocks, lying quietly is a palm-sized stone, entirely emerald green, as if containing the veins of leaves. Leaf stone. Goodness, you're lucky. Pseudo-legendary recognized him at a glance. This is a great item that can evolve Bellossom into Victreebel and Executor into Executor. Although it's not as sought after as the Fire Stone, it can definitely sell for 50 or 60,000. Is this the power of the treasure hunting radar? I love it. Pseudo-legendary was about to walk over and grab the bargain. Hiss. Suddenly, a sharp screech came from behind the rocks. Immediately afterwards, a purple afterimage shot out like lightning. Two sharp, poisoned needles gleamed coldly in the sunlight, aimed straight at Pseudo-legendary's face. A sneak attack. Pseudo-legendary's pupils contracted. But he did not back down an inch. Because even faster than the afterimage is the apple-wrapped dragon. Dragon's breath. Pseudo-legendary calmly uttered two words. Roar. The dragon opened its mouth, and a stream of eerie green dragon-shaped breath shot out. Starting late but finishing early. It crashed violently into the purple afterimage. Boom! An explosion was heard. The afterimage screamed and flew backward at an even greater speed than it had come. It crashed heavily onto the tree trunk and slid down. Pseudo-legendary looked closely. It is an Ariados of enormous size. LV-15. How dare a mere insect steal a dragon's treasure? Pseudo-legendary stepped forward, picked up the leaf stone from the ground, and blew off the dust. Then he glanced at Ariadne, who was still convulsing, and a benevolent smile appeared on his lips. Even though you're ugly. But I'll gladly accept your experience. Apple-wrapped dragon, wing attack. Send it on its way. Chapter 6. Clatter. Pseudo-legendary bent down, picked up the emerald green leaf stone, and weighed it in his hand. It is in perfect condition. Evolution stones of this quality would cost at least 50,000 yuan on the market. 50,000 yuan, just like that, it's in my hands. Pseudo-legendary whistled and casually tossed Yezishi into his system inventory. This is hardly an adventure. This is clearly harvesting vegetables from someone's backyard. Beside it, the apple dragon hovered proudly in mid-air. It didn't even glance at the Ariados that had been knocked away. As a noble dragon, there's no sense of accomplishment in bullying a mere insect. Roar! Pingguolong nudged Pseudo-legendary's shoulder, signaling him to continue. It hasn't had enough fun yet. That last move wasn't even a warm-up. Don't rush, the main course is yet to come. Suobai glanced at the treasure-hunting radar on his retina. Just now, a red dot suddenly appeared at the edge of the radar. Unlike the green dots that represent resources, red represents high-potential wild Pokémon. Moreover, this point of light is moving extremely fast and is approaching this direction. Whoosh! I was just thinking about it. A grey-red afterimage, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, swept past the treetops. It moved so fast that it even created a gust of wind, making the leaves rustle. Wow, that's fast! Suobai's eyes lit up. He immediately activated the system's Eye of Insight, a basic function included with the full encyclopedia backpack. Race, Little Arrow Sparrow. Level, LV12. Attribute, Normal/Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Gale Wings, Hidden Ability. Qualification, 5V, Speed, Attack maxed out. Inherited skills, Tailwind, Quick Defense. The moment the data became clear, Suobai's breath hitched for a second. Little Arrow Finch? No. This is the future god of the door birds, the arrowhead hawk. In this world, most trainers believe that the common house bird, the little arrowfin, is only good for delivering messages or scouting and has no value in being trained. But as a time traveler, Suobai was all too aware of its value. Especially that trait, Wind Wings. When at full health, flying type moves gain +1 priority. What does that mean? No matter how fast you are, as long as I'm at full health, I can attack before you. First move, Brave Bird launches a fierce attack. First move, Favorable Wind. This is a war machine born for battle. I've struck gold. This kind of extremely rare hidden ability, is 1 in 10,000. Suobai stared intently at the figure circling in the air. I want this bird. Ping Long, take off. Intercept it. Roar. Pingguolong didn't understand why its owner was so interested in a little bird. But commands are absolute. With a flap of its wings, its massive body instantly rose from the ground, like a green surface-to-air missile, soaring straight into the sky. Chirp! The little finches in the air also spotted the big guy who had intruded into their territory. Instead of fleeing, it let out a defiant cry. As the airborne tyrant of this area, it has never been afraid of anyone. Brush! The little arrow sparrow folded its wings, its body transforming into a red arrow, and actually charged towards the apple dragon. Move! Charged Flame Strike! Enveloped in flames, its speed increased rapidly. What courage! Suobai exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a 5V rating, this combat awareness is 100 times better than Lu Wei's Growlithe. However, attribute suppression is not just for show. The dragon is wrapped in apple blossoms, the dragon breathes. The apple-wrapped dragon opened its mouth. A dark green dragon's breath erupted, forming a fan-shaped blockade in the air. However, the little eagle made an extremely bizarre right-angle turn in mid-air, actually managing to squeeze through the gap in the dragon's breath. This is the terrifying mobility brought by windwings. Chirp! The little arrow-shaped bird swooped down in front of the apple-clad dragon and pecked hard at its scales with its sharp beak. Bite! A crisp sound. The dragon was completely unharmed. The little finches were stunned and disoriented by the recoil. The level difference is too big. Appledra, while a grass type, is weak to fire type, but it is also a dragon type, giving it resistance to fire. In addition, the apple's thick peel provides protection. The little eagle's attack was almost like a tickle. Roar! Pingguolong tilted its head, looking at the clueless little thing in front of it. It seems to be saying, "That's it. Stop playing around, gravity." Suobai didn't want to waste time, lest he attract other powerful wild spirits. Pingguolong's eyes sharpened. Special move activated. It suddenly flew above the little arrow bird, and an invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped that area of airspace. The once incredibly agile little arrow sparrow now felt as if it were carrying a huge mountain on its back. The wings became incredibly heavy. Chirp! It thrashed about in terror, but couldn't stop its downward spiral. The dragon swooped down, taking advantage of the momentum. The huge apple peel, like two giant slaps, landed hard on the little arrow-shaped sparrow. Bang! The little finches crashed heavily into the soil like cannonballs. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Go, Super Ball! Pseudo-legendary took out a blue and red Super Ball from his backpack and threw it out. He doesn't hesitate to use better Pokeballs to deal with such a promising Pokémon. Smack! The Super Ball hits perfectly. It sucked the dizzy little arrow sparrow inside. Thump! 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 Bite! The red light is off, the taming was successful. Pseudo-legendary walked over and picked up the Super Ball. Feeling the warmth emanating from the ball, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Swiftwing Arrow Eagle. After it evolves, this will be my aerial bomber. And Pseudo-legendary thought of a certain item in his backpack. Sharp Beak, increases the power of flying type moves when carried. There are also skill discs for Brave Bird Assault and Flash Charge. If only this little arrow-shaped sparrow were a little bigger. Pseudo-legendary could arm himself with it to the teeth in no time. Others raise finches, but that's raising homing pigeons. I raise little arrowhead finch, that's like raising a J-20 fighter jet. Come out, new friend. Pseudo-legendary released the little arrow sparrow. Chirp! The little finches shook their heads, looking at the human in front of them, then at the terrifying giant beside them. Although it is arrogant, it also submits to strength. The rules of the elf world are simple: if you're defeated, you have to accept it. Pseudo-legendary took out a bottle of full recovery medicine from his backpack and sprayed it on the little arrow sparrow. The wound healed instantly. Stamina is instantly restored to full. Little arrow sparrow, _. It froze. This feeling is even better than eating the best tree fruit. Follow me, and from now on, drink this medicine like water. Pseudo-legendary took out another magic candy and handed it over. And this too, you can have as much as you want. The candy smelled so enticing. The little finch's eyes widened instantly. Without saying a word, it swallowed it whole. Buzz! Level up! The little eagle squinted its eyes in comfort and nuzzled against Pseudo-legendary's fingers. Chirp! Chirp chirp! Boss is so generous. From now on, I'm your bird. The apple-shaped dragon next to him snorted disdainfully. Pshaw, you country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Has this won you over? Back in the day, I was, cough cough, I went through the same thing. Alright, now that you're in the team, let's begin the special training. Pseudo-legendary looked ahead at the even deeper forest. Today's small goal, train you both to LV20. Set off. Chapter 7. Deep in the forest. A relatively open space. Let's do it here. Pseudo-legendary stopped and threw his backpack on the ground. Chirp! The little arrow sparrow tilted its head, looking at Pseudo-legendary. It was very curious. What exactly is this special training that the new owner is talking about? Is it a loaded flight? Or should we practice crashing into a big tree? However, Pseudo-legendary's next move completely overturned its view of bird life. System: Extract Attack Enhancer times 26. Extract Speed Enhancer times 26. Splash! A bunch of colorful bottles and jars appeared out of nowhere on the grass. These potions are called effort value potions in the game. One bottle can increase your base points by 10. But in the real world, they are priceless genetic supplements. A single bottle of this potion costs as much as 10,000 alliance coins on the market. Moreover, there's no market for it even though it's available. An ordinary trainer who wants to increase their Pokémon's attack power. The only way is for the elves to strike the rocks day after day, absorbing trace elements from their food and accumulating them slowly. This process typically takes several years. And now, there were a total of 52 bottles in front of Subai. Its value is over 500,000. Come on, drink it. Subai unscrewed a bottle of red attack enhancer and handed it to the little arrow sparrow's beak. Chirp. The little finches sniffed it. I immediately felt my blood boiling. It knew instinctively. This is good stuff. Glug. Boil it down in one gulp. A warm current instantly surged through my limbs and bones. It felt its muscles become firmer and more powerful, and its claws sharper. Keep going, don't stop. Subai was like a ruthless medicine-feeding machine. Glug, glug, glug. In just 10 minutes, the little arrowbird finished all 52 bottles of potion. If it were an ordinary spirit, consuming so much energy in a short period of time would have caused it to explode and die long ago. But these are perfect potions produced by the system. 100% absorption rate, no side effects. The little arrow sparrow at this moment. Although the appearance remains the same, the inside has undergone a complete transformation. Its attack and speed EVs are maxed out. This is the essence of a finished product number. Others level up by grinding, I level up by spending money. Subai looked at the spirited little arrow sparrow with satisfaction. Next, it's time for levels. He then pulled out a handful of magic candies. Eat. 1, 2, 3. When I ate the fifth one, suddenly, a dazzling light of evolution shone from the little fiery sparrow. Chirp. Her originally petite body stretched out in the light. The wings became wider. Its tail feathers are elongated and forked like flames. The feathers, originally grayish-red, have turned a vibrant, fiery red. Boom! A heat wave emanated from it and spread outwards. The light faded. A raptor with a wingspan of nearly 1.5 meters appeared in front of Subai. Rocket Sparrow, here we come. Ding! Finch has successfully evolved. Current form, Finch Rocket. Level, LV17. Learned new skills, Charged Flame Strike, Spark, Peck. Attribute change, Normal/Flying Fire/Flying. Handsome. Subai snapped his fingers. The evolved finch has even sharper eyes. His body constantly radiates an astonishing amount of heat. Most importantly, with its fire attribute, it's an absolute nightmare for bug and grass-type Pokémon in this forest. Rustle. Just then, the bushes in front suddenly began to shake violently. A fierce aura swept over us. Easy. A green praying mantis, nearly 1.5 meters tall and wielding 2 enormous scythes, leaped out of the bushes. Scyther. Race, Scyther. Level, LV22. Status, Wrath, Territory invaded. This is an elite monster. On the outskirts of the Green Ridge Forest, the LV22 Scyther is absolutely a dominant force. It stared intently at Subai and the Rocket Sparrow. The sickles rubbed against each other, making a teeth-grinding sound. The commotion caused by Finch's evolution was too great and startled it. A level 22 Scyther. Subai smiled. Isn't this the best testing ground? Rocket Sparrow, perfect for practicing with. Subai glanced at the Rocket Sparrow. Remember, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Faced with absolute speed, all defenses are paper tigers. Cheers. The mantis moved. It was incredibly fast, leaving a trail of afterimages behind it. The scythe gleamed white, and with a flash of lightning, it instantly rushed in front of Subai. To catch the thief, first catch the king. This wild Pokémon has a very high battle intelligence. However, Subai remained completely still. He didn't even blink. Acrobatics. Just 2 simple words. There's no need to shout "Get out of the way," or fight back. Chirp. The rocket sparrow vanished from its spot in an instant. Wings of the gale. Priority +1. Faster than lightning. The scyther's scythe missed its mark, severing a strand of Suabai's bangs. The next second, it felt a terrifying wind pressure coming from above. The rocket bird appeared directly above it as if it had teleported. At this moment, Rocket Sparrow was not carrying any items. Acrobatics move, doubles in power when no item is equipped. Base power 55 times 2, doubled without items, times 1.5, stab bonus, times 4, 4x type advantage against bug and grass. The damage from this attack was on par with a nuclear explosion. Boom! The rocket sparrow transformed into a streak of red light and slammed into the back of the scyther. Show! A piercing scream. The scyther didn't even have a chance to react before it was smashed into the ground. The ground is cracked. After the smoke and dust cleared, that once arrogant forest overlord was now darts around in circles, and one of its scythes had broken off. I completely fainted. Instant kill. A direct kill against a higher level opponent. Well done. Suabai stepped forward and touched the rocket sparrow's hot feathers. This is the power of money. Oh no, this is the result of special training. The apple-shaped dragon had been watching the battle from the sidelines. At this moment, they silently put away their contempt. It looked at the mantis that had been instantly killed, then at the pile of empty potion bottles. His gaze hardened. That clearly means, Master, I want to drink that too. I want to become stronger too. Suabai understood its look and laughed heartily. Don't worry, there's plenty. Today, let's beat this forest. Chapter 8. Go, Pokeball. Suabai casually tossed out a red and white ball. Smack! The unconscious mantis was captured without any resistance. Although this mantis only has a 3V, excellent, rating, it doesn't meet Suabai's main force standard. But Scyther, being a cool and powerful creature, is highly sought after in the market. This one could easily sell for at least 100,000 yuan. It's a good time to get Lao Su a better air conditioner. Suabai happily put away the pokeball. Beside, Ping Quilong was staring at him expectantly. The dragon's eyes were filled with longing. Master, where is my medicine? You'll get your share. Suabai waved his hand dismissively. Splash! Another bunch of bottles and jars appeared out of nowhere. HP Enhancer times 26. Special Attack Enhancer times 26. Apple Dragon, your role is that of a magic tank and turret. Drink this, and you'll be the toughest dragon in this forest. Roar! Ping Quilong excitedly pounced on it, picked up the bottle, and started chugging. 5 minutes later, a fully equipped APPL Edra with maxed out HP and special attack is fresh off the press. Feeling the surging power within his body, Ping Quilong couldn't help but roar to the sky. It felt that with its current power, a single breath attack from its dragon could blast that flying mantis into dust. Beep beep beep. Just then, the treasure-hunting radar on Suabai's retina suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. The radar interface was originally calm. A striking purple dot of light appeared. Moreover, the light spot is flickering violently, seemingly in a highly unstable state. Purple light spots. Suabai was taken aback. Green represents resources, and red represents high-potential spirits. This purple. Could it be a shiny Pokémon? Holy crap! I'm rich. Suabai's heart skipped a beat. A shiny sprite that's a 1 in a million mutated individual. Although their strength may not necessarily be greater than that of ordinary individuals, their unique color is a symbol of status and position. Even a shimmering green caterpillar can fetch an astronomical price at an auction. Go! Don't let those hundreds of thousands, no, millions of people get away. Suabai, with the 2 elves in tow, raced off in the direction indicated by the radar. A few minutes later, Suibai lay prone behind a bush and parted the leaves in front of him. The open space ahead. A fierce siege is underway. Buzzing. The dense, continuous sound of flapping wings sent chills down my spine. That's a swarm of bees. A dozen or so large bee-like bees were forming a circle, frantically attacking a target in the center. And those at the center of the encirclement. It was another bead rill. But this bee was completely different from its yellow and black counterparts. Its body is a deep blue with a metallic sheen. Under the sunlight, its deep blue shell gleamed, like a work of art sculpted from a sapphire. It really is a shiny bead rill. Suibai activated Eye of Insight. Race, bead rill, distinct. Level, LV18. Attribute, insect/poison. Trait, sniper, power increases when hitting a vital point. Qualification, 5V, excellent. Status, severely injured, physically exhausted. A shiny bead rill with top-tier stats. If this were taken out, collectors would absolutely fight tooth and nail for it. At this time, although this blue bee was covered in wounds, its eyes still looked fierce. It brandished its twin needles, deflecting attacks from its own kind time and time again. Cheers! A large bead rill leader, LV25, took advantage of the moment when the blue bead rill was exhausted. A vicious poison needle pierced its back. Hiss! The blue bee let out a mournful cry and crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding bees swarmed forward, seemingly intent on tearing this outsider to shreds. In this cruel natural world, being different is the original sin. Tisk tisk, attacking multiple people at once, no sportsmanship at all. Suibai stood up and patted the dirt off his clothes. I'd be heartbroken if such a gem got damaged. Rocket Sparrow, although you're only LV17, you have a 4 times type advantage. Burn them. Chirp. The Rocket Sparrow had been itching to get going for a while. With a flap of its wings, it instantly took to the air. Stored Flame Strike. Enveloped in flames, the rocket finch crashed into the heart of the bead rill swarm like a meteorite. Boom. Flames shot into the sky. Buzz. The beepers, who had been ganging up on their own kind, were startled by the sudden burst of flames. Several birds that were close together had their wings instantly charred and fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Bug-type characters are most afraid of fire. Pingualong, don't just sit around doing nothing. Give that big guy a dragon's breath. Roar. The dragon opened its mouth, and a stream of eerie green dragon breath shot out, accurately striking the LV25 bead rill leader. Bang! The leader was blasted away. But there were just too many bead rills. Once they realized what was happening, they immediately turned their guns around, and a dozen poison needles rained down on Suibai. Chapter Human Wave Tactics. Suibai smiled dismissively. He took a bottle of light purple spray out of his backpack. Full set of potions, group version. ZI. The air was thick with medicinal mist. The Rocket Sparrow, which had just been grazed by several poison needles, had its wounds healed instantly and its stamina was fully restored. Sorry, I have a fountain hanging there. Rocket Sparrow, keep burning. Burn tirelessly. Chirp. With its stamina fully restored, the Rocket Sparrow unleashed Charged Flame Strike again, its speed even faster than before. Charged Flame Strike increases speed. It was like a red lightning bolt, flashing in and out of the bee swarm 7 times. Wherever it passes, a large bee will inevitably fall, trailing black smoke. On one side is a swarm of bees that gets increasingly tired from attacking. On one side is the Rocket Sparrow, which instantly recovers full health after being injured, like it's been injected with adrenaline. This battle was never in doubt from the very beginning. In just 3 minutes, the ground was covered with giant bee hornets, foaming at the mouth. Only the bead rill leader remained, struggling to hold on. But it has already been manipulated by the apple dragon. End it. Universal gravitation. Boom. The dragon descended from the sky and sat down on its leader, burying him in the ground. The world fell silent. Suibai walked up to the dying blue bead rill. It lay on the ground, its compound eyes dull and lifeless, and half of its wing broken off. Even so, as Suibai approached, it still struggled to raise its two needles, attempting to retaliate. Just. What a stubborn temper. Suibai liked it even more. Don't panic, I'm here to rescue you. Suibai squatted down and took out a full recovery pill. But he didn't directly criticize it. Instead, it took out a high-end ball, black and yellow, with a higher level of sophistication, and placed it in front of it. These guys are ostracizing you because they're jealous of you. They don't understand the true value of your blue outfit. But I understand. Come with me, and I'll make you a true queen bee, so you can crush all those who bullied you under your feet. How about it? The blue bee was stunned. It looked into the clear eyes of the human before it. He then looked around at his defeated kinsman. It could sense that this human was very strong. And the medicine in his hand smelled very nice. Exactly. It nodded slightly and touched the advanced ball with its broken antenna. Smack! It transformed into a beam of red light and entered the ball. There wasn't even any shaking. Bite. Successfully captured. Suibai picked up the advanced ball, looked at the dark blue figure inside, and grinned from ear to ear. Shiny bead rill. And it also has the sniper trait. If I get a bead rill evolution stone later, after mega evolution. The output was so beautiful, I dared not look. Ding! Congratulations, host, for capturing your first shiny Pokémon. You have achieved the unique achievement. Reward item, Poisonous Orb ×1. Suibai? Highly poisonous gem? This thing, is it for bead rill? This seems to have some potential. Chapter 9. Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School, Elite Training Hall. This is a luxurious training ground specially built by the school for students in the intensive training class. It has everything, a gravity chamber, a shooting range, and a professional medical team. Bang! Bang! At this moment, a group of students wearing special training uniforms are engaged in a heated battle. Did you hear? That new student named Suibai, who took the placement test yesterday, declined the invitation to the intensive training class. Ha, just trying to attract attention. Do they think having one apple dragon makes them invincible? The speaker was a boy with a buzz cut named Zhang Kuang. He is the class monitor of this year's intensive training class, and his initial Pokémon is a Ponyta with extremely high potential. In his view, Suibai's unsociable behavior was a pure provocation against the dignity of these elites. Exactly. I think he's too scared to come, afraid of being exposed. Beside him, Lu Wei, whose face was covered in a band-aid, chimed in. This guy was just annihilated yesterday, but now he's become Zhang Kuang's #1 follower, gritting his teeth whenever Suibai is mentioned. Just then, the training hall doors were pushed open. A tall, slender figure walked in against the light. He carried a bag over one shoulder, his hands in his pockets, looking completely relaxed. It was Suibai. Hey, isn't this the genius Su? Lu Wei called out in a sarcastic tone. Didn't you say you were going on independent training? What, the monsters outside were too strong, and you came crying back to the school for protection. Zhang Kuang also stopped what he was doing and led a group of people to surround them. His eyes were unfriendly. This is the intensive training area, unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Zhang Kuang crossed his arms and looked down at Suibai. Suibai glanced at them as if they were a group of green caterpillars blocking his way. Director Wang Gang gave me a privilege card. He pulled a gold magnetic card from his pocket and waved it in his hand. I can use any of the school's facilities whenever I want. What, you have a problem with that? Go complain to the director. You. Zhang Kuang choked for a moment, his face turning ashen. That kid's mouth is more venomous than his dragon. Privileges are for the strong, not for deserters. Zhang Kuang sneered and released his spirit. Since we're here, why don't we practice? Let me see if your big apple is really as miraculous as the rumors say. Hurriedly. A small fiery horse, its body ablaze with flames, proudly trotted its hooves, exhaling 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. LV-16. It's way better than Lu Wei's Grolithe. The surrounding students immediately started to jeer. Our squad leader is awesome. Let's teach this arrogant newbie a lesson. Fire type beats grass type, so his apple dragon is definitely going to turn into a baked apple this time. Subai looked at the spirited little fire horse and shook his head. To deal with you, there's no need for Ping Quilong to lift a finger. Perfect timing, I just got a new partner yesterday, and we haven't even warmed up yet. I'll use you as a whetstone. As he spoke, Subai took out the Ultra Ball, black and yellow ball, which only advanced trainers could possess. The sheer prestige of this ball alone caused many discerning people in the audience to gasp in surprise. High-class balls? Where did he get the money? These balls cost tens of thousands. Before they could even finish expressing their surprise, Subai flicked his wrist. Come out, bead rill. Bang. The light faded. Buzzing. A low, dangerous flapping sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, a large, slender bee with 2 sharp stingers hovered in mid-air. However, when everyone saw what it looked like, the once noisy training hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, a scream erupted, loud enough to blow the roof off. Holy crap! Blue, blue. Am I colorblind? Aren't all bee gnats yellow? Why is this one dark blue? So beautiful. Like a sapphire. And it looks so fierce. Even someone unfamiliar with the subject could tell that this bead rill was extraordinary. The deep blue carapace shimmered under the lights, 2 enormous needles gleamed with a cold light, and red compound eyes coldly scanned the entire area. Noble. Cold and beautiful. Fatal. A shiny Pokémon. His arrogant voice changed tone, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As a rich second generation, he certainly knew what a shiny sprite meant. That's reserved for the incredibly lucky, 1 in a million. It's an absolute gem that money can't buy. Subai, this poor kid, actually has a shiny bead rill. This color, did it grow up eating diamonds? A girl next to me covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. So cool. Bead rill, this kind of creature, was originally seen as a terrifying insect by girls. But this one is blue. He's practically a melancholy assassin prince. Subai was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Its name is Blue Bee. Subai, who's terrible at naming things, is online. Don't be too surprised, you were lucky, you found it on the roadside. Found on the roadside. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Zhang Kuang felt like he had been hit by tons of damage. So what if it's shiny? Drill's base stats are so low, it's just a pretty face. Zhang Kuang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to cheer up. Little Ponyta, use charged flame strike. Burn it to ashes. Herod. The little horse was engulfed in flames and charged forward like a chariot. A massive undertaking. Subai crossed his arms, his expression calm. Vase. Today I'll show you what deadly rhythm really means. Bead rill, moving at high speed. Buzz. The blue drill's silhouette blurred instantly. The little fire horse's fiery impact passed right through a blur and crashed into the open ground. What? Zhang Kuang was greatly shocked. Wow, so fast. That speed is at least twice that of Ponyta. Right now, double needles. Soodbai's voice rang out coldly. Swish! A blue ghost appeared beside Ponyta. Two long, gleaming needles, like the scythe of death, pierced precisely at the vital spot on Ponyta's neck. Special feature, Sniper activated. When a vital point is hit, the damage is increased to 2.25 times. Pft! Pft! Two muffled thuds. The little horse pony didn't even have time to let out a scream. Those seemingly fragile needles easily pierced its flame shield. The enormous impact sent it flying, crashing heavily onto a soft mat 5 meters away. His eyes rolled back. Instant kill. Another instant sell out. A suffocating silence fell over the entire room once again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the blue beadrill hovering silently in the air. It didn't even move much in position. Grace. Calm and composed. It was like completing a trivial trimming task. This is something I picked up by the roadside. Someone asked, trembling. This guy practically picked up a daddy. Soodbai recalled the giant bee, not even glancing at Zhang Kuang, who was sprawled on the ground. Anyone else want to practice? If not, make way, I need to use the gravity chamber. The crowd parted with a whoosh. It automatically made way for a wide road. The previous disdain was no longer in everyone's eyes. Instead, it took its place. It was a deep sense of awe, and jealousy of the lucky ones. Chapter 10. The gravity chamber door was tightly closed. This shut out the noise from the group of students outside who were still in shock. Call. Soodbai exhaled a breath of stale air and glanced at the empty training room. The environment here is nice, barely enough for you. He patted the 3 pokeballs at his waist. Come out, it's time for special training. Bang! 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 3 streaks of red light flashed by. Appletail, Rocket Finch, and Blue Beadrill appeared simultaneously. 3 elves, 3 completely different auras. Apple Dragon is proud, Rocket Sparrow is passionate, and Beadrill is ruthless. But the way they looked at Soodbai was filled with absolute trust. Today's special training subject is. Soodbai smiled mysteriously and communicated with the mind-to-mind systems backpack. Skills expansion. In this world, it is extremely difficult for elves to learn new skills. You can either learn it naturally by leveling up. You can either spend a lot of money to hire a professional skill mentor elf to teach you, but the success rate is still incredibly low. As for the skill disc, that is a strategic resource that is strictly controlled by the Alliance. A single, ordinary Yanfan CD can fetch at least 100,000 yuan on the black market. Powerful moves like Earthquake and Big Flame Burst are extremely rare and highly sought after. But Soodbai looked at the blindingly large rows of CDs in his backpack. Move Learning Tool 01, Slam times 999. Move Learning Tool 02, Acting Cute times 999. Move Learner 149, Earthquake times 999. Full set. Max level. Others treat this thing as a family heirloom. My arm would get sore even if I threw this thing like a frisbee. Soodbai casually picked up 2 CDs. One emitted an earthy yellow halo, the other emitted a sharp sword aura. Beadrill, come here. Soodbai waved. The blue bee flew over obediently. You're fast and have high attack power, but you're too fragile and your attack range is too narrow. You'll be at a disadvantage if you encounter fire or rock types. So, I'll learn this. Soodbai stuck the tan CD to Beadrill's forehead. Straight Drill, a high-power ground-type move that easily hits critical hit points. Buzz. A flash of light. Drill's body shuddered, and a memory it had never experienced before instantly flooded its mind. It raises its 2 needles, and the movement, which was originally only a straight thrust, suddenly gains a touch of spiraling rhythm. Terrestrial energy converges at the tip of a needle. With its sniper ability, if this straight-through drill hits, even a rock-type Pokémon will be pierced right through. It's not over yet. Suibai then took out a second CD. Sword Dance, greatly increases attack power. You are an assassin, and an assassin's goal is to kill with a single blow. First, use Sword Dance, then follow up with high-speed movement and straight drill. The allure of that shot was irresistible, even to the gods. Another flash of light. Drill's aura surged instantly. In just 1 minute. I've learned 2 amazing moves. If those arrogant people outside saw this, they'd probably be so jealous they'd vomit blood on the spot. In order for their little pyropod to learn how to perform the flame wheel skill, they begged and pleaded with their family for months before finally succeeding. Suibai here? It only takes the time it takes to apply a screen protector. Rocket Sparrow, don't just sit there. Suibai then pulled out another CD. Rapid Return, immediately switch Pokémon after attacking. Use your Windwing ability, hit and run, and annoy the enemy to death. Pingguolong, you are learning this. Dragon Pulse. 1 hour later. The 3 elves have been completely transformed. Although the level hasn't changed, the combat power has at least tripled. This is the terror of the skill C tactic. That's about enough, let's call it a day and go home. Suibai put the elf away, satisfied. Today was very fruitful, we not only embarrassed the cram school, but also armed the team to the teeth. It's time to go back and visit old Su. Yesterday, Lao Su mysteriously said he had a gift, but I don't know what it is. I'm home. As soon as I reached the entrance of the building, I smelled a rich aroma of food. Braised pork ribs? Sweet and sour fish? Suibai twitched his nose. This skill doesn't seem like old Su's, it sounds more like Aunt Zhang's next door. He took out his key and opened the door. Really? In the living room, Su Jiangguo sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, wearing a brand new shirt. Inside the kitchen, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron, still possessing a certain charm, was carrying dishes out. It was Zhang Qian, Aunt Zhang, from next door. Xiao Su, Suibai's nickname, is back. Aunt Zhang's face lit up with a smile when she saw Suibai. Hurry up and wash your hands, dinner's ready. Aunt Zhang, what brings you here? Suibai was somewhat surprised, but mostly pleased. Aunt Zhang is also single, and she has taken good care of the father and son over the past few years. Suibai had long since realized that the two of them had feelings for each other, but neither of them dared to bring it up. It's all because of your dad. Aunt Zhang rolled her eyes at Su Jiangguo and said reproachfully. He insisted on celebrating my return from special training today, but he can't even cook many decent dishes, yet he dragged me along. Su Jiangguo blushed slightly and scratched his head. Well, it's more fun with more people. Suibai felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched this scene. Dad, what about the gift you mentioned yesterday? Suibai sat down, deliberately changing the subject to ease his father's embarrassment. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. A gift. Su Jiangguo seemed to have remembered something important. He quickly ran back to his bedroom and carefully came out carrying a small box wrapped in red cloth. His expression was as solemn as if he were holding the imperial seal of the state. Son, open it and take a look. Su Jiangguo placed the box in front of Suibai, his eyes filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Suibai was somewhat curious. He slowly lifted the red cloth and opened the box. In the center of the box, a pale purple scale lay quietly. The edges of the scales were somewhat damaged, and the color was a bit dull, but it still exuded a faint dragon's might. Dragon scale, low grade. Suibai was stunned. He has 999 of these in his backpack, and they are all top quality. But this low-grade dragon scale made his nose feel a little sore. This is dragon scales. Su Jiangguo said with a mixture of pride and heartache. I heard that Appledra is a dragon-type Pokémon, and if it equips a dragon-type item, its strength can be greatly increased. I asked Old Wang from our factory's purchasing department to get it from the black market. Although the quality is a bit poor, it's still something from a dragon. How much did it cost? Su Bai asked softly. Not much. Su Jiangguo stammered, well, the 5,000 you gave me, plus the 45,000 I saved, it makes a round number, 50,000. 50,000. Su Bai's fingers trembled slightly. He knew that his father had less than 50,000 yuan in his savings account. This is my life savings. To buy equipment for his elf that looks like an apple, the old man emptied his savings. He didn't even spend the money I gave him for car repairs. So, son, is this thing useful? Seeing that Su Bai remained silent, Su Jiangguo felt a pang of panic. If it doesn't work, I'll go find Old Wang tomorrow and ask for a refund. It's useful. It's so useful. Su Bai suddenly raised his head, a bright smile spreading across his face. He gripped the slightly rough dragon scale tightly. Dad, this is the most precious gift I've ever received. With this, my apple-shaped dragon will definitely get first place in the whole school. Really? Su Jiangguo's eyes lit up. More real than real gold. Su Bai nodded emphatically. He wasn't lying. Although this dragon scale has terrible attributes, but the paternal love contained within is a top-tier boost that no system item can match. Good. Good. As long as it works. Su Jiangguo was as happy as a child, raising his glass. Come on, Aunt Zhang, let's have a toast. Wishing our son all the best in winning first place. Drink less, you look so happy. Aunt Zhang complained, but her eyes were full of smiles. Watching this heartwarming scene, Su Bai quietly made a decision in his heart. 50,000 yuan? Dad, the 50,000 you lost. Your son will make you earn it back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. And Aunt Zhang is such a wonderful woman, I've made her my stepmother. Dad, Aunt Zhang. Su Bai picked up a piece of spare rib and put it in Su Jiangguo's bowl, and then picked up a piece of fish for Aunt Zhang. After we finish eating, how about we discuss something? What's up? Our house is too old, how about we get a bigger one? Preferably one with a garden, so it'll be convenient for you too, cough cough, so I can keep my elves. Su Jiangguo and Aunt Zhang exchanged a glance, their faces turning red. This child, speaking such blunt truths. Chapter 11. Change to a bigger one. Su Jiangguo nearly dropped the chopsticks in his hand. He glanced at the old, dilapidated house where he had lived for over a decade. Although the feelings are deep, it is indeed too crowded. Especially now that my son has a dragon-type Pokémon, which will only get bigger and bigger. We can't keep it cooped up in the small bedroom forever, can we? But, the current housing prices. Su Jiangguo looked troubled. Although Hangzhou isn't a first-tier city, a house with a garden still costs at least 2 or 3 million yuan. He touched the bank card in his pocket, which had just been emptied. Now, let alone buying a house. We can barely afford to pay the property management fees anymore. You don't need to worry about the money. Su Bai poured his father a glass of wine, his tone relaxed. I was lucky enough to find a few big guys in the wild. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you and Aunt Zhang are off work. Let's go to the sales office. It's settled then. Looking into his son's confident eyes, Su Jiangguo nodded as if possessed. This child. Since becoming a trainer, things really seem different. Early the next morning, Su Bai got up very early as usual. Instead of going directly to pick up his father, he first went to the treasure pavilion in the department store. Buying a house is a big decision, 18,000 yuan is definitely not enough. We'll have to use some heavy weapons. Hey, Young man, you're here again. The chubby shop assistant is wiping the counter. Upon seeing Subai, their eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. This is a little god of wealth holding top-grade gold beads. Boss, are you receiving the goods today? Subai smiled, walked to the VIP reception room, and closed the door. Yes, of course we'll accept. The chubby shop assistant rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Gold beads again this time? I'll take as many as you have. This time it's not Jinsu. Subai had a thought. I took an object that emitted a dazzling starlight from the backpack. Bang! The object landed on the velvet tray with a dull thud. It was a fragment the size of a palm. It has a dreamy purple-blue color throughout, and its surface is shimmering with a halo that looks like a galaxy. Even during the day, it radiates a captivating glow. Comet fragments. In the game, this is just an item that can be sold for a high price. But in the real world, this is a top-grade rare mineral containing cosmic energy. It is the core material for making aerospace-grade pokeballs, such as heavy balls and umbreons. Hiss! The chubby shop assistant gasped, and his glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose. This is... With trembling hands, he took out a magnifying glass and looked closely. Star patterns, cosmic radiation reaction. That's a piece of comet debris. And such a big piece. The chubby shop assistant suddenly looked up, staring at Subai as if he were an alien. These things are usually only found in meteorite craters, and are only about the size of a fingernail. This piece is so big, it's enough to buy half of his shop. Heirloom. The chubby shop assistant swallowed hard and tentatively asked. Yes, it's still that same old miner. Subai remained expressionless, he dug it next to the meteorite crater. The chubby shop assistant. Is your grandpa a superhero? But he's a businessman, he knows the rules. Young man, this item is too valuable for me to decide on my own, I'll have to ask the manager. Half an hour later, Subai walked out of the treasure pavilion. There's a whopping 8 million more in my account. This was only because he was in a hurry to make a move and offered a slight discount. But 8 million is more than enough to buy a villa in Hangzhou. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Subai looked at the balance notification on his mobile banking app, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's go, pick up Lao Sua and go see the house. 10 a.m. Longhu Royal Bay. This is a newly opened high-end villa community in Hangzhou, featuring ecological gardens and elegant living. Luxury cars lined the entrance to the sales office. Subai got out of the taxi with his father and Aunt Zhang. Son, this is way too high-end. Su Jiangguo looked at the two huge dragonite statues at the entrance, and the magnificent hall. My calves are cramping a bit. Let's go check out the second-hand apartments next door. Since we're already here, it's free to take a look. Subai pulled the two of them inside. As soon as I entered the hall, I bumped into a group of people. Oh? Isn't this Subai? A piercing sound rang out. Subai looked up and laughed. What a small world! It's Lu Wei again. He was accompanied by a portly middle-aged man, who appeared to be his father. Lu Wei was still holding the Grolithe dog that had just been discharged from the hospital on a leash. Upon seeing Subai, she instinctively shrank back. I was traumatized by the beating. Lu Wei, what a coincidence! Subai greeted him casually. Humph, what a coincidence! When Lu Wei saw that Subai got out of a taxi, his sense of superiority returned instantly. I may not be able to beat you in a fight, but when it comes to money, how could I possibly lose? Dad, this is the Subai I told you about. He was lucky enough to find a shiny bead reel. Lu Wei said to his father. Liu's father looked Subai up and down, then glanced at Su Jiangguo, who was dressed simply, standing next to him. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Oh, that's the genius who refused the intensive course. Liu's father gave a forced smile. Young man, it's good to have talent, but you must be down to earth. This is a villa area, not an amusement park. You can come and see what's happening, but don't block other people from buying houses. Who said we came here to watch the show? Subai raised an eyebrow. We're here to buy a house too. Puff. Lu Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Buy a house? Townhouses here start at 5 million. Can your family even scrape together a down payment if you sell everything you own? Dad, let's ignore them and hurry up and sign the contract. That 200 square meter duplex apartment was sold out if you went too late. Mr. Lu nodded and straightened his suit. He said to the saleswoman with an arrogant expression. Take us to sign the contract. It's a 30-year mortgage. I've already prepared the down payment. After saying that, he gave Subai a smug look. It's as if it's saying, see? This is the difference in strength. Subai shook his head. Childish. He turned to another sales consultant. Hello, could you tell me about that penthouse unit? The saleswoman was taken aback. Which set? Subai pointed to the detached villa with a huge private garden and swimming pool at the very center of the model. This is the one, with an 800 square meter backyard. Ha ha ha. Lu Wei, who hadn't gone far, burst out laughing. Subai, are you crazy? That's the king of the building. It's priced at 8.8 million. You couldn't afford it even if you sold your kidney. Su Jiangguo was also terrified, his face turning pale. He grabbed Subai and tried to leave. Son, stop fooling around, let's go home. Dad, I wasn't making a fuss. Subai patted his father's hand and took out a black bank card from his pocket. Hand it to the saleswoman. I'll take this set. No need for a mortgage, it's too much trouble. Full payment, by card. The entire room fell silent. The saleswoman took the card with trembling hands and swiped it on the POS machine. Beep. Transaction successful. The mechanical, electronic sound was clearly audible in the hall. Lu Wei's laughter stopped abruptly. It's like a duck being choked. Mr. Liu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Full payment, full price. 8.8 million. This kid, isn't his family dirt poor? Where did all this money come from? Su Jiangguo and Aunt Zhang were completely petrified. It feels like a dream. Subai took back the card, glanced at the stunned Lu Wei and his son, and smiled faintly. Excuse me, what was the down payment you mentioned earlier? Oh, it's not important. After all, I don't understand installment payments. After saying that, he linked arms with his still dazed father and Aunt Zhang, and strode towards the VIP signing room. He left behind only a dashing silhouette, as well as a broken sense of self-esteem. Chapter 12. VIP signing room. The air conditioner was blasting cold air, but Su Jiangguo's forehead was covered in sweat. He held the thick, bright red property ownership certificate in his hands. His hands were shaking so badly it looked like he was playing the guitar. Son, tell Dad the truth. Su Jiangguo swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Was this money, really obtained through legitimate means? You didn't kidnap some rich man's daughter, did you? It's no wonder he's overthinking things. After all, just an hour ago, their family was struggling financially, unable to even afford to repair their air conditioner. In the blink of an eye, they've moved into an 8.8 million yuan mansion? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray something like this. Aunt Zhang, standing beside him, also looked at Subai with a worried expression. Although she knew Subai was a good kid, the impact of this was just too great. Dad, Aunt Zhang, what are you thinking? Subai was both amused and exasperated. He had already prepared his explanation, and pulled out a transaction receipt issued by the treasure pavilion from his bag. Do you remember when I went for special training in the wild? I found a peculiar meteorite in a cave. After taking it to the treasure pavilion for appraisal, they said it was comet fragment, a top-grade material used in making aerospace equipment. They accepted it on the spot and gave me this amount. Subai gestured the number 8. A meteorite, a meteorite. Su Jiangguo stared wide-eyed, took the voucher and examined it for a long time. Although I don't understand the technical terms above. But he recognized the bright red official seal of Treasure Pavilion. That's the biggest brand in Hangzhou, it can't be fake. My god! Su Jiangguo plopped down on the leather sofa and let out a long sigh. So, my son went to pick up bargains. Look! This must be incredibly lucky for the Su family. Aunt Zhang patted her chest and laughed. I knew Xiaoxu was a lucky child. All right, Dad, all the formalities are done. This house is fully furnished, you can move in immediately. Su Bai stood up and stuffed the gleaming bunch of keys into his father's hand. We're moving tomorrow. From now on, you can enjoy tea in the garden, and Aunt Zhang can cook in the main kitchen. The best days are yet to come. The next day, the move went smoothly. There's really nothing to move. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, throwing away all the old furniture and only taking some clothes and souvenirs with him. That evening, Su Bai stood on the second-floor master bedroom terrace, overlooking his enormous backyard, which spanned a full 800 square meters. The moonlight was like water. The garden originally only had some ordinary ornamental trees, making it seem somewhat empty. Such good land, it's such a waste to plant flowers. We need to plant some strategic resources. Su Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. He not only has a full inventory of items, but also a full inventory of tree berries. In this world, tree fruits are very expensive consumables. A single ordinary orange can cost tens of yuan. And those rare tree fruits that can detoxify, cure paralysis, and even enhance stats are sold by the gram. System, open the fruit warehouse. Swish! A dazzling list of fruits appeared before my eyes. After some searching, Su Bai narrowed it down to a few options. Sand scale fruit, speed fruit, increases speed when HP is below 1/4. Dragon eye fruit, defense is increased when HP is below 1/4. Branch fruit, attack is increased when HP is below 1/4. And the most precious, Ms. Higuo, reply to all abnormalities. Just plant these. Su Bai leaped from the second floor and jumped directly onto the garden lawn. Come out, everyone! Bang! 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 Appletail, Rocket Finch, and Blue Beadrill appeared simultaneously. Roar! Looking at the spacious surroundings, Pingguolong excitedly spun around. This is way too big. This is a million times more comfortable than my old, cramped bedroom where I could barely turn around. This will be our base from now on. Su Bai pointed to the ground beneath his feet. However, we have to get to work first. Beadrill, use your needles to loosen the soil. Rocktabird, go fetch some water from that pond over there. Pingguolong, you're in charge of keeping an eye on him. The three elves immediately sprang into action. Especially the Beadrill, those two long stingers are practically natural tillers. With a few quick strokes, a row of neat pits was dug. Su Bai buried the precious tree fruit seeds one by one into the soil. Then, he pulled out a bag of fertilizer that emitted a strange fragrance. Abundant cover. Game effect, fruit ripening time is shortened, and yield is increased. Real-world effect, a miraculous ripening technique. Sprinkle this on, and you can have fresh tree berries tomorrow morning. Su Bai, like a diligent old farmer, applied fertilizer evenly. If botanists outside saw this, they'd probably go crazy. This top-quality, rare tree fruit requires several months of careful nurturing in ordinary cultivation bases before it can bear fruit. Suibai actually wanted to ripen the fruit overnight? But Suibai has a cheat code. As soon as the fertilizer was applied, a faint green glow appeared in the soil. The seeds sprouted and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Done. Suibai patted the dirt off his hands. From now on, you'll eat dragon's eye fruit, and work up your skin to thicken. The rocket finch and beedrill eat sand scale berries and branch berries to maximize their speed and attack. Our main focus is on a hexagonal warrior development program. Looking at the lush greenery filling the garden, Suibai felt a great sense of accomplishment. Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated. It's a message from the class group chat. Class teacher at all members, notice. Registration for the citywide high school newcomer cup league begins next Monday. Class teacher, this is an opportunity to showcase the strength of number 3 middle school, and also an important way for you to obtain extra points for the college entrance examination. The top 10 will receive generous rewards, with the first place winner receiving a mysterious elf egg. Arrogant, received. I'm determined to get first place this time. Lu Wei, class monitor is awesome. Some of those geniuses who hide away and dare not show their faces probably don't even have the courage to sign up, right? Suibai glanced at the messages in the group chat and chuckled softly. Rookie Cup? He originally had no interest in playing house with children. But upon seeing that mysterious elf egg, his treasure-finding radar seemed to have sensed something. An elf egg. Suibai stroked his chin. Perfect timing, my team is missing a special forces operative. Since someone's practically offering their face for me to hit, then I won't go. Wouldn't that be disrespectful? Suibai's fingers flew across the keyboard as he replied in the group chat. Suibai at Lu Wei, I heard your family owns a mine? That's perfect, remember to bring plenty of medical expenses to the competition. Send. Power off. Sleep. All that remained were the students whose group chat had instantly exploded, and Lu Wei, whose face was ashen. Chapter 13. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Suibai stretched and went to the terrace to take a look. Whoa! Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by what he saw. The once empty back garden has now been transformed into a lush orchard. The branches were laden with colorful, rare fruits, so heavy that they bent the branches low. The red lychee increases attack, emits a spicy aroma. The green sand scale fruit increases speed, has a skin as hard as dragon scales. The blue dragon eye fruit increases defense, is crystal clear, resembling a dragon's eye. What you're looking at isn't tree fruit. This is clearly a gold mine hanging in the tree. The fertilizer produced by the system is indeed unreasonable. Suibai jumped off the terrace, casually picked a sand-scaled fruit, and took a bite. Click. Sweet. Crispy. Not only does it taste amazing, but a warm sensation instantly flows through your limbs. With this quality, one of these would easily fetch tens of thousands of yuan at an auction house. But in my house. Suibai whistled. Breakfast time. Everyone, assemble. Bang. 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 3 sprites appeared instantly. When they saw the garden full of top-quality fruit, their eyes widened and their mouths watered. Even the proud apple dragon couldn't care less about the dignity of the dragon race at this moment, its tail wagging like a propeller. Don't be shy, eat as much as you like. No one is allowed to stop eating until everyone's bellies are full. Suibai waved his hand like a nouveau riche. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the garden was filled with the sounds of frantic chewing. The rocket finches specifically target the red lychee and green sand berries, eating until they are practically on fire, their speed leaving after images in the air. The apple-wrapped dragon was frantically devouring the dragon eye fruit, its fruit skin armor growing thicker and thicker, gleaming with a metallic sheen. As for Beedrill, it's a ruthless creature, insect. It ate an attack fruit in its left hand and a speed fruit in its right, with a ferocious gluttony. Half an hour later, the three elves lay sprawled on the grass, their bellies round and full, burping contentedly. Subai activated his eye of insight and took a look. Good heavens! Rocket Sparrow, attack EV Max. Speed EV Max. Apollyon, defense EVs Max. Special attack EVs Max. Beedrill, attack EV Max. Speed EV Max. Everyone is working incredibly hard. A true all-rounder. In a game from my previous life, this kind of setup would be used to compete in World Championships. Should we use it to compete in a high school rookie cup? Subai shook his head. Would you call this a dimensional reduction attack? On Monday, Hangzhou Sports Center. The citywide high school freshman cup league has officially begun. Crowds thronged the streets, and colorful flags fluttered in the breeze. The event included not only students from more than a dozen high schools across the city, but also scouts from various clubs, media reporters, and even numerous online influencers broadcasting live from the scene. Dear viewers, this is the Rookie Cup live broadcast. This year's rookies are of exceptionally high quality. There are rumored geniuses who have awakened the starter Pokémon, and even a dark horse who has captured a rare Pokémon. Who will claim the crown and take away that mysterious fairy egg? Let's wait and see. The third middle school rest area. Dean of Students Wang Gang was nervously giving the students a pre-competition pep talk. Students, this competition concerns the honor of our number 3 middle school. Especially for the students in the intensive preparation class, you must show your fighting spirit. Zhang Kuang, dressed in a custom-made designer combat suit, was surrounded by a crowd, his face radiating arrogance. Don't worry, Director, I've got this first place in mind. My little Ponyta is already level 18, and it's even learned Charged Flame Strike. No one can beat me now. Lu Wei, who was standing next to him, chimed in. Exactly. As for those who only talk the talk, they're probably too scared to come, right? He was still holding a grudge against Subai for asking him to bring medical expenses in the group chat. However, before he could finish speaking, who says I wouldn't dare come? A lazy voice rang out. Everyone turned around. Subai, dressed in casual sportswear, with a lollipop dangling from his mouth and his hands in his pockets, strolled over leisurely. There were no elves following him. But that calm and composed aura made everyone present feel an inexplicable pressure. Subai, you've finally arrived. Director Wang Gang's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior. Hurry! Go draw lots. The competition is about to start. Wang Gang had high hopes for Subai. After all, that's a ruthless character who can instantly kill a Growlithe. What's the rush? Subai glanced at Zhang Kuang and Lu Wei, and smiled. Did you bring enough money for medical expenses? You. Lu Wei's face turned green with anger. Subai, don't be so arrogant. This is a formal competition, not your backyard. A formal competition. Subai shrugged. I hope you can stay this tough when you cry on stage later. After saying that, he walked straight to the drawing table. Beep. Lottery complete. Round 1, Subai from number 3 middle school versus Zhaoqiang from number 1 middle school. Wow! Upon seeing the match information on the big screen, a stir immediately broke out in the audience. Holy crap! Zhaoqiang from number 1 middle school. Isn't that the seeded player known as the Rock Bulldozer? I heard his starter Pokémon is Guadud, with incredibly high defense, and it even knows the rollover tactic. Subai's luck is really bad. He ran into such a tough nut to crack in the first round. Zhang Kuang and Lu Wei exchanged a glance, both seeing the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. Haha! Heaven is on my side. Geomorphic is super effective against flying and bug types. Soudbai's beadrill and finch will be useless. As for Apple Wolf, while grass-type attacks are effective against rock types, Geodude has extremely high physical defense. Apple Wolf is so fragile, if it gets hit by rollout, it's game over. Soudbai, you're dead this time. On the ring. The referee blew the whistle. Please welcome both players to the stage. Opposite. A burly, muscular young man walked up. He is Zhaoqiang from number 1 middle school. You're Soudbai. Zhaoqiang twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. I heard you're pretty arrogant. Too bad, your good luck has run out after meeting me. Come out, Geodude. Let him see what absolute defense really is. Bang! An elf, made entirely of rock and possessing 2 thick arms, landed on the ground. LV-17. It is very well developed, and the surface of the rock has a metallic luster. Defense? I love breaking through defenses. Soudbai smiled. He didn't even take out the apple-shaped dragon. Instead, he pulled out his signature advanced ball. Since everyone thinks bug type can't beat rock type, then I'll teach you a lesson. What is meant by type advantage/disadvantage? Go, blue bee. Bang! A shimmering, deep blue beadrill descended upon the arena like a chilling gust of wind. That unique color. That chilling killing intent. It instantly lowered the temperature of the entire stadium by several degrees. Chapter 14. Blue Bee. What kind of weird name is that? Zhaoqiang looked at the blue beadrill hovering in mid-air. Although I was initially amazed by its color, but he quickly revealed a disdainful smile. No matter how fancy its colors are, it can't change the fact that it's just an insect. And bug type versus rock type? Are you kidding me? Little Geodude, don't waste your breath on it. Use circle, then follow with scroll. Crush this crispy worm into powder. La! Geodude roared and instantly curled into a ball. The luster on the rock surface became harder. Immediately afterwards, like a runaway bowling ball, it hurtled towards the beadrill with a deafening roar. Scroll. Rock type ultimate move. The power increases exponentially as it continues to roll. Once it starts rolling, it could knock over not only beadrill, but even a truck. It's over. Soudbai overestimated himself. The students from number 3 middle school in the audience covered their eyes. Bug-type creatures already have low defense, if they get hit squarely, they'll fall apart. Zhang Kuang and Lu Wei clenched their fists in excitement. Ram it! Run it over! However, faced with this unstoppable rock chariot, Soudbai, however, kept his hands in his pockets and even yawned. Too slow. He spoke calmly. Beadrill, give it a dance. Sword dance. What? Faced with a fatal blow, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead danced? The entire audience thought they had misheard. But the next second, the blue needles began to move. Buzz. Instead of dodging, it started spinning in place. 2 sharp needles drew streaks of sword energy in the air, as if the surrounding air itself was being sliced apart. An extremely sharp aura erupted from its body. Attack power greatly increased. You're asking for it. Zhaoqiang sneered, at this close range, what are you going to use to dodge? At this time, the rapidly rolling Geodude is less than 3 meters away from beadrill. The terrifying wind pressure even made the wings of the beadrill tremble. At this critical moment, Soudbai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Now! Direct thrust drill! Buzz! The beadrill suddenly brought its 2 stingers together. A surge of earthy yellow energy instantly gathered at the tip of the needle, then began to spin wildly. It's like a high-speed rotating drill bit. Cheers! The giant bee transformed into a streak of blue light. Instead of retreating, they advanced. It actually charged straight at Geodude. A head-on clash. Insane. That's a rock! Someone gasped in surprise. The next moment, the two figures collided violently in the center of the arena. Contrary to expectations, the bead drill was not knocked away. Instead, zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, a teeth-grinding scraping sound rang out. The drill's high-speed spinning drill pierced the Guadude's hard body as easily as cutting through tofu. Ground-type move drill rush. Effective against rock-type, deals double damage. Plus the boost from sword dance. In addition, there's the critical hit bonus from the sniper trait. The power of this strike was heaven-shattering. Break it for me! Subai gave a low shout. Boom! A loud bang. That seemingly indestructible rock sphere actually shattered under the impact of bead drill. Countless pebbles flew everywhere. Little Guadude let out a miserable cry and flew backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the railing at the edge of the ring. They even bent the iron railings. Its eyes rolled back, its arms hung limply at its sides, and it had completely passed out. And in the center of the field, the large blue bee remained in its stinging posture. Even a trace of earthy yellow energy fluctuations remained on the long needle. Unharmed. Quiet. The entire stadium, filled with thousands of spectators, was completely silent. Only the slow-motion replay on the big screen silently spoke of the terror of that attack. This is a straight-through drill. In the guest seats, a scout from a professional esports team suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. How could a bead drill learn to drill? Is it an inherited skill? Or? And this power, it's at least elite level, LV30 or higher, right? How exactly was this bee bred? No one could answer him. Only Subai calmly retracted his bead drill. He glanced at the stunned Zhaoqiang and shook his head. Does the rock type have high defense? Remember next time, when you encounter a drill, even rock will break. Referee, may we announce the result now? The referee, as if waking from a dream, quickly blew his whistle. Guadude is unable to fight. Winner, number 3 middle school, Subai. Wow! The entire venue erupted in cheers. The students at number 3 middle school cheered wildly. Holy crap! Subai is awesome! Who says bug types are weak? Step forward! That's not a bug, that's a Gundam. In the crowd, Zhang Kuang and Lu Wei's faces were extremely grim. Especially Lu Wei. He felt as if he had been stung hard in the face by a giant bee. It hurts like fire. Straight drill, sword dance. Zhang Kuang stared intently at Subai's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. This kid, he actually had so many trump cards up his sleeve. Where did he get this rare skill disc? Humph, don't get too cocky. Even the strongest bead drill is fragile. As long as my Ponyta is faster, I can take it down in one hit. Despite his arrogance, he remained confident. After all, his little horse, Pyramid, was born with the talent for extreme speed. For this battle, he even spent a fortune feeding him large amounts of speed-enhancing agents. The next match, it became entirely Subai's personal show. Round 2. Opponent, member of the 2nd middle school team, a water-type Squirtle. Subai, Pingqualong, let's go for a walk. Result, Squirtle's water gun hit Appledra like it was giving it a bath. Appledra retaliated with a dragon breath and carried it away. The third round. Opponent, a dark horse from the 4th school, specializing in arm wrestling. Subai, Rocket Sparrow, teach it a lesson. Result, the Rocket Sparrow never landed, and with a single acrobatics, flying type move, Machop was instantly defeated without even touching a feather. A winning streak. Unstoppable momentum. Subai didn't even break a sweat before easily advancing to the finals. And his opponent in the final. Just as everyone expected. It was the civil war at number 3 middle school arrogance. Subai. I've finally waited for you. On the final stage. Zhang Kuang stared at Suibai across from him, his eyes burning with an intense fighting spirit mixed with barely concealed jealousy. I'll show you the difference between a novice and a professional. Even if you have skill discs, even if you have shiny Pokémon. Before absolute power, everything is illusory. Come forth, my strongest partner Ponyta. Herod. The little fire horse appeared, its flames even more intense than before, clearly indicating that Zhang Kuang had put in a lot of effort in training these past few days. Suibai looked at the spirited little pony and sighed. Regular army. Okay. He took out a pokeball and tossed it gently. Then I'll show you. What does it mean to have max level gear and start in the newbie village? Go, apple-clad dragon. Roar. A blue dragon roars as it enters the arena. Chapter 15. Hurriedly. The little horse sensed its master's fighting spirit. The flames on his body suddenly surged 3 feet. The heat was intense. It even distorted the air around the ring. Suibai. Let's see how you block this attack. His arrogant face was contorted with rage, and he waved his hand. Little Ponyta, unleash your full power. Stored flame strike. Boom. The little fire horse, its hooves billowing smoke, transformed into a blazing chariot. With unparalleled momentum, it crashed straight into the Pingualong in mid-air. This strike was more powerful than any of the previous ones. Completion. The students from number 3 middle school sitting in the audience felt their hearts sink. With such a fierce fire, the apple dragon is a grass type, won't it be burned to a crisp? Sigh, Suibai was too careless. If he had used that bead rill, he might have had a chance. Grass type attacks fire type, that's a hard counter. Lu Wei jumped up in excitement. Burn it! Burn that rotten apple! Faced with this overwhelming sea of fire, Suibai stood still, showing no intention of giving any instructions. Pingualong even yawned lazily. He let the raging fire crash down on him. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the figure of the apple dragon. I won! Overjoyed. Ha 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 ha! Suibai, this is the price you pay for your arrogance. How could grass-type attacks possibly stop it? However, his laughter hadn't even finished. Suddenly, an impatient dragon's roar echoed from within the flames. Roar! Hoo! A pair of broad, green dragon wings suddenly spread open. Like swatting a fly, it instantly wiped out the surrounding flames. Unharmed. Not even a single black spot appeared on the peel. Pingualong looked down at the bewildered little horse. His eyes were filled with contempt. That's it. It's not as spicy as the red berries my owner feeds me. How is this possible? His arrogant eyes almost bulged out, and his voice trembled. He took a full power-charged flame attack head-on and he's still unharmed. This is fire-resistant grass. Double damage. The entire audience was stunned. That's not scientific. Newton and Darwin must be turning in their graves. Suibai looked at this group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world and shook his head helplessly. Who told you that Appledra is only a grass type? He spoke calmly, his voice carrying throughout the entire room. It's a grass type, but it's also more of a dragon type. In this world, dragons are fire resistant. Low heat for herbs. Dragons are fire resistant. In summary, it's normal damage. In addition, Suibai fed the apple dragon so many defensive berries, and maxed out its HP effort values. Light this fire. It's no different from giving it a hot bath. Dragon. Dragons can withstand fire. His arrogance was like being struck by lightning. He then remembered that the elf's name contained the word dragon. Alright, that concludes our science lesson. Suibai snapped his fingers. The dragon wrapped in apple leaves is seeing off its guests. Dragon pulse. Roar. The dragon opened its mouth, and a terrifying dragon-type energy gathered within. This time, this is no longer a minor dragon's breath. Instead, it's an even more powerful and wider-range ultimate move Dragon Pulse. A giant, multicolored, dragon-shaped shockwave. Like a laser cannon, it shot out with a roar. The speed was so fast that there was absolutely no way to avoid it. Little Ponyta! Run! Zhang shouted wildly in terror. But it was too late. Boom! The dragon's energy surge instantly engulfed Ponyta. The enormous explosion reverberated throughout the stadium, and the powerful blast wave even caused the spectators in the front rows to stagger. When the smoke and dust cleared, a huge crater appeared on the arena. The once arrogant little fire horse is now lying at the bottom of the pit. Its entire body was charred black, and its forehooves were twitching. He completely lost consciousness. Instant kill. A guaranteed sell-out. Ponyta is unable to fight. The winner is also the champion of this Rookie Cup. The referee's voice cracked with excitement. Hangzhou No. 3 Middle School, Suibai. Splash! Thunderous applause and cheers instantly engulfed the entire venue. Champion! Suibai! Champion! Suibai! The students from No. 3 Middle School rushed onto the stage and tossed Suibai high into the air. Director Wang Gang laughed so hard his dentures almost fell out. Only Zhang Kuang and Lu Wei slunk away in a corner. Like two defeated roosters. They know. From today onwards, the landscape for newlyweds in Hangzhou has changed. Awards ceremony. Under the spotlight, Suibai stood at the highest point of the podium, holding a gleaming golden trophy in his hands. But what he cared about more was the exquisite incubator placed next to the trophy. In a grayish-white fairy egg lay quietly. The eggshell has strange red triangular patterns, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. This is the champion's reward, a mysterious sprite egg. Congratulations, Suibai. The award presenter was the president of the Hangzhou Elf Association, a kind old man. He patted Suibai on the shoulder and whispered. We found this egg on the outskirts of an ancient ruin. Experts have determined that it has extremely strong vitality, but even we cannot determine its specific species. I hope you can nurture it well. Thank you, President. Suibai took the incubator, his expression calm. Inside, however, a storm was brewing. Because the instant he touched the box, the system's insightful eye has already provided the answer. A Pokémon egg detected. Race, Doran Messia. Attribute, Dragon/Ghost. Qualification, 6V, Sect Leader level. Inherited skills, Ambush, Curse, Immobilize, Dragon Tail. Status, About to hatch. Dorgan Mesha. Suibai's hand trembled violently, almost causing him to drop the box. This is a near godlike being. Moreover, he is the offspring of Drolongaru, a pseudo-god of the Galar region, known as the Ghost Bomber. In the game, Dramberto dominates the battle environment with its extremely fast speed and unpredictable attack methods. In reality, these are elves that can pass through walls, become invisible, and even launch their own children like missiles. They're practically the perfect assassin and scout. We've struck it rich. We've hit the jackpot. Suibai forced a smile to his lips. I thought I'd be incredibly lucky to get a starter Pokémon or a Dratini. I didn't expect them to give us the version's chosen one. A 6V quality dragon. From now on, we'll raise it. The Apple Dragon will handle the frontal bombardment, while it will handle the stealthy sneak attacks. This scene is too brutal. I'm home. Suibai eagerly grabbed the incubator and rushed into the back garden. System, is there any way to speed up the incubation process? He was getting impatient. Answer to the host, hatching can be done using a magma amplifier or a Pokémon with the flame body ability, which can have the hatching time. Body of flames? Suibai turned his gaze to the rocket sparrow that was stealing fruit from the tree. Rocket sparrow, come here. Chirp. A rocket-shaped bird flew over, carrying half a lychee in its beak. I'm assigning you a glorious task. Suibai placed the fairy egg into Finch's arms. From today onwards, you are its caretaker. Use your body heat to hatch it. Chirp. I treat you like my boss, and you expect me to be your male mom. Rocket Sparrow looked completely bewildered. But seeing the magic candy waving in Suibai's hand, it gave in. Let's hatch. For the sake of candy, I'd do anything, even lay eggs, let alone hatch them. Finch plopped down on the egg, activating its fire ability to warm the shell. Click. Not long after, a crisp cracking sound rang out. A crack appeared on the eggshell. Immediately afterwards, a little creature with a triangular head, a translucent body like a ghost, and a long tail. It poked its head out of the eggshell. It neither cried nor made a sound. Instead, it floated up in a daze, like a weightless cloud. Dariki. It blinked its big, innocent eyes and looked around. Finally, his gaze settled on Suibai. That sense of intimacy, rooted in blood ties, made it instinctively drift over. Then, it lay motionless on Suibai's head. This is... Suibai reached out and touched the cool, soft surface on his head. Doran. So sleepy, going to bed. The little guy yawned, and his body slowly became transparent. Finally, it became completely invisible. If it weren't for the weight still above his head, Suibai would have thought it had disappeared. Sleeping invisibly. Suibai laughed. That's a personality trait lazy and opportunistic. I like. From now on, you'll be called Ghost. Doryu, whatever. A lazy response came from the air. Suibai was in a great mood. The team's fourth member, the pseudo-legendary Draco Mesha, is back in place. Moreover, she's a natural accessory. Now that everyone's here, let's get ready for something big. Suibai looked at the garden full of sprites, his gaze drifting into the distance. The Rookie Cup is just the beginning. Next, he's going to challenge real professional level dojos, earn badges, and participate in the national tournament. But before that, we need to upgrade the ghost first. System, bring me 10 pounds of magic candy. Grind it into powder and mix it with milk. Chapter 16. Splash. Splash. Accompanied by Suibai's bold and heroic command, the system inventory was like a floodgate opening. Countless magical candies, emitting a ghostly blue glow and coated in a strange sugar coating, poured out of thin air. In an instant, on the stone table in the garden, they were piled up into a glittering little mountain. A full 10 pounds. Not a single one missing. If trainers outside saw this, they would probably have a heart attack on the spot. This isn't candy. This is clearly hundreds of Ocean View apartments piled up together. Sizzle. Suibai showed no remorse and simply tossed a handful of candies into the blender. As the blade spins rapidly, the priceless candy turned into a fine blue-white powder. Pour in 2 more bottles of premium Moo Moo fresh milk, stir, and mix. A freshly made miracle sugar milkshake with a rich, sweet aroma and even an energizing glow. Come, Doran. Drink this bowl of divine sugar milkshake. Suibai picked up the food bowl and was about to feed the little guy in his arms who was still blowing bubbles. Dariki. Smells delicious. The little guy's eyes lit up instantly when he smelled the aroma, and he opened his mouth to drink. However, just as the spoon was about to be put into its mouth, Suibai's hand suddenly stopped in mid-air. Etc. He looked at the tiny cub, no bigger than a palm, its scales still soft, and his brows gradually furrowed. With this bite, the level has definitely gone up. But can your body take it? As a seasoned veteran player, Suibai suddenly woke up. Reality is not a game. In the game, if you eat candy from level 1 to level 100, your stats will be the same as if you leveled up by just grinding. In reality, however, an elf's body needs to adapt to the increase in energy. A newborn cub's bones and meridians are not yet fully developed. Forcibly maxing out its level with candy is like putting hundreds of pounds of armor on the baby. Even if it's a pseudo-god. It may also be due to an unstable foundation. It became a bloated dragon with only levels but no actual combat ability. I almost got carried away. Haste makes waste. Subai took a deep breath and decisively pushed the priceless divine sugar milkshake aside. Ping Long, Master, I'm not afraid of being bloated. Give me the drink. Save the candy for now, eat it when your body has fully grown. Now, let's lay the foundation. With a thought, Subai opened another section of the system inventory. Splash! Rows of exquisite little glass bottles appeared out of thin air and formed a square array on the grass. Attack Enhancer, increases base physical attack stats. Speed Enhancer, increases base speed stats. Stamina Feather, minor adjusts stamina. This is commonly known as an effort value potion, vitamin. In games, this is simply data. In reality, however, this is a top-tier supplement capable of reshaping an elf's physique, optimizing genes, and unlocking the body's ultimate potential. A single bottle costs over 10,000 yuan on the market, and you might not even be able to buy one with such high purity. Dorman. Aren't they going to give us that anymore? Doran Messia looked at the milkshake that had been taken away, pouted in grievance, and tears were about to fall. Honey, that's too nourishing, it'll make you feel hot and bothered. Subai unscrewed a red bottle of attack enhancer and handed it over. Drink this, it'll help you grow taller. Doran Messia leaned over and took a sniff. Although it didn't smell as good as the previous one, it still had a sweet scent, and my body instinctively craved it. Gurgle. It stuck out its pink tongue and licked it. My eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. And after drinking it, I felt warm all over, and it seemed like I had more strength. Glug glug. It picked up the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Don't worry, there's plenty. Subai was like a ruthless feeding machine. Bottle after bottle. Speed Potion X26, maximize speed effort values. Attack Potion X26, with maximum attack EVs. Stamina Potion X1, to complete the last item. In just half an hour, Dorganmesia's little belly became round and plump, glowing with a healthy red light. It let out a burp and exhaled a puff of pure energy smoke. This late-night snack, based on market prices, it would cost at least 500,000. That's even enough for a down payment on a house in Hangzhou. Only Subai had the financial means to raise his child in such a frugal manner. Even with a pseudo-legendary egg, an average trainer would probably ruin it by not being able to afford the necessary supplements. Very good, the foundation is solid. Subai activated Eye of Insight and checked everything. Perfect. Although Draco Mesha is still only LV1, its physical attributes already far surpass those of other Pokémon of the same level. Its muscle density and nerve reaction speed have reached the limits of its juvenile stage. Next, I'll level up a little, as a means of self-preservation. Subai picked up the bowl of divine sugar milkshake again, but this time he only poured a small cup. Drink it, but you can only drink this one. Doriki. The little guy cheered and plunged headfirst into the cup. After the milkshake was consumed, a gentle yet immense energy spread within its body. Buzz. The light of the upgrade began to shine on it. Ding. Duranmesia's level +1. Ding. Duranmesia's level +1. LV5, LV10, LV15. In just a few minutes, its level was fixed at LV22. Its body, which was originally only the size of a palm, has grown a little larger, now about the length of a forearm. Although it hasn't evolved yet, Drowsy needs LV50, its eyes have become noticeably more lively, and when it flicks its tail, it even produces a faint whooshing sound. Doryu feels full of power. The little guy excitedly flew around twice in the air, moving as fast as a ghostly lightning bolt. Not bad, you're starting to look like a near god. Suibai nodded in satisfaction. Rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, I'll take you out into the wild to practice against real monsters. Having a high rank isn't enough, you have to prove your skills. Doran. No problem. The little guy confidently patted his chest, and then, snoring. I fell asleep instantly. She simply nestled onto Suibai's shoulder and disappeared into the night. Suibai. Okay, he's still a child. The next morning, at the Sui family's dining table, Su Jiangguo looked at the faint air on Suibai's shoulder with a strange expression. Son, is there something on your shoulder? He always felt a chill in that place. Oh, it's a dragon. Suibai reached out and patted his shoulder. Doryu. The little guy revealed his true form, holding a bottle of premium Moo Moo fresh milk and drinking morning tea. Is this the prize for the champion? Su Jiangguo's eyes widened. It looks like a giant gecko. Suibai smiled. Dad, this is a dragon-type quasi-god, it's very powerful. Dragon. Upon hearing this word, Su Jiangguo nearly dropped the fried dough stick in his hand. Although he didn't understand elves, he knew what dragon represented. That's powerful. It's expensive. This thing, it must have eaten quite a lot, right? Su Jiangguo asked a question subconsciously. Although he now lives in a villa, it was bought by his son, deep down, he is still that thrifty old worker. Good. Suibai glanced at the bottle of milk worth several thousand yuan in Duolong's hand and calmly said. It's only, slightly more edible than a pingguolong, a type of glutinous rice ball. Su Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. Now that my family is rich, we should be able to afford to raise them. Oh, right, Dad. Suibai finished the last mouthful of porridge, put down his chopsticks, and his expression became serious. I've taken a long leave from school. I want to take advantage of this time to take them out for some special training. Where to? Su Jiangguo asked. Western outskirts, Misty Swamp. Suibai uttered a place name. Misty Swamp. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, Xiaosu, that's a mid-level danger zone. I heard there are many ghost and poison-type Pokémon there, and even professional trainers don't dare to venture in. Don't worry, Aunt Zhang. Suibai smiled confidently. I have Beedrill and Rocket Finch, and Apple Tail. Furthermore, Dragapult is a ghost type, making that the perfect leveling ground for it. As long as I don't provoke those lords in the core area, the outer areas shouldn't be a big problem for me. Seeing that Suibai was determined and that his strength was indeed far beyond that of his peers, Su Jiangguo could no longer stop him. Okay, be careful. Su Jiangguo pulled a card out of his pocket. There's 100,000 yuan in here, what you had left over from buying the house. Take it for self-defense. No need, Dad, I have money on me. Suibai waved his hand, not taking it. Even a small amount of food that spills out of his backpack would be enough to feed him for a lifetime. Take it. Su Jiangguo forced the food on him. Even if you're poor, travel with plenty of resources. Don't wrong yourself, and don't wrong the little one either. Suibai felt a warmth in his heart and accepted the card. 9 o'clock in the morning. Suibai, carrying his signature hiking backpack, stood outside the cordon on the western outskirts of Hangzhou. Ahead, it was a wetland shrouded in thick fog. Even during the day, you can feel a chilly, eerie atmosphere. Misty Swamp. This is a paradise for ghost and poison-type Pokémon, and a nightmare for countless trainers. But as Suibai looked at the mist, a hint of anticipation appeared on his lips. Doran, wake up, we're home. Doran. Home. Dorganmesia poked his head out of his backpack. When it sensed the ghostly energy permeating the air, its eyes instantly turned into star shapes. So comfortable. It felt like returning to my mother's embrace. Let's go. Subai stepped into the mist. The goal this time is simple. Level up to LV30 and learn more skills. By the way. Subai glanced at the treasure radar that had begun to flash on his retina. Let's order some more stock. Chapter 17. Click. Subai stepped on a dead branch and broke it. The crisp sound echoed through the deathly silent swamp, sounding particularly jarring. The surrounding white mist was like flowing milk, so thick it was almost impossible to dissolve. Visibility was less than 5 meters. The air was filled with the earthy smell of rotting plants and silt. Occasionally, a few mournful bird calls could be heard from the canopy overhead, invisible to the naked eye. This is the Misty Swamp. The most eerie and dangerous intermediate leveling area around Hangzhou. Doran, how are you feeling? Subai lowered his voice, his gaze warily sweeping over the strangely shaped, ghostly withered trees around him. Doran. A little, excited. Dorganmesia did not sleep on Subai's shoulder as usual. It was currently in stealth mode, floating 2 meters to the left and in front of Subai. Although invisible to the naked eye, Subai can sense its location through waveguide, or the trainer's intuition. Here. In this land filled with ghost-type energy, Dorganmesia felt completely at ease, like a fish in water. Its body became lighter, and its senses became exceptionally sharp. Stay vigilant. Subai reminded him. The wild elves here are not like the babies in school. They are hunters fighting for survival. Before he could finish speaking. Hiss. A very faint rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes on the left. An ordinary person would definitely ignore this sound. But Subai paused in his tracks. Dorgan, at the 3 o'clock position, rise 5 meters. Without any hesitation, the moment the command was given, Doran Messia instinctively floated upwards. It's right below where it originally was. A jet of purple venom shot out like an arrow. Sizzle. The venom landed on the withered leaves, instantly corroding them and producing a puff of white smoke. Sneak attack. Gurgle. The mud churned. A purple, foul-smelling, muddy creature slowly emerged halfway out of the swamp. Race, mud. Level, LV24. Attribute, poison. Ability, foul odor, has a chance to cause the opponent to flinch. Status, hungry/hunting. It's a level 24 wild grimer. It's 2 levels higher than the current Dragapult, LV22. Because Muddy's murky eyes were fixed on Dorganmesia in the air. Although the dragon was in stealth mode, its keen sense of smell still detected the presence of a living person. It opened its huge mouth, and a sludge bomb was forming. This kind of opponent is perfect for practice. Subai did not send out Apple Dragon or Beedrill to finish the battle quickly. What he wanted was for Dorgan to grow. Doran, don't panic. Subai calmly gave the order. Use your speed advantage to get behind it. Remember, you are a ghost, you are the unseen wind. Dariki. Dorganmesia took a deep breath. It suppressed its nervousness at encountering wild Pokémon for the first time. With a flick of its tail. Call out. Its figure vanished instantly. That's pure speed. This is the confidence that comes with maxed out speed effort values. Even though it's not as ranked as its opponent, Dorganmesia is far faster than this clumsy mud. Bang! The mud bomb missed its target, splashing mud everywhere. It froze, its head turning sluggishly, trying to find traces of its prey. But it's too slow. Now. Launch a surprise attack. Subai's eyes sharpened. Surprise attack, a dark type move with a power of 70. If used before the opponent attacks, it has tremendous power and will always go first. A semi-transparent triangular arrow suddenly appeared in the air. Dorganmesia appeared behind Muddy. A black, malevolent energy glow emanated from its little head, like a bullet fired from a gun, slamming hard into the back of Mud's head. Pfft! A muffled thud. That blow landed squarely. Stinky Mud let out a miserable scream, its massive body staggering forward a few steps, leaving a dent in its body. If it were an ordinary spirit, this attack would either kill it or cripple it. But Grimer is known for its high health and defense. The mud on its body had a strong cushioning effect, allowing it to withstand the attack. Baidu! The intense pain enraged Mud. It suddenly turned around, and the mud on its body suddenly swelled up, turning into countless mud droplets that sprayed indiscriminately in all directions. Move, Mud shot. This is an area of effect attack. Oh no, quickly create distance. Suibai's expression changed slightly. This was Dorganmesia's first real battle, and after its successful attack, it was clearly stunned for a moment, as if it was observing the outcome. In that brief moment of distraction, it missed the best opportunity to retreat. Snap! A few drops of purple mud splashed onto Dorganmesia's tail. Doriki! The little guy let out a cry of pain. The poisonous energy instantly corroded its skin, and an unsightly purple spot appeared on its originally translucent tail. I'm poisoned! And the speed slowed down instantly, due to the slowing effect of mud shooting. This is real combat. Suibai remained calm, instead, his speech quickened. No matter how high your stats are, no matter if you're a near god tier character. As long as you're greedy for a strike, as long as you hesitate, you'll get hurt. Remember this pain. Now, adjust your stance and use quick attack to escape its attack range. Upon hearing his master's voice, the panic in Dorganmesia's eyes gradually subsided. It gritted its teeth, enduring the burning sensation on its tail. His figure transformed into a streak of white light once more, forcefully breaking through the mud-covered area. Because seeing its prey was injured, the mud writhed excitedly and chased after it. Although it is slow, in this swamp, it is a moving trap. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Suibai observed Duolong's condition. Although injured, the injury did not cause any fundamental damage. The true potential of a near god tier character was evident at this moment, its stamina bar remained remarkably high. Doran, we must take advantage of the terrain. Suibai pointed to a withered tree next to him. Go through. Go through? Dorganmesia glanced at the tree and instinctively wanted to walk around it. You're a ghost type. Suibai shouted, physical barriers don't exist for you. A single word awakened the dragon from its dream. Yes. I'm a ghost. Why should I take a detour? Dorganmesia's eyes lit up. Instead of slowing down, it crashed straight into the dead tree. Who? Its body instantly became ethereal, passing through the tree trunk without any hindrance. But Muddy, which was right behind them, wasn't so lucky. Bang! Its massive body slammed into the tree trunk, making the withered tree sway precariously, and the force of the impact left it dazed and disoriented. A great opportunity! Dragon Tail! Suibai seized the opportunity and issued the termination order. Dragon Tail, a dragon-type move with a power of 60. Although it is slow to activate, it is quite powerful and can force the opponent to retreat. For wild Pokémon, it is called knockback. Dorganmesia emerged from the other side of the tree trunk. A dazzling blue dragon light suddenly shone from its tail. Its originally slender tail, enveloped in energy, seemed to transform into a gigantic green dragon crescent blade. Using the momentum of penetrating the trees, it completed a beautiful drift in the air. Doriki! Smack! The blue dragon tail lashed hard across the ugly face of the stinking mud. This strike was powerful and heavy. The effect of maxing out attack EVs was fully demonstrated at this moment. Boom! Stinky Mud's muddy body was instantly deformed by the blow, flying more than 10 meters away like a baseball that had been hit, before crashing heavily into a deep puddle. Water splashed everywhere. A few bubbles rose to the surface of the water, and then there was no more movement. She fainted. Huff, huff. Dorganmesia hovered in the air, panting heavily. The venom on my tail is still throbbing painfully. But its eyes shone with an unprecedented light. That was the thrill of defeating a powerful enemy. This is also the first step in the transformation from baby to warrior. Well done. Suibai stepped forward, took out a bottle of antidote and sprayed it on its tail, then fed it an orange fruit. Although the process was a bit messy, and I even got injured. But for your first battle, you've done very well. Doryu, ouch, that hurts, please hug me. The little guy, completely changed from his fierce demeanor during the fight, nestled into Suibai's arms with a pitiful expression and acted like a spoiled child. Okay, here's a hug. Suibai smiled helplessly and gently stroked its cold head. Take a 5-minute break. Then continue. This swamp is vast, and there are many more opponents like the one we just encountered. He glanced at the treasure hunting radar. 500 meters ahead, a red dot of light is hovering. And it looks like a big guy. Chapter 18. As they ventured deeper, the fog in the misty swamp grew even thicker. The mud underfoot seemed to have a life of its own. Each step required considerable effort to pull one's foot out. Drip, drip, drip. The treasure hunting radar on the retina is flashing faster and faster. The red dot of light remained stationary 50 meters ahead. Doran, slow down. Suibai lowered his body and hid behind a moss-covered boulder, gently parting the reeds in front of him. Ahead, there was a slightly dry mound. In the center of the mound stands a solitary, dilapidated stone tablet, which appears to be some kind of ancient altar. And in front of the stone tablet, a bizarre creature, its entire body wrapped in grey bandages except for a single, scarlet eye, stood like a statue. Its arms are clasped loosely, as if guarding something beneath the stone tablet. He was surrounded by a visible black aura of resentment. Race, Wandering Night Elf. Level, LV29. Attribute, Ghost. Characteristic, Pressure, inflicts pressure on the opponent, significantly depleting their stamina. Status, Alert/Guardian. It's a wandering night spirit. Suibai's expression turned serious. This is a tough opponent. Although its attack power isn't top tier, its terrifying dual defenses, defense and special defense, are practically a wall of despair among Pokémon of the same level. Moreover, this type of sprite excels at using all sorts of annoying and disruptive skills. For Dorganmesia, who lacks practical experience, this is the best litmus test and a hurdle he must overcome. Doran, do you see that big guy? Suibai pointed at the wandering night spirit and said softly. Its defenses are very strong, ordinary impacts are ineffective against it. We need to fight a guerrilla war. Doran. Understood. Dorganmesia nodded, the childishness in his eyes fading, replaced by a fighting spirit eager to try. Go. Launch a surprise attack. The instant the command is issued, Dorganmesia shot through the fog like a phantom arrow released from a bow. It was so fast that it even created a sharp whistling sound in the air. However, just as it was about to collide with the back of the wandering night spirit, the one-eyed monster, which had been motionless, suddenly turned its head. A hint of mockery flashed in that single, scarlet eye. Night. The wandering spirit did not hide. It raised its large, bandaged hand, and from its palm, a pale white flame suddenly rose. Move, will-o'-the-wisp. Oh no! Change direction quickly. Suibai's pupils contracted. Although will-o'-the-wisps do not cause direct damage, once they hit, they will inflict a burn status on the opponent. Not only will it cause continuous health loss, but more fatally, it has physical attack power. For Dorganmeja, who specializes in physical attacks, this is practically like losing half of his martial arts skills. In the air, Doran Messia sensed the threat contained within that flame. It wanted to stop, but the momentum of its sprint was too great. He was about to crash headfirst into the will-o'-the-wisp. A flash of lightning. It slams into the ground. Suabai's loud shout came from behind. At the critical moment, Dorganmeja forcibly twisted his body, a flash of white light appeared on his body, and using the explosive force of lightning flash, he forcefully changed his trajectory and plunged headfirst into the ground. Hoo! A pale white will-o'-the-wisp grazed its scalp and landed on the withered grass behind it, instantly burning the grass to ashes. That was close. Doran Messia rolled on the ground and floated up somewhat awkwardly. It looked at the wandering night spirit with lingering fear. This opponent is completely different from that clumsy, smelly slime from before. Night. The wandering night spirit let out a low, mocking laugh. It waved its hands, and its shadow suddenly lengthened, like a black venomous snake, silently spreading towards Dorganmeja's feet. Move, shadow sneak attack. Preemptive strike. Dorgan, take off. Dorganmeja reacted extremely quickly, rapidly raising his body. The dark figure missed its target. But the wandering night spirit clearly had no intention of giving up. Its single eye suddenly emitted an eerie, seven-colored light, piercing straight towards the dragon in the air. Move, strange light. Close your eyes. Don't look into its eyes. Suabai shouted urgently. Doran Messia instinctively closed his eyes. Even so, the intense flash of light still made it feel dizzy. Although they weren't completely thrown into chaos, their movements noticeably slowed down. Bang! The wandering spirit seized this opportunity. A shadow fist. That's a guaranteed hit. A black fist appeared out of thin air and slammed into Dorganmeja's abdomen. Dariki! The little creature cried out in pain and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a dead tree and shaking down countless leaves. Level suppression. Plus, his seasoned combat experience. This wandering nocturne taught the young pseudo-god a lesson. Can you still stand up? Suabai didn't rush to give the medicine, but instead asked in a deep voice. He knew Dorgan was in a lot of pain. But if it can't even endure this little bit of pain, it will never become a true strongman. Dorium. Dorganmeja floated up, swaying gently. It rubbed its belly, its eyes filled with tears, it was from the pain. But it did not back down. It stared at the arrogant one-eyed monster in the distance, its gaze gradually turning fierce. I'm a near god. I won't lose to this guy who looks like a mummy. Very good. Suabai's lips curled into a slight smile. Since it likes to play dirty tricks, then we'll play along. Dragon, stealth. Call. Dorganmeja's figure gradually became transparent, blending into the surrounding thick fog. The wandering night spirit's single eye darted around, trying to find traces of the enemy. However, Draco's invisibility is an innate ability, and with the cover of mist, even ghost-type Pokémon have a hard time detecting it. Night. The wandering spirit waved its hand somewhat irritably. It gathered will-o'-the-wisps again, preparing to hurl them indiscriminately in all directions. Don't give it a chance to make a move. Flank behind. Dragon's tail. Suabai's voice drifted uncertainly through the mist. The wandering spirit suddenly turned around. But there was nothing behind him. Fake? In that very moment of doubt. Above its head, the air suddenly distorted. Dariki. Dorganmeja has appeared. It wasn't behind me, it was directly above me. By exploiting preconceived notions, they created a brilliant time difference. On that slender tail, the azure dragon energy was compressed to its limit, like a battle axe falling from the sky, cleaving down with a whistling sound. This strike was infused with all its fury and power. Night. The bewildered night spirit raised its hands in terror to try and block. But it was too late. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The wandering night spirit's bandaged body, as hard as iron, was actually dented by this tail strike. The immense force hammered it into the soil beneath its feet, like driving a nail. A ring of black mud splashed up. It's not over yet. Don't stop! Subai roared. Once it recovers, we'll have no chance. Bite down. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Using the reaction force, Doromegia flipped in the air and swooped down again. It opened its mouth, and a black, malevolent light gleamed from its sharp teeth. Bite, dark type move, power 60, super effective against ghost type, deals double damage. Click. It bit down hard on the wandering night spirit's shoulder. Night. The wandering night spirit let out a shrill scream. The excruciating pain caused it to struggle frantically, flailing its arms wildly in an attempt to shake off the small creature attached to it. But Doromegia held on tightly, like a stubborn bulldog. Even when struck in the back by the wandering night spirit's fist, it remained silent. This is a battle of wills. Finally, after enduring a series of powerful attacks from a dragon's tail and the super effective damage from a dark-type bite, the red light in the eyes of the night spirit, known for its defensive prowess, gradually dimmed. Its movements became slower and slower, until finally its hands fell limply to its sides. Its massive body slumped limply in the mud like a deflated balloon. She fainted. Huff, huff. Doromegia then released his mouth. It slid off the wandering night spirit and lay on the ground, panting heavily. His body was covered in bruises, making him look extremely disheveled. But it won. It defeated a powerful enemy that was higher level and more experienced than itself through its own strength. Doran. I won. It turned its head to look at Subai, its eyes full of expectation for praise. Subai quickly stepped forward and squatted down. Instead of giving it the medicine immediately, he gently picked up the little guy and wiped the mud off its face with his sleeve. A beautiful win. Subai's voice was filled with pride. Especially that final dragon tail swooping down from the sky, it was absolutely awesome. Doryu, hee hee. The little guy rubbed against Subai's chest shyly, and the grievances and pain in his heart instantly vanished. Subai then took out the full recovery medicine and orange fruit to treat its injuries. As physical strength recovers, Doromegia's aura also rose accordingly. Ding! After a hard-fought battle, Doromegia's level has increased by 1. Current level, LV23. Increased control over ghost-type energy. This is the significance of real combat. Potential can only be maximized when it is on the edge of life and death. The injuries were treated. Subai turned his gaze to the stone tablet guarded by the wandering night spirit. In the crevices of the base of the stone tablet, a tattered talisman, gleaming with a faint purple light, was inserted into the hole. Subai walked over and pulled it out. Curse symbol, spell symbol when equipped, increases the power of ghost-type moves by 20%. Nice one! Subai's eyes lit up. Although he had brand new items in his backpack, these were trophies, and therefore held a different significance. He found a rope, strung the talismans together, and hung it around Doromegia's neck. This is your spoils of war, and your medal. With this, your ghost attacks will be even stronger. Doryu. I love it. Doromegia touched the talisman on his chest, feeling incredibly cool. Chapter 19. It fits perfectly. Looking at the cursed symbol hanging on Doromegia's chest, fluttering in the wind, Subai nodded in satisfaction. The yellowed, tattered talisman was now emitting a faint, cold light, creating a strange resonance with the ghost-type energy within the dragon's body. Doran. It feels cool and refreshing. The little guy spun around in the air, clearly delighted with his first piece of equipment. Stop being so vain. Suibai took out a bottle of powerful injury medicine spray and sprayed it on the several bluish-purple bruises on Duolong's body. Those were caused by the shadow fist of the wandering night spirit. Sizzle! The cool medicinal mist penetrated the skin, and the redness and swelling subsided at a visible speed. A few seconds later, Doran Messia flicked its tail and became energetic again. Has it been restored? Drool. Fully healed. All right, let's cross this stone tablet. Suibai's gaze passed over the ancient altar and looked into the deeper mist. The treasure hunting radar indicates that the energy reaction inside is even stronger. But it also means, more dangerous. Beyond the mound guarded by the wandering night spirits, the terrain begins to drop sharply, turning into a low-lying wetland. The fog here is so thick that you can't see your hand in front of your face. Moreover, this fog seemed to be more than just water vapor, it also contained some kind of spiritual energy that could interfere with perception, causing waves of inexplicable dizziness. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Faint laughter drifted from all directions, sometimes near, sometimes far, making it difficult to discern the direction. Dorganmesia immediately became alert. Its body swayed and entered stealth mode, staying close to Suibai, its triangular head turning warily. Although it is a ghost type, its instincts as a cub still made it feel uneasy in this deliberately created terrifying atmosphere. Don't let the noise bother you. Suibai's voice was calm and steady, like a stabilizing force, soothing Duolong's emotions. This is a common tactic used by ghost-type Pokémon, the scare tactic. They enjoy watching their prey make a mistake out of fear, and then delivering the fatal blow. What we need to do is be calmer than them. The words had barely left his mouth. Whew! A sudden gust of cold wind swept up from behind Suibai's head. Suibai didn't even turn his head, but took a step to the left. Drogo, right rear, bite. Dariki. Dorganmesia reacted extremely quickly. It made a graceful drift in the air, opened its huge mouth, and bit down hard on the empty mist. Click! The sound of teeth clashing. There was no tactile sensation of biting into a solid object. Did you bite through something? Hee hee hee. Mocking laughter rang out overhead. A purple sprite with only a head and two large, floating hands was hanging upside down from a tree branch, sticking out its long tongue and making faces at the dragon. Race, Haunter. Level, LV26. Attribute, Ghost/Poison. Ability, Levitate, immune to ground-type moves. Status, Playing around/disrespecting. It's ghastly. These elves are known for their cunning and love to play tricks on humans and other elves. That's fast. Suibai frowned slightly. The dragon was already very fast when it bit down, but it still managed to dodge it. This Ghastly is clearly a speed-specialized type. Yeah. Ghastly did not rush to attack. It drew circles in the air with its hands, and strange ripples suddenly appeared in its large white eyes. Invisible waves of mental energy spread out toward Dorganmesia. Technique, Hypnosis. Don't look into its eyes. Suibai immediately ordered, close your eyes. Sprint upwards. With his eyes tightly closed and complete trust in Suibai's commands, Dorganmesia flicked his tail and shot into the sky like a rocket. The hypnotic ripples failed to materialize. But Ghastly was clearly prepared. It let out a strange laugh, and its figure suddenly vanished into thin air. The next second, Dorganmesia felt the temperature around him drop sharply. Countless black fist shadows rained down from all directions. Move, Shadow Fist, guaranteed to hit. There's no way to dodge it, it's a guaranteed hit. Suibai's brain was working at lightning speed. Dodging is pointless against a guaranteed hit skill. The only solution is to fight back. Doran, ignore those punches. Use your senses to pinpoint its true form. Use, Shock. Shocked? Trying to fight a Shadow Fist with a base power of only 30 against a Shadow Punch with a power of 60? To the average trainer, this is simply insane. But Subai knew what he was doing. Draco Mesha is currently equipped with the cursed symbol, power plus 20%, has a stab, plus 50%, and boasts maxed out attack EVs. This shock was absolutely not to be underestimated. More importantly, the speed of the attack, born of shock, was incredibly fast. Dariki. The little guy suddenly opened his eyes in mid-air. It ignored the fists that were about to strike it and let out a sharp dragon roar. A terrifying ghost-type energy, amplified by the curse symbol, transformed into a hideous demonic face and exploded behind Ghastly. Wow! Ghastly, who had been hiding in the shadows and secretly laughing, was terrified by the sudden scream. Its body suddenly stiffened. That's an additional effect of fright, cowardice, 30% chance to immobilize the opponent. Bang bang bang! At the same time, several shadow fists also landed on Dorgan Mesha. The little guy grimaced in pain, his body tumbling through the air a few times. However, because its attack had disrupted Ghastly's spell-casting rhythm, the power of these shadow punches was greatly reduced, and they did not cause serious damage. Trading injury for control. You made the right bet. Now, it's immobilized. Subai clenched his fist and shouted. Deliver the fatal blow. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Doran Mija regained his footing in mid-air. Enduring the pain, its figure vanished into the void in an instant. Spiritual Assault, Part 1, Disappearance. At this moment, Ghastly had just recovered from its cowardly state. It was horrified to discover that its target had vanished. There was only deathly silence and an impenetrable fog all around. For the first time, the fear of the unknown crept into the heart of this king of pranks. Hat? Hat? It looked around frantically. Just then, above its head, the space was shattered like a mirror. Dorgan Mija's figure, with an indomitable spirit, burst forth from the sky. Dariki. Its entire body was enveloped in eerie blue flames, like a falling ghostly meteorite, crashing violently into Ghastly's skull. This is a ghost-type move. Furthermore, the amplification from the curse rune. The power of this strike was like a thunderbolt. Boom! A loud bang. Ghastly didn't even have time to scream before it was blasted off the treetop and crashed heavily into the mud. Mud splashed everywhere. A deep crater appeared in the ground. Bottom of the pit. Ghastly's two large hands lay limply outstretched, its tongue lolled to one side, and its eyes turned into circles. The battle is over. Huff, huff. Dorgan Mija floated down slowly and landed on Subai's shoulder. It had several new wounds, but its spirits were unusually high. It won. It defeated an opponent who was of a higher level and extremely cunning. It is captivated by the thrill of seeing through an opponent's tricks and winning with a single blow. Here you go. Subai took out the wound medicine and skillfully sprayed it on the wound. What did you learn this time? Doran. Don't be fooled by your eyes. The little guy tilted his head and thought for a moment. That's right. Subai nodded and instructed. In the fog, the eyes are the most deceptive. You must learn to use your inner eye to perceive the source of malice. Like just now, if you only focus on its fist, you've already lost. But you locked onto its true form and disrupted its rhythm with a scare, and that's a tactical victory. Doran Messia nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Although the theory was a bit profound, it remembered that feeling. That instinct to lock onto the enemy amidst the chaos. Alright, let's take a look at the spoils. Subai walked over to the unconscious Ghastly. Although it's a wild Pokémon, Ghastly of this level often collects some good items. Really? Inside the tree hole where Ghastly had been hanging upside down, Subai discovered a piece of jet black material. Dark stone fragment. Although it is just a fragment, it contains pure ghost-type energy, making it an excellent material for crafting high-grade ghost-type incense. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Subai casually picked up the fragments. Beep beep beep. Just then, the treasure hunting radar beeped again. Moreover, this time the signal is stronger than ever before. It's not a red elf. It's not green, ordinary resource, either. Instead, a brilliant gold. A golden legend. Suibai's heart skipped a beat. In the system's definition, gold represents a secret treasure level. It's the kind of top-tier treasure that can bring about a qualitative change in an elf, even altering the potential of their species. It's just ahead. Deep in that mud pit. Suibai looked into the deepest part of the mist. There, faint, low roars could be heard, as if some enormous creature was sleeping. Doran, are you ready? Suibai licked his lips, his eyes burning with desire. The real opportunity has arrived. Chapter 20. Gurgle, gurgle. As we delve deeper, the swamp beneath their feet became increasingly viscous. It was like a pot of boiling asphalt, constantly bubbling with eerie bubbles. The ghostly energy in the air was so concentrated it was almost choking. Beep. The alarm on the treasure hunting radar reached its peak at this moment. That golden spot of light. It almost filled the entire field of vision. It's just ahead. Suibai stopped and hid behind a huge, dead willow tree, gently parting the drooping branches. Ahead lay an isolated island surrounded by black silt. On the deserted island, there were all sorts of junk piled up, rusty pokeballs, broken backpacks, and some glowing stones. And at the top of these miscellaneous items, a massive creature, entirely deep purple, with only a pair of scarlet eyes and a gaping mouth stretching to its ears, was comfortably lounging on a worn-out sofa. In its hand, it was playing with a bead that emitted a dazzling golden light. Race, Jengar, Totem. Level, LV38. Attribute, Ghost/Poison. Trait, Cursed Body, chance to seal the opponent's skills. Status, Greedy/Food Guardian. The Overlord Jengar. Suibai gasped. LV38. This level is already close to the level of a gym leader's main force. Moreover, dominant means it is larger, stronger, and has more powerful skills. Doran, are you scared? Suibai glanced at Dorgan Messia on his shoulder. Although the little guy was only LV23, he instinctively trembled slightly in the face of such level suppression. But as it looked at the golden bead, the longing in its eyes outweighed its fear. Doran. Don't worry. That's mine. Good ambition. Suibai smiled, but he had no intention of sending Du along to his death, nor did he intend to engage in any individual heroism. Facing a boss of this caliber, of course you have to adjust brawl. This is a team fight, everyone needs to participate. Suibai's fingers quickly gripped the other 3 pokeballs at his waist. His gaze instantly sharpened. Come out, my aces. Apple-wrapped dragon. Rocket sparrow. And blue bee. Bang. 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 3 red lights flashed simultaneously, and the powerful aura instantly dispersed the surrounding mist. A blue dragon soared through the sky, its might overwhelming. The fiery raptor stood bathed in flames, surrounded by rolling heat waves. The shimmering, deep blue beedrill hovered silently in the low sky, its 2 needles gleaming coldly, like a ruthless assassin ready to reap lives at any moment. Everyone assemble. This is the first time Suibai has ever unleashed all his main forces at once. Ha. The Jengar, who was lying on the sofa, was startled by the sudden noise. The gold bead in her hand almost fell. It suddenly floated up, its body instantly expanding, and let out an angry roar. Where did this little thief come from? You brought so many people to steal my treasure. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Engage the monster. Suibai's brain raced, issuing commands in rapid succession. Rocket Sparrow, Tailwind. Seize air superiority. Apple cider, malic acid. Weaken its special defense. Blue bee, sword dance. Look for an opportunity to break in. Dragon, flank from behind. You're a roaming position player. Perfect tactical arrangement. Chirp. The rocket sparrow launched first. With a flap of its wings, a current of air instantly enveloped its entire force. Tailwind, team speed doubled. Beedrill and Dragapult, which were already extremely fast, were now moving so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Roar! The apple-shaped dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of strong green acid. Gengar sneered, its figure vanishing like smoke, instantly reappearing 5 meters to its left. It wants to hide? It's not that easy. Subai shouted, Blue Bee. Stop it. Buzz. A ghostly blue afterimage instantly appeared at Gengar's landing spot. Drill's needles had already turned bright red under the sword's dance buff. Cheers. It didn't use any bug-type moves. Bug attacks aren't very effective against poison. Instead, he used the one he specifically learned to counter poison-based attacks. Direct Thrust Drill. Buzzing. The long needle spun rapidly, carrying earthy yellow ground-type energy, and stabbed fiercely towards Gengar's kidneys. Ground-based poison resistance. Double damage. Hat. Gengar was terrified. It never expected that a Beedrill would use a ground-type move. In its haste, it could only conjure a single shadow sphere in an attempt to defend itself. Boom! Energy collision. Although Gengar is of a high level, this drill strike is enhanced by Sword's Dance and has a type advantage. The Shadow Orb was instantly destroyed. The spinning needle, its momentum undiminished, plunged deep into Gengar's massive body. Jehovah! Gengar let out a shrill scream and flew backward. Beautiful! Now! Dragon wrapped in apple, Dragon's Pulse. Block off the retreat. Rocket Sparrow, charge flare. Charge it. Beat a dog when it's down. Apple Dragon and Rocket Sparrow immediately followed up with their attacks. A multicolored dragon-shaped shockwave and a burning fireball simultaneously blasted at Gengar in mid-air. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out. Gengar was hit and sent flying through the air like a ball, black smoke billowing from its body. Hat! A Hegemon is a Hegemon after all. The excruciating pain completely enraged it. Gengar's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. The surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing. Countless black shadows spread out from beneath its feet, like countless ghostly hands, reaching for the 4 elves on the field. Move, Night Shadow. Area of effect attack. Moreover, a strange purple light appeared on its body surface. Sludge Wave. Poison-type ultimate move. A purple wave of poison swept in all directions. Once touched, one would either die or be seriously injured. Spread out. All take off. Subai shouted. The Rocket Sparrow and the apple-wrapped dragon quickly rose into the air. The bee also flapped its wings, using its incredible speed to dodge the venomous wave. However, the area covered by the poisonous wave was too large, almost blocking all routes of attack. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, Dragapult, which had been invisible and ignored by Gengar, finally made its move. It was directly above Gengar at that moment. That's a blind spot. It's also the only gap in the toxic wave. Doran, now's the time. Pour all your anger, all your power into it. Misfortunes never come singly. Misfortunes never come alone. A ghost-type move, its power is doubled if the opponent is afflicted with a status condition. Gengar is currently not in any abnormal state. But this attack was a sneak attack. It was a full-force strike from a quasi-god cub. Dariki. Dorganmesh revealed himself, his body shrouded in a purplish-black aura of curse. It was like a falling ghost bomb, crashing down hard on Gengar's skull. What? Gengar suddenly looked up. However, because it was unleashing a wide-range skill, it didn't have time to retract its attack and defend. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the swamp. Draco's attack landed squarely on Jengar's head. The immense impact caused Jengar to see stars, and the poisonous wave it released dissipated instantly. The final blow. Suobai's eyes were sharp and piercing. Blue B. End it. Direct thrust drill, full power. The blue bead rill, which had been poised to strike in the air, transformed into a dark blue shooting star and swooped down. Its twin needles rotate at high speed, rubbing against the air and producing a piercing popping sound. This time, it was aimed directly at Jengar's chest. Pfft! There was no suspense whatsoever. The spinning needle sliced through Jengar's defenses like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Jengar's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of mud. His eyes darted around. Battle over. Call. Suobai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This battle was a resounding victory. The four sprites each performed their duties perfectly, cooperating seamlessly, and managed to wear down a high-level overlord to death. Well done, everyone. Suobai took out a full restoration medicine and treated the four panting elves. Then, he strode towards the collapsed sofa. Amidst the chaotic ruins, the golden bead still radiated an alluring light. Suobai reached out and picked it up. It feels warm and heavy to the touch, as if it contains boundless vitality. Ding! Golden treasure detected. Name, Life Orb, Supreme. Effect, the Pokémon holding this item will have its move power increased by 30%, but will lose a small amount of HP with each attack. A Life Jade. Suobai's eyes lit up instantly. This is God-tier equipment for damage dealers. In the game, this is a God-tier item for mindlessly increasing damage. In reality, such top-grade Life Jade is even rarer. It can not only increase damage but also stimulate the potential of spirits to erupt. For the Dorgan. Suobai glanced at Duolong. Draco Mesha is a dual wielder, good in both physical and special attack, and the Life Orb greatly enhances its abilities. As for the side effects of blood loss, Suobai has 999 full recovery potions in his backpack. What's there to be afraid of? Doran, come here. Suobai waved. Here, take this. He hung the Orb of Life around Doran's neck, along with the cursed symbol, like a nouveau riche. Doryu. Power surges forth. Dorgan Misha felt a surge of violent energy rush into his body. It couldn't resist using its dragon tail on a nearby dead tree. Snap! A tree so thick that it would take two people to hug it was snapped in half. Its power has increased significantly compared to before. Very good. Suobai nodded in satisfaction. This trip was worthwhile. Doran has reached LV25 and even got God-tier gear. Next. Suobai looked around. On this isolated island, besides the Life Jade, there are actually quite a few other good things. For example, among the glowing stones that Jengar collected, there were several evolution stones. Take it all with you. Even if it's junk, it's still the junk of the Overlord. Just as Suobai was swiftly looting the spoils of war. The outskirts of the misty swamp. A group of trainers, dressed in matching uniforms with the Celestial Dragon Club logo embroidered on their chests, were frowning as they looked at the detectors in their hands. Strange, the energy fluctuations here were very strong just now. How come they suddenly disappeared? I can't believe it, said the blonde-haired youth who was leading the group. He was holding a high-tech detector, the pointer of which had originally been pointing towards the isolated island, but now it was spinning around aimlessly like a headless fly. Young master, the energy source has disappeared. The bodyguard beside him looked grave. This reaction, either the treasure has been moved after its emergence, or the Guardian Overlord has been defeated. Defeated? Impossible. The blonde-haired youth snorted coldly. This is deep within the misty swamp. That Jengar is said to be at the level of a near-gym leader. In the entire city of Hangzhou, besides that old guy Lei Zhen, who can take it down so quickly? Someone must have gotten there first and used some kind of shielding technique to steal the treasure. Damn it! That's the orb of life I ordered. A ruthless glint flashed in the blonde-haired man's eyes. Search for me. Whoever dares to steal what I've set my sights on, I'll make them cough it all up, with interest. No one in Hangzhou dares to disrespect the Tianlong Club. With a wave of his hand, the 4 bodyguards behind him immediately released their respective spirits. Uniform. Big Mouth Bat. They moved to encircle Suibai's location. Chapter 21. On the isolated island, mist swirls. Suibai tossed the last fragment of the dark stone into his system inventory and clapped his hands in satisfaction. This looting yielded not only a top-tier life jade, but also they also found several high-quality evolution stones. Selling these materials alone will cover the travel expenses for this trip to the Misty Swamp. Doran, how are you feeling? Suibai looked at Doran Mishia beside him. The little guy is floating in mid-air. The orb of life and symbol of curse on his chest shone brightly together. It exuded an aura that made the weaker ghost-type Pokémon around it tremble. Drool. Feels incredibly powerful. I could take on 10 more. It excitedly flicked its tail, even wanting to give the air a dragon tail swipe for added excitement. Lie. Suibai suddenly raised his index finger, making a shushing gesture. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Something's not right. The once desolate swamp suddenly became somewhat noisy. The wild elves that had been hiding in the shadows seemed to sense something terrifying and scattered in panic. Immediately afterwards, suddenly, a red alarm popped up on my retina's treasure radar. Warning! Multiple strong hostile forces detected rapidly approaching. Quantity, 4. Speed, extremely fast. Not a wild elf. Suibai narrowed his eyes, keenly catching a whiff of unusual airflow. That was the sound of some large flying-type Pokémon flapping its wings. Tidy. Uniform. Only elves that have undergone rigorous training possess this level of discipline. It seems someone has targeted us as prey. Suibai sneered, showing no panic, and quickly gave the order. All personnel on high alert. Pingualong, hold the left flank. Rocket Sparrow, take off and be on alert. Drow, become invisible. The words had barely left his mouth. Whew! Whew! The heavy flapping of wings finally broke through the fog. 4 enormous bats with gaping, blood-red mouths descended simultaneously from the 4 directions east, west, south, and north like a purple net hanging in the sky. They surrounded Suibai and his elves tightly. Race, Zubat. Level, LV28. Attribute, Poison/Flying. Status, Obeying Commands/Fierce. All of them are LV28. This configuration is clearly not that of ordinary wilderness trainers, but rather a standard team from some organization. Over there. A boastful voice pierced through the mist. Immediately afterwards, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. The blonde young man in the designer uniform walked out, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black, wearing specially made anti-sinking boots. He immediately spotted the orb of life hanging on Duran Mija's chest, radiating an alluring golden light. Greed instantly seized his attention. There really is something good. A top-grade life jade. This luster is even better than the one I have at home. The blonde-haired man's voice trembled with excitement. Then, he turned his gaze to Suibai. When he saw Suibai's face clearly, he paused for a moment, then revealed an even more contemptuous smile. Oh? Still a student? I initially thought some expert had gotten there first. I didn't expect him to be such a lucky young lad. Suibai frowned slightly. He didn't know these people. But look at their uniforms, the Tianlong Club badge on their chests, and their arrogant demeanor. Clearly, they came with ill intentions. What's up? Suibai calmly shielded Duolong behind him and said indifferently. Of course something's wrong. The blonde-haired man chuckled and straightened his collar. This swamp is the property of our Tianlong Club. Every blade of grass and every tree here, including the treasures underground, belongs to us. You broke in without permission and stole our things, that's theft. If you know what's good for you, leave the life jade and those spirits behind, and I might consider sparing your life. Typical villain logic. Suibai sighed. Trying to reason with this kind of person is a complete waste of breath. What if I say no? No. The blonde-haired man's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Then I'll beat you until you submit. Attack. Air blade. Easy. The four beaked bats simultaneously let out a sharp screech. They flapped their wings violently. Dozens of invisible wind blades instantly materialized, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, indiscriminately covering the area where Suibai was located. All around firepower coverage. There was absolutely no room to hide. Apple-wrapped dragon, light wall. Suibai reacted extremely quickly. Roar. Pingguolong stepped forward, and a pink halo appeared on its body. A semi-transparent energy wall rose out of thin air, protecting Suibai and his teammates behind him. Smash smash smash! Dense wind blades slashed at the wall of light, creating ripples, but they were unable to break through the defense. Humph, you coward! The blonde-haired man scoffed disdainfully. Let's see how long you can hold out. Gaba, ultrasonic! Confusion with them. Buzz! The four beaked bats opened their mouths wide, emitting bursts of piercing high-frequency sound waves. These sound waves can directly interfere with the Pokémon's nervous system, causing them to become confused and even attack their teammates. A wall of light can block wind blades, but it can't block sound. The apple-wrapped dragon and the rocket sparrow showed expressions of pain, and their bodies began to sway. If you can't stop it, then don't try. Suibai's eyes turned cold. Doran, it's time for lesson. Let them see what real ghost-type tactics are like. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Dariki. Dorganmesia, who had been hiding behind the wall of light and in a state of invisibility, finally moved. It did not charge headlong into the sound waves. Instead, he flashed and burrowed directly into the muddy puddles beneath his feet. It's like a drop of water merging into the ocean. It has completely disappeared. Where did that little thing go? The blonde-haired man was taken aback. He was so focused on looking at the life jade that he didn't pay much attention to this inconspicuous little sprite. Young master, underground! A bodyguard exclaimed. But it was too late. Pfft! Directly beneath a giant beaked bat, mud suddenly exploded. Dorganmesia burst forth like a ghostly assassin. Enveloped in purple, ghostly energy, it slammed into the large-mouthed bat's soft belly. A stealthy attack. Breakthrough defense. Easy. The giant beaked bat let out a miserable cry, and the ultrasound was instantly interrupted. Rocket sparrow, tailwind. And then charged flare. Seize this brief opening. Suibai immediately sounded the horn of counterattack. Chirp. The rocket sparrow flapped its wings, and a blue aura enveloped its entire body. The whole team speeds up. Immediately afterwards, it transformed into a raging fire. With the help of favorable winds, it moved as fast as a red laser. It pierced through the wounded giant beak bat in an instant. Boom! Flames exploded. The giant beaked bat, charred black and smoking, plunged into the swamp. One killed instantly. The encirclement has been broken. Damn it! Useless! All of you are useless! The blonde-haired man was furious. Venomous fangs! Kill that bird! The remaining 3 beaked bats angrily pounced on the rocket finches, purple venom dripping from their fangs. Blue bee, it's yours now! Suibai looked at the shimmering beadrill that had been silently hovering. This slow-moving flight system is an insult to you. Move at high speed. Buzz. The air vibrates. The blue beetle has disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above the heads of the three big-mouthed bats. Looking down from a high vantage point, his eyes were cold. Zubat is also a flying type. But they glide using their large wings. Their flexibility is far inferior to that of the bee, which relies on high-frequency wing vibrations. Compared to the blue bees that had sped up and were moving at high speed, they looked as clumsy as a few fat pigeons. Double needles. Wild slash. Countless streaks of eerie blue light flashed through the air. Drill's two needles danced like a storm. Each strike landed precisely at the base of the beak's wing, at the joint. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Chapter. The three beaked bats were so disoriented that they could barely keep their balance, let alone bite anyone. This is a beadrill. The blonde-haired man was dumbfounded. He had never seen a beadrill so fast and so fierce in its attacks. And why is it blue? A flash. The blonde-haired man's eyes instantly turned red. Greed triumphed over reason. A top-grade life orb, a shiny beadrill, and that strange stealth dragon. They're all treasures. They're all mine. He suddenly pulled out a deluxe ball and slammed it hard onto the ground. Jengar! Come out here! Kill them! Bang! Black fog filled the air. A Jengar, even larger than the wild overlord from before, emerged with a grotesque laugh. Race, Jengar. Level, LV42. Attribute, Ghost/Poison. Item, Knowledge Glasses, Special Attack Boost. This is a true top-tier Jengar. This is several levels better than the wild one we just saw. He. As soon as Jengar appeared, it immediately released a terrifying pressure. The surrounding temperature dropped again. Even the flames on Rocket Sparrow's body dimmed a bit. Jengar again. Suibai smiled. He laughed very easily. Doran, it seems your sparring partner has been upgraded. Didn't you get enough of that one? Then use this one, to try out your new gear. Doriki. Dorganmeja emerged from the mud on his body falling off on its own. It stared at the arrogant giant Jengar, its life orb and curse symbol simultaneously lighting up. A more concentrated and dangerous ghostly aura than before erupted from this small body. LV42? Before a quasi-god enhanced by dual divine equipment. A level is just a number. Chapter 22. He. Jengar, at level 42, chuckled and conjured a massive shadow ball with both hands. The air around the purplish-black energy sphere was even distorted. Level suppression. In Huang Mao's view, even if this unevolved little dragon is incredibly talented, it's just a matter of one shadow ball. Smash it! The blonde-haired man had a ferocious look on his face. Who? The shadow ball shot out with a whoosh, moving as fast as a black lightning bolt. However, faced with this fatal blow, Suibai didn't even blink. Dragon, raid! Just two simple words. Doriki. The little guy's eyes sharpened. The curse symbol and the life orb hanging on its chest simultaneously emitted a dazzling light. Normally, a Pokémon can only carry one item. But who is Suibai? He's a wall-climbing monster. He's the man who gave divine armor to an elf as a necklace. Double increase. Call out. Dorganmeja's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Surprise attack, a dark-type move that always goes first. Before the shadow orb hit it. It's already right in front of Jengar's nose. That tiny body was now bursting with terrifying energy that sent chills down one's spine. Bang! The headbutt, imbued with dark-type energy, slammed into Jengar's face. Evil Demon. Double damage. Life Jade increases damage by 30%. Max out attack EVs. The power of this attack even surpassed that of the one that defeated the Overlord Jengar. Jehovah! Jengar let out a scream as the shadow ball it was forming was blasted apart in its hand. Boom! The smoke and dust from the explosion engulfed Jengar. Its massive body flew backward like a broken sandbag, carving a deep furrow in the mud. What? The blonde-haired man's smile froze on his face. This is impossible. How could a level 20+ baby possibly knock out my main force in one hit? It must be a coincidence. Jengar, stand up. Use sludge wave. In the ruins. Jengar floated up, wobbling precariously. Half of its face was swollen from the beating, and its eyes were filled with shock and anger. As a battle-hardened main force, it has high durability. Although this blow was heavy, it wouldn't kill it. Yeah. It opened its huge mouth, and purple venom gushed out like a tsunami. Area of effect attack, unavoidable. And I just used the surprise attack on Duromizia, and due to the side effects of the life orb, my stamina was reduced by a small amount, 1/10. It is currently in a stagnant period where old forces have not yet emerged and new forces have not yet been generated. Die, the blonde-haired man laughed wildly. Doran, don't move. Subai remained calm. A golden spray bottle had appeared in his hand without him noticing. Full recovery medication. ZZZ. Just as the toxic wave was about to engulf the dragon, a golden medicinal mist was sprayed precisely onto its body. Health points instantly restored to full. Status updates instantly. Doran Messia, who was just a little out of breath, suddenly became energetic and lively. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Subai's voice rang out again. Swish. Fully healed, the dragon vanished into the void the instant the poisonous wave struck. The sludge wave missed its target, leaving the ground sizzling as it corroded. But the target has disappeared. What kind of medicine is this? The blonde-haired man was dumbfounded. Instantly full? Even the high-grade healing potions specially supplied by the Alliance wouldn't take effect this quickly. This is blatant cheating. That's the power of money. Subai shook the empty bottle in his hand and tossed it aside casually. Sorry, I have money, and I really can do whatever I want. Before he could finish speaking, above Jengar's head, space shattered. Dariki. Durometia, like a ghostly grim reaper, extended its fangs from the void. This time, it's a ghost-type move. With the added 20% boost from Curse Rune. With the added 30% boost from the Life Orb. Plus, there's the elemental advantage. The damage multiplier has stacked up to an incomprehensible number. Boom! A jet black beam of energy pierced through Jengar's body. Jengar didn't even let out a scream. He rolled his eyes and fell straight down. Completely incapacitated. Instant kill. Even the main force of LV42 could only suffer defeat under this unreasonable combination of divine equipment and divine potion. The entire room fell silent. The bodyguards in black looked at the Jengar lying on the ground, then at the Dragapult, which was still at full health and floating arrogantly in the air. Their hands and feet were ice cold. How can we fight like this? No matter how much health you lose, they can heal you back to full with a single heal. And the damage is ridiculously high. This isn't a battle, this is torture. You. The blonde-haired man pointed at Subai, his fingers trembling. You cheated. You used banned substances. Prohibited. Subai took out a new bottle of hand sanitizer and sprayed it on his hands, for disinfection. This is a legitimate full recovery medication, just with a slightly higher purity. What? You're allowed to bully the few because you have the numbers, but I'm not allowed to take drugs. Now, isn't it my turn? Subai stepped forward. Behind them, the APPL Edra, Rocket Sparrow, and Beedrill all roared simultaneously. The terrifying aura made the several large-mouthed bats opposite tremble, unable to even fly steadily. No. Don't come any closer. The blonde-haired guy panicked. Although he was arrogant, he was also afraid of death. Even the strongest Jengar was instantly defeated, the remaining weaklings were no match for it. I am the young master of the Tianlong Club. If you dare touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it. Our club has professional level experts and king level advisors. At this point, he had no choice but to use his connections to save his life. Tianlong Club. Sui Bai didn't stop walking, his eyes cold. Never heard of it. However, since you're so rich. Sui Bai's gaze fell on the unconscious Jengar with the blonde hair. Jengar wears a pair of glasses that gleam with intelligence. Erudition glasses, increases special attack by 10% when equipped. Although not as precious as a jade pendant, it's still worth several 100,000. Leave your toll and get out. Sui Bai pointed to the glasses. You dare to steal from me? The blonde-haired man's eyes widened. He's always the one taking from others, but today he got robbed instead? This is called spoils of war. Sui Bai gestured for Blue Bee to reveal its 2 needles. A cold light gleamed. Give it to me. I'll give it to you. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid. Huang Mao gritted his teeth, put Jengar back into its poke ball, and threw the pair of knowledgeable glasses on the ground. Young man, we'll meet again someday. I'll remember this debt. Withdraw. After saying that, he and his bodyguards fled into the fog like stray dogs, running away in disarray. TCH, coward. Sui Bai picked up the glasses and blew off the dust. Pingguolong, this is for you. Perfect, you're also looking for an item that boosts special attack. Who? Thanks, boss. Pingguolong happily took the glasses and put them on. The once mighty dragon suddenly acquired a touch of refined scoundrel about it. Doran, well done. Sui Bai patted Doran Mija's head. This battle truly showcased the might of a near god. Doryu, I'm the best. The little guy proudly puffed out his chest. All right, with such a commotion, we shouldn't stay any longer. Sui Bai glanced around. The battle just now was brief. But the commotion was considerable. It might attract more powerful wild elves, or other people with ulterior motives. Moreover, the harvest has already been substantial enough. Top-grade Destiny Jade, Dark Stone, Knowledge Glasses, and a large amount of experience points. Return to the city. Next, it's time to prepare for the gym challenge. Hangzhou, as one of the capital cities of Jiangnan Province, is home to a renowned official martial arts school. Thunder Gym. The first batch starts with you. Sui Bai put away all the sprites, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and turned to walk out of the mist. Chapter 23. Hangzhou, Sui Family Villa. Dad, Aunt Zhang, I'm home. Sui Bai pushed open the door, and a familiar aroma of food wafted out. Hey! Xiao Su's back! Aunt Zhang was carrying a plate of braised pork out of the kitchen when she saw Sui Bai, who looked travel-worn, and her face lit up with a smile. Quickly, wash your hands and eat. Your dad was just talking about you, saying it's been 3 days since you went to the Misty Swamp and there's still no news. You brat, you finally decided to come back, hey! Su Jiangguo stood up from the sofa. Although he was scolding, the concern in his eyes was impossible to hide. He looked Sui Bai up and down, and seeing that his son was not missing any limbs, and even seemed to have grown stronger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, I'm going to special training, the signal is bad. Sui Bai chuckled and tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Clang! A crisp sound. What is that? Su Jiangguo asked curiously, glancing at it. Sui Bai unzipped his jacket and pulled out a jet black stone. Dark stone, complete version. I picked up a meteorite on the road. It looks pretty dark, I guess I can sell it for some money. Subai didn't dare tell the truth, afraid that his father's heart wouldn't be able to take it. This thing could easily fetch hundreds of thousands on the black market. You child, why do you always bring back stones? Su Jiangguo muttered, but didn't think much of it and continued to urge his son to eat. After dinner, Subai returned to his spacious bedroom. Come out, everyone! Bang! 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 4 streaks of red light flashed by. Appletail, Rocket Sparrow, Beedrill, and Draco Mesha all made an appearance. After being cleansed by the misty swamp, the temperament of these 4 elves has undergone a noticeable change. The flames of the Rocket Sparrow deepened, and its level reached LV25. Beedrill has even sharper stingers, a cold gaze, and is level 26. Dorganmesia has undergone a complete transformation, reaching level 26. He was also wearing 2 divine armors, giving off a faint aura of a little tyrant. The most flamboyant one is still the Apple Dragon. It was wearing the stolen erudite glasses. It lay solemnly in front of Subai's desk, flipping through a book titled The Complete Guide to Attribute Restraint with its paws. As for whether he can read or not, we don't know, and we dare not ask. After all, give the child some face. Roar! Knowledge is power. Pingguolong pushed up his glasses and let out a low, intelligent roar. All right, Professor Ping, stop pretending. Subai chuckled and patted its head. We're going to challenge them tomorrow, so everyone better be on your best. Thunder Dojo, specializing in electricity. Subai turned on his computer and pulled up the information on the Thunder Dojo. The museum owner is Lei Zhen. He was nicknamed Thunder Tiger. Fiery temper, skilled in aggressive attacks. His signature Pokémon are Electabuzz and Electabuzz, which are fast and have high burst damage. Electrical systems. Subai stroked his chin. The water-type Rocket Sparrow is definitely out of the question, it's just easy prey. While Beedrill is immune to electricity, it's too fragile and can be easily killed. While the dragon has decent resistances, its level is still a bit low, it can only be used as a surprise weapon. Subai's gaze finally landed on Pingguolong, who was pretending to be deep in thought. Professor Ping, you're the key player this time. Hey! Me! Pingguolong pointed to himself. That's right. Subai's lips curled up slightly. Grass type is resistant to electric, and dragon type is also resistant to electric. Double resistance, quadruple damage reduction. Even if that old man Lei Zhen struck you with 100,000 volts, it would just be like giving you an electrotherapy massage. In this battle, I'll show him what it means to be unbreakable. The next day, early morning. In the central area of Hangzhou, in front of a building shaped like a giant lightning rod. Subai, carrying a bag, stood at the entrance of the Thunder Dojo. Even though it's a weekday. But many challengers still gathered here. Most of them go in full of confidence, and then come out looking disheveled, their hair standing on end like an explosion. This is too difficult. That thunder beast is too fast. My Squirtle got electrocuted the moment it poked its head out. Sigh, Master Lei is in a bad mood today, he's really ruthless. Hearing the complaints of those around him, Subai remained calm and walked straight to the front desk. Hello, challenge the gym. The receptionist glanced at Subai and expertly handed him a form. Fill out the form, registration fee is 500. If you have 2 or more badges, you can register for free. This is my first time taking on this challenge. Subai swiped her card and filled out the form. A newcomer. The young woman glanced at him again and kindly reminded him. Newcomers should go to the experience area over there, instead of going straight to the main gym to get beaten up. Gym leader Lei has a bad temper. No. Subai waved his hand. I'm in a hurry. Just schedule the fastest session. Okay. The young woman shook her head and then fiddled with the computer for a while. There are 2 people ahead of you at venue number 3. Go wait in the waiting area. Holding the number plate, Suibai walked into the dojo, which was filled with the hum of electricity. As soon as I entered, then they saw a young man in a yellow martial arts uniform scolding several apprentices. Is this your level? You can't even use lightning flash properly. If master sees this, he'll definitely expel you from the sect. This man is Zhao Lei, the senior disciple of Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and also the gatekeeper responsible for selecting challengers. Only by defeating him will one be qualified to meet Master Lei Zhen. Next. Number 48. Zhao Lei shouted. It's me. Suibai walked up. Zhao Lei glanced at Suibai. His gaze lingered on his ordinary hiking backpack for a second, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Another newcomer trying their luck. Do you understand the rules? It's a 1v1. You can only enter the inner area if you beat me. You lost, go cool off somewhere else. Clear. Suibai nodded and took out a pokeball. Go, lightning ball. Zhao Lei casually tossed out a pokeball. Bang! A red and white sphere with no facial features, only a pair of eyes, appeared on the field, crackling with electric sparks. Lightning ball. Level, LV25. This is just a sprite used to test the skill level of newcomers. A lightning ball? That's perfect. Suibai smiled. Doran, come out and warm up. He didn't send the Pingguolong, that powerful weapon was reserved for the master. Doran is more than enough to deal with these gatekeepers. Doryu. The translucent little creature appeared out of thin air and floated lazily in the air. What kind of spirit is this? Zhao Lei was taken aback. Although he was a disciple of the dojo. But my knowledge is limited. They didn't recognize it as a pseudo-god from the Galar region. No matter what it is, it's all trash in the face of absolute speed. Lightning ball, roll. Sizzle. The ball of lightning began to spin rapidly, hurtling towards us like an electrified bowling ball. Speed. Suibai shook his head. You're still too green to try and outrun Dorgan with speed. Dragon, raid. Call out. Before the lightning ball had even rolled 2 meters. Dorgan Misha had already disappeared. The next second. Bang! A muffled thud. The dragon appeared in the path of the cyclone and crashed headfirst into its head. The lightning ball was knocked away and rolled several times on the ground, then it was stunned. Sold out instantly. What? Zhao Lei's eyes widened. So fast. I didn't even see it clearly. Thank you for your concession. Suibai recalled the dragon and said calmly. May I go in now? Chapter 24. Zhao Lei stared at the fallen lightning ball, his face turning bright red. He was instantly killed. And he was instantly defeated by a newcomer who looked like a high school student. Where does this leave him, the senior disciple, with his pride? Luck. It must be luck. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and blocked Suibai's path. Kid, don't get too cocky. I was just careless just now, that lightning ball isn't my main weapon. Since you seem to have some skill, I'll personally give you a go. As he spoke, he pulled out another, more substantial pokeball from his waist. Senior brother, isn't this against the rules? The junior apprentice next to me, who was in charge of taking notes, whispered a reminder, winning one match will allow you to enter the inner area. Shut up! Zhao Lei glared at him, if I don't get my revenge, how am I supposed to lead you guys in the future? He turned to look at Suibai, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Kid, dare to fight again. If you win, I won't stop you. If you lose, get out of here and don't ever come back to Thunder Gym. Suibai looked at the furious guy in front of him and was speechless. Why are there always sore losers like this, no matter where you go? Okay. Suibai checked the time. I'm in a hurry to see Master Lei. If you're going to fight, then hurry up. Arrogant. Zhao Lei was angered by Suibai's nonchalant attitude. Come out, Magneton! Bang! A crackling sound of electricity rang out. 3 magnemite-like metal sprites, linked together, floated in mid-air, surrounded by a strong magnetic field. Magneton. Level, LV32. Attribute, Electric/Steel. This is indeed a powerful Pokémon, significantly higher level than the previous Voltorb, and with excellent Steel-type resistance. Magneto, use Lock-On. Zhao Lei used tactics right from the start. Lock-On, the next attack will definitely hit. Then, just follow up with an electromagnetic cannon, high power but low accuracy, and you can basically kill an opponent of the same level instantly. Humph, no matter how fast you are, can you outrun a guaranteed hit? Zhao Lei sneered. Suibai sighed. Lock-On and electromagnetic cannon. That's too old-fashioned. Besides, you're too slow. Dariki, don't give it a chance to charge up. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Dariki. Dorganmesia's figure flickered and instantly disappeared into the void. Magneton's red eyes were about to lock onto its target when it discovered that the target had vanished. If the target is lost, the lock-on skill will fail immediately. What? Disappeared. Zhao Lei was shocked. That's a ghost-type move? Quick! Unleash your lightning in all directions. Force it out. Sizzle. Magneto frantically released electricity in all directions. But at that moment, directly above it, space shattered. Doran Messia peeked out like a ghostly assassin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The life orb on its body flashed with light. Bang! A powerful, ghostly dive slammed into the screw on Magneton's head. The sound of metal clashing is teeth-grinding. Magneton, like a piece of scrap metal, was smashed into the floor, its electricity crackling and its eyes spinning. Another instant sell out. Even with resistance to steel. However, against a near-god level opponent with multiple damage-boosting items, it is a different story. It's still as brittle as a piece of paper. Is this your main force? Suibai recalled the dragon, not even glancing at Zhao Lei. If this is all the Thunder Dojo is capable of, then it's incredibly disappointing. The entire room fell silent. The apprentices around him stared wide-eyed, looking at Suibai as if he were a monster. Senior brother, couldn't even withstand a single move? Just who is this kid? Zhao Lei's face turned ashen, and he plopped down on the ground. He knew he had really messed up this time. Slap, slap, slap. Just then, a round of applause came from the entrance of the inner venue. Wonderful! A deep, thunderous voice rang out. Everyone turned around. A middle-aged man with an afro, a full beard, and a burly build like a bear strode out. He wore a vest with a lightning bolt logo, his muscles bulging, and with each step he took, it seemed as if the ground trembled. Master, Master! Zhao Lei and the other apprentices quickly bowed their heads in respect. Thunderclap! Thunder City Gym Leader! A near-heavenly king-level powerhouse. Lei Zhen ignored his disciples, his tiger-like eyes were fixed on Suibai. Doramashia. Moreover, their training is exceptionally good, they've even mastered techniques like sneak attack. Lei Zhen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Kid, you're pretty good. Much better than these pieces of trash. I am Lei Zhen, the leader of the Thunder Dojo. Are you here to challenge me? Suibai met Lei Zhen's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. Suibai, a rookie trainer. Please enlighten me. Ha ha ha. What a great newcomer. Lei Zhen laughed twice, then turned and walked towards the main arena inside the stadium. You've got guts. Come in with me. Today I'll show you what true, overwhelming power is. Boom. As Lei Zhen finished speaking, the mechanism in the dome of the dojo was activated. Strikes of artificial lightning danced through the air, instantly bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Subai took a deep breath. The main event has begun. He patted the pokeball at his waist. Professor Ping, it's time to start class. Chapter 25. Thunder Dojo Main Arena. This is a huge venue filled with metallic textures. Insulation material was laid on the ground. Several huge lightning rods stood around the perimeter. Arcs of electricity occasionally leaped through the air. Sizzle. The suppressed crackling of electricity sent chills down my spine. The rules are very simple. Lei Zhen stood on the opposite high platform, arms crossed, looking down at the viewer. 3v3, until one side is completely incapacitated. I'm the owner. Since you're a newcomer, I don't want to take advantage of you. I won't change the character, you can change your Pokémon as you like. Come on, let me see what you're made of. Go, Thunder Beast. Bang. A flash of white light. A blue and yellow canine-shaped sprite with a mane that bristled like lightning and a fierce look landed on the field. Thunder Beast. Level, LV35. Ability, Lightning Rod, attracts electric-type moves and raises special attack. LV35. This is the level of the club owner's main players. It's several levels stronger than Zhao Lei's Magneton from before. The immense pressure was so strong that it even made the air thicken. LV35, hey! Subai narrowed his eyes. In his team, the highest level dragon was only LV26. A difference of nearly 10 levels. If it were an ordinary elf, it would have been scared to death long ago. But Subai's spirit is overpowered. If your level isn't high enough, make up for it with attributes. Subai took out a pokeball and tossed it gently. Go, apple-clad dragon. Teach it a lesson. Roar. The red light faded. The dragon, wrapped in apples, flapped its wings and soared high, hovering steadily in mid-air. It wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on its nose, its gaze calm, even with a hint of scrutiny, as if looking at a specimen about to be dissected. Grass type. Lei Zhen raised an eyebrow. Kid, you've got some ideas. I know that grass type is resistant to electric type. But... A sinister smile crept across Lei Zhen's lips. Faced with absolute power, this resistance is as thin as a cicada's wing. Thunder Beast. A flash of lightning. Get close to it. Woof. The Thunder Beast slammed its limbs into the ground, transforming into a streak of blue lightning that instantly covered a distance of over 10 meters, rushing to the foot of the apple dragon. Extremely fast. Flame Fang. Lei Zhen shouted. Who says electrical engineering can only use electricity? The Thunder Beast opened its massive jaws, flames erupting from its fangs, and viciously bit down on the apple dragon's wing. Fire-resistant grass. If you bite down hard enough, the effect will be outstanding. Blind spot filling skills. Subai was not surprised. How could a gym leader level trainer not have methods to counter type weaknesses? Apple-wrapped dragon, iron wall. Roar. The dragon neither dodged nor evaded. Its skin suddenly shimmered with a metallic sheen, its defensive capabilities instantly and dramatically increased. Click. The flaming teeth bit into its fruit peel, producing a metallic clang. Despite the sparks flying, Ping Qualong only frowned slightly. It doesn't hurt. Because it's a dragon. Dragons are fire resistant. Grass type low heat, 2x, dragon type fire resistance, 0.5x. In summary, that's 1x, normal damage. In addition, there's the defensive bonus from Iron Wall. This bite is almost like a tickle. What? Lei Zhen was stunned. This Pokémon has a dragon type. Only then did he take a closer look at the Pinggualong. Those green scales, that unique dragon's might. Grass-based dragon, 4 times the resistance to electricity, 1 times the resistance to fire. Lei Zhen's face darkened. Good lad, so you came prepared. Since fire won't work, let's use ice. Thunderbolt, Freeze Fang. This thunder beast is exceptionally well bred, it has even inherited multiple types of tooth skills. Ice Crushing Grass, 2x, Ice Crushing Dragon, 2x. 4 times weaker to ice. This is the Achilles heel of the apple-shaped dragon. Woof! The thunder beast leaped up again, this time its teeth radiating a chilling aura. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. A glint of light flashed in Suabai's eyes. Apple-wrapped dragon, malic acid. Spray it into its mouth. Roar! The apple-wrapped dragon opened its mouth. A thick, green, highly acidic liquid spurted out, splattering directly onto the thunder beast's face. Sizzle! Acid gets into the eyes and throat. Woof! Thunder beast let out a miserable cry as its frozen fang was shattered, and it rolled on the ground in pain. Malic acid lowers special defense. Although it did not cause serious damage, it successfully interrupted the opponent's fatal blow. Now's the time. Dragon Pulse. Boom! A colorful, dragon-shaped shockwave followed closely behind, slamming heavily into the thunder beast. The thunder beast was knocked backward and slid into the lightning rod. Damn it! Lei Zhen gritted his teeth. Thunderbolt. Volt Switch, Electric Return. If you can't win in close combat, then run. Despite the pain, Electivire transformed into a bolt of electricity and charged towards Appledra. After brushing against it, it instantly bounced back into its poke ball. Tactical retreat. Should I replace the Volt? Suabai looked at the empty arena, not annoyed by his opponent's escape. Use skills to avoid subsequent damage and adjust the rhythm at the same time. As expected of the master, he's very experienced. However, no matter who comes in, the result won't change. Lei Zhen, his face dark, pulled out the second ball. Don't be so arrogant. Since your dragon is resistant to electricity, then I'll use this one against you. Come out, Electrode. Bang! A giant red and white sphere appeared. Naughty Thunder. Level, LV34. Suabai's heart skipped a beat when the elf appeared. Because he knew what this thing's signature skill was. Naughty Grenade. Big Explosion. Lei Zhen flipped the table. Can't beat you? Then I'll blow you up. Big Bang, a normal type ultimate attack with a power of 250. It inflicts devastating damage at the cost of the user's own near-death experience. Boom! The mischievous lightning bolt emitted a dazzling white light, and terrifying energy was rapidly compressing. It's going to take us all down with it. Ping Long! Take off quickly! Hold the line! Suabai shouted. But it was too late. The explosion's light instantly engulfed the entire area. Chapter 26. Boom! The massive explosion nearly blew the roof off the dojo. A powerful shockwave, carrying electrical currents and dust, spread wildly in all directions. Even the referees on the sidelines were blown off balance. Smoke and dust filled the air. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. This is too cruel. Zhao Lei, who was watching the game, swallowed hard. To take down an apple dragon, they directly sacrificed one of their main forces. Is this the owner's boldness? Cough cough. Suabai waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him, his gaze fixed on the center of the arena. In the big pit, the mischievous thunderbolt had turned into charred scrap metal, its eyes darting around, completely incapacitated. And not far from it, the Pingguolong was lying on the ground, covered in dirt, its wings drooping limply. Although it used defend at the last moment, blocking most of the damage. But the power of the explosion was so great that the aftershocks alone caused it considerable internal damage. Its glasses were askew, hanging on its ears, making it look rather disheveled. Pingguolong, can you still fight? Subai shouted. Roar. Ping Qualong struggled to lift his head and shook it. I'm completely exhausted, I can't play this game anymore. Come back, you did a great job. Subai decisively withdrew the Pingwalong. Although it appeared to be a one-for-one exchange, the Apple Dragon not only forced the Thunder Beast to retreat, but also forced one of its main forces to self-destruct. Its tactical value has been maximized. The score is now 1-1. Lei Zhen looked at Subai, a hint of appreciation appearing in his eyes. You've pushed me to this point, you should be proud of yourself. However, the main event is yet to come. Come out. My ace. Electric Beast. Bang. An even thicker bolt of lightning struck the ground. A colossal, bipedal beast, covered in yellow fur with black stripes and carrying 2 cables on its back, let out a deafening roar. Electrodemon. Level, LV38. Attribute, Electric. Ability, Electric Engine, speed increases when hit by electric-type moves. LV38. This is Lei Zhen's true trump card. Electromagic Beast. Subai felt the pressure. This Pokémon is not only incredibly powerful, but its moves also have an extremely wide range of applications. Flame Fist, Ice Fist, Lightning Fist, it can do them all. He is a true all-around warrior. In that case, it's up to you. Subai took a deep breath and threw out the purple luxury ball. Go, Dorgan Mija! Dariki! The ghostly dragon appears, floating in mid-air, its 2 divine armors emitting an eerie glow under the stimulation of electricity. Ghost type. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. This fragile creature can be shattered with a single punch from my Electrify Beast. Electromagnetic Beast. Thunder Fist. Roar. Electivire charged forward, its right fist crackling with violent electricity, slamming down on Draco with a whooshing sound. It wasn't fast, but it was full of momentum. Doran, don't try to tough it out. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Subai calmly gave instructions. Dorgan Mija vanished into the void in a flash. The lightning fist missed its target, blasting a large, charred crater in the ground. Hide. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Lei Zhen shouted. Discharge in all directions. Zzzzzzzzz. The electrified beast erupted with a blinding blue light, and countless currents spread indiscriminately in all directions. This is an electric grid. If Dorgan dares to show himself, he'll be instantly electrocuted. Just then, behind the electric monster, space suddenly cracked open. Dorgan Mija poked his head out. But instead of launching an attack, I made a funny face. He. Then it shrank back. What? Both Lei Zhen and the electric beast were stunned for a moment. Is this a provocation? It's over there. Thunder Fist. The electrified beast turned and threw a punch. But this is still just a facade. The real killer move is overhead. Drawn. Raid. Call out. Taking advantage of the opening when his opponent turned around, Dorgan Mija swooped down from directly above. Dark energy enveloped his entire body. Life Jade Amplification. Bang. The blow slammed into the back of the electrified beast's neck. Roar. The electric monster staggered a few steps in pain. However, it has thick hide and high defense, so the attack did not cause a fatal wound. It countered with a freezing punch. A fist, radiating coldness, grazed past the dragon's tail. That was close. If it were even a fraction of a second slower, Doran would be frozen solid. Such a fast reaction time. Subai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This Electivire is tough to beat. If this isn't resolved quickly, it might seize an opportunity. We must act swiftly. Doran, create some distance. Use that move. Will-o'-the-wisp. Dariki. Dorgan Mija opened his mouth and spat out a ball of purplish-black flame. The flickering will-o'-the-wisp drifted aimlessly toward the electric monster. Trying to burn me? Lei Zhen scoffed, too slow. Shock the monster, cleave it in two. The electrified beast swung its arm, trying to scatter the will-o'-the-wisp. But will-o'-the-wisps have no physical form. It passed through the hand of the electrified beast and attached itself directly to its chest. Call. The flames spread instantly. Roar. The electric monster let out a painful roar. Burns. Physical attacks are halved. Success. Subai clenched his fist. If you disable its physical attack, this electivire will be half useless. Next, it's time to fly kites. Dorgan, misfortunes never come singly. Its power doubles under abnormal conditions. Boom. The ghostly energy exploded. The electivire was forced to retreat repeatedly, black smoke billowing from its body. It is angry, it is violent. But it couldn't hit that slippery ghost. Every punch was dodged by Dorgan using stealth or speed. However, under the continuous burning of the will-o'-the-wisp, its strength gradually diminished. Finally, under another sneak peek from Dragoon, he finished off the enemy. This arrogant, electric monster collapsed to the ground with a thud. It wasn't killed. They were worn down to death. Electric Demon Beast is unable to fight. Lei Zhen has only one Pokémon left. The referee announced. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and recalled the electric monster. He looked at the still energetic Dorgan on the field, his expression becoming extremely complicated. Good lad. First, they used elemental advantage to force me back, then they used tactical kiting to kill my ace. You deserve this badge. He still had a weakened Thunder Beast in his possession. But against a fully powered quasi-god, there's no point in struggling anymore. I concede. Lei Zhen said frankly. Chapter 27. You flatter me, Master Lei. Subai retrieved Dorgan Mija and politely bowed. Although he won, it wasn't an easy victory. If it weren't for the items and potions in my backpack. If it weren't for the resistance of the Apple Dragon. The outcome of today's battle is unpredictable. A loss is a loss, and I, Lei Zhen, can afford to lose. Although Lei Zhen has a rugged appearance, he has a very forthright personality. He walked up to Subai and took out a golden badge shaped like a lightning bolt from his pocket. This is the Thunder Badge. With this, you can command spirits below level 40. And this too. He then took out a U-shaped red magnet, which had a strong magnetic field flowing through it. Magnet, when held, increases the power of electric-type moves by 20%. Even though you don't seem to use electric-type Pokémon, this thing can still sell for a good price. Lei Zhen laughed heartily and patted Subai on the shoulder. Kid, I'm rooting for you. Go to a bigger stage. Hangzhou is too small to contain a dragon like you. Thank you, Master Lei. Subai took the badge and magnet. Looking at the heavy badge in his hand, he felt a surge of accomplishment. This is the first step. The first step on the road to the championship. Ding! Detection indicates the host has acquired their first gym badge. Achievement completed, emerging talent. Reward, skill disc pack, random, ×1. The system notification tone sounded at the appropriate time. Subai's eyes lit up. There were unexpected bonuses. After leaving the Thunder Gym, Subai found a deserted street corner and eagerly brought up the system interface. That skill disc pack, random, was an achievement reward. Its gold content is definitely not low. System, open the gift pack. Ding! Gift pack being opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained, Move Learning Device, Substitute. A disc emitting an eerie grayish-white glow lay quietly in the system tray. A stand-in. Subai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost burst out laughing. A divine skill. Absolutely a divine skill. Doppelganger, consumes 1/4 of its own stamina to create a clone that is exactly the same as itself to block attacks. In the game, this is the core of the famous substitute and protect and poison tactic. In reality, the strategic significance of this move is even more outrageous. Not only can it block damage, but it can also be used to confuse opponents, bait out skills, and even scout ahead. Doran is slippery enough as it is, if it learns this trick. Suibai imagined the scene. The opponent finally predicted Draco's position and unleashed a powerful attack, only to destroy a doll while the real Draco had already circled around and backstabbed them. The scene was practically a brain hemorrhage on the opponent's part. Doran, you have a new toy. Suibai was in a great mood. After returning home, Suibai took a shower, ate the lavish dinner Aunt Zhang had prepared to celebrate his return to his room. He did not rest immediately. Instead, he turned on his computer and logged into the official website of the National Trainers League. Next stop, Zhongcheng. The Thunder Dojo in Hangzhou has been cleared. According to the league's rules, to participate in the national tournament, you must collect all 8 gym badges of different attributes. The city closest to Hangzhou is Zhongcheng, which is right next door. There is a famous water-type gym there. Beep beep beep. The web page reader Rex. A huge poster popped up. The poster features a young woman with a hot figure and sweet face, wearing a light blue swimsuit. She stood atop a giant melodic, surrounded by various water-type spirits, with a turbulent sea in the background. The title is also sensational. The most beautiful curator. The water goddess, Lu Yunyan. Lu Yunyan. Suibai stroked his chin. The name sounds gentle and weak, but looking at this melodic size, it's fierce. He scrolled down the page to read the challenger's comments. Passerby ya, Goddess Lu is so beautiful. Although I cried because of her Gyarados, I still want to say, Goddess, step on me. Challenger B, get lost, you pervert upstairs. But honestly, the Zhongcheng gym is really tough. That water feature is awful, ground Pokémon can't even stay upright. Professional analyst, although Lu Yunyan is young, her family is in the shipping business and is incredibly wealthy. All her Pokémon are top tier with perfect IVs and maxed out effort. Furthermore, their moveset is perfectly tailored to grass and electric types. Targeting grass type. Suibai raised an eyebrow. It's common knowledge that water type is weak against grass type and electric type. As the owner, I will definitely try to find a way to make up for this weakness. Could it be? Suibai clicked on a battle video titled Tragic. Grass-type Pokémon is KO'd in one hit. In the video, a Bulbasaur is preparing to use its Vine Whip. The Gyarados opposite suddenly opened its mouth wide. A beam of white light, radiating a terrifying chill, shot out instantly. Freeze Beam, Freeze Ray. Click. The Bulbasaur was frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Health bar empty. As expected. Suibai turned off the video, his expression becoming serious. Ice-type moves. This is a nightmare for all dragon and grass-type Pokémon. Apple-wrapped dragon has both grass and dragon attributes. Grass-type characters are vulnerable to ice, 2x damage. Dragon-type monsters are also afraid of ice, 2x damage. When combined, that's 4 times weaker to ice. If Appledra's fourfold resistance to electricity was a testament to a fatherly love as vast as a mountain in the previous Thunder Gym, then that was akin to fatherly love as deep as a mountain. In this water-type gym, if the opponent has ice-type moves, it will be a major blow to Apple Wolf. Even a slight graze will leave you crippled, if not dead. I thought it would be a game where everyone's attributes were overwhelmingly superior. Suibai rubbed his temples helplessly. The result is a hellish difficulty level where you can easily crash and burn. For an average grass-type trainer, encountering a water-type trainer who knows Ice Beam is basically a death sentence. But Suibai is different. He has a backpack system, Search for half-reflection fruit, ice-resistant fruit, Soursop fruit, when attacked by an ice-type move with excellent effect, the damage received is halved. Inventory, 999. Suibai's lips curled into a slight smile. 4 times weaker to ice. 1 fruit, and it doubles. If that's still not enough. Suibai then looked at another section, skill discs. Water type is effective against fire type, like Fizz. However, water type gyms are not necessarily all in water, they can be water/land based, such as Quagsire, or water/flying, such as Gyarados. It seems we need to give the team another major overhaul. The apple-wrapped dragon can't just be a turret, it needs to learn some survival skills. As for Dorgan, Suibai looked at the little guy who was lying on the pillow dreaming of eating candy. The water-type gym's arena is a pool, ghost-type gyms can fly and are not restricted by terrain. This time, you're the key player. The next day, Hangzhou High-Speed Railway Station. Suibai stood at the ticket gate, carrying a bag. Dad, Aunt Zhang, go back now, don't see us off. Call me when you arrive. Su Jianghua waved goodbye, his eyes filled with reluctance but even more so with pride. No. Suibai turned around and walked into the turnstile. The high-speed train roars past. The scenery outside the window rushed past. Suibai took out a pokeball, it was Appledew's pokeball. Through the translucent dome, you could see the apple dragon wearing those gold-rimmed glasses, seriously, sleeping. Zhangcheng. Lu Union. A curse that weakens ice damage by 4 times. Suibai's eyes were sharp. Let me see if your ice light is faster, or my scheming is more sophisticated. Chapter 28. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Zhangcheng Station. Accompanied by the train's announcement, Suibai walked out of the high-speed rail station. A wave of moist air washed over me. Zhangcheng, as its name suggests, is a city built on a river. Everywhere you look there are crisscrossing waterways, and even the buses are amphibious. This is truly a perfect place for a water-type spirit to retire. Suibai sighed. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the dojo. Instead, we strolled along the famous Thousand Island Lake. I planned to first find a place and use the treasure radar to scan around and see if there are any local specialties or resources. Drip, drip, drip. Radar activated. There were no surprises, just ordinary waterstone fragments or large pearls. These things are no longer enough to excite Suibai. Just then, as Suibai crossed a stone bridge, he suddenly stopped. On the riverbank below the bridge arch, a young girl was squatting down. She was wearing a wrinkled, oversized t-shirt. She wore faded denim shorts and muddy flip-flops. His hair was a mess, like he'd just crawled out of a chicken coop. Now, she was lying on the riverbank, half her body submerged in the water, muttering to herself. Where did they go? Where did they go? Wah-ah-ah, if I can't find it, my sister will kill me. Look at him. She was exactly like a down-on-her-luck girl who had lost her living expenses and had nowhere else to turn. Doran. Is she hungry? Doran Messia, who was hiding on top of Suibai's head, peeked out and glanced at him curiously. As a gluttonous dragon, it thought everyone lying on the ground was hungry. Maybe. Suibai shook his head. The girl almost fell into the river. Seeing that he looked like he might fall into the shower at any moment, I figured I should remind him. And his treasure radar showed a faint blue dot at the girl's location. Let's go take a look. Suibai walked down the riverbank and came up behind the girl. Do you need any help? Ah. The girl was startled, slipped, and fell straight into the river. Careful. Suibai reacted quickly, grabbing her by the back of her collar and pulling her back. Huff, huff. The girl patted her chest, still shaken. She looked up. Subai then got a clear look at her face. Although there was some mud on his face, but her facial features are extremely delicate. Especially her big, watery eyes, which have a mischievous and clever quality. Thank you, thank you. The girl scratched her messy hair a little shyly. I was so focused just now that I didn't hear you walking. Are you looking for something? Subai asked. Mentioning this, the girl's face immediately fell. One of my very important pieces of jewelry fell into the river. I stole, borrowed it from my sister. If I can't find it, I'm dead. Accessories? Subai glanced at the radar. The blue dot of light is located in the silt about 2 meters underwater. Doran, time to get to work. Subai patted him on the shoulder. Doryu, so troublesome. Despite complaining, the little guy obediently revealed himself. Its body became ethereal, and like a ghost, it burrowed directly into the water. Drow are amphibious and can become ethereal, ignoring water pressure. Wow! That's Dorgan Misha. The girl's eyes widened like saucers the moment she saw Dorgan. Alive! A quasi-god! How do you possess such a rare elf? Are you a noble from the Galar region? I'm a local. Subai shrugged. A few seconds later. Whoosh! Dorgan Misha emerged from the water, a glittering object in its mouth. It flew back and dropped the item into Subai's hand. Then he disgustedly shook the water off his body. Is this it? Subai opened his palm. It was a blue, scale-like ornament, exquisitely crafted, and radiating a beautiful luster. Beautiful scales. An essential item for evolving a slug into a melodic, and it's quite valuable. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. The girl was so excited she almost jumped up. She snatched the scales away, rubbed them on her clothes repeatedly, and treasured them dearly. Thank goodness! Wow, my life is saved. Thank you. You're such a kind person. Subai smiled and said, it was nothing. Now that he was all right and his belongings had been found, he was ready to leave. Hey! Wait a minute! The girl suddenly called out to him. She looked Subai up and down, her gaze lingering on his ordinary hiking backpack for a second. Then, she did something that Subai didn't expect. She took it from that crumpled trouser pocket. He pulled out a black and gold card. And a purple sphere. No, I never owe anyone a favor. The girl shoved the things into Subai's hands and said with great bravado. This mysterious water droplet is for you. And this card is the VIP card for the largest seafood restaurant in Zhongcheng. Use it to dine there, and the meal is free. Subai was stunned. Mysterious water drop increases the power of water-type moves by 20% when carried. Although not as precious as a jade pendant, it is still a valuable item worth tens of thousands of yuan. Just like that, you give it away? And that VIP card? The seafood restaurant is the most expensive restaurant in Zhongcheng, costing several thousand yuan per person. This. Subai glanced at the girl's disheveled appearance. I glanced again at the row of pokeballs that were inadvertently visible at her waist. That is. Luxury ball. And there were a full 6 of them. Goodness! So he was just a rich kid experiencing life? Or perhaps, a runaway heiress? Take it, I'm not short of money. The girl waved her hand dismissively. By the way, you're a trainer, right? What are you doing in Zhongcheng? Challenging the gyms. Okay. Subai nodded and accepted the items. No way, why not take it? I think your dragon breeding is quite good. The girl suddenly leaned closer to Subai, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously. Here's a little insider tip. Lu Yunyan, the gym leader of the water-type gym, hasn't been in a good mood lately. Because of her good-for-nothing younger sister, because of some personal matters. So her assessment is now twice as difficult. If you want to win, you'd better not use grass type. Why? Subai raised an eyebrow. Because her ace melodic learned icy wind and blizzard. The girl had a I know look on her face. Entering a grass type unit is like sending them to their doom. Trust me, use electric type, or a fast attacker like your Dragapult. After saying that, the girl glanced at her phone, and suddenly her expression changed. Oh no! My sister's coming back. I need to hurry back and put the scales away. Bye bye. Kind person. I wish you success in your challenge. Like a startled rabbit, she slipped on her flip-flops and ran off as fast as she could. Subai was left standing alone on the riverbank, holding a water droplet and a black card in his hand. Lu Yunyan's younger sister. Subai watched the girl's departing figure, a playful smile playing on his lips. It seems this Zhongcheng Taekwondo Academy is even more interesting than I imagined. Melodic? Blizzard? Perfect. My little apple cider loves smoothies the most. Subai packed his things and turned to walk towards the city center. Since someone's treating, let's go have a feast at that legendary seafood restaurant first, then go and challenge them. At the same time, water-themed gym, back entrance. The down on her luck girl sneaked in. She quickly changed out of her dirty clothes and put on an exquisite Lolita dress. Phew, that was close. We almost got caught. She patted her chest and carefully placed the beautiful scale back into a crystal display case. Ching ching, where have you been running off to again? A clear, cold, and authoritative voice suddenly came from behind. The girl's body stiffened. She turned her head mechanically. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a dojo master's uniform and exuding an aura of an ice queen, stood with her arms crossed, coldly watching her. It was none other than Lu Yunyan, the owner of the Zhongcheng Martial Arts Academy. Sister, sister. Lu Qingqing revealed a smile that was more like a grimace. I've gone to scout out some new talent for you. Really? I just met a really interesting challenger. He actually has a Doran Messiah. Dariki. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Lu Yunyan's eyes, which had been as calm as an ancient well. A quasi-god. That's interesting. Hopefully he can withstand my first round of attacks. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Chapter 29. Zhongcheng City Center. The most bustling section of the Riverside Road. A magnificent building, shaped like a giant Gyarados spiraling upwards, stands on the riverbank. Resplendent in gold and exuding an aura of dominance. This is the legendary place where the average cost per person is several thousand yuan, and you can't get in without a reservation. Dragon Palace Seafood Restaurant. Tisk tisk, is this the happiness of the rich? Subai stood at the main entrance. I looked up at the signboard made of pure gold. And there's a row of expensive luxury cars parked at the entrance. Although he now has several million in his pocket, making him a minor tycoon. But this level of extravagance was something I never dared to dream of before. Good evening, sir. The hostesses at the entrance wore well-tailored cheongsams and had exquisite makeup. Although he wore a professional smile. But when his gaze swept over Subai's ordinary sportswear, slightly worn hiking backpack, and sneakers covered in mud, it was clear that he was mistaken. A moment of hesitation inevitably crossed my mind. Every guest here is impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, and is either wealthy or influential. It's rare to see a trainer like Subai, carrying a bag and looking travel-worn as if he'd just emerged from the wild. Do you have a reservation? The hostess asked politely. No appointment? Subai shook his head. The hostess's smile faded slightly. The tone remained polite. But it carried a sense of distance. I'm sorry, sir, we are full for tonight. If you wish to dine, you may need to queue in the waiting area over there. The current wait time is approximately 3 hours. She pointed to the waiting area next to her, which was packed with people. Q. Subai smiled. He doesn't have that kind of free time. However, I have this. Subai reached into his pocket and pulled out the black and gold card that the down on her luck girl had forced on him. It was handed over. Can I skip the queue with this card? The hostess casually accepted the card. However, when her fingertips touched that cold, metallic texture, look closely at the lifelike Gyarados emblem on the card, and the surrounding ring of small diamonds. She froze instantly. Pupils constricted sharply. As a longtime employee of Longgong Seafood Restaurant, she certainly recognized the card. Supreme Dragon Card. This is a top-tier VIP card that only core members of the Lu family and a very small number of distinguished guests can possess. The number of people in the entire Zhongcheng who possess this card can be counted on one hand. This is... The hostess's hands began to tremble, and she almost dropped the card. When she looked up at Subai again, the disdain in her eyes had vanished, replaced by deep fear and awe. Even if Subai came in slippers, with this card in hand, he was the king here. I'm so sorry, sir. The hostess bent over at a 90-degree angle, her voice trembling. I was blind and didn't recognize your talent. Quickly. Please come in. Manager. Manager. We have a distinguished guest. 5 minutes later. Subai sat in the Crystal Palace private room on the top floor of the Dragon Palace Seafood Restaurant. Here, there are huge floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides, offering a panoramic view of the city's dazzling nightscape. You can even see the shimmering estuary of the Yangtze River in the distance. The floor is made of transparent reinforced glass. Below is a huge aquarium. Countless colorful and rare aquatic creatures swim around at your feet. Luxurious. The ultimate in luxury. Sir, this is the menu. The chubby restaurant manager served us personally, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his face full of obsequiousness. He just checked the card number. Number 002. That's the exclusive card for the second young lady of the Liu family. This young man in front of me actually has Miss Liu's personal card? What's their relationship? The manager dared not think too deeply about it and could only treat Subai like a revered ancestor. No need to look anymore. Subai closed the thick, gold-edged menu and waved his hand dismissively. Bring out all of your signature dishes. Especially that steamed crab chloro, slow-cooked dado's tail soup, note, artificially cultivated edible parts, not wild, and that king of spiny dragon sashimi platter. We need a large quantity. Enough for everyone. Also, prepare the highest grade energy cube package for my elves. Okay. I'll arrange it for you right away. The manager wiped his sweat and quickly left. The door to the private room closed. Subai breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the soft leather sofa. This is life. Come out, my boys. Dinner's ready. Bang. 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 4 streaks of red light flashed by. The once spacious private room instantly became lively. Chirp. Smells so good. Finch was the first to rush towards the Pokémon dining area next to the dining table. I was drooling over the plate of stir-fried red pepper energy cubes that had just been served and was emitting a spicy aroma. Exactly. The blue bee is rather reserved. It hovered in mid-air. Use 2 long needles like chopsticks to pick up a piece of fruit and elegantly put it into your mouth. Even while eating, it maintains the demeanor of a ruthless assassin. Doryu. Dorganmesia immediately went invisible. But the food on the table was disappearing at a visible rate. 1 minute this plate is missing a piece, the next minute that plate has a corner missing. Even the crab legs that Subai had just peeled disappeared in the blink of an eye. The true ghost feeds. The most outrageous one is the apple-wrapped dragon. Roar. It sat upright on its special high chair. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. A beautifully presented special vegetarian steak sits before me. It didn't wolf down its food as usual. Instead, it extended a short claw, attempting to pick up the knife and fork, mimicking Suibai's earlier actions to cut the steak. However, because the claws are too short, they cannot hold on firmly at all. Clatter! The fork fell. Ugh! This is so awkward. Ping Quilong pushed up his glasses, looked around, and pretended nothing had happened. Then, when no one was looking, he suddenly buried his head in the plate and gulped it down. Chew, chew, chew. After finishing its meal, it quickly resumed its refined scoundrel-sitting posture. He even picked up a napkin to wipe the sauce from the corner of his mouth. He had an air of "I'm a bookworm, I'm very particular." Puff! Suibai almost spat out the juice he had just drunk. Professor Ping, stop pretending. Your glasses are practically covered in oil. Roar! Can you call this pretentious behavior from a scholar? It's called a sense of ritual. Ping Quilong snorted indignantly, and then let out a burp. Looking at this group of companions with different personalities, Suibai felt a surge of warmth in his heart. That's the meaning of travel. It's not just about becoming stronger, but also about experiencing and enjoying things together with your friends. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to get down to business. After finishing his meal, Suibai put down his chopsticks and looked out the window. Far away, a huge stadium, shaped like a blue water droplet, floats on the river. That's Zhongcheng Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yunyan. The words of that down-on-her-luck girl came to Suibai's mind. Never use grass-type moves. Her melodic will unleash a blizzard. 4 times weaker to ice. Suibai patted the head of the Ping Quilong. Ping Quilong was wearing glasses and trying to look serious when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. Hey! Master, why are you looking at me like that? Fine. Suibai smiled meaningfully. Professor Ping, tomorrow's exam is going to be a death trap. Since everyone thinks grass type can't beat ice type, then let's prepare a big gift for that beautiful museum owner. With a thought, Suibai opened his system inventory. My gaze swept over the dazzling array of props and finally settled on a particular type of tree fruit. Sour sop berry, ice-resistant fruit. When attacked by an ice-type move with excellent effect, the damage received is halved. Inventory, 999. 4 times weaker ice? 1 fruit, and it becomes twice as strong. If that's still not enough. Suibai then looked at another section, skill discs. The finger stopped on a CD with a green sun pattern engraved on it. Move learning tool, sunny day. Boil the water dry, let's see how you use ice then. Rocket Sparrow, come here. Suibai waved. Let's give this water goddess an artificial sun. Chapter 30. The next morning. Zhongcheng Water System Martial Arts Hall. As one of the most prestigious martial arts schools in Jiangnan Province, its architectural style is highly distinctive. The entire dojo resembles a giant blue droplet of water, suspended on the river surface, connected to the shore by several transparent glass walkways. Although it wasn't open yet, a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Have you heard? Yesterday, Master Lu was in a bad mood and made over a dozen challengers cry. Yes, it's so brutal. That melodic is a merciless freezing machine, anything that goes up there turns into an ice sculpture. Sigh, what can you do when she's from a wealthy family? All her Pokémon are top tier. We ordinary trainers are lucky to even get a participation prize. There was much discussion among the crowd. Most people wore a tragic air about them, as if they were saying, a hero goes forth and never returns. Suibai, carrying a bag, mingled in the crowd, listening to the gossip with a calm demeanor. Ding dong! 9 o'clock sharp. The dojo doors slowly opened. Challengers with reservation numbers, please enter. Holding the number he had booked online yesterday, Suibai followed the flow of people into the dojo. As soon as you enter, a cool and humid atmosphere greets you. The enormous interior space is a standard waterborne battlefield. The azure pool water was crystal clear, with several floating boards serving as footholds. On the opposite side of the field, a tall woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, dressed in a light blue gym uniform, stood quietly on a huge ice floe. Lu Yunyan, master of Zhongcheng Martial Arts Academy. She was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, beautiful, yet keeping everyone at arm's length. Next, her voice, amplified through the loudspeakers, resonated throughout the venue, devoid of any emotion. Suibai straightened his collar and strode onto the challenge platform. Challenger, Suibai. A resident of Hangzhou, currently possessing one badge. Hangzhou. Lu Yunyan raised her eyelids and glanced at Suibai indifferently. Did that brute Lei Zhen give you the badge? I hope your skills are more appealing than your looks. Suibai. This woman has a sharp tongue. You know the rules, right? Lu Yunyan waved her hand impatiently. 3v3, no switching of Pokémon allowed, the battle continues until one side is completely incapacitated. Don't waste time, let's begin. Go forth, peacock. Bang. A flash of white light. A white waterbird with a huge yellow beak and broad wings appeared in mid-air. Race, peacock. Level, LV35. Trait, rain. Upon entering the battlefield, it will change the weather to rain. Splash. The giant gull had just appeared. The once brightly lit stadium was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Large raindrops poured down, the dense sound of the rain drowning out the surrounding noise. The entire venue was instantly shrouded in a misty rain. This is the signature tactic of the water-type gym, the Rain Team. In rainy weather, the power of water-type moves increases by 50%, while the power of fire-type moves is halved. Furthermore, for Pokémon with the Swift Swim ability, their speed will double. This is home field advantage. Lu Yunyan stood in the rain, letting the rain soak her hair, a cold smile playing on her lips. In this arena, in this rain, my Pokémon's battle power has doubled. Now, even if you wanted to start a fire, you couldn't. Send out your spirit. Suibai looked up at the dark clouds overhead and felt the cool rain around him. It's really troublesome. He muttered to himself. If this rain doesn't stop, my apple-covered dragon, a nickname for a child, is afraid it will get rheumatism. Suibai took a red and white ball from his waist. Since you don't allow the use of fire, then I'll use it anyway. Go, Rocket Sparrow! Bang! A burst of red light erupted. A small bird, its body ablaze with orange-red flames, soared into the sky and hovered amidst the rain. The flames on his body hissed and crackled as the rain poured down on them, as if they might go out at any moment. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! Fire element! Is this guy crazy? Using fire magic against a rain team? What kind of operation is this? A suicide attack? Oh no, this kid's probably scared out of his wits and grabbed the wrong ball, right? Even Lu Yunyan was taken aback for a moment, then the disdain in her eyes deepened. Fire element? Are you kidding me? Puffin, ripples in the water. Let it go down and calm down. Parry. The beak opened wide, and a ball of energy containing terrifying water-based power instantly condensed. With the added benefit of the rain, this water sphere doubled in size compared to normal. If this shot hits, the Rocket Sparrow will be instantly killed. Calm down. Suibai snapped his fingers, a bright smile on his face. I think the venue is too cold right now. It needs to be heated. Rocket Sparrow. Sunny day. Chirp. Chirp. The Rocket Sparrow suddenly spread its wings and let out a loud phoenix cry. A blinding white orb of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, shooting straight towards the dome. The sphere of light hovered above the field, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light and heat. It's like a real little sun. Sizzle sizzle. A terrifying heatwave swept through the entire venue. The originally dense raindrops were instantly evaporated into white water vapor upon contact with the heat wave. The dark clouds have dispersed. The torrential rain suddenly stopped. Instead, there is glaring sunlight and sweltering heat that makes you sweat profusely. Weather changed, sunny. Effect: Fire-type attacks gain 50% more power, Water-type attacks lose half their power. Tisk. The peacock's seemingly inevitable water pulse was evaporated by half its volume in mid-air due to the high temperature. The remaining half hit the rocket sparrow. Chirp. The rocket sparrow shook its feathers. It felt like being splashed with lukewarm water. Superficial. Quiet. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white steam rising from the field. The originally cool and refreshing water dojo. The area was now shrouded in mist and steaming hot. Small bubbles even started to rise from the pool below. Like a giant hot pot. It's so hot. The audience in the front row started sweating and began taking off their jackets. This is a perfectly sunny day. A crack finally appeared on Lu Yunyan's perpetually icy face, and she completely lost control of her expression. How did you get this skill disc? Sunny days are not some kind of forbidden technique. However, they are very rare on the market, and usually only fire-specialized gyms or large corporations have them in stock. How could a challenger who looks like a high school student just casually pull out something like that? And that rocket finches unleashed their sunny day attack so fast. Did they not need to charge it up? Is it difficult? Subai shrugged, looking completely innocent. I bought this from a roadside stall a couple of days ago. The owner said it could be used to dry clothes, so I taught him how to use it. Drying clothes. Lu Yunyan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You're using a strategic level skill disc worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to dry clothes. Now, the rain has stopped. The water has boiled. Subai's eyes sharpened, and his aura suddenly changed. I'm here too. It boiled the water dry. It's time for us to serve the food. Rocket Sparrow. Taking advantage of the sunlight. Stored flame strike. Chirp. Chirp. Bathed in the artificial sun, the rocket sparrow felt its fire-based energy boiling within it. It let out a cheerful cry. His entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Under the bright sunshine, the flame was even more intense than usual, and even took on a golden red luster. Call out! It transformed into a fiery meteor, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and crashed into the big head carrier, who was still in shock. Publicity! Get out of the way! Lu Yunyan hurriedly shouted. But the giant toucan is bulky, and now that it has lost the cover of the rain, its ability only works in the rain. Where can it hide? Boom! The flames crashed heavily onto the waterbird. Parry! The big-billed gull let out a scream, its feathers were singed, and it tumbled several times in the air before plunging headfirst into the scalding pool water. This injury! Lu Yunyan's heart sank. That's too high. Under the influence of a bright, sunny day, the power of fire-type skills is simply unreasonable. Is this Subai's tactic? Can we use weather countermeasures to turn the water-type gym into a fire-type stronghold? That's interesting. Lu Yunyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. However, don't think you can win just by changing the weather. Pufferfish. Roost. Then use a storm. Blow it down. Chapter 31. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sudden gust of wind arose. Despite being charred black, the Pelipper still displayed the qualities of a veteran Pokémon the moment it heard the command. Its wings flapped violently. The previously calm atmosphere was instantly stirred up. It transformed into a blue tornado connecting heaven and earth. It whipped up the scalding steam from the pond and swooped down to kill the rocket sparrow in the air. Flying type ultimate move, Storm. Power 110. It's guaranteed to hit on a rainy day. But now, trying to blow my bird down. Subai looked at the massive tornado, but instead of telling Rocket Sparrow to take cover, he even put his hands in his pockets and whistled. Master Lu, did you not study your theory lessons well? What? Lu Yunyan frowned. In rainy weather, the storm is an infallible, god-tier skill. But under a clear sky. Subai's lips curled slightly as he uttered a cruel statistic. Its hit rate is only 50%. This is a gamble. And I bet you won't hit me. Before he could finish speaking, the seemingly devastating tornado, just as it was about to engulf the rocket sparrow, was strangely deflected due to the disturbance of the high-temperature airflow. Hula! The storm swept past the tail feathers of the rocket sparrow and slammed into the dome of the gym, making the reinforced glass vibrate loudly. Miss! It really missed. This is incredibly lucky. An uproar erupted in the audience. No, this isn't luck. An experienced trainer adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. This is an accurate prediction made using weather mechanisms. That newbie named Subai has an absolutely terrifying understanding of skills. On the field, Lu Yunyan's face instantly turned ugly. I lost the bet. Furthermore, because Polyper used this high-energy consuming skill, its movements became briefly stiff. Chance. A cold glint flashed in Subai's eyes. Rocket Finch. Don't give it a second chance. This is your final song. Brave bird attacks. Brave bird. Chirp. Chirp. The rocket sparrow, having narrowly escaped death, let out a mournful and resolute cry. It folded its wings, and the flames all over its body instantly transformed into a dazzling blue light. The strongest physical move of the flying type, Brave Bird Attack. Power 120. Side effect, suffers massive recoil damage. This is a suicidal attack that inflicts heavy damage on the enemy but also harms oneself by 800. Since we're going to get involved, let's take someone down with us. Call out. Rocket Sparrow transformed into a blue meteor, its speed boosted by the previous charged flame strike making it as fast as teleportation. Puffin! Hold on! Lu Yunyan screamed in panic. But Polyper missed its hurricane attack and is currently out of balance, so it can't use its guard ability at all. Bang! A dull thud that made your teeth ache. The blue meteor crashed hard into the gull's embrace. A terrifying impact erupted instantly, and the two elves, like entangled kites, spiraled downwards into the pond below. Boom! The huge splash of water shot up to a height of 3 meters. A few seconds later, 2 wet bodies surfaced. The big-billed gull's eyes darted around, its tongue lolling to one side, it was completely dazed. Although the rocket sparrow had also lost its fighting ability, its eyes remained sharp, like a fallen warrior. Perish together! Boulder and Rocket Finch are both incapacitated. The referee waved his flag. The entire room fell silent. Nobody expected this newcomer to be so tough. This is hardly a gym battle. This is practically a life-or-death situation. Call. Subai recalled his flygon and gently stroked the slightly warm pokeball. You've worked hard. Go back and get some rest. I'll treat you to a big chicken leg tonight. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yunyan, whose face was ashen. Master Lu, shall we continue? Certainly. Lu Yunyan gritted her teeth, her original aloof goddess demeanor now crumbling. To be pushed to this point by a newcomer is utterly humiliating. Do you think I have no other Pokémon just because I don't have Polyper? Come out, Lucky Kappa! Bang! A green sprite, resembling a duck and wearing a hat like a lotus leaf on its head, hopped out. As soon as it appeared, it started twisting its body to some non-existent rhythm, which looked quite comical. Race, Lucky Kappa. Level, LV36. Type, Water/Grass. Special feature, Swift movement, speed doubles in rain. A Lucky Kappa. Suibai raised an eyebrow slightly. This is a powerful weapon for the water-type gym. The water and grass-type combination perfectly avoids the weaknesses of water types, such as being vulnerable to grass types and electric types. Moreover, this thing is a nimble fat guy in the rain, running incredibly fast. It's just a pity. Suibai pointed to the top of his head. There, the bright sunshine left by the rocket bird still shines brilliantly. It's a sunny day now. Without the rain, it's just an ordinary duck. Lu Yunyan snorted coldly. Even without the speed boost from rain, Ludicolo is still effective against your water and ground types. Moreover, it can freeze beams. Let's see how you use that apple dragon with 4 times the weakness to ice now. She had clearly done her homework, knowing that Suibai had a grass dragon type apple-wrapped dragon. Frozen beam. Suibai smiled. He took out the Pokeball with the Professor Apple sticker on it and gave it a gentle kiss. Then I'll show you what it means for knowledge to change one's destiny. Go! Apple-wrapped dragon. Roar! A red light flashed. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a refined yet scoundrel-like appearance, Ping Quilong makes his reappearance. As soon as it came out, it keenly sensed the comforting sunlight overhead. Perfectly sunny. Grass-type characters have the best time. Lucky Kappa. Ice beam. Take it down in seconds. Lu Yunyan gave Suibai no chance to catch his breath and immediately ordered her ultimate attack. Gah! The Lucky Kappa opened its beak, and a beam of white light emanating a chilling aura rapidly converged. Ice-type attacks deal quadruple damage to grass-type dragons. If you even get a touch, it's an instant kill. Need to charge up. Suibai shook his head, looking at him with pity. Too slow. Professor Apple, tell it what speed of light means. Sunbeam, sunlight blaze. Roar. Ping Quilong pushed up his glasses, and his wings suddenly spread open. Under the blessing of a bright, sunny day. The grass type's ultimate move, Solar Beam, requires no charging turn. Instant cast. Boom. A thick, green beam of light, over 2 meters in diameter, carrying destructive natural energy, burst forth from the mouth of the Pingguo dragon in an instant. Starting late but finishing early. Before Lucky Kappa could even finish casting his ice beam, he was completely engulfed by this green torrent. Gah! The Lucky Kappa's eyes widened, and it didn't even have time to dodge. Bang! The beam of light slammed into it. Although grass-type attacks only deal 0.5x damage to other grass types. But this is a powerful attack with a power of 120. In addition, Appledra's special attack EVs are maxed out. Plus, there's a 10% increase from Bashi glasses. This attack sent the Lucky Kappa flying into the railing of the audience stands, where it was hung on the wall like a poster. Gah! The Lucky Kappa slid down, although it didn't die, it was reduced to a scabbard of blood. The entire room fell silent. This is a solar beam. Instant cast. No charging required. My God! Is this the power of a sunny day? This apple tree is firing like a machine gun. The audience was stunned. Lu Yunyan was so angry that she trembled all over. She never imagined that her proud rain team would be so thoroughly defeated by a sunny day. Lucky Kappa. Stand up. Attack with a high five. She tried to salvage the situation. But how could Suibai possibly give her that chance? Professor Ping, finish the job. Dragon Pulse. Roar. Ping Quilong calmly opened its mouth. A colorful, dragon-shaped shockwave shot out. Accurate hit. Boom. The Lucky Kappa rolled its eyes and completely fainted. The Lucky Kappa has lost its fighting ability. The referee's voice trembled slightly. 2-1. Challenger Suibai has actually driven the Zhongcheng Dojo master to the brink of despair. And his apple dragon is still at full health. Good. Very good. Lu Yunyan laughed in anger, and took the last poke ball from her waist. The ball was decorated with several sparkling rhinestones. That was her trump card. It was also a nightmare for the entire Zhongcheng Taekwondo Academy. Suibai, you are indeed very capable. You've got reason to be proud that you could force out my melodic. But that's all. Come forth, melodic. Bang. A dazzling white light fell into the water. My woo. A clear and melodious cry rang out. The water surface exploded. A giant sea serpent with a slender body, cream-colored scales, and a beautiful rainbow-colored tail fin bursts out of the water. Race, melodic. Level, LV38, peak near elite. Trait, mystic scales, increases defense under abnormal status effects. Item carried, leftovers, restores HP each turn. Beautiful. So beautiful. Melodic, known as the most beautiful elf in the world, attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. But what Suibai saw was not its beauty. It was the chilling aura emanating from its eyes that truly moved one to tears. As well as a terrifying blizzard is rapidly gathering in its mouth. The world is about to change. Suibai glanced at the artificial sun above his head, which was gradually dimming. The round of sunny days is almost here. Chapter 32. Who? As the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by dark clouds, the temperature inside the venue plummeted to freezing. Sunny day effect ended. Without the suppression of sunlight, the once calm pool water began to churn again, and a biting cold aura emanated from Melodic, spreading wildly outwards. Meow. Melodic held its head high, its once beautiful eyes now filled only with chilling killing intent. It opened its mouth. A violent blizzard formed in his mouth, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze, creaking under its weight. Ice-type ultimate move, Blizzard. Damn it! This Melodic's aura is several levels stronger than before. In the audience, someone covered their mouth in horror. With a blizzard this widespread, there's nowhere to hide in this enclosed space. Although Suibai's little dragon is a pseudo-legendary, it's too small. If this attack hits, it'll probably turn into an ice pop. Lu Yunyan stood on the floating platform, her long hair dancing wildly in the cold wind, like an ice queen. Suibai, it's over. Faced with absolute power, your petty cleverness is utterly insignificant. Melodic, freeze everything. Boom. A white, cold current, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly engulfed the entire stadium. The terrifyingly low temperature caused the pool water to freeze instantly, and even the air was filled with tiny ice crystals. Dorgan Mija's small figure appeared so tiny in the face of the overwhelming blizzard, as if it would be torn to pieces at any moment. However, faced with this devastating blow, Suibai, however, kept his hands in his pockets, a mad smile even playing on his lips. Is this all you've got? Doran, perform a magic trick for it. A stand-in. Dariki. Facing the howling cold current, the little guy showed no fear in his eyes, instead, his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. It suddenly bit its tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, energy, containing its primordial physical strength. Puff! White smoke exploded. Hoo-la-la! The blizzard swept through relentlessly. In the center of the arena, a crystal-clear iceberg rose up, sealing Daramizia inside. The tiny figure remained in a terrified pose, lifelike within the ice. Hit! Lu Yunyan loosened her clenched fist, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. It's over. Even a quasi-god, it's impossible for them to take this blizzard head-on. Click! A crisp cracking sound abruptly interrupted her declaration of victory. Suddenly, the Daramizia inside the iceberg deflated like a balloon. Then, bang! It exploded into a cloud of smoke. Inside, was a frozen, stiff, ugly cute plush toy that looked like a dragon. What? Lu Yunyan's pupils dilated in shock, and she froze on the spot. Fake. The entire audience stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Holy crap! That's a stand-in. When did this dragon use its stand? I didn't even see it. That's incredible. Trading a quarter of his health for a life? That reaction speed is amazing. While everyone was still searching for the real person. Behind Melodic, the air suddenly distorted. Doryu! A mocking murmur rang out from Melodic's ear fin. That was the whisper of death. Doromecia slowly emerged, panting heavily. Its stand had exhausted its strength, but its eyes shone with an alarming light. The curse symbol and life orb on its chest flashed wildly, pushing its aura to its peak. Surprised? Unexpected? Suobai's voice rang out at the opportune moment, tinged with a hint of mockery. Master Lu, where is your Melodic looking? Dragon! Will-o'-the-wisp! Dariki! The little guy opened his mouth and spat. 3 eerie, purplish-black flames shot out in a triangular formation, appearing particularly sinister in this frozen world. That's too close. Melodic didn't even have time to turn around. Call. Possessed by will-o'-the-wisps. Meow. Melodic let out a painful cry. The searing pain that burned its soul caused its elegant body to twist instantly, and charred marks appeared on its once smooth scales. Burned. Physical attacks are halved. Continuous HP loss every turn. Despicable. Lu Yunyan gritted her teeth, but soon, as if she had thought of something, a cold smile appeared on her face. Suobai, do you think you can win just by inflicting an abnormal status? Have you forgotten what my Melodic's properties are? Buzz. As if to confirm her words. Melodic suddenly burst forth with dazzling 7-colored light. A mysterious energy surge swept across its entire body, making its skin as hard as a rock, and even repelling the surrounding ice shards. Special feature, Miracle Scales. Effect, if under an abnormal status, defense is increased by 50%. Right now, it's a mobile fortress. Lu Yunyan burst into laughter, a hint of madness in her voice. Right now, it's a mobile fortress. The will-o'-the-wisps you cast upon it have ironically become its strongest armor. Melodic. Surfing with will-o'-wisp on its back. Meow. Melodic, enduring excruciating pain, slammed its tail against the ice. Rumble. The ice shattered, and the water below surged skyward, transforming into a colossal wave several meters high that swept towards Duolong. Full screen attack. There's no way to avoid it. Oh no. We've made a mess of things. The audience felt a pang of regret. With the magical scales adding defense, Dragapult's physical attacks are practically useless against it now. Suobai has shot himself in the foot. However, faced with these towering waves, Suobai remained standing there, arms crossed, looking at Lu Yunyan with pity. The defense has been improved. Physical attacks can't break through. Master Lu, your theoretical knowledge really needs a thorough overhaul. Suobai suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Who told you that Doran Messia is a warrior? It's a mage. Doran. Let him see what true despair is. Misfortunes never come singly. What? Lu Yunyan's pupils suddenly contracted. Doromia, in midair, suddenly stopped dodging. Its large eyes suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly terrifying purple light. Countless ghostly resentments coalesced behind it, transforming into a gigantic, hideous ghost face. Misfortunes never come alone, ghost-type special attack. Power doubles if the opponent is afflicted with a status condition. Base power 65 times 2, doubled, equals 130. Plus the added bonus from this system. Furthermore, the double boost from the life orb and curse rune. Add to that Dragapult's maxed out special attack EVs. This attack is a special attack on the scale of a nuclear explosion. Magical scales? Sorry, that only increases physical defense. Special attacks, ineffective. Boom. A thick, purplish-black beam of light, like the sword of Damocles, carrying the force to destroy everything, pierced through the giant wave and aimed straight at Melodic's brow. Water splashes. Meow. The piercing screams echoed throughout the dojo, even drowning out the sound of the waves. Melodic's elegant body was blasted backward by this terrifying energy, forming an exaggerated arc. The seven-colored light on his body dimmed instantly, as if all his strength had been drained. A devastating blow. A truly devastating blow. No. Lu Yunyan screamed, her face turning deathly pale. Milner. Quick. Regenerate. Restore your health. As long as I can recover a little bit of health. As long as we can stall them. With Melodic's tankiness, there's still a chance. Woo. Melodic, clinging to its last breath, emanated a soft white light that symbolized healing. Want to recover your losses? Subai gave a cold laugh, like a merciless grim reaper pronouncing the end. Doran, send it on its way. A surprise attack. Call out. Having just unleashed its ultimate attack and currently in a stunned state, Dragapult endured the excruciating pain from the life orb's backlash and forcibly pushed its stamina to the limit. Its body transformed into a black afterimage. Quick! It's almost at its limit. The moment the white light on Melodic first appeared. Bang! A simple, unadorned headbutt slammed into Melodic's chin. Preemptive strike. Forcefully interrupt the spell casting. The light in Melodic's eyes dimmed. That life-saving blood ultimately failed to return. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everyone held their breath, watching the two elves in the center of the arena. A tiny ghost dragon hovers proudly. A huge, beautiful sea serpent collapsed with a crash. Boom! Melodic crashed heavily onto the shattered ice, sending up a shower of ice shards. I completely fainted. Quiet. The venue was completely silent. A full 3 seconds passed. You won. I don't know who shouted it first. Immediately afterwards, the entire dojo erupted in cheers that seemed to lift the roof off. Holy crap! Subai is awesome. That was so cool. That double trick was a stroke of genius. And that misfortunes come in pairs part was calculated so perfectly. Is this what a tactical mastermind is like? He even factored in the properties of the magical scales. This isn't a competition, it's a lesson for Master Lu. On the challenge stage, Lu Yunyan stared blankly at the fallen Melodic, as if her soul had been ripped away, utterly dejected. She lost. A complete and utter defeat. On their home turf, playing their strongest trump card, they were toyed with like monkeys by their opponents. The rainy day team was abolished on sunny days. The solar beam instantly killed the Rakuten Kappa. Then came the final deceptive move, using a substitute to lure the enemy with will-o'-the-wisps, followed by a fatal blow when misfortune struck again. Every step was part of their calculations. Melodic is unable to fight. Winner, Subai. The referee's excited voice echoed throughout the stadium. Roar! Doriki! Dorgan Messia excitedly rushed towards Subai, buried her face in his chest, and rubbed against his cheek like a child seeking praise. Well done! Subai hugged the cold little creature tightly, showering it with praise, and immediately took out a full recovery pill and fed it into its mouth. You deserve the MVP award in this battle. He raised his head, looked at Lu Yunyan across from him, whose face was pale, and smiled slightly. Master Lu. Looks like I still managed to boil the water dry. Chapter 33. Doran Mesha, MVP. With the referee's whistle, this match which will surely be recorded in the history of Zhongcheng Taekwondo, finally came to an end. The audience erupted in applause. This wasn't just polite talk, it was a genuine admiration for the technology. Subai calmly caught the little dragon that pounced on him, and casually stuffed a top-grade Wenaya fruit into its mouth, just like feeding it an ordinary candy. Click-clack. The little guy was eating with his mouth full of grease, showing no trace of the ferocious look he had just displayed when he beat up Melodic. This contrast left viewers feeling both envious and jealous. Near God! Is it really okay to spoil a pet like this? They must be rich. On the other side, Lu Yunyan recalled the unconscious Melodic. She stood on the water, took a deep breath, and her previously aloof and icy aura melted somewhat. We lost. But the loss was not unjust. Da. Lu Yunyan stepped onto the floating board and walked step by step to Subai. She was slightly taller than Subai, but at this moment she lowered her head slightly, her eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. Subai, you are the most special newcomer I have ever met. Your tactics, your training, even your courage, are impeccable. As she spoke, she extended her fair palm. A dark blue teardrop-shaped badge and a blue skill disc lay quietly in her palm. Water drop badge, you deserve it. And this freeze ray is, my tribute to the strong. Subai didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. Thank you, Master Lu. Just then. Elder sister. A loud, boisterous voice broke the atmosphere between the two. Lu Qingqing rushed down from the audience, completely ignoring the stares of those around her, her eyes shining as she stared at Subai. Wow! You're amazing! That misfortunes never come alone move was absolutely amazing. How did you calculate the exact amount of damage? Teach me quickly. I want to raise a ghost-type pet too. Looking at her younger sister's infatuated expression, Lu Yunyan helplessly rubbed her temples. Lu Qingqing, mind your image. And what are you doing here? Lu Qingqing froze, her eyes darting away. I'm here to cheer on the dojo. As she spoke, she frantically winked at Subai, afraid that he would reveal that she had stolen the scales. Subai looked at the quirky girl, a slight smile playing on his lips. He certainly had no interest in being a gossip. He pulled the black and gold card directly from his pocket and twirled it between his fingers. Master Lu, since you've already taken the badge and the CD, could you do me the honor of having a meal with me? Perfect timing, I have this card. When Lu Yunyan saw the Supreme Dragon card, her pupils contracted slightly, and then she looked at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing shrank her neck and forced a dry laugh. Ahem, well. I saw that you have extraordinary potential, so I thought I'd give you a small gift. Lu Yunyan remained silent. She gave Subai a deep look, then glanced at her own younger sister, who never submitted to anyone. Suddenly, she smiled. That smile, like ice and snow melting, was breathtakingly beautiful. Since we have the card, let's not waste it. Let's go, it's on me. Perfect timing. I also have some questions about Doran Messia that I'd like to discuss with you. 1 hour later. Dragon Palace Seafood Restaurant, top floor Crystal Palace private room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the dazzling night view of the city and the vast river. The dining table was laden with all sorts of top-quality seafood. Cheers! The glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. There's nothing a good meal can't solve, if there is, then 2 meals will do. Subai ate with great relish. Food that you don't have to pay for yourself always tastes better. Pingguolong has completely let loose and embraced its true self. Wearing glasses, it held a large lobster in one paw and reached for an abalone next to it with the other, eating with its mouth full of oil, completely unlike its aloof demeanor on the field. Doran Messia remained invisible, acting as a ghost at the dining table, leaving empty plates wherever he went. Subai. Lu Yunyan swirled her wine glass, gazing at the river view outside the window, her tone becoming somewhat serious. What are your plans next? Go to the rock gym. Yes, that was originally the plan. Subai swallowed a mouthful of crab meat. But I heard the museum is closed, so I might have to stay in Zhongcheng for a few more days. Staying for a few days would be fine. Lu Yunyan nodded, a hint of worry barely perceptible in her expression. Zhongcheng has been rather unsettled lately. Is things not peaceful? Subai put down his chopsticks. For a dojo master to say something like that, things must be complicated. Yes. Lu Qingqing also came closer and said in a low voice. You don't know, but the water level of the Yangtze River has been rising in a very strange way lately. Even though it hasn't rained heavily, the water level is rising every day. Moreover, the water spirits have become extremely irritable, frequently attacking passing ships. My dad's company's cargo ship was surrounded by a group of megalodon 2 days ago, and suffered heavy losses. Subai frowned slightly. Rising water levels? Elf riot? This sounds like the harbinger of some kind of major disaster. Boom! 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 Just then, a deep, muffled thud suddenly came from outside the window, as if it came from deep underground. Immediately afterwards, the entire Dragon Palace seafood restaurant trembled violently. The plates clattered on the table, and red wine was spilled all over it. Earthquake! Lu Qingqing screamed in fright and crawled under the table. No! Subai suddenly stood up and rushed to the French windows. The once calm river surface was now suddenly churned with towering waves. The waves were over 10 meters high, resembling a giant beast ready to devour its prey in the darkness, crashing fiercely against the flood control dike on the river bank. Wah-ah-ah! The piercing air raid siren instantly resounded throughout the entire city of Zhongcheng. Urgent notice! Urgent notice! The Zhongcheng dike has been hit by an unidentified swarm of organisms. Water levels have exceeded the warning line. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Residents along the river, please evacuate immediately. All registered trainers, please proceed to the levee to provide support. The announcer's hoarse shouts came from the radio. The beams of light shone through the rain and searchlights. Subai could see clearly what was in the waves. That wasn't an ordinary wave. That is thousands upon thousands of water-type spirits with bloodshot eyes. Gyarados. Megalodon. Tentacruel. They're like madmen, frantically ramming into the city's last line of defense. An elf siege. Subai's pupils contracted sharply. This scene is unlike anything seen in the misty swamp in previous years. Damn it! It's the levee. Lu Yunyan's face turned deathly pale instantly. As the owner of the Water System Museum, she knew better than anyone the consequences of a breach in the dam. The entire city of Zhongcheng will be submerged. Qingqing, hide well and don't move. Lu Yunyan kicked off her high heels, pulled a row of pokeballs from her bag, and ran out. At this moment, she was no longer a cold goddess, but a warrior protecting this city. Subai, you. She was just about to suggest that Subai also seek refuge there. But then he discovered that the people around him had vanished. Looking back, Subai had already put on his backpack, put the apple dragon and the dragon back into their ball, and was standing at the door organizing his equipment. There was no fear on his face, only a reassuring calmness. What are you still standing there for? Subai turned around and grinned. Since I've eaten your food, I should at least do some work, right? And with so many experience packs being offered to us, it would be a shame to refuse them. Lu Yunyan was taken aback. Then, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Good. Then let's go and meet these beasts. Boom. 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 Thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. The night sky over Zhongcheng was torn apart by flashes of lightning, casting a ghastly white light over the bustling water city. The once bustling Binjiang Avenue is now in complete chaos. The piercing blare of horns, the screams of the crowd, and the distant sirens wailed together to create a symphony of doomsday. Don't push! Don't push! The car in front is moving. The water is rising. My child! Has anyone seen my child? Panic spread through the population like a plague. Su Bai and Lu Yunyan struggled against the flow of fleeing people towards the river embankment. Damn it! The road is completely blocked. Lu Yunyan looked at the paralyzed traffic ahead, her face extremely grim. What we usually take pride in as prosperity becomes the biggest obstacle in the face of disaster. The car couldn't move at all, it couldn't even run. The water level rose too quickly. Su Bai glanced at the sewer opening by the roadside. The murky river water was gushing out continuously, already above ankle level. A strong, fishy stench filled the air, a smell unique to deep waters, and also a smell of danger. We can't take the main road anymore. Su Bai made a quick decision and pointed to an office building next door. Let's go up there. Up there. Lu Yunyan was taken aback. Yes. The straight line distance is the shortest. Without wasting any words, Su Bai immediately took out a pokeball. Come out, Apple Dragon! Roar! The azure dragon flapped its wings and emerged, appearing exceptionally powerful amidst the torrential rain. Take us up there! Su Bai grabbed Lu Yunyan's wrist and jumped onto Pingguolong's broad back. Hey! Wait a minute! I'm wearing a skirt! Chapter 34. Lu Yunyan exclaimed in surprise, and before she could react, Su Bai pulled her up. What time is it and you're still worrying about skirts? Su Bai shouted, hold on tight. Take off. Hoo! With a flap of its wings, the dragon rose into the air, braving the raging wind and rain. The two men and the dragon weaved through the steel jungle, navigating through traffic jams, heading straight for the eye of the storm. 5 minutes later. The first flood control dike in Zhongcheng. When Su Bai and Lu Yunyan arrived, the scene there made their hearts sink to the bottom. Tragic. Extremely tragic. The 20-meter-high concrete embankment, at this moment, resembles a lone boat in a storm, teetering on the verge of collapse. On the river, a dark mass of ferocious water spirits swarmed. Schools of sharp-toothed fish, like piranhas, frantically gnawed at the base of the dam, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. The massive megalodon used jet propulsion to ram the gate like torpedoes. But the most terrifying thing is those figures in the air. Gyarados. Dozens of Gyarados danced wildly in the wind and rain, spewing devastating destruction rays from their mouths, suppressing the defenders on the levee. Hold on! You must hold on! Blastwaz! Reinforce the defenses! Electroc! Thunderbolt! Smash them down! On the levee, hundreds of association trainers and guards are putting up a desperate resistance. The flashes of various skills shimmered in the rainy night, and explosions echoed one after another. But the enemy numbers were simply too great. It's as if all the wild spirits of the Yangtze River have gathered here. That's a gap. Su Bai, with his sharp eyes, spotted the weakest point in the defense line at a glance. On the east side of the embankment, a section of the railing had been swept away by Gyarados' tail. The murky river water was pouring in through the breach. To make matters worse, 3 Gyarados with red eyes are trying to rush into the city with the current. Those were 3 elite monsters around level 35. Before that gap, only a few novice trainers with Rattata and Oddish were desperately clutching their pokeballs, trembling with fear. Run! You can't stop them! Help! Mom! Faced with such a behemoth, ordinary people simply do not have the courage to resist. Roar! The lead Gyarados opened its massive jaws, and a huge water cannon was forming. The target was those young people who were paralyzed with fear. You're asking for it. Suibai's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He suddenly patted the dragon's neck in mid-air. Professor Ping. Target at 3 o'clock. Give them a palm strike that falls from the sky. Universal gravitation. Roar. The dragon, Pingwalong, let out an angry roar. It folds its wings, spins at high speed in the air, and uses the gravitational potential energy of its descent to concentrate all its power into one point. Like a green meteorite, it crashed straight into the Gyarados' head. Unique move, Universal Gravitation. The power increases when falling from a height. Bang! A loud bang. The Gyarados, which was about to unleash its water cannon, didn't even see what was hitting it. It felt like my head had been hit by a high-speed train. The enormous impact slammed its massive body into the river, splashing water everywhere. The water cannon was interrupted and exploded. Who is it? The newcomers who had narrowly escaped death looked up in surprise. The smoke and dust then dissipated. A boy in sportswear was standing on the back of the unconscious Gyarados, one hand in his pocket, his eyes looking down at it with disdain. Behind him, a dragon wearing gold-rimmed glasses hovered gracefully, adjusting its glasses. I've taken over here. Suibai spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it exuded an undeniable confidence. 2 more. His gaze swept over the other 2 Gyarados that were trying to rush over in the chaos. Doran! Get out there and get to work. Dariki! A flash of purple light. Dorganmesia appeared out of thin air. Shadow Clone! And then Will-o'-the-Wisp. A dozen identical dragons instantly filled the sky above the gap. They opened their mouths at the same time and spat out purplish-black flames. Although the clones have no offensive capabilities, this visual distraction is enough to distract the enraged Gyarados. Whew! Whew! 2 orbs of true Will-o'-the-Wisp struck the 2 Gyarados precisely between the eyebrows. Burns. Physical attacks are halved. For Gyarados, which relies on its physical strength for survival, this is practically a waste of half its abilities. Master Lu! Stop watching the play! Suibai turned around and shouted to Lu Yunyan, who had just landed. Plug that hole! Otherwise, the water will flood in. Lu Yunyan finally realized what was happening. She watched Suibai's decisive and efficient retreating figure, a strange light flashing in her eyes. This kid! In crucial moments, they really do come through. Leave it to me. Lu Yunyan took a deep breath and tossed the deluxe ball studded with rhinestones. Melodic. Come out. Use the freeze ray. Freeze that gap. Meow. A beautiful sea snake makes its appearance. Although it was injured before, it has recovered most of its strength thanks to the full recovery medication. It opened its mouth and spewed out a beam of extremely cold light. Click click click. The back-flowing river water instantly froze into a thick ice wall upon contact with the beam of light, completely sealing the collapsed breach. The floodwaters have stopped. Call. The newlyweds collapsed to the ground, weeping with joy. We're saved. Don't be too happy yet. Suibai did not turn around, but continued to stare at the river. On his treasure-finding radar, the dense red dots not only did not decrease, but increased in number. And deep within the river, a huge, crimson spot of light is slowly rising. That size is at least 10 times that of a normal Gyarados. This is just the beginning. Suibai licked his slightly dry lips, his eyes showing no fear, only burning fighting spirit. Professor Ping, Dorgan. Are you ready? Tonight, we're going to fry fish. Chapter 35. Splash! 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 The river seemed to boil. The enormous, deep red spot of light finally broke through the water, sending up a spray that reached tens of meters high. Like a torrential downpour from below, it pounded hard against the crumbling dam. Immediately afterwards, a roar filled with savage fury, as if from an ancient behemoth, instantly tore through the thunder in the rainy night. Roar! The sound waves materialized into a shockwave, causing the surrounding megalodon sharks to flip over, their white bellies exposed. In the midst of the billowing mist, a terrifying behemoth, over 10 meters long and covered in blood-red scales, coiled on the surface of the river. Its eyes, filled with a destructive desire, coldly looked down upon the tiny humans on the dam. Shiny Gyarados. That is, the legendary red Gyarados. Race, Gyarados, Shiny/Totem. Level, LV45. Attribute, Water/Flying. Trait, Intimidate, reduces the attack power of all opponents upon entering the field. Status, Berserk/Leadership. What kind of monster is this? On the embankment, the new trainers who had been cheering had their smiles frozen on their faces. Under that terrifying aura of intimidation, their little Rattata and Oddish couldn't even stand up straight, trembling and lying on the ground, having lost their will to fight. Level Suppression. Bloodline Suppression. The level 45 Overlord is practically a godlike existence to this group of newbies whose average level is less than 15. This is troublesome. Lu Yunyan stood beside Melodic, wiping the rain from her face, her expression extremely solemn. Is this the source of this riot? With that physique, he must have lived for at least 50 years. So bye, you take the rest of the group and retreat. Leave this big guy to me. Although she lost to Subai, as the owner of the academy, protecting the citizens was her duty. Milano. Surf. Stop it. Meow. Despite not being fully stamina, Melodic charged towards the red behemoth without hesitation. However, Subai did not back down. He stood at the very front of the dike, feeling no fear, but rather. He licked his lips with a hint of excitement. A red Gyarados. This is a classic remake of Lake of Rage from the game I played in my previous life. And this aptitude, it's actually 5v. Subai's eye of insight pierced through the rain, revealing the Overlord's stats. Although she has a bit of a temper, she is absolutely an extremely rare and exceptional specimen. If we could subdue. However, before that, we need to clear out the stragglers first. Subai's gaze shifted downwards. With the appearance of the red Gyarados, the Megalodon and sharp-toothed fish on the river surface became even more frenzied, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Several large Megalodon sharks, in particular, used jet propulsion to leap directly onto the levee like black torpedoes. Snap! A Megalodon opened its massive jaws and bit through a lamp post, causing several girls to scream in terror. Race, Megalodon. Level, LV30. Attribute, Water/Dark. Characteristic, rough skin. Water and dark types, Hui. Subai touched the pokeball at his waist that hadn't moved at all. Blue Bee, you must be itching to get out of bed, right? This kind of scene, full of bad guys, is perfect for you. Come out, Beedrill. Bang! A cold, eerie blue light shone through the rainy night. Yay! Unlike the noisy buzzing sound of ordinary bees, the appearance of Beedrill is accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound, similar to the friction of metal. It hovered beside Subai, its deep blue carapace reflecting a cold luster under the searchlight, its two enormous needles held horizontally like a knight's lance. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was boiling. This was the first time it had faced such a large-scale melee since joining the team. What kind of spirit is that? A trainer nearby, who was directing Squirtle in a fierce battle, was stunned. Beedrill? Why is it blue? And it looks so fierce. Don't get distracted. Subai gave a cold shout, then pointed at the several Megalodon sharks that had leaped onto the embankment. Blue Bee, free hunting. Target, all characters with the evil attribute. Insect bite. Cheers. The Blue Reaper has moved. Its speed was so great that it left a long afterimage in the rain. Bug type is super effective against dark type. This is absolute dominance in terms of attributes. A megalodon is opening its massive jaws, about to bite a child who has fallen. Sudden. A flash of blue light appeared. Pfft. The megalodon's movements suddenly froze. Below its dorsal fin, in its most vulnerable spot, there was a deep, bloody hole. The bee was already 5 meters away, its long stinger untouched by a single drop of blood. One strike, one kill. Bang! The megalodon crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a white light and dissipating. It wasn't dead, it was just stunned. So strong. The rescued child was stunned. But this is just the beginning. Beedrill is like an elegant dancer, performing a dance of death on the chaotic battlefield. Pin missile. It swung its twin needles, and countless white light needles shot out like a rain of pear blossoms, riddling the school of sharp-toothed fish that were trying to climb the dam with holes. Double needle. Faced with the thick-skinned megalodon, it utilizes its sniper characteristics, specifically targeting vital areas such as the eyes and gills, delivering critical damage with every shot. In just 1 minute, the section of the defensive line where Suibai was located was completely wiped out by this one beedrill. Is this the power of a shiny Pokémon? Not far away, Lu Yunyan, who was dealing with the red Gyarados, glanced over and was secretly alarmed. This drill's killing efficiency is simply like a harvesting machine. Suibai! Stop focusing on killing the monsters! Lu Yunyan shouted. I can't handle this behemoth by myself. Melodic's ice beam couldn't damage it. Gyarados, a water/flying type, is resistant to water-type attacks and deals normal damage to ice-type attacks. They've arrived. Suibai glanced at the experience bar. After the harvest, Drill's level has been raised to LV27. It's time to fight the boss. Professor Ping, Dorgan, you two shouldn't just stand around either. Suibai threw 2 more balls. Drow Ranger, use Will-O-Wisp to limit its damage output. Professor Ping. Suibai glanced at the still rainy sky. The rain from the Pelipper is still continuing, which is beneficial for Gyarados. Stop the rain. Rocket Sparrow is already dizzy, it's your turn now. A beautiful sunny day. Who? Received, switching weather mode. Pingguolong pushed up his rain-soaked glasses and spat out a ball of light. Although its characteristic is not sunlight, it takes some time to release a bright sunny day. However, with the blessing of broad knowledge glasses, its control over energy is extremely precise. The sphere of light ascended into the air. Although it couldn't directly dispel the dark clouds like the rocket magpie, it still managed to create a dry area above the dike, free from rain. Chapter 36. Now, Blue Bee, go help Master Lu. Use that move straight through drill. Cheers. With a flap of its wings, the giant bee transformed into a streak of dark blue lightning, shooting straight into the sky. Facing a red Gyarados that was dozens of times its size, it showed no fear whatsoever. On the long needle, earth-yellow ground elemental energy gathered wildly and spun at high speed. Roar! The red Gyarados is about to swat Melodic away with its tail. Suddenly, I felt a sharp, piercing light coming from the side. It turned its head. A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. Pfft! The high-speed spinning drill pierced hard into Gyarados' tough red scales. Sparks flew. Although it didn't pierce through, the enormous impact still caused Gyarados' massive body to tilt, and its tail, which was originally aimed at Melodic, missed its target and crashed into the river. Boom! A column of water shot skyward. Here you go! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Yunyan had Melodic retreat to recover health. She looked at Suibai, her eyes filled with gratitude. Don't be careless, this guy's skin is too thick. Suibai's expression was solemn. That attack just now was a straight drill, if it had hit a normal Pokémon, it would have been instantly killed. But this dominant Gyarados only suffered a minor scratch? This level of defense is simply outrageous. Roar! Being injured by a small insect completely enraged this river overlord. It abandoned Melodic, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the beedrill in the air. Open your mouth wide. This time, it's not a water cannon. Instead, it was a black energy wave filled with destructive power. Dragon-type ultimate move, Dragon's Fury, or rather, the prerequisite for Dragon Pulse. Get out of the way! Suibai shouted. However, Gyarados' attack range was too large, almost completely blocking Beedrill's escape routes. At this critical moment, Suibai suddenly noticed a golden question mark next to Beedrill on the treasure hunting radar. That is skill learning hint. Under the pressure of life and death, Beedrill's pursuit of ultimate attack power seems to have hit a bottleneck. Blue B. Trust your instincts. Use that trick. Cut it open. Cross-cut, scissors in a cross shape. Yay! The bee let out a sharp screech. It did not back down. Instead, they charged straight at the dragon's breath. With his two needles crossed, a vibrant green insect-type energy glow emanated from his body. That's the ultimate technique that concentrates all the body's power into 2 points. Brush! A massive X-shaped blade of light suddenly illuminated the rainy night. Boom! The two energies collided violently in mid-air. Drill's cross-cutting shears, powerful enough to cut through gold and jade, managed to slice through the black dragon's fury. But just as it was about to touch Gyarados' reverse scale, it was blocked by a thick red light membrane. That's the aura of a domineering ruler. Roar! The red Gyarados let out a deafening roar. Its spiky tail lashed out with tremendous force, striking the tiny insect before it. Move, Water Tail! Cheers! Although Beedrill reacted extremely quickly, it raised its two stingers to defend itself. But the difference in strength was simply too great. The LV-45 Overlord's enraged attack was something it couldn't withstand in its current state. Bang! The bee was flung out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the concrete wall of the embankment, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blue bee! Suibai's expression changed. If it were an ordinary Pokémon, it would definitely lose its ability to fight after this. But the next second, a defiant hum echoed from the ruins. The beedrill wobbled out. At its waist, a once bright red ribbon was now slowly burning away, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Item, Aura Sash. Effect, when you are at full health and receive fatal damage, you will always retain 1 point of health. Luckily, I had the foresight to put belts on all the squishy characters before leaving. Suibai breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes turned fierce. Since you have high defense and high health, let's fight a war of attrition. System. Extract battle items. Suibai waved his hand, and several uniquely shaped spray bottles appeared out of thin air in his hand. Strength enhancement, greatly increases attack power. Special attack boost, greatly increases special attack. Speed boost, greatly increases speed. In the game, this only adds 1 level to an attribute. In reality, however, this is a forbidden level enhancement that allows a spirit to break through its physical limits in a short period of time. Blue bee, here you go. Suibai tossed a red power-enhancing bottle to Beedrill. Professor Ping, this is your special attack enhancement. Drow Ranger, here's a speed boost for you. The 3 sprites skillfully caught the spray and sprayed themselves vigorously. Buzz! In an instant, 3 powerful auras erupted on the embankment. The bee's stingers turned bright red, as if they were dripping blood. The dragon's might on the apple-covered dragon's body was as solid as a tangible substance. Dorganmesia's figure moved so fast that only after-images remained. Everyone get a boost. This is my tactic, the pay-to-win strategy. Suebai's lips curled slightly as he took out another bottle of full recovery medicine and sprayed it at the nearly dead Beedrill from a distance. Sizzle! A flash of golden light, and Beedrill instantly regained full health. Roar! The red Gyarados on the river was dumbfounded. It has lived for so long and has never seen this kind of fighting style before. With resurrection and enhancements, how are we supposed to fight? Now, round 2 begins. Suebai's eyes were like knives, pointing directly at the heart of the river. Professor Ping, universal gravitation. Smash it underwater and kill it. Daram, misfortune never comes singly. Keep bombing. Blue Bee, sword dance. Then deadly sting. Roar. The enhanced apple-wrapped dragon spread its wings wide. This time, the gravitational force is several times heavier than before. Gyarados, which had originally intended to leap out of the water and wreak havoc, now felt as if it were carrying a mountain on its back. Its massive body was forcefully pushed back into the water, making it difficult even to lift its head. Dariki! Draco Mesha transformed into a purple phantom lightning bolt, frantically circling around the immobilized Gyarados. Each misfortune never comes alone attack explodes into a cloud of black mist on Gyarados' hard scales. Although the damage per shot isn't high, the frequency is too fast. And there's also the continuous burning from the ghost fire. Roar, woo! Gyarados roared in pain, trying to retaliate. But the little insect with 2 needles hovered above its reverse scale like the Grim Reaper. The Beedrill did not rush to attack. It's in sword dance. Once, twice, 3 times. Attack power has been increased to its maximum. In addition, there's the effect of the strength enhancement potion. At this moment, even a simple basic attack from Beedrill can produce explosive results. Chapter 37. Now. Blue Bee. End it. Deadly Needle PK. Yay! A streak of blue light instantly pierced through the rain curtain. There's nothing fancy about it. Only the ultimate speed and the ultimate sharpness. Pfft! The long needle pierced into Gyarados' broken out of range scale without any resistance, sinking deep inside. Roar! A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout Zhongcheng. The red blood stained the river surface. That once invincible red tyrant finally exhausted its last bit of strength. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times before collapsing with a deafening roar, sending up towering waves. They have completely lost their ability to fight. Call. Suebai wiped the raindrops from his forehead. This battle was truly hard fought. We used 3 bottles of full recovery potion, 3 sets of enhancement potion, and even ruined an aura sash. The cost is at least several million. If I don't win you over, I'll be at a huge loss. Suebai looked at the motionless Gyarados floating on the water's surface and took out a heavy, grey-black poke ball from his backpack. Heavy ball. It's specifically designed to catch very heavy Pokémon. The heavier the Pokémon, the higher the catch rate. For a giant Gyarados that is over 10 meters long. That's the killer move. Come in. Suebai suddenly swung his arm. The heavy ball traced a black arc through the air and struck Gyarados precisely on the forehead. Smack! The sphere opened, and a beam of red light instantly engulfed its enormous form. Falling into the water. Thump! The heavy ball floated on the water's surface, shaking violently. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. Every sway tugs at the heartstrings of countless people on the levee. Even Lu Yunyan held her breath. This is a level 45 overlord. And it's shimmering. Is it really possible to succeed on the first try? Thump. A 4th, violent struggle. The red light is flashing wildly. It looks like it's about to explode any second. Still not behaving yourself? Suebai frowned, already holding a purple master ball in his hand. Fortunately. At this crucial moment. Ding! A crisp locking sound effect rang out, like heavenly music. The red light is off. A sphere at rest. Successfully subdued. Whew. Subai let out a long breath, and his whole body relaxed. Professor Ping, retrieve it. Ping Quilong flew over, grabbed the heavy ball, and placed it in Subai's hand as if presenting a treasure. Heavy. Holding the ball, Subai could feel the still violent, but now powerful, force within it, which now belonged to him. The fifth spirit, the Red Tyrant, has returned. With the leader subdued, the Megalodon and Ras that were still rampaging on the river surface seemed to have lost their leader and began to scatter in panic, disappearing into the deep water. The torrential rain gradually subsided. The dark clouds dispersed, and a bright, clear moon once again hung in the sky above Zhongcheng. You won. We held out. I don't know who shouted it first. Immediately afterwards, cheers of relief erupted from the levee. That's awesome. Who is that kid? A single person taking on the overpowered Gyarados? Where did this god come from? My god, is that a shiny bead real? It's so cool. Countless trainers collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude as they looked at the boy standing on the edge of the dam, his back slightly thin. Subai remained silent. He simply stood there quietly, letting the river wind blow against his soaked clothes. Looking at the river water gradually returning to calm at my feet, and the bright moon in the sky. An indescribable sense of exhaustion welled up inside me. But at the same time, there was also an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Finally, it's over. The river breeze blew fiercely, dispersing the lingering smell of blood in the air. On the levee, as the crisis was averted, the nerves that had been stretched to the limit finally relaxed. Subai plopped down on the wet concrete block and let out a long sigh of relief, completely disregarding his image. I'm exhausted. Although he looked incredibly cool while giving instructions, it was extremely mentally taxing. Especially that last wave of pay-to-win tactics. Not only do they need to assess the situation in fractions of a second, it also requires precise drug delivery and seamless command skills. It's like dancing on a knife's edge. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Subai did not rush to recall the elves. He first took out an expensive bottle of PP single-item complete supplement and fed it to the bee. That cross scissors that cut through Dragon's Fury just now almost completely drained Blue Bee's stamina. Exactly. The Beedrill took the potion, though exhausted, its compound eyes shone with an unprecedented light. That was the excitement of breaking through the limits. Ding! Battle settlement complete. Beedrill, in the midst of a life-or-death battle, grasped the will to cut everything off. Drill's level has been increased to LV29. Learned new skill, Poison Strike. Poisoning attack. Subai's eyes lit up. This is a high-powered physical attack move of the poison type, and it also has a chance to poison the opponent. With Drill's high speed and sniper ability, taking down squishy backline targets will be incredibly satisfying. Looks like this fight wasn't a waste of time. Subai then looked at the two dragons beside him, Duolong Masia and Pingguolong. Doran Masia was lying on the ground, letting the apple dragon help it remove the mud splatters from its body. Although these two seem unreliable most of the time, one's a foodie, and the other loves to show off. But their teamwork at crucial moments was surprisingly seamless. Dormancia's level has been raised to LV28. Apple-wrapped dragon's level has been increased to LV27. Everyone upgrade. This tangible feeling of becoming stronger is much more reassuring than eating candy. Okay, stop fooling around. Subai smiled and put them back into the luxury ball and healing ball to rest. Then, his gaze fell on the heavy weighty ball at his waist. This is the biggest prize of the night. System, view data. Swish! A pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes, and lines of golden data flowed down. Pokémon, Gyarados, Shiny/Totem Form. Attribute, Water/Flying. Gender, Male. Level, LV45, Peak Dojo level. Trait, Overconfident, hidden trait. After defeating an opponent, attack power increases by 1 stage. Personality, Adamant, plus attack, special attack. Individual value. Stamina, 31, V. Attack, 31, V. Defense, 31, V. Suicide attack, 18. Special defense, 31, V. Speed, 31, V. Skills, Water Tail, Crunch, Ice Fang, Dragon Rage, Rain Dance, Hyper Beam, Rampage. Carried items, none. Affection level, 50, it acknowledges your strength, but is wild and untamed, be careful it doesn't bite your head. Hiss. After looking at the panel, Suabai couldn't help but gasp. Top notch. Absolutely top notch. 5V, except for the useless special attack, all other stats are maxed out. Stubborn personality, the ceiling for physical damage output. The most outrageous characteristic is that 1, overconfidence. Previously on the levy, it clearly activated Intimidate, reduces the opponent's attack, when it appeared. How did it become overconfidence? Could it be? Suabai recalled the rumors about the Overlord elf. Some exceptionally gifted overlords, under specific circumstances, such as the berserk state mentioned earlier, can switch between or simultaneously possess the effects of 2 different traits. Although it might become a fixed unit after being captured, this one clearly retains the more offensive hidden ability. An overconfident Gyarados. Chapter 38. The image had already appeared in Suabai's mind. This thing's attack power increases by 1 level every time it kills a Pokémon. The more you kill, the higher your attack power becomes. This is a classic example of a push Q machine. I've struck gold. I've really struck gold. Suabai stroked the surface of the heavy ball with obvious affection. Although the intimacy level is only 50, 70 for normal capture, this guy is obviously a bit arrogant, that's not a big deal. I have a full backpack of soothing bells, friendship balls, and all sorts of berries that increase intimacy. Even the most ferocious dragon will turn into a docile baby in my hands. What are you looking at? Why are you laughing so, sleazy? Lu Yunyan's voice came from the side. She had finished directing the cleanup work on site and came over. Although I had just gone through a fierce battle, my hair was a little messy. But the beautiful owner of the museum still possessed an outstanding temperament, appearing exceptionally captivating under the moonlight. Ahem, what do you mean by sleazy? This is the joy of a bountiful harvest. Suabai quickly dropped his lecherous grin and said seriously. Master Lu, is everything settled here? That's about it. Lu Yunyan glanced at the gradually calming river surface. The association's support team has arrived and is repairing the dike. Those escaped elves don't pose much of a threat, they'll be driven away by specialists later. Thanks to you this time. She looked at Suabai, her eyes serious. If you hadn't dealt with that overlord, the dam would probably have collapsed long ago. This is a big favor. I'll help you apply for the highest level of bonus and merit points from the association. In addition, Lu Yunyan paused, then took out a crystal clear card from her pocket. It's not the previous Supreme Dragon card. Instead, it's an honorary gym leader card with the Zhongcheng Dojo emblem printed on it. Take this. From now on, in Zhongcheng, no matter what trouble you get into, or what resources you want, simply show this card, and Zhongcheng Taekwondo Academy will have your backing. Suabai was taken aback. Honorary museum owner? This is much more valuable than any VIP card. This is equivalent to having official backing in Zhongcheng. Isn't that inappropriate? Suabai said politely. Just take it if I give it to you. Stop dawdling like a grown man. Lu Yunyan stuffed the card directly into Suabai's shirt pocket and then patted the dust off his clothes. This gesture is a little intimate. Both of them were taken aback for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Cough. Lu Yunyan withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, her ears turning slightly red, but she quickly concealed it and resumed her aloof demeanor. Okay, then I'll accept it. Having this identity will make things much easier in Zhongcheng in the future. Just as the two were about to leave, Suibai's gaze was suddenly drawn to a flash of red light on the river surface. That's where Gyarados just surfaced. Under the moonlight, something seemed to be rising and falling with the waves, shimmering with an eerie light. What is that? Suibai's heart stirred. Professor Ping, go and fish it out. Roar. The dragon, wrapped in apple leaves, flapped its wings and flew towards the center of the river, plunging headfirst into the still churning waters. A moment later. Splash! The water surface exploded, and the ping-wrapped dragon burst forth from the water. It carefully flew back, carrying something with its claws. His expression even carried a hint of awe. He even neglected to adjust his glasses, which he usually loved to wear. In its claws, it held a scale the size of a palm. The scales were entirely crimson, like blood. It doesn't have the texture of ordinary stratum corneum. Instead, it resembles a crystal-clear ruby. Its surface is covered with ancient patterns that pulsate like blood vessels. It emitted an eerie red glow under the moonlight. As soon as they got close, Suibai immediately felt a scorching heat rushing towards him. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited, emitting a faint crackling sound. The water vapor remaining around the dragon claw-shaped apple. Even upon contact with the red light, it was instantly vaporized into swirling white smoke. This is hardly an inanimate object. This is clearly a piece of living flesh and blood still burning, brimming with boundless fury. This is... The moment Suibai reached out and his fingertips touched the scales, a violent dragon roar seemed to pierce through time and space, exploding directly in his mind. Boom! My heart skipped a beat. The ancient, oppressive aura caused his pupils to shrink sharply. Ding! Special story item detected, Red Dragon Scale. Description: these are scales left behind by the legendary Wrathful Dragon, containing the violent laws of the Dragon Realm. It is said that when these red scales appear, the Dragon's secret realm, slumbering in the abyss, will open its gates. Triggered S-Rank Hidden Quest, The Dragon God's Sigh. Mission Objective: find the entrance to the Dragon's secret realm and appease the Dragon God's wrath. The Dragon's secret realm. As a time traveler, Suibai certainly knew what this meant. This scale might very well be the key to a separate little world filled with dragon-type Pokémon. The patterns on these scales. Lu Yunyan also came closer, carefully examining the red scale, her expression becoming extremely solemn. I've seen this pattern in my family's old books. This is the sign of a dragon's lair. Legend has it that deep within Jiangcheng's underground water system lies an ancient underground sea, inhabited by countless powerful dragon-type spirits, and perhaps, even legendary spirits slumbering there. Could this Gyarados rampage be due to a problem with the dragon's lair? Suibai gripped the scale in his hand tightly. No wonder a wild Gyarados could grow to LV45 and even undergo a shiny mutation. It turns out there was a great opportunity behind it all. Suibai glanced at the radar map. A new gold marker appeared at the edge of the map. That is, downstream from Zhongcheng lies a no-man's land known as the Misty Delta. It seems the waters of Zhongcheng run deeper than I imagined. Suibai retracted the scales, a burning desire for exploration igniting in his eyes. Dragon's lair. How many treasures must be inside? Dragon teeth? Dragon scales? Or perhaps pseudo-legendary baby dragons like Dratini or Gibble? Master Lu. Suibai looked at Lu Yunyan, a slight smile playing on his lips. Are you interested in coming with me to explore this so-called dragon's lair? Lu Yunyan was taken aback. Then, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and gave a meaningful smile. What? You want to recruit me as a free thug? But I happen to be quite interested in that legend as well. Furthermore, as the curator, I have an obligation to investigate the root causes of this riot. Then it's settled. Suibai slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to look at the dark river surface. A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 39. The next morning. Zhongcheng Port. A thin mist shrouded the river, and a few long whistles from the ship awakened this sleeping water city. Suibai, carrying his signature hiking backpack, arrived at the agreed-upon dock early. After a night's rest, he had fully recovered his energy and spirit. "Good morning." A clear, cold voice rang out. Today, Lu Yunyan changed out of her usual dojo uniform and put on a smart outdoor adventure outfit. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, making her look less aloof and more heroic. Behind her, a sleek, technologically advanced silver-white speedboat was moored. "Is this our mode of transportation?" Suibai whistled. "I thought we were going to have to take a helicopter again. In places like the Misty Delta, the airspace is turbulent, and there are a lot of flying-type Pokémon lurking there. Taking a helicopter would be like becoming a sitting duck." Lu Yunyan jumped onto the deck and expertly inspected the instrument panel. "This is our group's latest Water Arrow Turtle all-terrain speedboat. It has thick armor and is fast enough, making it perfect for those god-forsaken places. Get aboard, great adventurer." Buzz. The engine roared. The speedboat, like a sharp sword, cleaved through the waves and sailed downstream. The scenery on both sides of the river rapidly deteriorated, with the once bustling city buildings gradually thinning out and being replaced by dense reed beds and primeval forests. Suibai stood on the deck, facing the river breeze. Instead of admiring the scenery, he touched the heavy weighty ball at his waist. "Since the journey is still long, let's take this opportunity to communicate with our new partners. Subjugation is one thing. Whether they listen or not is another matter. This Red Gyarados has been the overlord of the wild for decades. It is untamed and its friendship level is only a pitiful 50, average for a random player. If you don't train it properly, you'll be lucky if it doesn't bite you back when you fight, let alone fight with it. Come out for some fresh air, everyone." Suibai pressed the button. Bang! A huge beam of red light fell into the river. Boom! Water splashed and burst, and huge waves surged. The crimson behemoth, over 10 meters long, reappeared before Suibai. It crouched in the water, its enormous head held high, even taller than the speedboat. Roar! A furious roar filled with savagery made Suibai's eardrums ring. Gyarados stared intently at Suibai on the deck with its scarlet eyes, exhaling 2 heavy breaths from its nostrils. His eyes were filled with defiance. Although it was trapped inside the ball, it remained the arrogant and tyrannical River King. "You mere human, you dare to try and control me? She has quite a temper." Suibai was not intimidated by its imposing presence, instead, he calmly picked at his ear. "Stop yelling. A loud voice doesn't mean you're capable." "Hey! What did you say?" Gyarados was enraged. It opened its blood-red maw, poised to unleash its crushing attack. Cheers! Chirp! Before it could even make a move, 2 figures instantly blocked Suibai's path. The bee's stingers were crossed, its eyes cold. The rocket sparrow was engulfed in flames, poised to launch. Even Lu Yunyan, who was still in the cockpit, poked her head out and placed her hand on the pokeball at her waist. The atmosphere was tense and ready to fight. "Step back!" Suibai waved his hand, signaling the beadrill and the others to move aside. He walked alone to the side of the ship, less than a meter away from Gyarados' gaping maw. He looked directly into those wild, untamed eyes. "Want to bite me? Come on, bite here." Suibai pointed to his neck. Gyarados was stunned. It had seen people who feared it, and people who wanted to beat it, but it had never seen a madman who would willingly throw his life away. It hesitated. As a Pokémon, Once captured, even if it is unwilling, there will be a contract shackle deep in its soul that prevents it from killing its trainer. Afraid to bite? Bai smiled, his tone softening. Since you don't want to kill me, then you want to eat. Humph. Who wants to eat your food? Gyarados turned its head away and let out a haughty snort. But my stomach, quite uncooperatively, let out a thunderous gurgling sound. It fought yesterday and was then subdued, it's been starving for ages. System, Redeem Raging Dragon Pattern Cube, Overlord Special Edition, ... Bai had a thought. A huge food bowl appeared out of thin air in his hand, filled with dark red cube-shaped food. This is no ordinary energy block. This is a top-tier delicacy specially prepared for aggressive Pokémon like Gyarados from the system shop. Not only does it taste amazing, but it can also soothe emotions and enhance intimacy. An incredibly rich aroma of meat. A unique spice scent, irresistible to water spirits, instantly filled the river. Slurp. Gyarados instinctively sniffed. It smells so good. What does this taste like? It tasted 1,000,000 times better than the raw fish and rotten shrimp it used to eat in the river. Its eyes unconsciously drifted towards the basin in Bai's hand. But its pride as a hegemon kept its head held high, feigning indifference. Not eating. Bai took out a cube and tossed it in his hand. Doran, come out and clean up the mess. Dariki. The invisible Doran Messiah appeared instantly, opening his mouth wide to catch it. Roar. That's mine. Gyarados got anxious. It suddenly lowered its head, its massive head shoving the dragon aside like a bulldozer, and with a flick of its tongue, it snatched the cube from Bai's hand and shoved it into its mouth. Click. The block shattered. Gyarados' eyes widened instantly. That moment, it seemed to see the ocean, the stars, and the pinnacle of dragon life. It's so delicious. The texture, the flavor, the abundant energy. It smells so good. Roar. The once ferocious overlord now narrowed his eyes and made a sound similar to a cat's purring. It lowered its head and gently rubbed its huge nose against Bai's palm. More. Ding. Gyarados' friendship level has increased to 60, initial approval. That's right. Bai laughed and poured the entire bowl of cubes into its mouth. Follow me, and you'll have plenty to eat and drink. And it's not just about food. Bai touched its hard red scales. The entrance to the dragon's secret realm is just ahead. Do you want to become stronger? Would you like to break through the limits of the Overlord and see what the real dragon god looks like? Roar. A fierce flame ignited in Gyarados' eyes. It could sense that this human possessed a quality that made it want to follow. That was the ultimate desire to become stronger. Beep beep beep. Just as the two were establishing a friendship, Lu Union in the cockpit suddenly shouted. Bai, look ahead. We've arrived. Bai raised his head. A vast expanse of white appeared on the river ahead. The fog there is 100 times denser than in the misty swamp. And the mist wasn't still, it was flowing slowly like a living thing, forming a huge, slowly rotating white vortex. At the center of the vortex, faint, deep, and desolate dragon roars could be heard. The misty delta. The red dragon scale in Bai's backpack suddenly began to heat up intensely, emitting a dazzling red light that pointed straight into the depths of the mist. We've finally arrived. Bai stood up, his eyes sharp. Gyarados, is that your old home up ahead? Roar. Lead the way. The red Gyarados plunged into the water, clearing a path ahead. The speedboat plunged into the fog. Chapter 40. Sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the speedboat entered the white vortex of mist, the dashboard began to race wildly. Immediately afterwards, all the electronic screens went black. Oh no! Lu Yunyan's expression changed, and she slammed her hand on the control panel. The navigation system has malfunctioned. The radar is also out of order. The magnetic field here is completely chaotic. All around was a white expanse, with visibility less than 5 meters. Without a guide, in the turbulent river and mist, they were like two lost ants, at risk of running aground or being swept into an unknown abyss at any moment. Don't panic. Suibai remained standing on the deck, clutching the scorching red dragon scale tightly in his hand. If technology is unreliable, then let's rely on metaphysics. He held up the scale in his hand. In the thick white fog, the red light emanating from the scales was like a guiding light, stubbornly pointing to a direction to the left front. Drive that way! Suibai shouted loudly. Are you sure? Although Lu Yunyan hesitated for a moment, seeing Suibai's determined back, she gritted her teeth and turned the steering wheel. We're doing this as a last resort. The speedboat adjusted its course and cut through the waves. However, this misty delta clearly doesn't want intruders to pass through so easily. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, countless strange bubbles appeared on the water's surface around the speedboat. Immediately afterwards, the once calm water became viscous, as if something was dragging the bottom of the boat underwater, causing the speedboat to slow down drastically. What's wrong? Is the engine not powerful enough? Lu Yunyan pushed the accelerator to the maximum, but the expensive water arrow turtle seemed to be stuck in the mud, emitting a rumbling sound as if it could not bear the weight. It's not a problem with the engine. Suibai's eyes turned cold as he activated Eye of Insight. Through the murky river water, he could see what was beneath the boat. That is, countless pale hands. Master Lu, hurry up! Suibai suddenly shouted. Dariki! Bomb them out! Dariki! Dorgan Mija, who had been keeping a stealthy vigil, finally revealed himself. It sensed a malevolent aura emanating from one of its own kind that it found repulsive. It opened its mouth and fired a shot directly at the water on the starboard side of the ship. Misfortune never comes singly. Boom! The purplish-black phantom energy exploded in the water, sending up a water column several meters high. It was accompanied by a shrill, eerie scream. Several enormous creatures, resembling jellyfish or ghosts, were blasted into the air. Their bodies are pink or blue, with fluffy collars and huge tentacles, and their pupil-less eyes radiate a chilling light. Race, chubby, water/ghost. Level, LV35. Trait, cursed body. Status, hunting/greedy. It's chubby. Lu Yunyan recognized the elf, and her face turned somewhat pale. These spirits love to drag ships that have strayed into their territory into the deep sea and drain the life force of their crew. No wonder this place is called a forbidden zone, there's actually a bunch of these things here. On the water, more and more chubby creatures surfaced, densely packed together, at least dozens, surrounding the speedboat. They waved their tentacles, their mouths brimming with shadow orbs and water pulse. A bunch of water ghosts, daring to block the road. Suibai sneered. He didn't let Dorgan continue to make moves. Instead, he looked at the giant red dragon clearing the way ahead. Gyarados! Someone's causing trouble in front of your house, aren't you going to do anything about it? Roar! The red Gyarados, currently cutting through the waves, was actually seething with anger. How could it, the mighty ruler of the river, be blocked by a swarm of jellyfish that appeared out of nowhere? How can we tolerate this? It abruptly turned its massive head, its scarlet eyes burning with a savage rage. Roar! A powerful dragon roar, carrying an overwhelming aura, swept across the entire area in an instant. Ability, Intimidate. Although it becomes overconfident after being captured, the residual power of the Overlord remains. Those chubby little guys who were originally so fierce were stunned into a freeze by the roar. Immediately afterwards, Gyarados opened its blood-red maw. The surrounding water rushed into its mouth, even forming a visible whirlpool. Since you're water ghosts, then let's drown you. Water cannon, sweep. Boom. A terrifying jet of water, several meters in diameter, gushed out. Gyarados swung its neck, and a jet of water swept across the river like a lightsaber. Smash smash smash! Those chubby things blocking the way were blasted away like bowling pins, some were washed directly onto the rocks on the shore, while others were blasted into the deep water. Absolute power suppression. So strong. Lu Yunyan stared in disbelief. Is this the overlord that nearly destroyed the Zhongcheng dike? Once they're on our side, it really makes me feel safe. Whew! Keep up! Don't fall behind! Gyarados snorted triumphantly, flicked its tail, and swam forward again at full speed. With the overlord paving the way, the rest of the journey went exceptionally smoothly. Those sharp-toothed fish and lanternfish hidden in the mist sensed Gyarados' presence and scurried as far away as possible. 10 minutes later. Subai, look! Lu Yunyan pointed ahead, her voice trembling slightly. The fog is finally beginning to thin. A majestic, uniquely shaped island slowly came into view. The island's shape resembles a giant dragon's head emerging from the river, roaring towards the sky. And at the location of the dragon's mouth, there was a huge, bottomless cavern, which was spewing out white mist. The red scales in Subai's hand were so hot they were almost too hot to hold, and the red light had merged into one. Arrive! Subai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with the light of an explorer. The legendary Dragon's Secret Realm. Chapter 41. Who? The speedboat passed through the thick, mercury-like white mist, and the view suddenly opened up, yet became even more mysterious. This is no ordinary cave. This is clearly a prehistoric world forgotten underground. Above is a dome hundreds of meters high, with countless stalactites hanging upside down like sharp swords, emitting a faint glow in the darkness. The white underground river meanders forward, its surface as calm as a black mirror, reflecting the faint light from the dome, like an abyss flowing with a galaxy. An ancient, desolate, and extremely oppressive dragon-type energy permeated the air. Such a strong dragon's might! Lu Yunyan instinctively hugged her arms tightly, feeling goosebumps rise on her skin. The concentration of dragon-type energy here is at least 10 times that outside. Ordinary Pokémon here probably wouldn't even dare to leave their Pokeballs. Who? Going home. The red Gyarados, which had been leading the way, now seemed unusually excited. Its massive body swam in the black water, emitting joyful low murmurs. Its red scales resonated strangely with the environment, making its light even more dazzling. Looks like we've come to the right place. Subai stood at the bow of the ship, the red dragon scale in his hand burning hot, like a branding iron. On the treasure radar interface, the golden arrow that was originally pointing in one direction has now split into several. This means this place is full of treasures. Careful! Just as Subai was about to check the radar details, his intuition suddenly gave him a frantic warning. Drool! Protect! Whoosh! A tiny, yet lightning-fast, high-pressure water jet shot out from the shadows deep within the underground river without warning. The target was aimed directly at Subai's brow. The water line is moving too fast. So fast that even the sound was left behind. Dariki. Dorgan Mija, who had been in stealth and on high alert, reacted with lightning speed. It instantly materialized, blocking Subai's path, and a green energy shield appeared out of thin air. Hold on! Zi! The water jets struck the shield, producing a piercing sound like they were cutting through metal. Although it was blocked, the enormous impact still sent Duolong flying backward half a meter, crashing into Subai's arms. Sniper! Subai's eyes turned cold. Such power and precision are beyond the capabilities of ordinary wild Pokémon. Splash! The water surface broke open. 3 tall, slender figures leaped out of the underground river, forming a triangular shape to block the speedboat's path. They were 3 elegant, seahorse-like creatures with long snouts and dorsal fins that spread out like fans. It is entirely blue, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Race, Assassin King. Level, LV42, LV41, LV43. Attribute, Water/Dragon. Trait, Sniper, power increases when hitting a vital point. Status, Alert/Expulsion. King Thorn Dragon. Lu Yunyan exclaimed in surprise. And there are 3 of them. All of them are level 40 or higher. This is a rare Pokémon that requires a dragon scale for trait evolution. And there's a wild population of them here. In the outside world, a Kingdra is enough to be the ace of an elite trainer. But here, they are just goalkeeper? Roar. Gyarados got angry when it saw someone blocking its way. It opened its blood-red maw, about to roar. Pft! 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 All 3 Kingdra dragons simultaneously unleashed water cannons. Unlike Gyarados' ferocious water blasts, their water cannons are extremely concentrated, as thin as a finger, yet possess terrifying penetrating power. This is the real water gun. Gyarados, don't take it head-on. Dive! Subai shouted. Gyarados may be reckless, but it knows what's good for it. Its massive body suddenly sank and plunged underwater. 3 water jets grazed its dorsal fin, creating 3 bottomless black holes in the stalactites behind it. Gravel flew everywhere. What terrifying penetrating power! Subai's expression was solemn. Is this the true value of the dragon's secret realm? Even random gatekeepers have this kind of destructive power? Since it's a dragon playing in the water. Subai glanced at Lu Yunyan beside him. Master Lu, in this situation, you probably don't need me to teach you how to fight, right? Humph, don't underestimate me. Lu Yunyan was still seething with anger after losing to Subai in the previous dojo challenge. Her wrist twitched. Melodic. Time to take a bath. Use that move. Enchanting voice, fairy-type move, guaranteed hit. My woo. Melodic enters the arena. It emitted a poignant and moving song, the sound waves transforming into pink heart-shaped energy that spread outwards. What are dragons most afraid of? Fairy type, of course. This is an absolute type advantage. Dragon-type moves are ineffective against fairies, and fairies deal double damage to dragon-type moves. Buzz. Upon hearing the song, the 3 Kingdra visibly froze, revealing expressions of pain. Now. Gyarados. Crunch. Dragon. Dragon Arrow. Subai instantly followed up with his attack. Underwater. The giant red shadow burst forth like a sea monster. Gyarados opened its massive jaws, filled with fangs, and unleashed a surge of dark-type energy, biting down on the waist of one of the Kingdra. Snap! The spiny Dragon King let out a miserable cry as its defenses were breached. In the air. The firing ports on Dorgan Mija's head fired in rapid succession. 2 miniature dragons swooped down like homing missiles, leaving trails of blue flames, and struck the heads of the other 2 Kingdra precisely. Dragon Chrono. Double damage. Boom. 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 A perfectly coordinated attack. The 3 arrogant Kingdra were instantly severely injured and fell into the water like kites with broken strings. However, they have not lost their ability to fight. Instead, the red light in his eyes intensified, as if he had entered some kind of frenzied state. Something's not right. Subai activated Eye of Insight. Status, Frenzy, disturbed by unidentified sound waves, loss of reason. Unidentified sound wave. Subai thought of the rampaging elves outside. It seems the root of the riots here lies deep within this cave. Don't get entangled with them, finish this quickly. Subai took out a dragon gem, a one-time use item that increases the power of dragon-type moves by 50%, from his backpack and threw it to Gyarados. Eat it. Then reverse the attack. Roar. Gyarados swallowed the gem whole. An extremely violent dragon-type energy exploded within its body. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the scales on its body stood on end. Reverse scales. The strongest physical attack of the dragon type. Although the side effect is confusion, with the overconfidence trait, this is practically a god-tier skill for clearing the field. Boom! Gyarados transformed into a red tornado, rampaging through the narrow, dark river. That was pure brute force. The three injured spiny dragon kings were no match for this berserk overlord. They were blasted out of the water and slammed into the rock wall, becoming embedded in it. I'm completely stunned. Call. The battle is over. The Gyarados was panting heavily, and the red light in its eyes gradually faded, so Abai fed it a persimmon to relieve its confusion in time. Ding! Gyarados defeats a powerful enemy. The overconfidence ability has been activated. Attack power increased. Gyarados level increased to LV46. Great, a good start. So Abai directed the Pingwo dragon to retrieve the three unconscious spiny dragon kings. It's not about taming them, although they are rare, they are not So Abai's goal. Instead, it was touching the corpse. As expected, there was stock. So Abai pried a scale that shimmered with iridescent light from the gap in the dorsal fin of the leading spiny dragon king. Dragon Scale, Premium. This area would sell for at least 500,000 on the market. So Abai casually tossed a piece to Lu Union. Everyone who sees this gets a share. This is evolution material for Kingdra, you'll need it later. Lu Union took the scale, her expression complex. This person. They were just directing the battle a moment ago, and now they're dividing the spoils? That's such a great attitude. Keep going. So Abai put away the remaining two pieces and turned his gaze to the end of the dark river. From there, a faint, even more muffled sound, like the beating of a heart, could be heard. Thump, thump, thump. With each jump, a ripple spreads across the surrounding water. Gyarados, what's that ahead? Roar. I don't know, it's scary, but also very attractive. Even the overlords find it terrifying. So Abai clenched his fist. It seems we're not far from the truth. Chapter 42. Thump, thump, thump. As the speedboat ventured deeper, the deep, heart-pounding sound grew increasingly clear. Each sound was like a heavy hammer blow to the chest, making one's blood surge. That sound. Lu Yunyan's face was somewhat pale. She had to summon melodic and use the aura of Mystic Guardian to resist this invisible mental attack. Not just sound. So Abai stood at the bow of the boat, his expression solemn. And then there's gravity. The gravity here is at least 1.5 times that outside. Ahead, the underground river suddenly stopped flowing, turning into a dry riverbed. And at the end of the riverbed, a breathtaking scene unfolded. It was a vast underground wasteland. The wasteland was devoid of plants, but instead littered with countless stark white skeletons of colossal beasts. Some skeletons are tens of meters long, piled up like mountains, others have ribs like a forest, piercing straight to the dome. Among these skeletons, countless ghost and dragon-type Pokémon roam. One-headed dragon, Fang Fang, Buzzbat. There are even a few extremely rare Guhu. They moved among the skeletons, seemingly searching for something, or perhaps guarding something. This is the dragon's graveyard. It's also a paradise for dragons. Dragonbone Wasteland. Lu Union murmured to herself. So the legends were true after all, an ancient dragon tribe really is buried beneath Zhongcheng. Roar! How terrifying! Even the usually unruly red Gyarados shrank back at this moment. It could sense that every skeleton remaining here was a being far more powerful than itself in life. The oppressive force emanating from its very bloodline instilled in it an instinctive sense of fear. Don't be afraid. So Abai patted the Gyarados' scales and took out a purple gem from his backpack. Dragon Gem. Holding this in your mouth will help you resist some of the oppressive force. The Gyarados swallowed it whole, and the feeling of trepidation definitely subsided considerably. Doran, have you found anything? Suibai looked at the little guy on his shoulder. Doran Mesha was in a state of extreme excitement at that moment. Its little nose twitched incessantly, as if it were smelling some exquisite delicacy. Doran! Over there! It smells so good! It smells amazing! It pointed to the depths of the wasteland, to the central area surrounded by countless giant ribs. There, a hazy purple light flickered. The radar indicates that the energy source is located there. Suibai glanced at the enormous, frighteningly large golden spot on the radar. Let's go take a look. The two stowed the speedboat and set foot on this ancient wilderness. Careful! As they passed a huge leg bone, Suibai's eyes narrowed sharply. Boom! The rock wall above suddenly cracked open. A red and blue figure descended from the sky like a meteorite, bringing terrifying wind pressure, and slammed into the Gyarados walking at the front. Sneak attack! Gyarados! Water tail! Attack! Suibai reacted with lightning speed. Roar! Although Gyarados was startled, its body reacted faster than its brain. Its thick, spiky tail instantly whipped up the water, like a steel whip, lashing out fiercely from bottom to top. Bang! The dull thud of flesh colliding exploded like thunder. The air currents surged, forcing Suibai and Lu Yunyan to retreat repeatedly. The figure who launched the sneak attack performed a backflip in midair and landed steadily. It was a dragon-type Pokémon that walked upright, its body covered in hard, crimson skin, with long, powerful arms and its face covered in ferocious spikes. Race: Red-Faced Dragon. Level: LV45. Attribute: Dragon. Ability: Rough Skin. When hit by a contact move, the opponent will take damage. Status: Wrath/Guard. An opponent of equal caliber. And it's a pure dragon type. Roar! Gyarados suddenly let out a low, painful roar. A large patch of scales had fallen off the tail of the red-faced dragon that it had just struck, leaving it covered in blood. Counterattack. It's a characteristic of rough skin. Suibai's eyes narrowed. This guy's covered in barbs, I'd be at a disadvantage in close combat. Gyarados, create some distance. Use water gun. Roar. Gyarados opened its mouth, and a thick jet of water gushed out. But the red-faced dragon was clearly a battle-hardened warrior. Instead of dodging, it crossed its arms to protect its chest, and its body shone with a metallic sheen. Iron wall. Boom! The water cannon shot at it only pushed it back a few meters, without causing any real damage. Immediately afterwards, a fierce glint flashed in the red-faced dragon's eyes. It suddenly pushed off the ground, and surprisingly, it managed to withstand the impact of the water cannon and forcefully rushed forward. Its claws glowed with purple dragon energy. Those were dragon claws. Such a tough defense! Such a fast advance! Lu Yunyan exclaimed in surprise. Gyarados, don't let it get close. Waterfall. Use the water current to retreat. Suibai calmly gave instructions. A stream of water suddenly appeared beneath Gyarados, carrying it backward. But the red-faced dragon was relentless. It grabbed a huge fossilized leg bone from the ground and hurled it at the dragon like a javelin. Bang! The leg bone slammed into the Gyarados, sending shards of rock flying. Gyarados was knocked off balance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red-faced dragon had already rushed in front of him. Swish! Swish! The dragon's claws swung, creating a mournful whistling sound. Gyarados had no way to avoid it and could only take the hit with its body. Sizzle! The powerful dragon claws tore 3 deep, bloody gashes into Gyarados' red scales. Roar! Gyarados was filled with both pain and rage. It was utterly enraged. Ignoring Suibai's orders, it opened its blood-red maw and bit down on the red-faced dragon's shoulder. Frozen teeth. The chilling fangs pierced the red-faced dragon's skin. Cheers! The red-faced dragon also cried out in pain, but the ferocity in its eyes intensified. Instead of struggling, it grabbed Gyarados' head and its spikes stood on end. Sizzle! Rough skin is acting up again. Gyarados felt like it had bitten into a cactus, its mouth was full of blood, and its teeth were about to break. That's what makes the red-faced dragon so disgusting. To inflict 1,000 casualties on the enemy, one must also suffer 800 casualties on oneself. Moreover, it has thick skin and tough flesh, so it's not afraid of blood transfusions at all. That big oaf! Suibai sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Gyarados is too reckless, once it gets excited, it won't listen to commands. We have to help them break this deadlock. Gyarados! Don't let go! Just lift it up like this! Suibai shouted. Since it enjoys reflecting damage, let it experience the effects of gravity. Take it to the sky. Although Gyarados' mouth hurt, it still understood. It endured the blood blisters filling its mouth. He jerked his neck violently. The red-faced dragon, which was clinging to it tightly, was lifted off the ground and flown into the sky. Gyarados has the flying attribute, so although it can't fly very high, it can easily reach a height of 10 meters above the ground. With both feet off the ground, the red-faced dragon panicked. It is, after all, an earth dragon, it cannot fly. Now! Shake it off! Then Dragon's Wrath! Suibai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Roar! Gyarados suddenly swung its head in mid-air, slamming Redra into the ground like a rag doll. Immediately afterwards, it opened its still bleeding maw, and a black energy wave, filled with destructive power, instantly erupted out. Chapter 43. Boom! The dragon's fury struck first, hitting the red-faced dragon in the belly before it could land. Bang! The red-faced dragon slammed heavily onto the rocky ground, creating a large crater. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Did we win? Lu Yunyan asked nervously. Not yet. Suibai shook his head. Dragon-type Pokémon are incredibly resilient. Really? The smoke and dust cleared. The red-faced dragon stood up unsteadily. It was covered in blood, and one of its eyes was swollen like a walnut, but its ferocious aura only made it more terrifying. It opened its mouth, and a dazzling red light shone from deep within its throat. That is inverted scales. It's going to fight desperately. Want to fight to the death? Then I'll grant your wish. Suibai took out a Wenyu berry from his backpack and threw it forcefully to the Gyarados in the air. Catch it! Eat it! Gyarados caught the fruit in one gulp, instantly restoring some of its strength. Gyarados, this is your first battle, don't embarrass me. Use your strongest move. Destroy the light. Roar! The red scales all over Gyarados' body were trembling. It sensed the trainer's trust and the surging fighting spirit within its body. A beam of orange-yellow energy, over 2 meters in diameter, was being compressed and concentrated within its mouth. Below, the red-faced dragon also charged forward, enveloped in red reverse scale energy. Up and down. Boom! The destructive beam clashed with the reverse scale in mid-air. The world lost its color. A terrifying energy storm swept through the entire underground cavern, causing countless stalactites to fall. Snap! The standoff lasted less than a second. The red-faced dragon's reverse scale energy was completely devoured by the even more violent destructive ray. Boom! The beam of light pierced through the red-faced dragon's body, pinning it deep into the earth. This time, it never stood up again. Huff! Huff! Gyarados descended from the sky, coiled up beside Suibai, and panted heavily. It was covered in wounds, and smoke was still coming out of its mouth, a side effect of disrupting the light. but its eyes were filled with the thrill of victory. Cool. This is real fighting. It's much more exciting than bullying those small fish and shrimp in the river. Ding! Gyarados defeats a powerful enemy. The overconfidence ability has been activated. Attack power increased. Gyarados level increased to LV46. Well done. Suibai took out a bottle of full recovery medicine and sprayed it on its wound. Remember this for next time, if you encounter a hedgehog like this, don't be foolish enough to bite it. Humph. Okay. Gyarados rubbed against Suibai's hand, looking a little embarrassed. Let's go loot the corpse. Suibai walked to the side of the unconscious red-faced dragon. He found a sharp, gleaming tooth in a crevice in the rocks behind the red-faced dragon. Dragon's Fang. Effect, when equipped, increases the power of dragon-type moves by 20%. Nice one. Suibai picked up the dragon tooth and wiped it clean. Doran, this is for you. He hung the dragon's tooth around the dragon's neck. Now, Doromecia has Curse Rune, increases ghost damage, Life Orb, increases global damage, and this Dragon Fang, increases dragon damage. This is definitely a God Tier 3 sword style build. Doran feels invincible. The little guy twirled around, looking quite pleased with himself. Suibai, look at that. Lu Yunian suddenly pointed to a huge skeleton in front of her. That appears to be the skeleton of a Drago Knight. And surprisingly, a stone slab was embedded in the skull of the skeleton. Ancient characters are carved on the stone slab, emitting a faint purple light. That is. As Suibai approached, the system's translation function automatically activated. Inscription: when the red fury subsides and the blue protection shatters, the slumbering dragon god will be awakened. Red fury, does that refer to Gyarados? Suibai's heart stirred. That blue guardian, could it be? He glanced at Lu Yunian beside him, and at the melodic pokeball at her waist. Melodic? Just then. Buzz. The purple light deep within the wasteland suddenly surged, transforming into a pillar of light that shot straight up to the dome. It seems we've triggered some incredible mechanism. Suibai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Let's go. Let's see who this so-called dragon god really is. However, Suibai had not yet taken a step. Suddenly, a chilling flapping sound came from the purple-lit dome overhead. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, countless pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. Densely packed. Like a sky full of stars, yet radiating a chilling light that preys on those it chooses to devour. Watch out for what's above you. Suibai reacted quickly, grabbing Lu Yunian and hiding under a huge fossilized rib. The next second, a visible white sonic cannon, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, slammed into the spot where they had just been standing. Boom! The hard rocky ground was instantly blasted into a deep crater, with debris flying everywhere. Move, Boom Wave! It's a swarm of sonic dragons. Lu Yunian's face turned deathly pale, and she quickly commanded Melodic to deploy a pink Mystic Guardian light shield. In midair, hundreds of black flying dragons swooped down like a bomber squadron. Leading the pack was a massive sonic dragon with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, its 2 megaphone-like ears brewing a second, deadly sonic wave. Race: Sonic Dragon. Rank: LV48, near King level. Attribute: Flying/Dragon. Status: Frenzy/Territory Defense. Are these the Guardians? There are quite a few of them. Looking at the overwhelming army of bats that blotted out the sky, Suibai did not back down. Instead, his eyes blazed with excitement. This kind of large-scale air combat is the perfect opportunity to gain experience and test team coordination. Gyarados, don't lie on the ground! Suibai shouted. Fly! Let's teach these bats a lesson! Frozen teeth! Roar! The red Gyarados had been itching to get going for a while. Although it cannot fly very high, with its massive body and amazing jumping ability, it leaps into the air like a red dragon. Its gaping maw opened wide, and its chilling fangs snapped into the wing of the leader of the Sonic Dragons. Ice-crushing dragon. Ice-crushing flying. 4 times the damage. Chapter 44. Gah! The leader, Noivern, let out a scream, lost its balance, and plummeted to the ground along with Gyarados, kicking up a cloud of dust. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Drow Ranger. You're a ghost, physical attacks can't hit you, but sound waves can. Don't try to fight it head-on. Use your speed to flank them. Dragon Arrow, scattering mode. Dariki. Dorganmesia moved through the dense sonic net like a ghost. Its firing ports on its head are fully open. Countless miniature ghost missiles, trailing blue flames, precisely tracked the swarm of buzzing bats in the air. Smash smash smash! Fireworks exploded in the sky. Countless buzzing bats fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot. However, there were simply too many enemies, and the noisy wyverns were extremely fast, making it difficult to lock onto them all. Professor Ping. Take control of the situation. Subai glanced at Ping Quilong, who was adjusting his glasses beside him. Make sure they can't fly. Universal gravitation. Roar. The dragon suddenly spread its wings. An invisible gravitational field instantly covered this area of airspace. The Sonic Dragons, who were originally agile in flight, suddenly felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was hanging on their wings. Their flight attitude instantly became extremely clumsy, and many even stalled and crashed. A great opportunity. Lu Yunyan's eyes lit up, she seized this perfect opportunity. Milano. Blizzard. Maximum power. Meow. In this enclosed underground space, the power of the blizzard was unleashed to its fullest extent. A terrifying cold wave swept through, instantly freezing the Sonic Dragons, who were already suppressed by gravity, into ice sculptures. Clear the entire screen. Phew, that's what you call teamwork. Subai whistled. Although it was his first time teaming up with Lu Yunyan, they shared the same tacit understanding as top players. Control, output, harvest, flowing smoothly. The battle is over. The battle is over. Subai walked up to the Noivern leader, which was being pinned to the ground by Gyarados. This guy is almost a champion-level creature, but he encountered a Gyarados that has a type advantage of 4x. It was then suppressed by gravity. He was defeated before he could even use his full skills. Beep beep beep. Just then, a golden notification popped up on the treasure radar. High energy carried item detected. Target, neck of the boss, Sonic Wyvern. There's something there. Subai's eyes lit up. As the overlord of wild Pokémon, this Noivern is sure to have some good stuff hidden inside. He crouched down and felt around the noisy dragon's furry neck. Sure enough, I touched a piece of fabric that was smooth and had a faint purple sheen. This is... Subai pulled hard. He pulled out an exquisite scarf. Elegant about scarves. Effect, increases speed by 50% when equipped, but can only use the first move used upon entering the battle. Top-tier exclusive protection. Subai's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a god-tier weapon for battle. You're so lucky. Subai happily put away the scarf, and while he was at it, he picked out a few shiny flying gems from the cracks in the rock wall next to him, and gave half of them to Lu Yunyan. The two stepped over the dragon corpses scattered everywhere and continued deeper into the forest. Finally, they arrived at the source of the purple light bursting forth. It was a huge altar carved from an unknown blue crystal. In the center of the altar stands an ancient statue. The statue's shape is strikingly similar to a coiled, giant dragon, Rayquaza, but its tail is entwined with melodic. This is... Lu Yunyan stared at the statue, her expression dazed, as if she had been summoned by some force. A symbiotic totem of dragons and melodic. Beneath the statue, there is a light blue energy barrier that protects the core of the altar. On the barrier, there are patterns that flow like water ripples. Suibai tried touching it with his hand. Sizzle! A powerful rebound force shook his hand away. Physical attacks are ineffective. So this must be what the inscription refers to as Blue Guardian. Suibai turned to look at Lu Yunyan and Melodic beside her. Master Lu, you have the ticket. The aura emanating from this barrier originates from the same source as your Melodic. Lu Yunyan took a deep breath and nodded. Melodic, give it a try. Mew. Melodic swam forward and gently touched the barrier with its tail. A miracle happened. The barrier did not bounce back, instead, it seemed to blend with the water, creating gentle ripples. Immediately afterwards. Suddenly, the eyes of the Melodic statue lit up, shooting out a beam of azure light that directly enveloped Lu Yunyan's Melodic. Buzz! Melodic let out a comfortable groan, and its body floated up involuntarily. Its originally cream-colored scales began to transform, shimmering with a faint, aurora-like blue luster. The energy is surging. Ding! Special energy infusion detected. Melodic is undergoing a bloodline awakening. Master the exclusive ultimate skill, Life Drop, Large Area Group Healing. Gain trait upgrade, Magic Scales Magic Mirror. Magic Mirror reflects all transformation attacks, such as Hypnosis, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Taunt, etc. A magic mirror. Suibai watched with great envy. This is a truly godlike characteristic. With this, Melodic will no longer be afraid of any toxic will-o'-the-wisps, they can simply bounce them back. Is this the legendary rich woman's happy hangout? Can a hidden ability be awakened just by walking? Snap! As Melodic awakened, the blue barrier finally shattered under the drain of energy. Protecting the shattered. Suibai muttered the second half of the inscription. The slumbering dragon god will be awakened. Boom! Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the entire altar began to shake violently, and the ground collapsed. At the center of the altar, an obsidian staircase leading deeper into the earth was revealed. A surge of dragon-type energy, purer and more domineering than ever before, erupted from the depths of the staircase. Roar! In Suibai's backpack, the red dragon scale was not only hot, but it also began to tremble on its own, emitting a deep dragon roar, as if calling out to its master. The real treasure is below. Suibai stared at the seemingly bottomless staircase, a mad smile playing on his lips. Master Lu, congratulations on your melodic leveling up. Suibai was about to say something. Sudden buzz. The red dragon scale in his backpack suddenly broke free from its restraints and floated into the air, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. Immediately afterwards, from the depths of the obsidian staircase leading to the earth, a desolate, ancient roar, yet one brimming with boundless fury, echoed. Roar! The sound waves transformed into a tangible gale, instantly extinguishing all the surrounding ever-burning lamps. Darkness descends. Only at the end of the steps did a pair of eyes, as large as millstones, light up, burning with purple-gold flames. A terrifying pressure that made even the soul tremble surged up like a tide. Suibai's smile vanished. He gripped Draco's pokeball tightly, his voice low. It seems we don't need to go looking for it. It's awake. Thump, thump. The heartbeat, like a war drum, grew heavier and heavier as those purple-gold eyes drew closer in the darkness. Each throb felt like it was stepping on everyone's nerves, making it hard to breathe. Step back. Suibai reached out and stopped Lu Yunyan, who was about to step forward, his expression more solemn than ever before. He could sense that the creature he was facing this time was unlike any elf he had encountered before. It's not just about being suppressed by rank. It's more than just a difference in the level of life itself. Who? With a desolate breath, 2 white jets of air shot out from the darkness, instantly dispersing the remaining smoke and dust. Immediately afterwards, a giant claw, covered in dark grey scales and twice the size of its kind, slammed heavily onto the obsidian steps. Chapter 45. Snap! The incredibly hard obsidian was instantly covered in cracks after being stepped on. Finally, the so-called dragon god revealed its true form under the faint fluorescent light. It was a giant, orange-yellow dragon that walked upright. It has broad wings, 2 antennae on its head, and a striped abdominal armor. Dragonite. A powerful spirit known as the first-generation quasi-god and the incarnation of the sea. But the Dragonite in front of me is completely different from the adorable image in the Pokédex. Its size is extremely large, with an upright height of nearly 4 meters, resembling a moving small mountain. Its once orange skin has turned a dull bronze color due to the erosion of time, and is covered with crisscrossing white scars. Each scar is like a medal, telling the story of the fierce battles it has endured. Its gaze was no longer gentle, but filled with the indifference and majesty that came with the vicissitudes of life. In those eyes that burned with purple gold flames, it seemed as if an entire abyss was hidden. Race, Dragonite, Ancient Guardian. Level, LV60, King Level. Type, Dragon/Flying. Trait, Multiple Scales, reduces damage taken by half when at full health. Status, Awakened/Under Review. Equipped item, Weakness Policy, greatly increases attack when taking damage that is weak against the target. Heavenly King Level. Lu Yunyan's voice was somewhat hoarse. LV60. This is already a being capable of guarding a region, and can be called a regional guardian deity. Facing an opponent of this caliber, let alone the 2 newcomers, although Suibai doesn't count, even if all the trainers from Zhongcheng Gym were brought over, they probably wouldn't be enough to withstand a single hyper beam. Roar! Human! The ancient Dragonite did not launch an attack immediately. It lowered its head, and its huge dragon eyes swept over Suibai and Lu Yunyan. His gaze was like a knife. Stared at by it, Suibai felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the snow, with all his secrets exposed. Final. Its gaze settled on the red dragon scale in Suibai's hand. Buzz. The moment it saw the scale, the purple gold flame in Dragonite's eyes flickered. A complex emotion emanated from it. There is nostalgia, sadness, and anger. Roar. It suddenly roared to the sky, the sound waves shaking the entire underground cavern, and countless pieces of rock fell from the dome. This is not an attack. This is a question. It's questioning the origin of this scale. Is it an old acquaintance of the owner of this scale? Suibai's heart stirred. He did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, raising the red scale in his hand high. This scale comes from a red Gyarados. It's right here. Suibai placed his other hand on the heavy ball at his waist. Come out, Gyarados. Bang! A red light flashed. The 10-meter-long red behemoth crashed to the ground. Roar! Before Gyarados could even figure out what was going on, it was immediately struck by the terrifying, suffocating aura of dragon power emanating from before it. It instinctively wanted to bristle. But when it saw the ancient Dragonite that stood before it as majestic as a mountain, its body suddenly froze. That was a suppression from the depths of one's bloodline. It's also a sense of familiarity that comes from the depths of my soul. Roar! Old ancestor. The ferocity in Gyarados' eyes subsided somewhat, replaced by an emotion called awe. It may be arrogant, but it's not stupid. It could sense that this huge creature in front of it could crush it with a single finger. The ancient Dragonite looked at the red junior in front of it. The anger in his eyes gradually subsided, turning into a faint disappointment. Roar! Too weak. It shook its head. It seems to be saying, possessing that person's bloodline, red mutation, yet only possessing this level of strength? Too weak? Bai understood what Dragonite meant. He glanced at the somewhat timid Gyarados, his brow furrowing slightly. Gyarados, raise your head. You are the overlord. The tyrant of the rivers. You're already backing down before even fighting. Bai's rebuke exploded like thunder in Gyarados' ears. Gyarados shuddered. Yes. It is the overlord. So what if they're our ancestors? It has its pride too. Roar. Gyarados suddenly raised its head. Although its body was still trembling slightly, it opened its mouth wide and let out a defiant roar at the ancient Dragonite. The will to fight has been reignited. Very good. The ancient Dragonite, witnessing this scene, finally showed a hint of admiration in its eyes. Even if their strength is lacking, they haven't lost their fighting spirit. It slowly raised one claw, pointed at Gyarados, and then at the steps behind it. Roar! Want to carry on the legacy? Then prove it to me. An invisible aura instantly enveloped the entire area. This is not a life or death battle. This is a trial. Only those who pass the Guardian's test are qualified to enter the true Dragon's realm and obtain the legendary treasure. A trial. Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. That suits me perfectly. He didn't let other Pokémon interfere, this was Gyarados' own opportunity, it had to do it itself. Gyarados, did you hear that? They look down on you. Tell me, do you want to win? Roar. I want to. I really want to. Gyarados' red scales all stood on end. Although its overconfidence ability hadn't been triggered, it hadn't defeated its opponent yet, its aura had already reached its peak. Then let's go. Bai waved his hand. Let this veteran see how the new era Gyarados fights. Dragon Dance. Roar. Gyarados twisted its body and performed a mysterious and wild dance on the spot. As it danced, the dragon-type energy within it began to boil. Attack boost. Speed boost. Facing a top-tier opponent, you simply can't win without buffs. The ancient Dragonite watched quietly without interrupting. It is both the guardian and the examiner. It gives challengers ample time to prepare. Until the red light on Gyarados' body reached its peak. Bring it on. Dragonite beckoned with its finger. Go. Freeze the teeth. Roar. Gyarados transformed into a streak of red lightning and dashed away in an instant. This battle. It has nothing to do with life or death. For dignity. Chapter 46. Snap. A crimson lightning bolt ripped through the darkness, and fangs carrying an aura of extreme cold bit down hard on the ancient Dragonite's arm. Ice Chrono. This attack, Frozen Fang, enhanced by the attack power of Dragon Dance, is powerful enough to crush steel. However, there was no scene of blood splattering as I had imagined. Buzz. The moment the fangs touched the Dragonite's skin, a faint, mysterious film of light appeared on its body. Characteristics: multiple scales. Effect: when stamina is full, damage taken is halved. This seemingly thin membrane of light, like a natural barrier, forcefully blocked Gyarados' powerful attack. The ancient Dragonite didn't even move an inch. It lowered its head, its eyes, burning with purple gold flames, calmly looking at the red Gyarados hanging on its arm, a hint of pity in its gaze. Humph! Is that all? It gently raised its other hand, its massive, scarred claw clenched into a fist. The movements appear slow, but are actually as fast as lightning. Thunder Fist. Bai's pupils constricted sharply. Gyarados. Let go. Get out of the way. Electricity counters water. 4 times the restraint. This Dragonite is not only level 60, but its move pool is also incredibly deep. But Gyarados' grip was too tight, it was too late to retreat. Zzzzzzzzz. A dazzling burst of lightning exploded from Dragonite's fist, illuminating the entire underground cavern. Bang! One punch. Just one punch. The 10-meter-long red Gyarados was slammed into the rock wall behind it like a whip that had been lashed out, carrying the smell of burning electricity. Boom! The rock wall collapsed, burying Gyarados' massive body in the rubble. One-hit KO? Is this the power of a heavenly king-level guardian? Lu Yunyan covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. That's incredible. This absolute disparity in strength cannot be bridged by so-called tactics or tools. It's like a baby waving its fist at a giant. It's not over yet. Suibai stared intently at the pile of rubble, his voice low and deep. It's a Gyarados. It is that red tyrant who stands alone against the entire world in the Lake of Wrath. How could he fall down so easily? As if in response to Suibai's words. Splash! The pile of rubble began to tremble and tumble down. An aura even more violent and bloodthirsty than before rose from beneath the ruins. Roar! Roar! The low growl carried pain, but even more so, an indomitable rage. Boom! The rocks exploded. The red Gyarados stood upright again. Its appearance was extremely miserable at this moment, half of its body's scales had been scorched by lightning punches, and blood was flowing down its red carapace. But its eyes. The fighting spirit in those scarlet eyes not only didn't die down, but burned even more fiercely. It stared intently at the ancient dragon, a wheezing sound emanating from deep within its throat. Ouch! It hurts. But it was this excruciating pain that awakened the dormant ferocity within it. Roar! Old man! Again! It swung its tail sharply and charged forward again. This time, it didn't use any tricks. Instead, they chose the most primitive and barbaric method. Make a huge scene. Attack relentlessly. Attack without regard for the consequences. Bang! 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 It rams with its head, whips with its tail, and bites with its teeth. Although Dragonite easily blocked every attack, and every counterattack added new wounds to it. But it did not retreat an inch. Even if blood stains the ground red, even if consciousness begins to fade. It's still attacking. That's the spirit of Gyarados. This is the dignity of a tyrant. Seeing this horrific scene, Suibai clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. He did not order a halt. Because he knew this was Gyarados' own battle. Intervening now would be a trampling on its dignity. Humph! That's interesting. The ancient Dragonite, which had been expressionless the whole time, finally showed a slight change in its eyes. As it watched its junior, covered in blood yet still charging at it like a mad dog, the disappointment in its eyes gradually faded. Instead, there was a hint of admiration and a touch of nostalgia. Once upon a time, the giant red dragon that followed that person was just as mad and fearless. Roar! His temperament is acceptable, but his strength is too scattered. Dragonite stretched out its hand, this time, it didn't use its fist. Instead, it opened its palm and caught the Gyarados' powerful tail strike. Buzz! A gentle yet vast dragon-type energy flowed from its palm into Gyarados' body. The Gyarados, which was in a berserk state and about to exhaust itself, suddenly stiffened. It sensed that the uncontrollable rage that had been raging within it was beginning to gather and compress under the guidance of this external energy. Ultimately, it all surged towards its throat, the location of that reverse scale. This is... Suibai activated his eye of insight and was surprised to find. The ancient Dragonite wasn't attacking, but rather transferring power. It is using its dragon-type origins to guide Gyarados to master true power. Gyarados! Feel that power! Suibai shouted loudly. Anger is not a poison that will make you lose your mind. It's your fuel. It's your weapon. Concentrate all your anger on one point. Release it. Use that move. Inverted scales. Roar! Gyarados had a stroke of genius. It roared to the sky, and the red light on its body instantly surged, transforming into a tangible crimson dragon flame. This is no longer a chaotic tantrum. Instead, it condensed all its anger, all its pain, and all its resentment into a devastating force. Although its eyes were bloodshot, they possessed an unprecedented clarity. It has mastered anger. Boom! A crimson dragon shadow soared into the sky, crashing violently into the ancient dragon. This time, Dragonite neither took the hit head-on nor launched a counterattack. It raised the corners of its mouth slightly, took a half step back, and dodged the attack. Boom! The energy from reverse scale bombarded the obsidian steps behind. The seemingly indestructible staircase was blasted open with a huge gap. Pebbles flew everywhere. The dust has settled. Gyarados was panting heavily, and the red light on its body slowly dissipated. It was exhausted. Its massive body collapsed limply to the ground, unable to move any further. But its eyes remained fixed on Dragonite. Hey! Did I win? The ancient Dragonite looked at it and slowly nodded. Who? You passed. It turned around, its long tail sweeping gently, opening the previously tightly closed stone door leading deeper into the earth. It was pushed open with a bang. Crunch! The heavy scraping sound of the stone door seemed like a sigh from ancient times. A breathtakingly pure dragon-type spiritual energy surged out from behind the door, instantly filling the entire cavern. That is the true aura of the dragon's secret realm. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Pseudo-legendary strode forward, first bowing deeply to the ancient Dragonite, then quickly feeding the Gyarados a full recovery potion. He knew that if Dragonite hadn't shown mercy and guided him, Gyarados might have been crippled by its energy rampage. This is a trial. It is also a process of inheritance. Ding! Gyarados has grasped the true meaning of rage. Learned new skill, reverse scale, proficiency, mastery. Gyarados' affinity with its host has greatly increased. Current, 80, intimate. Seeing the notification on the system panel, Pseudo-legendary smiled with relief. After getting beaten up, I gained a powerful skill and a huge increase in intimacy level. This is a huge profit. Let's go. Lu Yunyan also walked over, her gaze passing over the stone gate and looking into the deep darkness. The real secret lies inside. Pseudo-legendary put away Gyarados and nodded. The two of them, one after the other, stepped through the long sealed door. And behind them, the ancient Dragonite stood silently in the darkness, watching the boys back. A hint of expectation seemed to flash in its purple-gold eyes. Roar! That person's successor. I hope you won't let us down. Chapter 47. We passed through that heavy obsidian door. The darkness that was expected did not descend. On the contrary, a soft, dreamlike blue-purple light instantly filled the field of vision. This is... Lu Yunyan subconsciously stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, speechless with shock at the sight before her. This is a huge cavern space independent of the earth, and its height even exceeds that of the tallest skyscraper in Zhongcheng. The dome is inlaid with countless luminous minerals, resembling a starry sky underground, dazzling and brilliant. A wide underground river flows slowly through the center of the cave. The river water had a strange milky white color and exuded a rich sense of life. Along the river banks, various ancient ferns that have long been extinct elsewhere grow. Tall and lush. This place has been transformed into a primeval jungle. But that's not the most shocking part. What truly captivates the eye are the residents who live here. Splash! In the river, a long, slender blue snake with cute big eyes and a white belly leaped out of the water. It traced a graceful arc in the air before elegantly diving into the water. Mini dragon. Bang! Bang! On the rock face not far away, several small dragons with hard protrusions on their heads were tirelessly ramming into the rocks, seemingly exercising their skulls. Baby dragon. In the grass. A round, dark blue little shark with a large mouth that takes up half its face is happily munching on a piece of ore. Gibble. Dratini, gibble, gibble. This place is surprisingly home to pseudo-legendary baby creatures from the Kanto, Hone, and Sinnoh regions. I've struck it rich. Suibai felt his throat was a little dry. His hand reached for the pokeball at his waist without his control. Every single spirit here, if released into the outside world, would be a force to be reckoned with, capable of causing bloodshed and chaos. The starting price for a single dwarf dragon at auction is 100 million. And here, looking around, there were at least dozens. This is hardly a secret realm. This is clearly a living gold mine. Dariki. Is that one of their own kind? Doran Messia peeked out from Suibai's shoulder, curiously looking at her dragon companions whom she had never seen before. This was the first time it had ever seen so many dragons. Don't act impulsively. Suibai took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the greedy urge to clear the map in his heart. That old veteran, ancient Drago Knight, is still waiting outside. This is its back garden. If we dare to grab anything here, we'll probably be blasted to smithereens by a destructive ray in the next second. This is a tacit understanding. Passing the trial means gaining the qualification to enter and the right to take away a specific treasure. But this does not mean that we can plunder at will. What a pity! Lu Yunyan also sighed, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze from the miniature dragon. So many top-quality seedlings, it's so frustrating to just look at them and not be able to cultivate them. Let's go, we need to get down to business. The root cause of the elves' uprising must lie here. Suibai pointed to the deepest part of the cave. There is an altar built on an island in the middle of the lake. The source that attracts the red dragon scales is right there. Buzz buzz. As they approached the altar, the unsettling low-frequency vibrations became increasingly pronounced. The dragon-type energy in the air was extremely violent, as if it could explode at any moment. Can you feel it? Lu Yunyan's expression was solemn. That's the frequency. The wild spirits outside the Zhongcheng dike were driven mad by these invisible energy waves transmitted through the water. As expected. Suibai nodded. The two landed on the island in the middle of the lake. The island was completely empty. Only one enormous stone tablet, with the surface as smooth as a mirror, stands in the center. The stone tablet was trembling violently, emitting painful roars, as if suppressing some volcano about to erupt. In the center of the stone tablet, there is a noticeable groove. There should have been something embedded there, but now it's empty. A piece is missing. Suibai took out the scalding hot red dragon scale and compared its shape. I see. Suibai suddenly realized. This red scale is the core protective object of this altar. For some unknown reason, perhaps the Gyarados accidentally swallowed it, the scales ended up outside. Without the protective object, the altar's energy became unbalanced, and it began to unleash a violent dragon's might. This is the truth behind the Zhongcheng floods and the elf uprising. Lu Yunyan also understood. So, all we have to do is put the scales back. Will that quell all this? Give it a try. Suibai stepped forward, bracing against the intense energy impact, and forcefully pressed the scorching scale into the groove. Click! Perfectly fitted. Buzz! In an instant, the shaking of the stone tablet stopped. The ancient characters on it lit up as if electrified, radiating a dazzling red light. The violent energy fluctuations instantly softened and became smooth, eventually transforming into a pure spiritual energy that nourished the entire secret realm. Call. Outside world. Zhongcheng embankment. The water-type spirits, who had been anxiously trying to regroup, suddenly seemed to be calmed down. The red light in their eyes faded, and they all dived into the water to go home. The tremors have stopped. Lu Yunyan glanced at the testing device in her hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. Energy readings have returned to normal. Suibai, we succeeded. Don't celebrate yet, there's a reward coming. Subai pointed to the stone tablet. As the crisis subsided, a massive flow of information surged through the scales into the minds of all the dragon-type Pokémon present. Roar! Gyarados suddenly roared to the sky. Ding! Gyarados has received the Dragon God's legacy. Learn the ultimate Dragon-type move, Meteor Shower. Darumizia observed the passing down of the tradition. Learn skill, Dragon Dance. A Meteor Shower. Subai was overjoyed. This is the strongest attack of the Dragon type. Power 130. With this move, Gyarados' coverage and explosive power will be elevated to a whole new level. And what's more, Doran has even learned the Dragon Dance. Physical attack +1, speed +1. For a speed attacking champion like Draco, this is simply a god-tier skill. It's not over yet. The light from the stone tablet did not fade. 2 hidden compartments slowly popped out from beneath the base of the stone tablet. In the hidden compartment on the left, there was a fist-sized, translucent blue pearl that seemed to contain the depths of the endless sea. In the dark compartment on the right was a sharp, white fang that emitted a chilling glint. Deep Sea Fang. Dragon's Fang, mysterious treasure grade. It's this. Lu Yunyan recognized the one on the left at a glance. Deep Sea Fang. This is the tool for Pearl Shell to evolve into spotted fish, but judging from its quality, if given to a water-type Pokémon, its special attack would likely increase significantly. She looked at Subai. Same as always, everyone who sees it gets a share. Subai readily picked up the dragon's fang on the right. I specialize in dragons, this tooth is mine. That blue bead is yours. Make a deal. Lu Yunyan didn't stand on ceremony, she picked up the deep sea fang, her eyes filled with joy. This stuff is also an excellent supplement for her melodic. Subai toyed with the dragon fang in his hand. This is no ordinary stuff you find outside. The system's insight displays. Name, True Dragon's Fang, Secret Treasure. Description, a fang that fell from an ancient champion-level Haxorus, containing ultimate mold breaker power. When held, Dragon-type moves are increased by 40% in power and have a chance to ignore the opponent's defense ability. Ignore characteristics. Subai gasped. Is this the legendary exceptional treatment? With this, things like sturdy, magical scales, and multiple scales. It's all paper. Nice one. Subai immediately put the tooth on Gyarados. The dragon already has regular dragon teeth, this one is more suitable for the tyrant. Roar. The teeth feel even sharper now. Gyarados clenched its jaws with a snapping sound, its eyes fierce. It felt like it could crush steel with a single bite. Boom! Just as the two finished dividing the spoils, the stone tablet suddenly sank slowly and retracted into the ground. Meanwhile, the quasi-god cubs who had been watching began to disperse one after another. It seems our exploration is over. Subai glanced at the radar. The quest the Dragon God's Sai is now complete. The root cause of the riot was resolved, and the reward was obtained. Let's go. Subai turned around, feeling incredibly relieved. This trip to Zhongcheng not only resulted in obtaining a badge and taming the powerful Gyarados, but also acquiring this amazing artifact, which incidentally saved the city from a crisis. They've made an incredible fortune. I need to get a good night's sleep when I get back. Then, Subai gazed into the distance. Time to prepare for the next dojo match. The Rock Gym. I hope that mining gym leader can give me some new surprises. Chapter 48. When the two people and the dragon emerged from the water and returned to the river, the east was already turning a pale white. The morning light pierced through the thin morning mist, casting a golden glow on the shimmering river surface, giving the city, which had just survived a catastrophe, a golden edge. Hoo! Subai took a deep breath of the moist morning air, feeling as if his lungs had been cleansed. The fatigue from not sleeping all night seemed to dissipate considerably when I saw this magnificent sunrise. It's over. Standing at the bow of the boat, Lu Yunyan looked at the Zhongcheng embankment gradually returning to order in the distance, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Although the levee was severely damaged, the flood was eventually stopped thanks to the efforts of the association and trainers throughout the city. The night parade of 100 ghosts that could have destroyed the city was quietly resolved as the dragon's lair subsided. Yes, it's over. Subai stretched and glanced back at the still mysterious, misty delta behind him. There lies the secret of the dragon race, and also a thrilling memory. Let's go back. Zhongcheng Wharf. The moment of parting always comes quickly. Are you leaving? Lu Yunyan looked at Subai, who was carrying his luggage, and her tone unusually carried a hint of reluctance. Subai nodded and pointed to the map on his phone. The rock gym is in Rocky City, which is over 200 kilometers away from here. I heard the owner of that museum is a mining fanatic. If we get there too late, he might be holed up in the mine for 10 days or half a month and won't come out. Panchi City. Lu Yunyan seemed lost in thought. The environment there is quite harsh, it's all barren mountains and desert. You need to be prepared for hardship. As she spoke, she took a delicate waterproof backpack out of the car and handed it to Subai. What is this? Subai was taken aback. A little local specialty. Lu Yunyan brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and looked away somewhat awkwardly. There are some water-type evolution stone fragments that I don't need, and a few boxes of here energy cubes, a specialty of Zhongcheng. Bring food with you on the road, don't let yourself get too thin, cough, don't let your elf go hungry. Subai took the backpack, it was heavy. He smiled. Thank you, Master Lu. When I win the national championship, I'll treat you to an even bigger meal. How arrogant. Lu Yunyan rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Okay, I'll wait. I hope she doesn't get eliminated in the first round, it would embarrass me, after all, I got her honorary hall master card, ... They're gone. Subai waved casually, turned around, and boarded the long-distance train bound for Panchi City. Watching the boy's departing figure, Lu Yunyan stood there for a long time, until the train disappeared from sight, before turning around and boarding the train. The national competition. Looks like I'll have to train even harder. After leaving Zhongcheng, the train headed west. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from a watery landscape to rolling hills and barren mountains. The vegetation is becoming increasingly sparse, and more bare rocks are being exposed. 3 hours later, the train stopped at a small station called Stone Town. There was still some distance to Panchi City, but Subai decided to get off the bus early. The reason is simple. His hands were itching to be touched. To be precise, he wanted to test the power of his new skill. Outside of shattered Stone Town lies a desolate Gobi desert, littered with jagged rocks, where only a few small fist-sized stones and pangolins roam. It's a natural training ground. Come out, Gyarados. Subai found an open canyon and threw the heavy ball. Boom! The red Gyarados landed, its massive body coiled on the rock, appearing somewhat crowded. It snorted irritably, clearly not used to the dry environment. Stop complaining. Subai patted its hard scales. Do you remember how you felt yesterday? That power passed down from our ancestors. Roar! That ultimate attack. Gyarados' eyes lit up. Of course it remembers. That surging energy, seemingly capable of destroying everything, still lingers within its body. Come on, face that rocky mountain over there. Subai pointed to a small hill, several tens of meters high, about 200 meters away. Fire one test shot. Meteor shower. Roar. Gyarados roared to the sky. It opened its massive mouth, and the dragon-type energy within its body began to converge wildly. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. An orange-red ball of energy rapidly expanded within its mouth, its surface crackling with violent currents and sparks. Launch! Boom! The ball of light shot into the sky, and after reaching its highest point, it suddenly exploded. It transformed into dozens of meteorites burning with destructive energy, scattering like petals from a celestial maiden, indiscriminately covering the stone mountain. This is the ultimate dragon-type technique, meteor shower. Boom 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 boom. The continuous explosions echoed through the canyon. The earth trembled, and smoke and dust blotted out the sun. When the smoke and dust cleared, Subai and the group of elves were all stunned. That small rocky hill, several tens of meters high, has disappeared. All that remained were rubble and scorched earth still smoking. It was razed to the ground. Hiss! Subai gasped. This power is a bit excessive. Although meteor shower will significantly reduce special attack, a side effect, the burst damage of the first shot is absolutely field clearing. Roar! Awesome! Gyarados excitedly swung its tail. This move was exactly what it wanted. Simple. Brutal. Just blow it up. From now on, this will be your trump card. Subai nodded in satisfaction, then looked to the other side. Dorganmesia was floating in the air, surrounded by a faint dragon-shaped aura, performing some kind of mysterious dance movements. Although its movements are still a bit clumsy, its momentum grows stronger with each dance. Dragon Dance. Increase attack and speed. Doran, how are you feeling? Doran, I feel lighter and stronger. The little guy stopped what he was doing, threw a punch at the air, and surprisingly, it produced a whooshing sound. Very good. Subai stroked his chin. The current team roster is already incredibly strong. Physical attackers include Bead Rill, Poison Jab, X-Scissors. The special attackers include Apple Wrap Dragon, Solar Beam, Dragon Pulse. The dual wielder is Doran Messiah, Misfortunes Never Come Singly, Dragon Arrow. And then there's Gyarados, the all-powerful tyrant. The only weakness. Subai looked at the rocket sparrow, which was perched on a rock, pecking at its feathers with a hint of boredom. LV28. Although its level isn't low, the unevolved Finch does seem rather simple compared to its amazing teammates. Especially when facing the upcoming Rock Gym. Fire/Flying type, it is 4 times weak to Rock type. If it doesn't evolve into Talonflame and learn more fighting or ground type moves, it won't be able to participate in the next gym battle at all. Rocket Sparrow. Subai walked over and handed it a supreme firestone fragment that he had just taken out of his backpack. Although it doesn't evolve from a stone, this thing can purify fire-type energy. You'll have to endure a lot of hardship during these few days of intensive training. Do you want to fly higher? Do you want to dominate the skies like Gyarados? Chirp. Want to? Rocket Sparrow's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Seeing its teammates getting stronger one by one, it also felt a surge of ambition within itself. Good. Subai pointed to the distant Gobi Desert. It's another 50 kilometers from here to Panchi City. We're not taking the car. Everyone, moving forward on foot. There are lots of rock-type Pokémon in this Gobi Desert, perfect for you to practice with. Goal, everyone level up. Let's go. Roar. Cheers. Dariki. At sunset. The figures of the man and his 4 pets stretched out long as they charged toward the rugged and wild rocky land. Chapter 49. Hoo-hoo. The hot wind, carrying coarse sand, lashed against my face, causing a stinging sensation. The Gobi Desert outside Suishi town was even harsher than Subai had imagined. What comes into view? All that could be seen were brownish-yellow rocks and cracked earth, with a few withered shrubs shivering in the wind. This is paradise for rock-type Pokémon. Subai pulled down the brim of his hat, and his hiking boots crunched on the gravel. Behind him followed a menacing force. Although the red Gyarados is not very mobile on land, it uses its powerful muscles to glide and slither across the ground. Wherever it passed, it left a deep ravine, exuding a powerful deterrent effect. Pingwalong and Duolong Mxia floated in the air, one on the left and one on the right, acting as scouts. Meanwhile, the bee flitted about like a ghost in the shadows of the rocks. Only the rocket sparrow. It didn't fly very high, it hovered just above Suabai's head. Those sharp bird eyes were filled with longing and anxiety. It was too eager to prove itself. Watching my teammates either evolve or get equipped with god-tier gear. Only it remains stuck on the edge of evolution. Even their attributes are countered by the upcoming gym. Chirp. Suddenly, the rocket sparrow let out a warning cry. It suddenly folded its wings and swooped down like an arrow, spitting a spark at a pile of rubble in front of it. Boom! Sparks exploded. Roar! The pile of rubble suddenly came to life. With a tremendous tremor, a gigantic grey serpent made of massive rocks burst forth from the earth in fury. Its enormous body was 8 or 9 meters long. Each rock exudes a metallic luster. It has a huge head with a single horn and a ferocious look in its eyes. Onyx. Race, Onyx. Level, LV32. Attribute, Rock/Ground. Characteristic, Sturdy, cannot be killed in one hit. Status, Enraged, Nap Disturbed. A level 32 Onyx. Suabai stopped and waved to signal the other elves not to interfere. Rocket Sparrow, is this the opponent you've chosen? Chirp. That's right. That's it. The rocket sparrow hovered in front of the onyx. The size difference was stark, like a sparrow challenging a giant python. And absolutely inferior attributes. Fire/flying type, 4 times weak to rock type. If Finch gets even a slight touch from Onyx's rock fall or rock tomb, its small frame will basically be out of the game. He has backbone. Suabai's lips curled into a slight smile. Daring to challenge opponents with opposing attributes is the shortcut to becoming stronger. Since you want to fight, then play along. However, fire-type skills alone aren't even enough to tickle it. Rock/ground type, with extremely high resistance to fire-type moves. Roar! The giant onyx didn't care about any of that. It was in a terrible mood when it woke up, and all it wanted to do was smash this squawking red bird in front of it into mincemeat. Its massive rocky tail lashed out, sweeping across the battlefield with a whooshing sound. Slamming. Dodge. Charged flame strike. Accelerate. Chirp. The rocket sparrow reacts extremely quickly. It didn't take the hit head-on, instead, its entire body burst into flames. Using the thrust of the jet, it drew a strange arc in the air, barely avoiding the terrifying stone tail. The wind pressure made its feathers flutter wildly. Since we're no match for its strength, let's kite it with speed. Suabai calmly gave instructions. The rocket sparrow transformed into a streak of red light, circling rapidly around the massive body of the onyx. Every now and then it would suddenly peck at the prey and run away. Although the damage was not high, this fly tactic thoroughly enraged Onyx. Roar! The giant Onyx roared. Suddenly, the surrounding rubble floated up, forming a dense rocky barrier in the airspace. Rock blockade! Oh no, there's no space left. Suabai frowned. Although Onyx is clumsy, it knows how to use the terrain to block its movement. A huge rock, anticipating the rocket sparrow's flight path, slammed down. There's no way to avoid it. Since we can't avoid it, then cut it open. Suabai's finger suddenly tapped the skill disk section of his system inventory. Extract. A silver-grey CD appeared out of thin air in his hand. Rocket Sparrow. Catch. Suabai flicked the disc hard, and it transformed into a streak of light, flying towards the rocket sparrow in the air. The disc shattered the moment it touched the rocket sparrow's body, turning into countless points of light that merged into its body. Move learner, Steel Wing. Steel type moves. Counters Rock type. Chirp. Chirp. The rocket sparrow let out a high-pitched cry. Its wings, which were originally burning with flames, suddenly gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. The once soft feathers had now become as hard as iron. Like two sharp steel knives. Cut him down! Sudbai roared. Brush! The rocket sparrow flapped its wings sharply. The huge rock that came crashing down on us was neatly sliced in half like tofu. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. So sharp. Sudbai's eyes lit up. This is the power of the steel wings. Orakai, your end is near. Rocket Sparrow. Use the speed of your charged flame attack to get close to it. Then steel wings. Aiming at its head. Chirp. Chirp. The rocket sparrow is brimming with confidence. It felt its wings were full of power. It accelerated again, transforming into a streak of silver and red lightning, piercing through the scattered rocks, and hurtling straight at the great onyx's face. The giant onyx panicked. It tried to burrow underground to escape, but the rock layers in the Gobi Desert were too hard, and it got stuck halfway through. Zhang! A metallic tremor echoed across the Gobi Desert. The rocket sparrow's steel wings, carrying immense force, slammed into Onyx's hard horn. Steel rock. Double damage. Snap. A sickening cracking sound. A crack has appeared on Onyx's prized single horn. The enormous impact slammed its massive head into the ground. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. The giant Onyx's massive body twitched a few times before it completely lost consciousness. We won. The rocket sparrow circled in the air, panting heavily. Although it was very tired, the thrill of defeating a strong opponent and breaking through its own limits made it want to sing a song. Chirp! Chirp chirp! Boss! I did it! It flew back to Sudbai's side and nuzzled Sudbai's cheek as if seeking praise. Well done! Sudbai stroked its somewhat stiff feathers, his eyes filled with satisfaction. So what if it's 4 times weaker rock? With the right methods, becoming a master of reverse attributes is not a dream. Ding! Rocket Sparrow has leveled up to LV29 after a hard-fought battle. Master the move, Steel Wing. Extremely active fire-type energy detected within the body, evolution is just one step away. Just a little bit more. Sudbai looked at the flames on Rocket Sparrow's body, which were slightly unstable. The evolution level of the Arrowhawk is LV35. However, in the real world, if one's aptitude is high enough and one has accumulated sufficient energy, it is possible to evolve ahead of schedule. It seems I can't let you sit idle for the rest of the journey. Sudbai took out a bottle of full recovery medicine and sprayed it on. Let's take a break, then continue. Night fell. The temperature difference in the Gobi Desert is extreme, it's as hot as an oven during the day and as cold as an icebox at night. Sudbai found a sheltered cave and lit a campfire. Crackling. The dry shrubs burned in the fire, emitting a warm glow. Gyarados was too big to fit inside, so it could only awkwardly stick its head in to keep warm, while its body coiled up outside as a doorkeeper. Doran Messiah and Apple Dragon were gathered around the campfire, their eyes fixed on the skewers of tree fruit and dried meat that Sudbai was roasting in his hands. Meanwhile, the bee hangs upside down from the cave ceiling, resting with its eyes closed. Come on, dinner's ready. Sudbai distributed the baked food to the elves. Although this kind of camping life in the wild is tough, it has a unique tranquility and warmth. We should arrive in Panchi city tomorrow. Sudbai took a bite of the slightly hardened dry rations and looked at the starry sky outside the cave. The stars there were exceptionally bright, as if they could be reached out and touched. Rock Gym. I heard the curator is a stubborn old man. I wonder if my fragile little pieces can withstand his rock cannon. Sudbai glanced at the rocket sparrow, which was sharpening its claws. If I can evolve it into Talonflame before the gym battle, that would greatly increase the chances of winning. Tomorrow, double the training. Chirp. Still practicing. The roasted meat in Rocket Sparrow's hand suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. Chapter 50. The chill of early morning in the Gobi Desert had not yet completely dissipated. As the sun rose, it stained the rubble on the ground with a blood-red hue. Chirp. Chirp. A series of urgent cries broke the silence. On an open ground, the rocket sparrow was tirelessly charging at a huge rock. Its wings gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, and each strike left a deep white mark on the rock. Steel wing. After a night of intensive training, it has become increasingly proficient in this new skill. Okay, let's take a break. Suibai handed it a bottle of Moo fresh milk. Haste makes waste, your body needs rest. The rocket sparrow was panting heavily, although its body was exhausted, its eyes remained defiant. It glanced at the Gyarados yawning beside it, then at the Dragapult practicing its stealth attacks. That sense of urgency not wanting to hold others back made it simply unable to stop. Rest assured. Suibai stroked its burning hot feathers and said softly. That moment is almost here. After packing up the campsite, the team continued their journey towards Rock City. As they ventured deeper into the Gobi Desert, the surrounding environment became even more treacherous. The massive weathered rock pillars resemble a maze, making it easy for people to lose their way. Boom! A muffled tremor suddenly came from ahead. The ground trembled slightly. Is there something big? Suibai stopped and activated the treasure radar. The radar showed a red dot of light blocking the only way ahead, motionless. Level LV36. There's no way around it. Suibai glanced at the steep rock walls on both sides. We have no choice but to force our way in. Turn a corner. A huge, hermit crab-like creature, carrying a massive square rock on its back, was lying across the road, leisurely munching on the rock. Crab dwelling in the rock palace. Race, rock-dwelling crab. Level, LV36. Attribute, bug/rock. Characteristic, hardened armor, cannot be hit in vital areas. Status, eating/extremely territorial. It's an insect and rock system. Suibai frowned slightly. This Pokémon is bug type, but it is weak to flying type. However, its rock type is also effective against flying and fire types. Moreover, the rock palace crab is known for its defense. The rock on its back is practically a mobile fortress. Snap! The rock-dwelling crab has discovered the intruder. It turned around, brandished its two enormous pincers, and hissed warningly. This road is blocked. Suibai smiled and looked at the rocket sparrow on his shoulder. Want to give it a try? This is a tough nut to crack. Chirp! Chirp! Without the slightest hesitation, the rocket sparrow flapped its wings and flew away, hovering in mid-air, and issued a challenging call to the rock palace crab. It wants to fight. All right. Let's fight. Suibai's eyes sharpened. Strike first. Charged flame strike. Chirp. Flames ignited. The rocket sparrow transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling straight towards the face of the rock palace crab. Click! The crab dwelling in the rock palace remained calm and unhurried. It didn't even flinch, it simply held its enormous pincers in front of its face. Bang! The flame struck the pliers, sending sparks flying. But the crab in the rock palace remained completely still. Its defense is too high. Immediately afterwards, the rock on its back suddenly lit up. Countless sharp stones shot out like bullets. Rock blast! Get out of the way! Suibai shouted. Although the rocket sparrow is fast, the distance is too short. Bang! Bang! Two pieces of gravel hit it. The fourfold reduction in damage caused it to cry out in pain, its body staggering in mid-air. This is attribute suppression. Suibai clenched his fist. Rocket sparrow! Don't fight head-on! Utilize your maneuverability. Fly. Go around behind it. Steel wings. Despite the pain, the rocket sparrow flapped its wings and soared higher. A metallic sheen covered the wings. It swooped down from the sky like two steel knives, slashing fiercely at the rock crevice behind the rock palace crab. That's its only weakness. Snap. Steel wing hits. A deep crack appeared on the rocky shell of the rock palace crab. Zzzzz. The crab in the rock palace is enraged. It suddenly made a surprising move. A white light emanated from its body, and the heavy rock on its back shattered. No, it deliberately shattered the defenses. Move, break shell. Significantly reduces defense and special defense, significantly increases attack, special attack, and speed. Oh no! It's going to fight desperately. Suabai's expression changed drastically. After hatching, the rock palace crab's speed increases dramatically. Its two enormous pincers flashed white light, moving as fast as lightning, and instantly clamped down on the rocket bird that was about to take off. Crosscut scissors. Chirp. Chirp. The rocket sparrow let out a piercing scream. It was firmly clamped down and unable to move. A cruel glint flashed in the eyes of the crab-like creature, and it raised its other pincer, preparing to deliver the final blow to the little thing. Desperate situation. Rocket sparrow. Suabai's heart clenched suddenly. He instinctively reached for his pokeball to recall it. But at this very moment, he saw the rocket sparrow's eyes. There was no fear, no despair in those eyes. Only resentment. Only the ultimate desire for power. It doesn't want to lose. It doesn't want to hide behind Gyarados and Dragapult forever. It's going to fly. Fly higher. Be stronger. Boom. A terrifying heatwave suddenly erupted from the rocket sparrow's body. That was the fire energy that had been accumulating within its body for a long time, which, catalyzed by the firestone fragment and under the pressure of life and death, was completely ignited. Chirping. The originally tender chirping suddenly became loud, high-pitched, and full of royal majesty. A dazzling white light of evolution instantly engulfed the figure of Finch. And within that white light, the crimson flames shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption, directly shattering the claws of the rock palace crab. This is... Suabai stopped what he was doing, his eyes filled with surprise. The light faded. A raptor with a wingspan of over 1.5 meters and covered in red and black feathers appeared in mid-air. Its eyes are as sharp as an eagle's, its tail feathers are like burning flames, and its wings, when spread, seem to blot out the sky. Arrowhawk. The final form of the house bird. Ruler of the skies. Ding! Rocket sparrow breaks the limit. Evolution successful. Current form, Arrowhawk. Level upgraded to LV32. Learned new skill, Brave Bird Attack. Awakening trait, Gale Wings. Finally, it has evolved. Suabai looked at that imposing figure, his heart filled with excitement. Flaming Arrow Eagle. Now that it's evolved, let's test our skills on it. Let it see what the real thing is. Brave Bird, attack. Chirp. Chirp. The fiery arrow eagle flapped its wings. Its entire body was instantly enveloped in blue eagle energy, transforming into a giant blue energy eagle. The speed was incredibly fast. It even surpasses the rock crab after it hatches. Boom! Like a blue shooting star, it crashed into the Iwadano crab with unparalleled force. The rock-dwelling crab raised its pincers in an attempt to defend itself. But faced with that devastating impact, its defenses were as fragile as paper. Snap! The pliers broke. Its massive body was blasted away and embedded deeply into the rock wall behind it. Instant kill. Call. The fiery arrow eagle circled once in the air before slowly landing in front of Suabai. It lowered its proud head and gently nuzzled Suabai's palm. Although his appearance has become more imposing, his affection for her remains unchanged. Welcome back to the team, our new ace. Suibai took out a bottle of full recovery medicine and gently treated the wounds it had just sustained. Now, our team. There are no weaknesses. Night fell. The temperature difference in the Gobi Desert is extreme, it's as hot as an oven during the day and as cold as an icebox at night. Suibai found a sheltered cave and lit a campfire. Crackling. The dry shrubs burned in the fire, emitting a warm glow. Gyarados was too big to fit inside, so it could only awkwardly stick its head in to keep warm, while its body coiled up outside as a doorkeeper. Doran, Mizaya and Apple Dragon were gathered around the campfire, their eyes fixed on the skewers of tree fruit and dried meat that Suibai was roasting in his hands. The evolved arrowhawk stood on the rock face, preening its brand new feathers with great enthusiasm. We should arrive in Panchi City tomorrow. Suibai took a bite of the slightly hardened dry rations and looked at the starry sky outside the cave. The stars there were exceptionally bright, as if they could be reached out and touched. Rock Gym. I heard the curator is a stubborn old man. Suibai glanced at the fiery arrow eagle, whose aura had completely changed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. I was initially worried that a 4 times weak rock type would be difficult to defeat. But now, with the arrowhawk's swift wings and steel wings, the outcome is still uncertain. He clapped his hands and distributed the baked food. Come on, everyone, eat your fill. Let's celebrate the evolution of the arrowhawk tonight. Joyful calls echoed through the cave, adding a touch of warmth to the silent desert night. What Suibai didn't know was, it was behind a pile of rubble not far from their camp. A pair of small eyes, carrying a hint of fierceness yet also a touch of longing, were quietly observing all of this. To be more precise, he was staring at the hard rock placed next to his backpack. Gurgle. Chapter 51. Night deepened. The night in the Gobi Desert is so quiet that the only sound can be the whistling of the wind blowing through the rocks. A campfire flickered beneath the sheltered rock face, dispelling the biting chill from the surroundings. Cheers! Suibai raised the hot milk in his hand and touched it to the elves. Although the conditions are simple, the celebration ceremony must not be omitted. The arrowhawk was excitedly circling at low altitude. Every now and then it would show off its beautiful red and black feathers, drawing envious glances from the apple dragon below, though it pretended not to care while wearing glasses. Gyarados was entrenched on the outskirts of the camp, its massive body forming a red wall that shielded everyone from most of the sandstorm. All right, you've eaten and drunk your fill, it's time to rest. Suibai yawned and prepared to crawl into his sleeping bag. Just then. Click, click. A strange chewing sound came from a pile of supplies in the corner of the camp. The sound was crisp, like chewing stone. Suibai instantly snapped to his senses, his eyes hardening. Doran, is someone raiding our base? Doryu. No, I didn't sense any presence. Dorganmesia floated over, stealthily scouting. Suibai also quietly crept over and lifted the canvas covering the supplies. The next second, he met a pair of stubborn, even slightly fierce, small eyes. It was a small creature covered in rock armor, with grayish-green skin and a blunt horn on its head. It was holding a fist-sized hard rock, holding item, increases rock-type power, and munching on it with relish, like it was eating an apple. Those are props worth tens of thousands. In its mouth, it's no different from rice crust. Young Kiras. Suibai's pupils dilated. There are actually young Kurlas here. This is the offspring of the so-called desert tyrant, which will evolve into the pseudo-legendary Tyranitar in the future. It is said that this thing is born deep underground and must consume all the soil of an entire mountain before it can emerge from the ground and evolve. I never expected to encounter this on this kind of terrain. Race, Young Jiras. Level, LV25. Attribute, Rock/Ground. Trait, Sand Cloak, increased evasion rate during sandstorms. Status, hungry/foraging. Qualification, 6V, another sect leader level. Holy crap! Suibai only had 2 words in his mind. Fate. This must be fate. His team was exactly missing a tanky, high-damage ground-based unit, and this little guy was practically born to fill that gap in his lineup. Yo! Young Helas, realizing he had been discovered, showed no intention of running away. It simply clung tightly to the stone in its arms, staring warily at Suibai, letting out a threatening growl. That's mine. If you stole it by your own skill, why should you return it? Little one, you have a good appetite. Suibai stared at the hard rock that had already been gnawed in half, his heart bleeding, but a kind smile appeared on his face. Is it tasty? Ugh. It's so-so, a little bit stuck in my teeth. Young Kailas raised its head proudly. So-so. Suibai smiled. He flipped his hand as if performing a magic trick. A dazzling, crystal-clear gem appeared in his hand. Rock gem. This is a one-time consumable item containing high-purity rock energy, and it's ridiculously expensive in the system shop. And this one? Slurp. Young Helas's eyes widened instantly. It smelled it. That's the taste of top-quality minerals. It's a million times better than that broken stone in its hand. Yo! Give it to me. It dropped the half-stone in its hand, strode forward with heavy steps, and opened its mouth to bite. Hey, don't rush! Suibai pulled his hand back, causing it to miss its target. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Suibai brandished the gem in his hand, like a big bad wolf trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. Beat me, and this is yours. And there will be plenty from now on. Oh! Enough! Young Kailas was stunned. Since its birth, its biggest dream has been to be full. But this Gobi desert is too barren, the good minerals are all deep underground. It dug until its claws were dull but still couldn't find many. Now someone's telling it's enough? Yo! Young Helas's aura erupted instantly. For the sake of eating. War. What spirit? Suibai stood up, took a few steps back, and made room for him. Since he's the future Sandstorm King, he needs to be treated with an opponent of equal caliber. Doran, go! Don't try to bully it with invisibility, confront it head-on. Dariki. Dorgan Mija floated out. Although they are at similar levels, Droi are LV28, Larvitar LV25, Dragapult is a ghost type, which is naturally effective against such clumsy opponents that only use physical attacks. Yo! Young Kailas was the first to attack. It stomped its foot suddenly. Shot down. Several rocks appeared out of thin air and hurtled towards the dragon in mid-air like cannonballs. This is a move specifically designed to counter flying units. Dragon tail. Crush it. Dariki. Doran Messiah neither dodged nor evaded, a blue light shone from its tail as it swept across the battlefield. Bang bang bang. The rock was blasted apart in mid-air, sending debris flying everywhere. Yo! Young Cyrus was not discouraged. It opened its mouth, and a yellow sandstorm suddenly swept through the camp. Sandstorm, this is not an ability, but the move Sandstorm. The fierce wind, carrying sand and gravel, obscured visibility and created its own domain on this Gobi desert. During the sandstorm, Larvitar's silhouette became faintly visible, sand cloak ability. That's interesting. So young and already using the weather. Suibai nodded approvingly. As expected of a 6V rating. However, when it comes to playing hide and seek, Dorgan is the progenitor. Dragon, stealthy attack. Call out. The dragon has disappeared. Young Kiras cautiously looked around, but the sandstorm interfered with its hearing. Just as it turned around. Bang! Suddenly, the dragon emerged from the shadow beneath its feet and crashed headfirst into its soft belly. Although its plastron is hard, it is relatively so. Yo! Young Gila's was knocked over and rolled several times. But it has thick skin and amazing defensive capabilities. He got up, dusted himself off, and acted as if nothing had happened. Such a tough defense. Suibai was somewhat surprised. Is this base defense stat already this outrageous even before evolution? Since physical attacks are ineffective, then misfortunes never come singly. A purple light flashed in Duolong's eyes. A chilling, ghostly energy pierced through the rock armor and acted upon young Gila's mind. Yo! Young Kiras shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. It's angry. It doesn't want to fight anymore. It wants to eat. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing scream at the dragon. Hit sound, significantly reduces defense. Immediately afterwards, a black, malevolent light emanated from its body. Crush! Dark type is super effective against ghost. It even knows about elemental advantages. Doran! Take off! Suibai hurriedly called out. Although young Kiras has short legs, it has extremely strong explosive power. It leaped suddenly, jumping 2 meters high, and bit the tip of the dragon's tail. Snap! Dariki! The little guy cried out in pain and frantically thrashed its tail. But this baby Kira was like a lump of iron, biting down hard and refusing to let go, its body hanging below, pulling the Draco down with it. Goodness, that's a tough one. Seeing the two little ones wrestling, Suibai knew he couldn't delay any longer. Doran, stop struggling. Take it for a spin in the sky. Dariki. Doromishia gritted his teeth, forced himself to breathe, and dragged the several dozen kilogram young Gilas, wobbling as he flew into the air. Young Kyola was starting to panic. It's afraid of heights. Yo! It instinctively released its grip, intending to jump down. Too late. Dragon! Smash it down! Dragon tail! Snap! The dragon seized the opportunity and lashed out with its tail on young Giraz's head. Boom! Young Kailas fell like a meteorite, creating a small crater in the ground. This time, it completely fainted. Eyes swirling with tears. Call! Suibai walked over and looked at the little guy lying in the pit, still smacking his lips, dreaming of eating stones, and couldn't help but laugh. He's quite stubborn, which I like. He took out a heavy ball, although it wasn't heavy now, the ball looked sturdy. From now on, you'll be our team's heavy artillery. Go ahead. Thump. A red light flashed. There was no struggle. Ding. Successfully captured. Suibai picked up the pokeball and glanced at the rock gem in his hand. Come out, dinner's ready. A flash of red light. Young Gilas woke up groggily and the first thing he saw was the gem being offered to his mouth. Yo! It swallowed it whole, its face beaming with pure bliss. It smells so good. It rubbed against Suibai's trouser leg, completely succumbing to the onslaught of delicious food. The sixth one, that's it. Suibai looked at the elves surrounding him. Talonflame, Beedrill, Appledra, Dragapult, Gyarados, and this baby Gigantomachia. This lineup. Before even reaching Rock City, he already felt like he could demolish the rock gym. Tomorrow, let's continue our journey. Goal: special training for all staff. We need to level up this little glutton. Chapter 52. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight had not yet fully spread across the Gobi Desert. A teeth-grinding snap sound startled Suibai awake from his sleep. He suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his backpack. The newly joined baby Kira was lying next to his backpack, munching on a fist-sized, yellowish-brown stone. Hard stone. An item that increases the power of rock-type moves by 20% when held. Although it's not a top-tier treasure, it still sells for several $1,000s in stores. Hey! Good morning! This cartilage is a bit tough, but it has a nice chewy texture. When young Gilas saw that Suibai had woken up, he held up the half-eaten stone in his hand and greeted him in a friendly manner. Then, with a crack, I swallowed the last piece. It licked the stone chips from the corner of its mouth, still seemingly unsatisfied, and let out a burp that smelled of dust. Subai. That is for equipment, not for breakfast. Subai covered his forehead. Although I knew from the start that pseudo-legendary Pokémon were difficult to raise, especially Larvitar, which is a gluttonous Pokémon that is supposed to eat a mountain to evolve. But he didn't expect this guy to be so picky, only eating the expensive stuff. Oh! Can't I eat it? But it smells so good. Young Kira's blinked its innocent little eyes, patted its half-full belly, and began to dart around Subai's backpack again. It smelled it. There's something even more delicious inside, evolution stones. Stop looking, that's my savings, not your snack stash. Subai quickly zipped up his backpack, afraid that the little rascal would mistake his fire stone and water stone for candy and eat them. System: extract high-purity mineral crystals times 10. Splash! A pile of ore shimmering with metallic luster appeared out of thin air. This is a top-tier food specially prepared by the system for rock/steel-type Pokémon, containing 100 times more energy than ordinary rock Pokémon. Eat this, it'll fill you up. Yo! Young Helisa's eyes instantly transformed into searchlights. With a cheer, it plunged into the pile of ore and began its whirlwind sucking. Beside, Ping Quilong, who was drinking milk, pushed up his glasses and looked at the new junior with eyes full of disdain for a top student looking at a good-for-nothing. Meanwhile, Doromecia floated nearby, curiously poking young Helisa's bulging belly, seemingly trying to figure out if it would explode. After eating and drinking their fill, the group set off again. There are still 30 kilometers of Gobi Desert Road to reach Panchi City. Subai did not waste this wonderful natural environment. All staff special training mode. Subai clapped his hands and began assigning tasks. Arrowhawk, you've just evolved and need to adapt to your new body and speed. Go cruise at low altitudes and practice the steel wing's angled cuts at high speeds. Chirp! The fiery arrow eagle soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of red and black lightning, weaving through the chaotic rocky forest, occasionally slicing through the rocks in its path with its steel wings. Beadrill, practice the accuracy of your poison strike. I need you to be able to hit your target every time. Cheers! The blue Grim Reaper's figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows of the rocks. Gyarados, crawl faster on the ground, work your core muscles. Roar! Why are they all flying, and I have to climb? Gyarados twisted its massive body in frustration, carving deep furrows in the sand. As for Eurydice, Subai glanced at the little guy following at the back, making a small dent in the ground with every step he took. Although its level is only LV25. But that weight was quite substantial, 72 kilograms. You'll be responsible for carrying the burden forward. Subai took out a heavy-looking brown wristband from his backpack. Forced exercise machine. Effect: speed is halved when equipped, but effort value gain is doubled. Wear this, and when you reach Rock City, your defense and attack will increase by at least 1 level. Ouch! That's heavy. Young Helis slumped, nearly collapsing to the ground. But it didn't complain, instead, it stubbornly straightened its back and followed the group step by step. It doesn't want to fall behind. Doran, you're in charge of supervising it. Subai said to the dragon on his shoulder. If it slacks off, then you. Doryu, understood. Doromecia chuckled wickedly, flicked its tail, and smacked young Helisa's rump like it was hurting a cow. Yo! You dare hit me! Young Kira was enraged and gave chase with its short legs. One runs, drifts, the other chases. The team's marching speed had actually increased considerably. Around noon, the sun was blazing overhead. Boom! Several huge rocks suddenly rolled down the hillside ahead. Immediately afterwards, a spherical elf with 4 arms, made entirely of dark grey rock, rolled down the rock wall and blocked the way. Graveler. Level, LV34. Attribute, rock/ground. Status, irritable/robbery. Wild elves. Subai stopped in his tracks. This graveling is of a much higher grade than the previous young Jirat, and it appears to have extremely high defensive capabilities. Fierce Arrow Eagle, come back, you need to rest for a while. Subai stopped the fiery Arrow Eagle from rushing forward to instantly kill the enemy. Too much strength is also not good, it won't serve its purpose of training troops. He looked behind him at the panting gold-devouring beast. Young Helas, it's snack time. This big rock is now yours. Oh! Should I hit it? Young Helas glanced at the gravestone, which was several times larger than itself, without showing any fear in its eyes. In its eyes. This is not just an opponent. More like a moving, giant desert? Yo! It roared and, bearing the weight of the forced exercise machine, launched a charge. Rumble. The rumble stone was enraged by the little guy's provocation. It clenched all 4 fists and curled its body into a ball. Scrolling. Rumble. The enormous stone ball, with the force to crush everything, rushed down the slope, its speed increasing rapidly. Don't hide. Subai's eyes sharpened, and he began the live demonstration. You are the future desert tyrant. Your defense is your strongest weapon. A direct confrontation. Use shoot down. Yo! Upon hearing this, young Kailas abruptly stopped in his tracks. It dug its feet deep into the sand, stabilizing its stance. Facing the enormous stone sphere hurtling towards them. It raised its seemingly short claws, which actually contained terrifying strength, and slammed them hard into the ground. Boom! The earth cracked open. A huge slab of rock was forcibly lifted up by it, like a shield, blocking its way. Bang! The rumbling stone slammed heavily against the rock slab. Gravel flew everywhere. The rock slab shattered instantly. But the momentum of the rumbler was also hindered by this, and it paused for a moment. In that very instant, young Kyola moved. It burst forth from the rain of pebbles, a flash of red light in its eyes. Bite down. Dark energy enveloped its fangs. Snap! It bit down on one of the rumbler's arms. Rumble! The rumbling stone cried out in pain, trying to shake it off. However, young cygnets have an amazing bite force, once they bite, they never let go. Swing it around! Subai shouted. Yo-ho! Young Helas tensed all his muscles, unleashing a terrifying strength completely disproportionate to his size. It actually bit the rumbler's arm, and with a burst of strength from its waist, it swung the stone giant, which was twice its own weight, up in the air. Shoulder throw? No, it's a mouth drop. Bang! The rumbling stone was slammed hard against the rock wall next to it, creating a large crater. This violent scene made Ping Quilong, who was standing next to him, tremble as he adjusted his glasses. This little guy! How brutal! Is this the true value of a pseudo-legendary offspring? It's not over yet. Rock fall. Taking advantage of the moment when the rumble stone was stunned, young Helas raised his hands high, and several giant rocks condensed in the air before mercilessly crashing down. Boom! 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 The smoke and dust cleared. The rumble stone has been buried under a pile of rubble and has completely lost its ability to fight. A powerful kill against a much stronger opponent. And it's a head-on confrontation. Huff, huff. Young Kiraz, panting, shook his slightly sore neck. It turned around and looked at Subai, its little eyes full of pleading for praise. Yay! All done. Shall we have some extra food? Well done. Subai stepped forward and stroked its rough head. Extra food. We absolutely need extra food. He took out a piece of high-purity mineral crystal and handed it to it. Yo! Young Jiras happily squinted its eyes and began to nibble on the crystal. Happiness is that simple. At dusk, we crossed the last mountain ridge. A magnificent city built on a massive rock formation finally came into view at the edge of the horizon. It was a grey-white city, with most of its high-rise buildings made of rock and steel, exuding a sense of heaviness and hardness. The huge chimneys billowed white smoke, and the rumble of mine carts could be faintly heard. Panchi City, the industrial center of Jiangnan province, and also a mecca for rock-type trainers. We've finally arrived. Subai stood on the mountaintop, gazing at the steel jungle. The intensive training along the way has yielded remarkable results. The rocket sparrow evolved into the Talon Flame, greatly increasing its combat power. Young Gilas integrated into the team and displayed terrifying potential. The Gyarados also restrained its wild nature and began to obey commands. Rock Gym. I heard the gym leader is a mining maniac, and all his Pokémon are incredibly tough with off-the-charts defense. Subai smiled and patted young Gilas on the head. A tough nut to crack. We have an expert here who specializes in gnawing on rocks. Let's go into town. Let's find a place to take a good shower first, and then go and challenge them. Chapter 53. Panchi City, just as its name suggests. It is a city built on rock and steel. Entering the city center, all I could see were tall, grey-white buildings. The streets are wide and clean. A faint smell of coal smoke and metallic rust filled the air. The green belts along the roadside are not planted with flowers and grass. Instead, they are various drought-resistant cacti and succulents. Even trainers walking on the street are mostly accompanied by tough guy-type Pokémon like Geodude, Onix, and Rhyhorn. This is the industrial capital. Subai sighed, feeling that the atmosphere here was completely different from the gentle Zhongcheng. If Zhongcheng is a gentle land made of water, then Panchi is a tough camp made of iron. Gurgle. A protest came from inside the backpack. Young Gilas poked his head out, staring longingly at a shop called House of Minerals by the roadside, his mouth practically watering. There were various ores and rare metals there for evolution. Stop looking, that's for people, not for you to eat. Subai pressed it back down and strode towards the Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center, the restaurant. Excuse me, do you have any special food here for rock-type Pokémon? Subai came to the window and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Yes, we have specially made mineral energy blocks, as well as high-quality iron ore shipped directly from the mines. The staff member recommended with a smile. How much do you need? First, 50 pounds of iron ore, then 10 boxes of high-grade mineral blocks. Subai gave a number. 50 jin. The staff member paused for a moment, glancing at the little guy who wasn't even knee-high beside Subai. Feed it. Isn't that too much? Not much, about the amount of a snack. Subai gave a wry smile. 10 minutes later. At a table in the corner of the restaurant. Click clack clack clack. The teeth-grinding chewing sound was incessant, like a stone crusher. Young Gilas sat on the table, holding a piece of iron ore bigger than its head in both hands, and was happily munching on it. The hard ore was like a crisp biscuit in its mouth, easily crushed and swallowed in a few bites. There was also a pile of ore next to it, like a small mountain. The trainers around were dumbfounded. Holy crap! What kind of Pokémon is that? It eats iron ore like it's eating potato chips. It looks like Larvitar? A pseudo-god. No wonder he's called a quasi-god, his appetite is god-like too. How much did this meal cost? Subai watched the rapidly diminishing pile of ore and silently clutched his wallet. Although he has a system inventory containing countless rare items. However, even this basic ore is a consumable. At this rate of consumption, if you don't go mining in the wild or rob, just kidding, or buy supplies from shops, you'll eventually go broke. Yo! I want more! Soon, the 50 kilograms of ore were gone. Young Kiraz patted his still flat belly, looking at Suibai with lingering interest. Suibai's lips twitched slightly. System, are there any cheaper breeding plans? Reply to host, young Kiraz is in a period of rapid growth and needs to ingest a large amount of minerals to build its core. It is recommended to go to the abandoned mining area around Rock City, where there is a large free mineral buffet. Free buffet? Suibai's eyes lit up. That's great. Alright, after we finish the gym battle, let's go mining. Suibai wiped young Heelaz's mouth. Bear with it tonight, I'll take you out for a big meal tomorrow. Yo! Young Kiraz nodded obediently, then rubbed against Suibai's leg, instantly transforming into a sweet and considerate little darling. As long as there's food, it's the most obedient baby. The next morning, Suibai led his team to the rock gym located in the city center. This dojo has a very unique design. It wasn't built on the ground, instead, it resembled a giant mine entrance leading directly underground. Unlike other dojos, there weren't long queues at the entrance, instead, it seemed rather deserted. Only a few trainers, covered in dust and looking like they had just come out of a coal mine, were walking out dejectedly. What happened? Suibai stopped someone. Brother, is the dojo closed today? Open is open. The man spat out a mouthful of grayish saliva and said with a bitter face. But Master Shi changed the rules this week. He said regular matches were too boring and he wanted to do some kind of real-world practice. Live fire drills. Yes. It's not fighting in a ring, it's in this underground mine maze. The man pointed to the dark cave entrance behind him. Challengers must navigate a maze filled with traps and wild rock-type Pokémon within a set time limit to find the gym leader's core excavation site in order to qualify for the final challenge. Moreover, the terrain inside is complex, and there are frequent rock falls. It's insane. I see. Suibai seemed to be deep in thought. Is this turning gym battles into wilderness survival challenges? That's interesting. Thanks. Suibai thanked him and walked straight to the entrance. Hey! Bro! You really want to go? The man shouted from behind. It's really dark inside, and those wild golems are very temperamental. Suibai didn't turn around, but simply waved with her back to him. Black. Perfect, my elf loves black the most. Entering the dojo. The light dimmed instantly. This is a winding mine tunnel leading downwards, with a dim miner's lamp placed at intervals on the surrounding rock walls. The air was filled with the smell of dampness and dust. Doran, come out and scout ahead. Doryu. A ghostly dragon appeared, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, like a natural night vision device. Professor Ping, come out and get some fresh air too. Roar. Ping Quilong pushed up his glasses, looking at the dirty surroundings with some disdain. And you little glutton. Suibai released young Kiraz. Yo! When young Heelaz emerged, it was like arriving in paradise. It took a deep breath of the polluted air and a look of ecstasy appeared on its face. It smells like stones. It smells like food. Without saying a word, it ran to the edge of the rock wall and, with a snap, bit off a protruding piece of rock. Don't just focus on eating. Suibai tapped its head. This is a maze. Your task is to smell out where the rocks have the strongest energy. Since the curator is an expert in rock-type energy, the area where he is located must have the highest concentration of rock-type energy. Oh! Looking for something delicious. Young Kairoth understood. It closed its eyes and sniffed the ground with its nose. A moment later, it suddenly opened its eyes and pointed to a fork in the road on the left. Hey! Over there! There's something big. Okay, let's go. Suibai led his team into the mine tunnel on the left. We hadn't gone far. Boom! A sudden tremor came from above. Immediately afterwards, several huge rocks came crashing down without warning. Trap! Fierce arrow eagle! Steel wings! A flash of red light. Suibai remained completely calm and threw out the pokeball. Chirp! Chirp! The fiery arrow eagle, which had been poised to strike, soared into the sky, its metallic wings like two steel blades, instantly shredding the falling rocks to dust. A shower of pebbles fell. Suibai patted the dust off his shoulders, a smile playing on his lips. Is this level of trap a welcome to us? It seems this stone curator is quite enthusiastic. Since that's the case, then we should return the favor. Suibai looked at the huge stone wall blocking his way. Gyarados! It's out demolishing things! Roar! The Crimson Tyrant appeared in the narrow mine tunnel, its enormous body almost filling the space. Water flows to the end. Clear this road for me. Smash it open. Chapter 54. Boom! 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 Smoke billowed and gravel flew everywhere. The massive basalt wall, which had seemed indestructible, collapsed in less than a second under the tyrannical water tail of the red Gyarados. Cough cough! Suibai waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him and turned on the powerful flashlight. The beam of light pierced through the swirling dust, illuminating the space behind the stone wall. That's not a dead end. It is a naturally formed stalactite cave filled with luminescent minerals. The air was filled with a rich earthy scent. Hey! It's open already! Gyarados retracted its tail and snorted somewhat boredly. Before it even exerted any force, the wall collapsed. It seems my intuition was right. Suibai glanced at the bright gold marker on the treasure hunting radar, a slight smile playing on his lips. What is called a maze is a dead end for those who follow the rules. But for those who possess absolute power, a wall can also be a road. Yo! Before Suibai could finish his reflection, a grey-green shadow shot out from beside his feet like a cannonball. Eurydice! The little guy's eyes lit up when he saw the cave full of glowing ores, and his drool instantly soaked the carapace on his chest. It pounced on a stalactite protruding from the ground and took a bite. Snap! Like biting into sugarcane, it's crisp and pleasant to the ear. Yo! Young Helis squinted his eyes, his face beaming with happiness. The stones here taste much better than those outside. It has a rich, energizing flavor. And it's crispy and crunchy, with the chicken flavor. Don't just focus on eating. Suibai stepped forward, picked up a piece of broken ore, and examined it. High-quality mantle stone, contains abundant rock-type energy, making it an excellent supplementary material for the evolution of rock-type Pokémon. As expected, Suibai seemed to be deep in thought. The challenge of this rock gym is more than just navigating the maze. These hidden ores are also supplies for the challengers. As long as you can find it, you can strengthen your Pokémon during the challenge. Just as Suibai was preparing to collect some ore. Who goes there? How dare they damage the mining area's structure? A sharp shout came from the shadows deep within the cave. Immediately afterwards, heavy footsteps sounded. Several young trainers dressed in grey overalls and wearing helmets with gym badges rushed out, leading a few golems and Rhyperior. They were carrying pickaxes and detectors, clearly dojo apprentices responsible for maintaining this area. When they saw the stone wall that had been violently blasted open, and the young Helis frantically devouring the stalactites, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy crap! The wall collapsed. That's a specially reinforced rock wall. Even a rhinoceros couldn't break through it. How did this kid get in? With an excavator. The bald young man leading the group pointed at Suibai and said angrily. Hey! You newbie! This is Resource Point Class B. You can only enter after solving the quicksand puzzle. You actually dared to forcibly break down the structure. This is against the rules. Violation. Suibai pointed to the ruins behind him, looking completely innocent. Does the rule say that you can't break through the wall? I remember the rules at the entrance only said reach the finish line, right? This is my solution, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. You're just making excuses. The bald young man laughed in anger, and swung his pickaxe. Since you're refusing to listen to reason, don't blame us for being impolite. This is rock gym territory. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'd better be coiled up. Brothers! Kick him out! This is punishment for those who break the rules. Up! Golem! Roll! Super armored rhinoceros! Rock cannon! Rumble! The narrow cave instantly became lively. The 3 rumblebees shrunk into a ball, spinning rapidly across the ground like bowling balls, and crashed towards us with an aura that seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. The super-armored rhinoceros in the back row raised its arms, and a huge rock projectile was condensing, locking onto Suobai's position. This lineup, combined with this narrow terrain. If it were an ordinary challenger, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But Suobai simply yawned. Doran, are you okay with handling this clumsy guy? Doran, too slow, boring. Dorganmesia floated in the air, looking disgusted. This kind of attack, which only goes straight to the target, can't even touch the hem of its clothes. Then let's find someone else. Suobai looked at young Jiraz, who was still gnawing on the rock. Little foodie, stop eating. Someone's trying to steal your buffet. Oh! You stole my food. Young Kyola froze. It slowly turned around, still holding half a piece of ore in its mouth, its cheeks bulging. In an instant, a raging fire ignited in those once innocent little eyes. That's the instinct to protect food. Anyone who dares to touch my stone is my mortal enemy. Yo! It roared, swallowed the ore, and a yellowish-brown energy aura erupted from its body. Facing 3 golems charging towards them. It didn't retreat. Instead, she took the initiative to go and meet him, despite her short legs. Is this kid crazy? Taking a ruby wren's roll head-on with a larvitar. The bald youth sneered, you're asking for it. Knock it away. However, the next second, his smile froze. Bang! Young Kyla stomped his foot. Stomp! The ground shook violently, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out instantly. The 3 rapidly rolling rumblestones were thrown off balance by the impact, swaying and staggering like drunkards, before finally colliding together with a loud crash and coming to a stop. Now! Rock fall! Suobai snapped his fingers. Yo! Young Kairash raised his hands high. Several huge stalactites on the cave ceiling, which it had locked with energy, suddenly broke off, and with a whistling sound, smashed precisely into the heads of the 3 rumblers. Boom! 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 Gravel flew everywhere. The 3 golems were buried before they could even let out a scream. Instant kill. What kind of superhuman strength is this? The bald young man was dumbfounded. That's a golem with extremely high defense. It was instantly defeated by a larvitar that hadn't even evolved yet. It's not over yet. Suobai pointed to the super-armored rhinoceros in the back row, which was preparing to fire its rock cannon. That big guy looks pretty tough. Young Kiraz, go test your teeth. Yo! A red light flashed in young Helaz's eyes. It ignored the rock cannon fired by the super-armored rhinoceros. Connected directly with the head. Bang! The rock cannon exploded, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. But amidst the smoke and dust, the greyish-green figure merely swayed, without even breaking a skin. This is the defensive stat of a pseudo-legendary character. In addition, Suobai has been feeding it various defense-enhancing agents these past 2 days. It's just a small steel plate now. Crush it! Young Jiraz burst through the dust and bit down on the thick rock armor of the super-armored rhino. Snap! A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. The super-armored rhinoceros's prized rock armor has been bitten open. Roar! The super-armored rhinoceros cried out in pain, wanting to retaliate. But young Helas had already let go, and with a backhand lash of his iron tail, though short, it was still an iron tail, he struck its knee. Boom! The enormous armored rhinoceros knelt on the ground. The battle is over. The whole thing took less than a minute. Gurgle. The bald young man swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he looked at the tiny figure swaggering atop the super-armored rhinoceros. This is a newbie. What did this young Helas eat to grow up? Did it eat fertilizer? More or less. Pseudo-legendary stepped forward and patted young Helas on the head, rewarding it with an energy cube. He looked at the bald young man and gave him a kind smile. Now, am I qualified to go over there? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The bald young man nodded vigorously, like a rattle drum, and quickly made way for him. Big brother, please. That's the Class A mining area ahead, the area second brother is in charge of. Second senior brother. Pseudo-legendary raised an eyebrow. It seems this maze has different levels. Thanks. Pseudo-legendary put away young Jira's, this thing still wanted to gnaw on the armor of the super-armored rhino. Let's go meet that second senior brother. Watching Pseudo-legendary's departing figure, the bald young man quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Hey? Second brother. This is a tricky situation. A newbie with a monster charged in. He tore down the wall. And he even bit my super-armored rhino. Yes. It was a bite. Really? You'd better watch out. This kid, he has no sportsmanship. Chapter 55. Passing through the rock wall violently blasted open by Gyarados, a wide mine tunnel paved with railway tracks came into view. This is the core area of the rock gym, the Type A mining area. Unlike the rough and simple exterior, here, every few meters along the walls, there is a glowing light stone, illuminating the entire mine tunnel as if it were daytime. In addition to the smell of earth, the air also carried an ancient and weathered scent. Hey! What's that smell? The young Helas, held in Pseudo-legendary's arms, suddenly sniffed and showed a puzzled expression. It smelled a scent that was more aged and rich than that of ordinary minerals. It's like an ancient artifact buried underground for hundreds of millions of years. It smells like fossils. Pseudo-legendary stroked his chin. Rock City is rich in fossils, which is no secret among trainers. But he never expected that the dojo would contain such a wonderful item. Boom! An automated mining cart loaded with ore drove along the tracks and slowly came to a stop in front of Pseudo-legendary. On the mine cart sat a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, who looked refined and cultured. He was studying a stone slab in his hand when he heard the noise and looked up. They broke in so quickly. The young man adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Pseudo-legendary before finally settling on the heavy ball at his waist. Was that loud noise just now made by Gyarados? Damaging public property, 10 points deducted. Who are you? Pseudo-legendary asked. I am Luo Yan, teacher Shi's second disciple, and also the person in charge of this Class A mining area. The young man closed the stone slab, jumped off the mine cart, and moved with a lightness that belied his status as a miner. While I admire your violent aesthetics, gym battles aren't about demolition. If you want to see the teacher, you'll have to get past me first. Is the rule still 1v1? Pseudo-legendary asked. No. Luo Yan shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This is the fossil excavation area, let's do something more in-depth. If your Pokémon can last 5 minutes against my collectible, or defeat it, you win. Collectibles. Pseudo-legendary raised an eyebrow slightly. Luo Yan pulled a dark brown Pokeball from the pocket of his white coat. Legends ball? No, it's a specially made heavy ball. Come forth, hunter slumbering within the rock strata. Cradle Lily. Bang! A grayish-brown light landed. A strangely shaped sprite appeared on the field. It has a vase-like base, a long neck, and a head that resembles a blooming pink carnivorous flower, surrounded by 8 flexible tentacles. Race, Cradle Lily. Level, LV38. Attribute, Rock/Grass. Ability, Water Absorb, immunes to water-type moves and raises special attack. Status, Rooted/waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Wow, this is good stuff. Suibai's eyes lit up as he activated Eye of Insight. This is a fossil Pokémon from the Hone region. The Rock/Grass dual type perfectly avoids the weaknesses of rock types, which are weak to water and grass. And that water-drawing characteristic. Luckily, I didn't impulsively use Gyarados. Suibai thought to himself. If you send Gyarados up to use its water spray, not only will it fail to deal damage, but it will also give the opponent a special attack buff, which is practically handing the enemy a knife. Rock and Grass type. Suibai's brain was working at lightning speed. This attribute combination has weaknesses to fighting, bug, steel, and ice. Among them, bug-type attacks are 2x stronger than grass-type attacks, and 1x stronger than rock-type attacks, so the overall strength is 2x? No, are rock-type attacks resistant to bug-types? No. Wait, rock-type is not resistant to bug-type, and grass-type is weak to bug. Therefore, bug-type moves are twice as effective against bug. Since it's a stone that looks like a plant. Suibai touched the black and yellow pokeball at his waist. Then let the gardener trim it. Come out, bead rill. Bang! A fleeting, eerie blue afterimage flashed by. The glittering bee hovered in mid-air, its 2 needles crossing, emitting a crisp metallic clang. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Oh! A heterochromatic bead rill. Luo Yan pushed up his glasses, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You have great taste. However, my Cradle Lily is a well-known fortress. Cradle Lily, take root. Li. The Cradle Lily emitted an eerie cry, its tentacles digging deep into the rock beneath its base. Rooted, recovers health each turn and cannot be forced to leave the field through a move. It transformed itself into a fixed artillery platform. Bead rill, don't give it a chance to recover. Suibai waved his hand. High-speed movement. Cut in. Cheers. The bead rill vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it was already to the side of the Cradle Lily, its 2 needles gleaming with an emerald green light. Crosscut scissors. That's too naive. Luo Yan calmly gave the order. Rock blockade. Rumble. The ground around Cradle Lily suddenly exploded, and several huge rocks rose out of thin air, forming a wall that tightly protected it in the middle. Clang! The scissors struck the rock, sparks flying everywhere. It didn't even cut all the way through. This defensive power. Suibai frowned. While this Cinnamoral's defense stat isn't top tier, its rock totem move was executed flawlessly, completely altering the terrain. Energy Ball. Taking advantage of the drill's attack being thwarted. Cradle Lily's petals unfurled, and a green energy sphere instantly condensed, hurtling towards drill's face. Get out of the way. Beedrill twisted its waist forcefully, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! The energy ball slammed into the minecart behind, blasting a large crater in the metal. Such a high special attack! We can't attack head-on. Suibai instantly changed his mind. The enemy are experts in positional warfare, a direct assault would only put us on the defensive. Blue Bee, use your strengths. Poison darts. The beedrill hovered in the air, scattering countless purple stingers from its tail, which landed on the ground around the Cradle Lily. Although the Cradle Lily is firmly rooted and cannot step on the poisonous water chestnuts. But this is just a smokescreen. The real killer move is yet to come. Gather your energy. Beedrill took a deep breath, its eyes becoming even sharper. Gathering chi greatly increases the chance of hitting critical hits. Combined with its sniper characteristic, increased power when hitting a vital point. A single hit would be a nuclear explosion. Want to rely on critical hits? Luo Yan saw through Suibai's intentions. It's no use, Cradle Lily, strange light. Buzz. A strange, seven-colored ray of light shot out from the petals of the Cradle Lily. Close your eyes. Listen and locate the sound. Suibai shouted. The beadrill immediately closed its eyes. As an assassin honed in the misty swamp, it was already accustomed to fighting with obstructed vision. The strange light has failed. Now. Poison strike. Yay! The bee suddenly opened its eyes, its needles now stained a deep purple. It transformed into a purple streak of light, not attacking the Cradle Lily's body, but rather its tentacles. Just cut off those annoying tentacles of yours, and let's see how you defend yourself then. Pft. Pft. Precise. Ruthless. Beadrills dart through the crevices of the rocks like surgeons wielding scalpels. Each needle strike precisely pierced the joints of the Cradle Lily's tentacles. Poison-type attacks are super effective against grass-type. Deals double damage. Add to that the critical strike after gathering energy. In addition, there's the amplification from the sniper's special abilities. Li. Cradle Lily let out a painful scream. Its tentacles instantly went numb, turned purplish-black, and drooped limply. I'm poisoned. Damn it. Get back to defense. Luo Yan panicked. Once the tentacles are disabled, Cradle Lily becomes an easy target. It's too late. Suibai gave a cold laugh. Blue Bee, deliver the final blow. Double needle, straight thrust drill. Cheers. The beadrill made a loop in the air, its two stingers coming together and spinning rapidly. The earthen yellow ground was enveloped in energy that contained poisonous needles, forming a giant drill. It fell from the sky. It pierced straight into the heart of the blooming Cradle Lily, a vital spot on the head. Boom! There was no suspense whatsoever. Without the protection of its tentacles, the Cradle Lily was no match for this fatal blow. The enormous drill bit pierced through its defenses, pinning it firmly to the ground. The ground-based energy exploded, shattering all the surrounding rock shields. His eyes darted around. Cradle Lily, incapacitated. Call. The bee pulled out its long stinger, hovered in midair, and proudly wiped the juice off the tip of its stinger. Grace. Fatal. Slap, slap, slap. Luo Yan clapped his hands, his face not showing the disappointment of losing the game, but rather full of admiration. Wonderful. Utilizing their ability to focus energy and their sniper-like skills, combined with precise attacks on weak points, they dismantled my defenses like performing surgery. Suibai, you're a born tactical mastermind. He retrieved the Cradle Lily and handed Suibai a pass engraved with a rock emblem. You've passed this test. Go in, the teacher is waiting for you in the deepest crystal cave. But Luo Yan suddenly paused, adjusted his glasses, and revealed a playful smile. The teacher recently unearthed a big guy while mining. You need to be mentally prepared. That hurdle isn't something you can easily overcome with tactics alone. Big guy. Suibai took the pass and glanced at the bottomless mine tunnel. Something that even the dojo's direct disciples call a big guy. What could it be? Drapian, Gyarados, are you ready? Suibai tightened the straps of his backpack. The real challenge is just beginning. Chapter 56. After bidding farewell to Luo Yan, Suibai led his team deeper into the area. The further you go in, the hotter and more stuffy the air becomes, as if you were in the crater of a volcano about to erupt. The railway tracks beneath our feet had come to an end, replaced by an unpaved, rough rock passageway. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Groundwater seeping from the rock face falls onto the scalding hot stones and instantly evaporates into white mist. In this kind of environment, an ordinary person would probably have difficulty even breathing. Subai wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out several bottles of chilled delicious water from his backpack, and distributed them to the elves around him. Ping Quilong was so hot that her tongue was sticking out, and even wearing glasses couldn't hide her utterly hopeless expression. As a grass-type plant, it hates hot and dry places the most. On the contrary, young Cyrus became more and more energetic as he walked. Its little eyes gleamed in the darkness, and it would occasionally perch on the rock wall to sniff, as if it had smelled some incredibly delicious treat. Yo! It's right ahead! It smells amazing! It pointed to the end of the passageway and called out excitedly. Looks like we've arrived. Subai took a deep breath and stepped out of the passageway. The next second. Suddenly see the light. Subai's pupils contracted slightly, stunned by the scene before him. This is a huge underground cavity, hundreds of meters high, resembling an underground temple. But there are no signs of artificial carving here. Yes, there are countless giant crystals growing in clusters. Red, blue, purple, yellow. The colorful crystal pillars stand tall like a forest, some even thicker than buildings. Under the spotlight, the entire geode shimmered with iridescent light, breathtakingly beautiful. This is a geode. The energy in the rock system was so concentrated that it even crystallized. Subai sighed. Clang! 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 A rhythmic, deafening tapping sound came from the center of the geode. Subai looked in the direction of the sound. At the center of the geode stands a high platform made of black rocks. On the high platform, a middle-aged man, shirtless and with muscles as bulging as granite, was wielding a huge, specially made mining pickaxe, frantically hammering at a stubborn boulder. Each swing creates a gust of wind. Each impact sent sparks flying everywhere. Sweat streamed down his bronze skin, rising in the high temperature to create white vapor, making him look like a steel statue being forged. Shilei. Rock City Rock Gym leader. His nickname is Mining Maniac. There were no other elves beside him. Only a massive, suffocating black shadow sat silently in the shadows, like a silent mountain. Yo! The initially excited young Helas froze the moment it saw the dark figure. It instinctively shrank back behind Subai's legs, and for the first time, a hint of awe appeared in its fearless little eyes. Even worship. That is. Subai activated Eye of Insight, his gaze piercing through the shadows. Race, Tyranitar. Level, LV58, Peak Quasi-Heavenly King level. Attribute, Rock/Dark. Ability, Sandstorm. When the character enters the battlefield, the weather changes to a sandstorm. Status, Sleeping/Accumulating Energy. Bangilas. Desert Tyrant. The final evolution of Larvitar. This Tyranitar is larger than the one in the Pokédex, covered in a thick, armor-like green shell, with menacing spikes on its back. It simply sat there, and the oppressive aura it exuded made the surrounding air feel incredibly heavy. Is this the big guy Luo Yan was talking about? It's really big. Who? The man on the stage finally stopped what he was doing. Click! The boulder he had been striking for so long finally cracked open. A dazzling purple light was revealed within. Another evolution stone. Shilei shook his head in disappointment and casually tossed the valuable purple ore aside, it was already piled up like a small mountain. He turned around, picked up the towel hanging around his neck to wipe his sweat, and looked at Subai. Those were extremely sharp eyes, as if they could see through the rock strata. To be able to navigate the maze in such a short time and even defeat that bookworm Luo Yan. Shilei's voice was deep and resonant, with a metallic quality. Kid, are your fists hard enough? Subai smiled but didn't say anything. He simply patted the pokeball at his waist. Bang! A red light flashed. The massive body of the red Gyarados appeared inside the crystal cave. Roar! A defiant dragon's roar echoed in the enclosed space. Although Gyarados is the king of the water, it remains a ferocious beast on land. Especially when facing that sleeping Tyranitar. As an elf also bearing the name of Tyrant, its warlike nature was instantly ignited. In the shadows, the mountain slowly opened its eyes. Those were pale yellow eyes, filled with indifference and domineering. Bang-Ilis stood up. As it moved, the ground trembled slightly, and the sand and gravel on its body fell off in a soft rustling sound. Roar! So noisy! It glanced at Gyarados indifferently, with the same look it gave a little squeaking mud skipper. A red Gyarados? And a shiny one! When Shilei saw Gyarados, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, which quickly turned into intense interest. Good prospect! That physique is quite sturdy. I love guys like this who are full of power. He slammed the pickaxe into the ground, making a crisp clang sound. I am Shilei. Now that we're here, let's cut the pleasantries. I only have one rule. Shilei clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. A head-on clash. No fancy tactics, no evasive maneuvers. Defeat me head-on, or be defeated by me. This is the will of the rock. That suits me perfectly. Suabai's eyes burned with fighting spirit. The journey has been incredibly challenging, from the sneak attacks in the misty swamp to the tactical battles at the Zhongcheng dojo. Occasionally, he also longs for a brutal, visceral fight. Challenger, Suabai. Please enlighten me. Good. Shilei burst into laughter, his voice booming like a bell. Then let me stretch my muscles too. Come forth, my vanguard. Gronko. Bang. A giant, spherical Pokémon, larger than a regular golem and with a dark brown body, landed on the field. Rumble Rock. Level, LV38. Characteristic, sturdy. The warm-up exercises have begun. Shilei twisted his neck. Kid, don't let me down. Suabai glanced at the Gyarados beside him. Gyarados, did you hear me? They want to compete with us in terms of hardness. Roar. Then smash it. Gyarados slammed its tail against the ground, its body springing up like a spring. Let's go. Round 1. Chapter 57. Rumbler. Show your backbone. Accompanied by Shilei's booming roar. On the field, Rumble Rock stomped his feet hard, his 4 rock arms crossed in front of his chest, and a thick metallic luster instantly shone on his hard rock skin. Circle plus defense, endurance. It intends to take this blow head-on. Taking a direct hit from Gyarados' water tail. Suabai raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although Golem has high defense, water-type attacks are 4 times super effective against rocks and ground. Gym Leader Stone, are you overconfident in your Pokémon, or do you underestimate my tyrant? Rumble. As they spoke, the massive red tail, carrying a torrent of water, lashed down with overwhelming force. It was like a red waterfall cascading down from the sky, crashing heavily onto that stubborn rock. Bang! The tremendous impact echoed within the sealed crystal cave, causing the surrounding crystal pillars to vibrate. Water splashes everywhere. The terrifying impact smashed a large crater in the ground beneath the rumbler, sending debris flying everywhere. Amidst the billowing mist, one could vaguely see the massive body of the rumbler rock tremble violently. Countless fine cracks appeared on the hard rock armor covering his body. 4 times the damage. This attack should theoretically be enough to instantly kill any golem of the same level. However, when the mist dissipates, Suabai's pupils contracted slightly. It didn't fall over. In the center of the pit, Long Longian was soaking wet, his rocky skin cracked, and he was panting heavily, barely able to stand. But in its small eyes, a tenacious fighting spirit still burned. It's still breathing. That is, -1 point of stamina. Characteristics, sturdy. Xiaobai reacted instantly. This feature ensures that a fully healed Pokémon will retain 1 point of health when hit by a fatal blow, preventing it from being instantly killed. It can be described as a life-saving skill for rock-type characters. Ha ha ha! This is the will of the rock! Shilei burst into laughter, his bronze muscles trembling with excitement. Kid, the fight isn't over until you're down. Gronko. Give it a surprise. Thunder Fist. Rumble. The wounded rumbler's eyes gleamed with ferocity. It used its sturdiness to withstand the momentary stiffness of the fatal blow, and then swung its thickest right arm violently. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. A dazzling golden current surged wildly across its rocky fist, emitting a piercing bird-like cry. Electric-type moves. Gyarados is a water/flying type. Electric-type attacks are 4 times more effective against it. This is Shilei's tactic, counter-attacking. Use your sturdiness to withstand the fatal blow, then counter with a devastating 4 times the damage. A clever plan. Xiaobai had to admit that this move was indeed insidious. The two sprites were too close together. Gyarados had just unleashed its water tail attack and hadn't yet generated the necessary power, so it had no time to dodge. Since there's no way to avoid it. A ruthless glint flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. Then let's get a blood transfusion. Gyarados. Don't be a coward. Crush it. Roar. Gyarados also sensed the threat emanating from that electric fist. It did not back down. As a hegemon, the word defense does not exist in its dictionary. It suddenly lowered its head, opened its blood-red maw, and dark energy coiled around its fangs before biting down hard on the golem's head. Bang! Sizzle! The fist and fangs struck the target almost simultaneously. The thunder punch slammed into Gyarados' jaw. A violent electric current instantly swept over its entire body, shocking its scales until they stood on end, and it let out a painful cry. 4 times the damage. This pain was absolutely excruciating. But at the same time, Gyarados' crunch landed squarely on Golem's head. Snap! The Golem, already down to just 1 point of health, couldn't possibly withstand that bite. Before it could even let out a scream, its eyes rolled back, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huff, huff. Gyarados took a few steps back, coiled up on the ground, its body still crackling with electric arcs. It was panting heavily, but its eyes grew increasingly fierce. Ouch! But after the pain, an even more powerful force surges forth from within. Buzz! Suddenly, an eerie red light emanated from Gyarados' body, and its already enormous form seemed to swell even larger. Trait: Overconfidence. After defeating an opponent, your attack power increases by 1 level. Roar! Gyarados roared to the sky, channeling all the pain from the electric shock into fighting spirit. It's stronger now than it was at the beginning. Oh? Overconfident. Shilei retrieved his golem, and looking at the Gyarados whose aura had surged, his admiration deepened. It's such a rare characteristic. The more it fights, the stronger it becomes, that certainly suits this big red guy. But Shilei took the second Pokeball from his belt. It was a heavy ball. That was just an appetizer. The real tough nuts are only being served now. Come forth. Guardian of this crystal cave. Giant rock monster. Boom. As the Pokeball opens, a colossal, deep blue rock beast, the size of a small mountain, landed on the field. It has 4 thick rock legs, and countless sharp, orange-red crystal pillars grow on its body. Under the illumination of the cave searchlights, those crystals refract a dazzling yet dangerous light. Race: Rock Golem. Level: LV40. Attribute: Rock. Characteristic: Sandstorm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pang Yangui had just appeared. Inside the previously stuffy crystal cave, a violent sandstorm suddenly swept through. Countless grains of sand appeared out of nowhere, swirling in the air and obscuring the view, constantly slapping against Gyarados' scales with a crackling sound. Weather change, sandstorm. Effect, Rock-type Pokémon's special defense is increased by 50%, and non-Rock/Ground/Steel-type Pokémon take damage each turn. The weather team again. Suibai squinted, feeling the stinging sensation of the sand on his face. And it's the Sandstorm team, which Rock-type characters excel at. In this weather, Jigglypuff's special defense becomes extremely high, making it very difficult to KO it with a special attack, such as Hydro Pump or Dragon Rage. Furthermore, the sandstorm will continuously drain Gyarados' stamina. How's the scenery? Isn't it nice? She stood motionless in the sandstorm. Inside this crystal cave, the energy crystals on the giant rock monster's body can absorb the energy of the surrounding mineral veins. Its regenerative and defensive capabilities are top-notch. Your Gyarados' attack has increased, but it just took a thunder punch. It must be feeling pretty bad, right? Breaking this rock won't be that easy. It's quite hard. Suibai took out a bottle of full recovery potion, yes, another full recovery potion, money talks, and sprayed it at Gyarados from a distance. Zi. A flash of golden light, and the charred wounds on Gyarados' body instantly healed, its stamina fully restored. She lay. His lips twitched slightly. Is this a full recovery medication? You're using it like water to spray. There's no other way, my family's got some money. Suibai smiled, his eyes sharpening again. Since you want to play with the weather, I'll play with you. Gyarados. Rain dance. Roar. Gyarados raised its head and let out a long roar, similar to a dragon's cry. A wisp of moist vapor instantly condensed on the dome of the crystal cave. Although this is underground, there are no clouds. But with its powerful water-type energy, Gyarados managed to condense a dark cloud above its head. Splash! A torrential downpour began. Rain and sandstorms intertwined in the air, cancelling each other out. A moment later, the sand and dust were washed away by the rain. Weather change, rainy. Water-type attacks are now more powerful. Rock-type attacks no longer receive their special defense bonus. A battle for the weather. She sneered, don't think I'm afraid of you just because the sandstorm is gone. Giant rock monster. Rock attack. Pang Yan. The orange crystals on Pang Yan's body shone with a dazzling light. Countless sharp stone blades appeared around it, shooting towards Gyarados like missiles, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Easy to hit vital points. Gyarados. Show them your confidence. Waterfall climbing. Roar. Gyarados ignored the incoming stone blades. With the help of the rain, a huge column of water suddenly rose from beneath it, carrying its massive body upstream. Like a real dragon. Despite the damage from the sharp rocks, it was thick-skinned and protected by water. It slammed into the blue rocky mountain with unstoppable force. This time, it's a stab move with an added level of attack and the added benefit of rain. Boom. Chapter 58. Boom. Two devastating energies collided violently in mid-air. On one side, countless sharp, gleaming stones rained down like a storm. On the other side, there is the red tyrant, riding a monstrous wave against the current. The collision of water and rock produced a teeth-grinding cracking sound. Snap! Snap! Those seemingly indestructible sharp rocks. Before Gyarados, which has rain boost, stab, and a level 1 attack boost from waterfall. As fragile as a roadside biscuit. Shattered instantly. The crimson dragon shadow tore through the storm of stone blades. With an unparalleled domineering aura, it crashed heavily into Pang Yangwei's mountain-like body. Bang! A deafening roar, so deep it was almost muffled, sounded like two massive mountains colliding. The entire geode shook violently. Countless tiny crystals fell from the dome. Pang Yan! Pang Yan let out a painful groan. Its prized rock armor actually developed large cracks upon impact. The immense impact caused its four thick rock legs to tremble. It plowed 4 deep furrows in the ground and slid backward for more than 10 meters before barely coming to a stop. That was a heavy blow. Shi Lei's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He was not surprised but rather delighted. Is this the power of overconfidence? The more they fight, the stronger they become, the more they kill, the more ferocious they grow. But Shi Lei suddenly swung his fist, his muscles tensing. My giant rock monster is the hardest shield in this underground world. Pangean monster. Hold on. Use Big Bang. What? Suibai's pupils contracted sharply. Not again. That mischievous lightning bomb exploded once, and now this giant rock monster is going to explode too? Do all the people at this rock gym have some kind of peculiar obsession with art as an explosion? Buzz. The orange-red crystal on Pang Yan's body suddenly shone brightly, and an extremely unstable and terrifying energy was being compressed wildly within its body. It knew it couldn't withstand the next blow. Therefore, it will use its own body as a bomb, dragging this red monster down to hell with it. Big Bang. Power 250. Moreover, it was unleashed by the incredibly powerful Pangean monster, and its power was enough to collapse half of the crystal cave. Want to die together with them? A ruthless glint flashed in Suibai's eyes. They're too close. The Gyarados just crashed into it, and there's no time to create distance. Since there's no way to avoid it, then let's see who's faster. Gyarados. Don't give it a chance to explode. Use the water jets. Throw it away. Throw it all the way up to the sky. Roar. Gyarados also sensed the terrifying threat lurking within the large rock in front of it. It did not back down in the slightest. This, on the contrary, stirred up its inherent ferocity. Its thick tail was instantly enveloped by the rushing water, like a glowing water whip, which, with all its might, lashed upwards and struck the giant rock monster's chin. Fly, my foot! Suibai roared. Bang! This tail holds all of Gyarados' power. Pang Yan's body, weighing several hundred kilograms, was actually lifted off the ground and flew towards the dome of the crystal cave like a giant cannonball. Boom! Just as it reached its highest point, about to crash into the dome, it exploded. A blinding white light burst forth in the air, as if a white sun had risen. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, shattering countless stalactites that fell like raindrops. But because it is high enough above the ground, the explosion did not cause fatal damage to the Gyarados on the field. The blast wave only made it flip over. Huff, huff. Gyarados landed on the ground, its scales stinging from the shockwave. But it still held its head high and let out a triumphant roar. Roar. Ding. Gyarados defeats a powerful enemy. The overconfidence ability has been triggered again. Attack power increased to +2 levels. A crimson light surged across its body, more intense and more violent than before. It is now. Attack power has doubled. Even a basic attack can have the effect of a nuclear bomb. This is the most terrifying aspect of overconfidence. It snowballs. Once it starts killing, it's unstoppable. Slap, slap, slap. Applause erupted. Shi Lei stood on the high platform, watching the smoke and dust slowly dissipate in the sky. There was not a trace of regret on his face. Instead, it was filled with fervent excitement. Fantastic! Absolutely fantastic! This is the battle I've been waiting for. Head to head. Strength against strength. No fancy moves whatsoever. He laughed loudly, ripped the towel off his neck, revealing his muscular upper body. Then, he turned around and looked at the enormous, silent figure lurking in the shadows behind him. Old buddy, have you had enough sleep? Someone's come to challenge us right on our doorstep, Aren't you going to get up and fight back? Who? Two plumes of scorching white steam shot out from the shadows. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. Thump! 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 The dark figure, who had been sitting cross-legged like a mountain, slowly stood up. As it moved, the sandstorm, which had already subsided, suddenly started blowing again. And it's even more powerful than the summoned giant rock monster from before. A fierce wind howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Amidst this endless expanse of yellow sand, a pair of pale yellow eyes, filled with indifference and domineering arrogance, slowly opened. It gradually emerged from the shadows. With each step, Suabai's heart skipped a beat. Standing 2.5 meters tall, its entire body is covered in green armor, its abdomen is covered in blue diamond-shaped carapaces, the spikes on its back stand up like mountain peaks, and its thick, powerful tail can shatter rocks with every swing. Bangilas. Heavy tanks among pseudo-god tier tanks. The Tyrant of the Desert. Race, Tyranitar. Level, LV58. Attribute, Rock/Dark. Characteristic, Sandstorm, Permanent Sandstorm. Hold item, Weakness Policy, greatly increases attack and special attack when taking damage that is weak against the target. Roar. Bangiras let out a deep growl. It didn't become hysterical like Gyarados. Its voice was soft, yet filled with undeniable authority. That's the true aura of a king. Yo! The young Hylas behind Suabai was completely stunned. Its eyes shone brightly, its little paws gripped Suabai's trouser leg tightly, and it trembled with excitement. Is this what I'll look like when I grow up? So cool! So charismatic! I want to become like that someday. Don't rush, you'll be even stronger than it in the future. Suabai patted young Hylas's head, comforting the little fanboy. Then, he raised his head and stared directly at the majestic desert tyrant. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. LV46 vs LV58. The level difference is a full 12 levels. Moreover, the opponent is a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, with base stats significantly higher than Gyarados. Is this the final test? Suabai took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Gyarados, are you scared? Roar. Screw it. Let's get it. The red Gyarados was currently at the peak of its overconfidence, feeling as if it could tear everything apart with the boost of 2 attack power levels. Let alone Tyranitar, even if Groudon came, it would dare to take a bite. Good. Then let's fight. Suabai's eyes flashed like lightning. Strike first. Water Flow Tail. Water is super effective against rock and ground, not really, Tyranitar is rock and dark, so water is 2x super effective against it. Roar. Gyarados' massive body twisted in the air, carrying immense force as it lashed out at Tyranitar's head. However, faced with this powerful and heavy blow, Bangiras merely raised his arm, which was covered in green armor, slightly. Bang! A muffled thud. The water splashed and burst. Tyranitar caught Gyarados' tail, which was powerful enough to shatter rocks, with one hand. It didn't budge an inch. What? Suabai's pupils contracted. This is the absolute difference in power. Bangiras slowly raised his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his cold eyes. Who? Too soft. It clenched its fist tightly. Snap! Gyarados let out a cry of pain, feeling as if its tail was about to be crushed. Immediately afterwards, Tyranitar exerted force with its arm, swinging the over 10-meter-long Gyarados up like it was cracking a whip. Boom! It slammed hard onto the ground. Chapter 59. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Beneath that giant hand covered in green armor, the red Gyarados, over 10 meters long, was like a helpless red ribbon, slammed hard onto the hard rocky ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. The ground was smashed into a huge, spiderweb-like crater, with cracks spreading outwards. Roar! Gyarados let out a low, painful growl. Even with the 2-level attack boost from overconfidence, even with its overlord-level physique. However, it still appears somewhat powerless in the face of absolute level suppression, LV46 vs LV58, and racial heritage. Tyranitar's power is terrifying. Is this the true power of a quasi-god? Subai stared intently at the towering figure in the arena, his palms sweating. This is not only a crushing defeat in terms of strength, but also a devastating blow in terms of skill. In that split second, Tyranitar used only one hand to precisely target Gyarados' weak point, instantly thwarting its attack. This fighting spirit is honed through countless battles. It's not over yet. Shilei stood on the high platform, his voice as cold as iron. Tyranitar. Stone attack. Roar. Bang Iras released his grip, and under the gaze of those savage eyes, the surrounding rocks seemed to be summoned, instantly levitating. Dozens of sharp, spear-like stones coalesced and took shape around it. Whoosh! 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 With a piercing whooshing sound, stone spears rained down like a storm, completely engulfing the Gyarados pinned to the ground. Gyarados! Get out of the way! Subai roared. But Gyarados was too badly injured from that fall, and its massive body simply didn't have time to react. Smash smash smash! The stone spear pierced the red scales mercilessly, and blood splattered everywhere. A rock-type move that's powerful and has a high chance of hitting critical points. Roar! Gyarados let out a mournful cry of resentment, and its eyes, which had been burning with fighting spirit, gradually dimmed. The enormous head slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. They have completely lost their ability to fight. Gyarados is unable to battle. The referee, played by Luo Yan, raised the flag, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. Come back! Subai silently recalled his Gyarados, looking at the heavy, slightly hot ball in his hand, and said softly. You've done a great job. Leave the rest to us. He raised his head and looked at the seemingly invincible desert tyrant opposite him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Inside the crystal cave, a violent sandstorm continued to rage. Bang Iras stood in the center of the sandstorm, his green armor appearing even more indestructible as it was polished by the sand and gravel. Its special defense is increased by 50% during sandstorms. This is practically a mobile fortress that combines offense and defense. Only 2 left. Shilei stood with his arms crossed, looking like a war god. Kid, your Gyarados is down. What can you use to break through my absolute defense now? Relying on that unevolved little dragon? Or that bird that can only fly? Subai remained silent. His brain was working at lightning speed. Water, grass, fighting, ground, bug, steel, all of these can counter Tyranitar. The problem is that the opponent's level is too high, and they have a sandstorm buff. Special attack moves, such as Appledra's Energy Ball, will be much less effective. Physical attacks are necessary. Moreover, it must be a move that can ignore defense and kill in one hit. Subai's fingers slowly traced the pokeball at his waist. Finally, the image settled on a black and yellow ball. Blue Bee, it's your turn. Use your speed to cut through this storm. Go, bead rill. Bang! A cold, eerie blue light shone through the sand and dust. Yay! The shimmering bee bursts forth with a flap of its wings. It hovered in mid-air, its compound eyes coldly staring at the enormous creature below, the 2 needles in its hands rubbing together, producing a teeth-grinding metallic sound. Despite the vast difference in size, it was like a bee facing a dinosaur. But its murderous aura was by no means weak. Beedrill. Shilei paused for a moment, then smiled. Bug-type does indeed counter Dark-type, but have you forgotten that Rock-type counters Bug-type? And in my sandstorm, how many seconds could your fragile body last? Crackle, crackle. The grit hitting the bee's carapace, while not fatal, steadily drains its strength. How many seconds? Suabai's lips curled slightly, his eyes sharp as knives. Killing you will only take a second. Blue Hornet. This might be your toughest battle yet. Forget about defense. Forget about the sandstorm. Concentrate all your strength on one point. Move at high speed. Get close to it. Buzz. The beadrill vanished instantly. Its speed was already extremely fast, and with the added advantage of high-speed movement, it even left after images in the air. It was like a ghost, darting through the swirling yellow sand, heading straight for Banjara's nape. How naive! She sneered, Tyranitar. Fire Fist. Block its movement. Roar. Despite its enormous size, Bangala is surprisingly quick to react. It suddenly turned around, its huge fist bursting with flames, and punched the air behind it. Boom! Flames exploded in the path that the beadrill was bound to take, forming a wall of fire. Insects are afraid of fire. If you get grazed, you'll be crippled or killed. Charge! Use that! Suabai roared. Beadrill did not slow down. Facing the wall of fire, it brought its two needles together, its body spinning rapidly, and an earthy yellow energy glow instantly enveloped its entire body. Move, straight drill. High power ground type moves. Ground controls rock. Pfft. The spinning drill tore through the wall of fire, and with unstoppable momentum, it pierced through Tyranitar's thick armor. Bang! A dull thud. The massive body of Tyranitar was actually shaken by the attack and took half a step back. The effect is outstanding. Success! Suabai clenched his fist. But the next second, his smile froze. Drib! A strange red light suddenly shone from Banjara's body. That's the light from the activated item. The unremarkable brown crystal hanging around its neck shattered instantly upon being struck by this remarkably effective attack, transforming into a surge of violent energy that flowed into its body. Item: Weakness Insurance. Effect: when hit by a highly effective move, attack and special attack are greatly increased, +2 stages. Roar. Bangalore let out a roar 10 times more terrifying than before. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and its aura surged like a volcanic eruption. Attack power doubled. Special attack bonus doubled. The panel, which was already at the boss level, has now turned into that of a demon god. Weakness Insurance. Suabai's face turned deathly pale instantly. Is this the museum owner's trump card? Using my elemental advantage to trigger items and deliver a fatal blow. This isn't a stone. That's clearly a cunning old fox. Ha ha ha. Surprised? Shile laughed loudly. Since you dared to exploit my weakness, you'd better be prepared to face my wrath. Bang iras. Now, no one can stop you. Rock fall. Roar. Bang iras raised his hands high and slammed them heavily to the ground. Rumble. The entire geode was trembling. Rocks rained down from above, each one carrying a terrifying +2 attack power bonus. This is no longer a rockfall. This is a meteor shower. Easy. The beadrill desperately tried to dodge, but under such a dense barrage of attacks, even it had nowhere to escape. Bang! A huge rock struck its wing. Just. The bee let out a scream, lost its balance, and was hit by several rocks in succession, burying itself directly in the pile of rubble. Rock-killing bugs. Plus, the attack power doubles. This damage is so great, even a god couldn't withstand it. Beadrill. Suabai's heart sank to the bottom. Beadrill is unable to fight. The referee's voice was cold and unforgiving. 2-1. Shile looked at Suabai, a hint of cat and mouse playfulness in his eyes. You only have one left, Faced with Tyranitar whose attack power has doubled, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? On the field, the sandstorm is still raging. The Tyranitar, radiating red light, stood like an insurmountable mountain before Suibai. Despair. Asphyxia. Suibai's hand slowly reached towards the last purple pokeball. Dorium. It seems this final battle can only rely on you. Chapter 60. Suibai took a deep breath, and the purple luxury ball in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air. Go, Dorgan Mija! Bang! There were no flashy entrance effects, only a faint purple mist. Dorgan Mesha suddenly appeared in the center of the field. Its small body looked particularly frail amidst the raging sandstorm, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. But its gaze was more focused than ever before. It knew that its teammates behind it had all fallen, and now it was the hope of the entire village. Oh! This little thing! The opposing Bang Ilis lowered his head. Looking at the tiny little thing in front of him, who wasn't even as tall as his knee. A disdainful puff of hot air escaped from his nostrils. I just smashed those two big ones, what can this little one possibly do? Don't let your guard down. Although Shilei was confident of victory, he did not underestimate his opponent. This dragon is very fast, and its methods are dirty. Bang Ilis! Don't give it a chance to get close. Rock fall. Full coverage strike. Roar. Bang Ilis roared and slammed his arms into the ground. Rumble. The rocks on the dome of the crystal cave have loosened again. Countless boulders, each granting a +2 attack power bonus, rained down like a meteor shower, leaving almost no room to dodge. This is the principle of overcoming skill with force. No matter how fast you are, if you have nowhere to stand, you'll have to kneel. Can't escape. Suibai's lips curled slightly, his eyes chillingly calm. Then there's no need to hide. Drool. Pierce it. Dariki. The little guy, instead of dodging the boulder hurtling towards him, ran headfirst into it. Just as the collision was about to occur, its body suddenly became ethereal, like a wisp of purple smoke. Feature: Penetration. Effect: it can penetrate the opponent's barriers, such as light walls, reflective walls, and substitutes. In this real world, it can even become intangible for a short time, passing through solid matter. Whoo! Doran Mija moved like a ghost, passing effortlessly through the massive, multi-ton boulder. The boulder crashed onto the open ground, sending fragments flying. Meanwhile, Dragapult had broken free of the rockfall's reach unscathed and was now closing in on Tyranitar's face. What? Shilei was taken aback. This method of application is simply unheard of. Close range. Crush. Tyranitar reacted extremely quickly, opening its massive maw, which was wreathed in dark-type energy, and slammed it into the charging Dragapult. Evil Ghost. If it gets bitten, Doran, with its small body, will surely die. A stand-in. Suibai speaks extremely fast. Puff. Bang Ilis took a bite, but ended up with a mouthful of cotton. Another adorably ugly dragon doll. Damn it! It's that trick again. Shilei was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. It's over there. Flame Fist. Tyranitar sensed the fluctuations behind him and unleashed a powerful fiery punch. Sneak attack by a hidden spirit. Call out. Dorgan's figure vanished once more, disappearing into another dimension. The flaming fist struck thin air. Bang Ilis, with no outlet for his strength, could only roar in anger and wildly wave his arms at the air around him. It's like an elephant being toyed with by mosquitoes, it has immense strength but can't even touch its opponent's clothes. Now! Show yourself! Backstab! Space is broken! Dorometia emerged directly above Banjaraza's head. Curse symbol plus life orb. Double increase. Boom! The dark purple ghostly energy slammed into the top of Tyranitar's head. Roar! Bang Eyeless was knocked back, his head buzzing. But it's too meaty. Even with the powerful buffs from the Spirit Strike, which only dealt a minor injury to the creature whose special defense was increased by 50% during the sandstorm, it was still inflicted with divine damage. It shook its head, and the red light in its eyes intensified. It's useless. Shilei laughed loudly. Your attack power is insufficient. You can't break through their defense at all. One mistake and it's game over. Yet. Suibai looked at Duolong, who was panting heavily. After using Stand and Phantom Assault repeatedly, coupled with the backlash from the Life Orb, Draco's stamina was almost depleted. Indeed, if you continue with this kind of scraping therapy, you'll only end up losing. We must find a way to break through their defenses. Doran, do you remember that move? Suibai suddenly spoke. Dragon. Which move? It's the move Beedrill taught you last night. Suibai's eyes narrowed. Although you don't have poison needles, you do have teeth. Dariki. The little guy's eyes lit up, it understood. Bang iras. End this farce. Final impact. Shilei didn't want to delay any longer. A terrifying white light emanated from Banjira's entire body. It's like a runaway heavy tank. With an aura of annihilation, it launched its final charge towards Doran. Power 150. This looks like it's going to smash the entire venue to pieces. Well done. Instead of retreating, Suibai advanced. Doran. Stop hiding. Use your speed. Rush into its embrace. Then. Venomous fangs. Dariki. Dorganmesia let out a sharp shriek. Instead of using a ghost-type move, it opened its mouth wide, and its two small fangs glowed with an eerie purple light. This is a poison-type move that Suibai taught Dragapult last night using the poison orb, borrowed from Beedrill, and a skill disc. Call out! It transformed into a streak of purple lightning, and just as Tyranitar was about to crash into it, it used an extremely slight difference in body position to slip under its armpit. Then, he took a bite out of the only piece of soft flesh on Tyranitar that wasn't covered by armor. Pfft! Toxin injection! Roar! Bang Eyeless let out a blood-curdling scream. Its face instantly turned a deep purplish brown. Highly poisonous! As the toxin entered its body, its movements visibly slowed down, and its invincible aura collapsed instantly. What? Deadly poison! Shilei's eyes widened. A ghost dragon, using such a vicious attack? It's not over yet. Suibai clenched his fist. Strike while the iron is hot, kill it. Dariki. Misfortunes never come singly, maximum power. Dariki. Doran released its grip and flew to Tyranitar. Looking at that enormous creature, its body radiating purple energy and writhing in agony. Its eyes suddenly blazed with purple light. Misfortunes never come singly, when the opponent is under an abnormal status, poisonous, the power is doubled. This time, it was a real nuclear explosion. Boom! A massive, ghostly beam of light slammed directly into Tyranitar's face. The toxicity reduction and the doubled damage from misfortune and item boosts. Even a near-god level character can't withstand this unreasonable combo. Boom! Bangala's massive body swayed, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer, crashing heavily to the ground like a mountain collapsing. It stirred up clouds of dust. Incapacitated. Quiet. The entire geode fell silent once more. Only Dorganmesia's heavy breathing echoed. We won. The level 28 Dragapult, a full 30 levels higher, defeated the level 58 Tyranitar. Although it was a series of battles, and although props and potions were used. But it's still a miracle. Call. Shilei stared at his old buddy lying on the ground, stunned for a full half-minute. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. A deceptive trick, a deadly poison to break through defenses, and then, to make matters worse, a final, satisfying finish. You little rascal, you're a FG genius. He walked up to Suibai and took out a grey badge from his pocket, which resembled the facets of a rock. Rock badge. Take it. You earned this through your own abilities. And this too. He then pulled a yellow stone that exuded a heavy aura from his pocket. Sandy rocks. Bringing it will prolong the duration of sandstorms. I think your baby Kira is a good prospect, it'll definitely come in handy later. Suibai accepted the badge and the stone, and bowed deeply in sincere respect. Thank you for your guidance, Master Shi. He learned a lot from this battle. Alright, stop being so polite. Shi Lei waved his hand, glanced at the messy crystal cave, and his lips twitched with heartache. You'd better hurry up and leave, I need to fix the field. If you keep hitting like this, my dojo will collapse. Suibai gave an awkward smile, quickly put away the dragon, and made a hasty retreat with his spoils. Leave the rock gym. The sun is shining brightly outside. Suibai looked at the third badge in his hand, feeling extremely pleased. Panchi City Customs Clearance. Next. He took out his phone and glanced at the map. The next goal is Grass-type gym. But before that, we need to let everyone rest properly. Suibai touched the pokeball at his waist. Especially the juvenile Cyprinus. When I watched Tyranitar fight just now, this little guy's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He must have suffered quite a shock. We need to buy it more ore to nourish its body. By the way, Suibai remembered the red dragon scale in his backpack. This scale has remained quiet ever since it left the dragon's lair. But just now, in the instant that Draco defeated Tyranitar, it seemed to vibrate again? Is there a follow-up mission? Suibai seemed to be deep in thought. But none of that matters anymore. The most important thing now is I'm starving. Let's find somewhere to eat. Chapter 61. As we stepped out of the rock gym's mine-like gate, it was already dark outside. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the grey and white buildings of Panchi City, giving this steel city a warm golden edge. Hoo! Suibai stretched out a big yawn, feeling all the bones in his body cracking. Although it was only one battle, the intense mental battle was more tiring than running 5 kilometers. He took the grey rock badge out of his pocket and held it up to the setting sun. The faceted surface of the badge reflected a cold light, it was heavy and had a high-quality feel. Third one, in hand. Suibai's lips curled into a slight smile. We're almost halfway there to get the 8 badges needed for the national competition. Ding! Detection indicates the host has acquired their 3rd gym badge. Achievement completed, emerging talent. Reward, learning device, all members version, ×1. The system notification sounded like heavenly music. Suibai stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening instantly. A learning device. Is it the version for everyone? If there's one item that every trainer dreams of, the EXP share is definitely in the top 3. In the real world, there's no such thing as putting something in your bag and the whole team levels up like in games. To become stronger, you have to train each one individually, which is time-consuming and laborious. But with the cutting-edge technology produced by this system, if one Pokémon is in battle, all Pokémon in the team will receive experience points. Suibai looked at the device in his hand, which resembled a small radar, and his hands trembled with excitement. This means he'll never have to worry about his team's level falling behind again. Especially for newcomers like Larva, who are low level and level up slowly, they can be left in the back row to gain experience and level up like a rocket. Great stuff! Absolutely great stuff! Suibai happily turned on the device. Rock City Pokémon Center. Suibai handed all the Pokeballs to Nurse Joy to restore them, and then went to the restaurant and ordered a large table of dishes. Of course, I didn't forget to order a deluxe mineral platter for Lark IRAs. Half an hour later. Everyone, dinner's ready. Suibai released all the spirits. Chirp. I'm starving. The arrowhawk was the first to swoop down towards the feeding bowl. Gyarados occupied the largest spot, devouring the specially made fish meat cubes. Even the usually reserved BB sped up its feeding. Only young Cyrus. This little foodie, who usually can't resist stones, is behaving a bit strangely today. It held a high-quality piece of magnetite, but didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she stared blankly out the window, her small eyes seeming to be deep in thought. What's wrong? Suibai, holding his rice bowl, went over and patted its head. Not to your liking? This is their signature dish. Oh. No. Young Kailas shook his head. It turned its head, looked at Suibai, and suddenly stretched out its little hands, making a huge shape. Then he pounded his chest hard, making a thump, thump sound. You mean, Bang Ilis? Suibai understood instantly. Yo. Yes. That's the big one. A flicker of fanatical worship flashed in young Helis's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deep sense of loss. It remembered the towering figure of that massive creature, as large as a mountain, inside the crystal cave. That kind of power that can cause earthquakes with the slightest movement, and even catch a Gyarados with one hand. That's incredible. It was so strong that it felt suffocated. Look at yourself again. Short and fat, he can't do anything but eat, he even struggles to hit a rolling boulder for ages. Yo! When will I be able to become as strong as it? The little guy lowered his head, looked at the ore in his hand, and suddenly didn't find it appealing anymore. So that's what you were thinking about. Suibai smiled. He put down the bowl, picked up the baby Helis, and placed it on the table so that it was at his eye level. Little one, do you know? That Tyranitar also grew from a tiny little thing like you. The stones it has eaten are probably larger than this entire Pokémon Center. It has probably suffered more wounds than you have scales. Suibai pointed to its belly. You have better talent, 6V, and better resources, system items, ... As long as you are willing to eat and practice. In the future, you will not only become it. You will surpass it. Beyond. Young Kailas was stunned. It never considered the word surpass. In its understanding, Bang Ilis is a god. That's right, surpass. Suibai took out the sandstone given to him by the stone pavilion master from his backpack. The stone has a rough surface, yet it exudes a strong, earthy smell. Here, take this. Suibai found a rope and hung it around young Helis's neck. This is a gift from the museum owner, it will help you better control the power of sandstorms. Wear it, and starting today, our special training will be doubled. I will be with you, step by step, until we reach that place. How about it? Are you confident? Young Kailas touched the warm rock on his chest. It looked into Suibai's trusting eyes. The confusion and inferiority in my heart vanished instantly, like sand blown away by the wind. Instead, a flame called ambition has taken its place. Yo! Yes! I'm going to get stronger. I'm going to eat you out of house and home. It let out a tender yet determined roar, then grabbed the piece of magnetite and snapped it in half. Turn grief and anger into appetite. You need to eat well to have the energy to train. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. Suibai burst into laughter. Doran Mazaya and Pingwalong, who were standing nearby, also came over and patted their little brother on the shoulder to encourage him. Even the aloof Gyarados exhaled a puff of white breath from its nostrils, acknowledging the ambition of this little guy. It was late at night. Suibai lay on the bed and opened the map on his phone. After Rock City. My finger swiped across the screen, through a lush green area, and finally stopped on an icon of a city surrounded by a sea of flowers. Floraroma City. The fourth martial arts school in Jiangnan province is located there. Grass-type gym. Grass-type, hui. Subai glanced at his team's composition. Talon Flame, Fire and Flying, completely counters Grass-type. Bead Rill, Bug and Poison, completely counters Grass-type. Apple-wrapped Dragon, Grass and Dragon, 4x Grass resistance. Gyarados, Water/Flying, as long as you don't get hit, Flying-type moves can also hit Grass types. This lineup is good for challenging the Grass-type gym. Subai couldn't help but smile. It's simply a dimensional reduction attack. However, having learned from the previous experience of crashing at the Zhongcheng gym, almost getting ambushed by an ice type, Subai dared not be careless any longer. Although the Grass-type gym is weak to me, Grass types excel at powder and status disorders. Sleep powder, paralysis powder, paralyzing seeds. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally capsized in the gutter. Subai thought for a moment and wrote down a new procurement plan in the memo. Dust-proof goggles, immune to powder attacks. A panacea, prepare sufficient quantity. It seems I'll need to give the Arrowhawk more practice with Tailwind and Hot Wind while we're traveling these next few days. Let's try to take them down in one fell swoop, before they have a chance to use their finishing moves. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. In his dream, Subai saw himself standing on the podium at the national competition. He held Tyranitar in his left arm and rode Gyarados on his right. That was incredibly majestic. Only, why is that Bangalore still gnawing on its own wallet? Chapter 62. Dear passengers, we have arrived at our final destination, Beiwa City. Please take your belongings with you. As the train's arrival announcement came over the loudspeaker, Subai rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up from his dream. The Tyranitar that was gnawing on his wallet in his dream finally disappeared. Instead, there was the real-life baby Kira, who was chewing on his backpack strap. Crunch, crunch. The backpack straps were covered in saliva and teeth marks. I knew it. Subai reluctantly picked up the four-legged gold-devouring beast and gave it a hard rock as a pacifier. Yo! I want more. That's all. Let's talk about it after we get off the bus. Subai slung her bag over her shoulder and followed the flow of people out of the station. As soon as I stepped out of the station, a rich, almost cloying floral fragrance wafted towards me. If it weren't for the fact that this was a city, Subai would have thought he had stumbled into some huge botanical garden. Everywhere you look, the city is filled with falling blossoms. The roadside trees are huge cherry blossom trees and jacaranda trees. Glowing vines were wrapped around the streetlights. Even the exterior walls of skyscrapers are covered with colorful flowers. Pink petals drifted in the air like rain. Even the stray dogs running by the roadside, oh no, I mean hyenas, had a few little flowers on their heads. Beiwa City. The most romantic city in Jiangnan province, and also a holy land for grass and bug-type trainers. Achoo! Before Subai could even marvel at the beautiful scenery, he let out a thunderous sneeze. This smells so good. For people with pollen allergies, this place is hell. He rubbed his nose and looked at Dorganmeja on his shoulder. Dariki. Smells delicious, I want to eat it. The little guy is sticking out his tongue, trying to lick the pollen clusters floating in the air. Don't eat anything you shouldn't, be careful of poisoning. Subai stopped it. Grass-type Pokémon excel at using various powder-based moves. Poison powder, paralyzing powder, hypnotic powder. In this city, if you're not careful, you might not even know how you got infected. Let's take care of the important business first. Subai took out his phone's navigation app and headed straight for Elf Department Store, the largest shopping mall in the city center. Beiwa Shopping Mall, Props Section. Boss, how much are the dust goggles? Subai pointed to a pair of equipment in the display case that looked like ski goggles. Dust-proof goggles, when worn, they provide immunity to sandstorm damage and also immunity to powder-based attacks, such as sleep powder, spores, etc. This is a godsend for taking down grass-type gyms. With this, all those sleep kill and poison kill strategies will be rendered useless. That young man has excellent taste. The shop assistant was a middle-aged woman dressed in a flamboyant manner, smiling and holding up 5 fingers. 500,000. How many? Subai almost choked. 500,000. Why don't you just rob someone? I saw it selling for only 300,000 online. That's the price for out-of-towners. The older woman spoke with self-righteousness. As you know, the gym in our flower city is grass type, so these goggles are essential supplies. With many new challengers lately, supplies are tight, so price increases are normal. Besides, what's a little money compared to that batch? Shady businessman. Absolutely a swindler. Subai gritted his teeth. But he glanced at the several hungry elves in his backpack. To ensure a successful victory at the dojo, this expense cannot be spared. 4 sets, please. Subai took out the honorary hall master card that Lu Union had given him. Although he didn't know if it would be discounted, it would be good to take it out to make a good impression. Oh? What's this? The woman's eyes changed instantly when she saw the crystal clear card. An honor card from Zhongcheng Taekwondo Academy. Young man, are you a distinguished guest from Zhongcheng? I suppose so. Subai took back the card. Since we're in the same industry, that makes things easier. The older woman's attitude immediately became much warmer. I'll give you a 20% discount. And I'll throw in a box of our Beiwa City specialty, sweet. Make a deal. I left the mall. Subai now had 4 exquisite glasses cases in his hand. 1,600,000 is gone. My heart aches. But thinking about the battle ahead, he felt it was worth it. With this, the grass-type gym is a breeze. Subai was thinking of finding a place to test the equipment's effects. Ah! My bag! Suddenly, a scream came from ahead. A green sprite with 2 large leaves, running incredibly fast, was seen carrying a pink handbag and dashing through the crowd. Walking grass? No, that's too fast. Subai looked closely. Race, shuttlecock. Level, LV15. Type, grass/flying. Characteristic, chlorophyll, speed doubles on sunny days. It's sunny. This shuttlecock ran like the wind, and its owner couldn't catch up at all. Robbery in broad daylight. Subai frowned. As a partner in justice, I should of course get involved in such trivial matters. Young Kiras, it's up to you now. Subai did not send the fastest fiery arrow eagle. Instead, he threw out that heavy ball. Let's test the learning device. Yo! Young Kailas landed with a vibrant roar. After spending the last 2 days gaining experience in the learning device, its level has unknowingly increased to LV28. Leveling up without even playing a match is a godsend for lazy people. Shoot it down. Subai gave the order. Yo! Although the young Heelas has short legs and can't keep up, it has great aim. It casually picked a pebble from the roadside flower bed, aimed at the sprinting shuttlecock, and threw it with all its might. Hoo! The stone whistled away, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Smack! Precise headshot. Beep! Shuttlecock let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground like a knocked-down kite, the bag in its hand flying away. Pretty! Subai stepped forward. The shuttlecock scrambled to its feet, dazed, and upon seeing the ferocious-looking young Kiras, its 2 leaves trembled with fear. It opened its mouth, as if trying to spray out hypnotic powder to escape. Trying to run away. Subai had already put the newly bought dust goggles on young Heelas, although they were a bit big, making him look comically like a pilot. Young Heelas, ignore it. Rock fall. Yo! Young Kira charged forward amidst the dust, completely unaffected. It leaped high into the air and landed squarely on the shuttlecock grass. Mount Tai pressing down. Grumble. Shuttlecock rolled its eyes, completely bewildered. Solve. Suibai picked up the bag from the ground and dusted it off. Ding. Larvitar defeated its opponent and gained experience points. Through the learning device, everyone gains experience points. That's incredibly efficient. Suibai nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the owner of the lost item also came running over, panting. She was a girl wearing the uniform of Hayaka High School. Thank you, thank you. The girl took the bag, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. My exam admission ticket is inside. If I lose it, I'm doomed. It's all right, just be more careful next time. Suibai waved his hand, concealing his merits and fame. That. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw the baby Heelas wearing goggles, looking fierce yet somewhat cute, standing at Suibai's feet. Are you a challenger from out of town? Then you'd better be careful. The girl kindly reminded her. Our 100 Flowers Dojo's owner, Grandma Flower, has recently developed a new Sea of Flowers tactic. I heard even fire-type Pokémon get knocked out by the stench. If you're not ready, it's best not to rush off. A Sea of Flowers tactic. Suibai stroked his chin. Sounds like some kind of enhanced powder attack? He glanced at the goggles worth 400,000 on young Kira's face. He glanced again at the main force units in his backpack, which were also fully equipped. Thanks for reminding me. Suibai smiled, a confident smile. But what I like most is to ruthlessly destroy beauty. Chapter 63. 100 Flowers Dojo. This enormous glass greenhouse, built in the heart of the city, looks like a dazzling emerald from the outside. Pushing open the door, a moist and warm feeling wafted towards me. Call. Suibai instinctively held his breath. It smells so good. The air here is filled with a rich fragrance of hundreds of flowers, so sweet it makes you feel a little dizzy. Everywhere you look, there is a sea of colorful flowers. A giant night-blooming cereus was releasing its pollen in the corner. Beautiful swallowtail butterflies danced gracefully in the air. Even in the grass under your feet, there might be a walking grass disguised as a weed. This is no arena. This is clearly a primeval forest teeming with biotoxins. Challenger Suibai, please enter. Following the winding path, Suibai arrived at the battle arena in the center of the greenhouse. The site wasn't fenced off, but rather surrounded by a ring of tall sunflowers and shrubs, which meant no borders to fight. The elves can disappear into the flower bushes at any time to hide or launch a surprise attack. Oh my, he's a handsome young man. Across from the venue, an elderly woman with a full head of silver hair, wearing a floral apron, put down the watering can and looked over with a smile. Granny Flower. One of the most senior owners in Jiangnan province, it is said that even the hot-tempered old man Lei Zhen would respectfully address her as big sister. Hello, mother-in-law. Suibai greeted politely. I heard you just helped my precious granddaughter on the street. Granny Hua pointed to the audience seats. The girl who lost her bag is now leaning on the railing, waving a glow stick at Suibai. Go for it, pro. I believe in you. It was nothing. Suibai smiled. While I'm very grateful to you, Grandma is a very strict person when it comes to battles. Behind Granny Hua's kind smile, there was a subtle air of a master. You can't take the forest badge by brute force alone. You need to learn, to listen to the sound of flowers blooming. Go on, my old friend. She gently tossed a green poke ball. Laru. With a lazy groan, a huge prairie flower appeared in the middle of the flower field. The giant red flower on its head was as big as a millstone, and it trembled gently with its breath. With each tremor, a visible yellow powder is scattered. Race, Queen of the Night. Level, LV36. Attribute, grass/poison. Special ability, spores, 30% chance to poison, paralyze, or put to sleep upon contact. Field bonus, grassy terrain, increases grass type power, restores HP each turn. So, they're playing on home turf right from the start. Suibai looked at the pollen flying everywhere, his expression serious. In this environment, you can get infected simply by breathing. In that case, let's finish this quickly. Suibai took out the red and black pokeball. Come forth, Arrowhawk. Chirp. Chirp. A loud eagle's cry shattered the tranquility of the greenhouse. The red figure soared into the sky and hovered in mid-air. Its fiery red feathers stood out starkly against the lush green of the greenhouse, radiating a scorching heat. Fire and flight. 4 times more resistant to weeds. Twice as resistant to insects. This is absolute dominance in terms of attributes. A very energetic little bird. Grandma Flower didn't panic because of her attribute disadvantage, instead, she calmly and methodically gave instructions. Ba Wang Hua, this child has too much of a temper. Let it cool down. Poison powder. Laru. The giant flower on its head suddenly shook. Hoo! A thick plume of purple smoke instantly shot out. Instead of drifting directly towards the Arrowhawk, it quickly spread throughout the entire area using the heat convection within the greenhouse. Airspace closed. It's not over yet, next up is hypnotic powder. Grandma Hua said with a smile. Another pale blue powder was mixed in. Poison powder and hypnotic powder. The 2 types of dust mixed together, forming a dazzling yet deadly mist that completely enveloped the Arrowhawk. It's over. It's a large-scale coverage. The granddaughter in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. Grandma's trick is so underhanded. She's using the enclosed environment of the greenhouse to make the powder everywhere. There's no way to hide from it. Even a tiny bit of it will either cause poisoning or put you to sleep. For the arrow eagle, which relies on speed, this was a fatal blow. Young man, what would you do? Granny Hua looked at Suibai, a hint of testing in her eyes. Should we blow away the powder, or hold our ground and tough it out? However, a slight smile appeared on Suibai's lips. Hide? Blow away? No. The best defense is a good offense. Suibai suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the overlord flower below. Fierce arrow eagle. Ignore the powder. Charge straight in. Stored flame strike. What? Grandma Hua's smile froze. Ignoring the powder? Was this suicide? Chirp. Chirp. The fiery arrow eagle let out a high-pitched cry. It did not hesitate at all. With a flap of its wings, its entire body instantly burst into flames. It was like a falling meteorite, plunging headlong into that purple-blue poisonous fog. Sizzle. The flames scorched the dust, producing a faint crackling sound. However, more powder inevitably landed on its body, and even its face. Are you poisoned? Or are you asleep? Granny Hua stared intently at the ball of flame. However, the next second, a bolt of red lightning tore through the mist. The eagle's sharp eyes were perfectly clear, showing no sign of drowsiness or the pain of poisoning. On its eyes, a pair of stylish goggles with a faint green glow are effectively blocking all harmful dust. Dust-proof goggles. Item effect: immune to sandstorm damage, immune to powder-type attacks. Those are dust goggles. Grandma Hua gasped. You actually brought this to it. This is an extremely rare and expensive item. How could a newcomer possibly have such financial resources and experience? I'm sorry, mother-in-law. Suibai's voice came through the mist. Money power is also a part of strength. Now, the distance is closer. Fierce arrow eagle. Now. Acrobatics. At this moment, the arrowhawk had already rushed up to the Queen of the Night, less than 3 meters away. After being accelerated by energy-storing flame strike, its speed has become so fast that it is difficult to detect with the naked eye. Chirp! It made an incredible right-angle turn in mid-air, avoiding the whip-like vines that the Queen of the Night flower lashed out in its panic. Then, its wings, sharp as knives, slashed fiercely at the heart of the Queen of the Night flower. Flying type moves. Counter grass type. Bang! A dull thud. The heavy body of the giant lily was sent flying, crushing a large patch of precious orchids, and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Laru! It groaned in pain, trying to stand up, but the excruciating pain from the wing strike left it powerless. It hasn't collapsed yet. Subai glanced at it. As expected of the gym leader's main force, its durability is much better than that of wild ones. Let's do it one more time. Steel wings. Chirp. The eagle soared through the air, its wings gleaming with a metallic sheen. Queen of the Flower. Hold on! Grandma Hua shouted urgently. Buzz! A green shield of light opened up in front of the Queen of the Night. Clang! The steel wing slashed at the shield, sending sparks flying, but failed to break through the defenses. Phew, that was close. Grandma Flower breathed a sigh of relief. If you can hold the line, you can use grassland and photosynthesis to recover health, and you'll still have a chance. Hold on. Subai smiled. Can they hold on to those above, and those below? Fierce Arrow Eagle. Hot Wind. Chirp. Chirp. The arrowhawk was not discouraged by its attack being blocked. It hovered above the light shield, its wings flapping violently. A scorching current of air wasn't directed at the Queen of the Night flower, but rather at the flower bed at its feet. Whoosh! The dry plants were instantly ignited. The flames spread at the feet of the Queen of the Night flower, forming an encirclement. Fight fire with fire? No, it's fire against grass. The granddaughter was stunned. He set the venue on fire. Laru! The Queen of the Night is afraid of fire. The intense heat beneath its feet made it impossible to maintain its rooted state any longer, and even the protective light shield began to flicker. It's over. Subai snapped his fingers. Final blow. Charged flame strike. Boom. The fiery eagle transformed into a fireball, piercing through the crumbling light shield and slamming into the panicked queen flower. Flames shot into the sky. The Queen of the Night has fallen. The Queen of Flowers has lost her fighting ability. The referee's voice trembled slightly. This is hardly a battle. This was nothing short of a targeted massacre. From using goggles to resist powder, to leveraging elemental advantages for a powerful attack, and finally igniting the field to break through defenses. This newcomer's fighting style. That's brutal. Chapter 64. Come back, Queen of the Night. Granny Flower took out a pokeball. A beam of red light shot out and retrieved the charred and unconscious Queen of the Night. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow. Although the kind smile on his face had faded somewhat, it hadn't completely disappeared. This composure made Subai's heart skip a beat. He truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran owner who has been guarding this area for decades. Even after a key player was targeted and eliminated early in the game, their mentality remained rock solid. Young man, you've done a very thorough job of preparation. Granny Flower gently stroked the pokeball in her hand, her tone as if she were chatting with a younger family member. Dust goggles are definitely the bane of our grass-type Pokémon. This round, this old woman, have lost. But... She changed the subject. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in those seemingly cloudy old eyes. It was as if an invisible force was bursting forth from her hunched body. Grass-type Pokémon can do more than just sprinkle powder. Since you've blocked my control methods, let's try a different approach. Let's settle this with absolute physical skill. Go forth, my queen. Sweet and aloof beauty. Bang! Elegant white light blooms amidst the sea of flowers. A humanoid elf with long legs, a crown-shaped calyx on its head, and a haughty and aloof gaze walked slowly to the center of the arena with the perfect cat-like gait of a model. It did not rush to adopt a fighting stance. Instead, she first extended her slender fingers and gently brushed away non-existent dust from her shoulder. Then lift your chin. With an arrogant and disdainful gaze, he coldly glanced at the fierce arrow eagle in the sky. That look in his eyes was like looking at an insect that he could crush at any moment. Race, sweet and cold beauty. Level, LV39. Attribute, grass. Trait, Queen's Majesty. Status, arrogant/scrutinizing. A sweet and aloof beauty. Pseudo-legendary frowned slightly and activated Eye of Insight. This Pokémon has impressive stats, especially its attack stat, which is a whopping 120. With those long legs, the power of a single kick should not be underestimated. But what Pseudo-legendary cared about even more was its characteristics. The Queen's Majesty. This is a god-level ability that can block all preemptive moves. Chirp. The arrowhawk in the sky clearly disliked this feeling of being slighted. It is the ruler of the sky. Although it had just used up some stamina, thanks to the Wings of Gale ability, it was still the fastest on the field. Since it wants to compete in physical skills, then grant its wish. Pseudo-legendary waved his hand, launching a probing attack. Fierce Arrow Eagle. Strike first. Brave Bird, attack. Chirp. Chirp. The fiery arrow eagle flapped its wings. His entire body was instantly enveloped in azure flight-type energy, transforming him into a giant blue energy eagle. Wings of Gale activated. Flying-type moves get +1 priority. Its form blurred in mid-air, as if it had teleported. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the sweet and cold beauty descended straight for the ground. It was so fast that it even left an afterimage on the retina. However, faced with this sure-kill blow, Granny Hua stood still, showing no intention of giving any instructions. A hint of mockery even lingered at the corners of his mouth. It's useless. Just as the fiery arrow eagle was about to collide with sweet cold beauty, Queen May. Sweet and cold beauty suddenly raised her head. A chilling aura of power emanated from those cold, beautiful eyes. That's absolute suppression of those in power over those in power. Buzz. The fiery arrow eagle, which was charging at high speed, suddenly froze. The feeling was like someone running at full speed suddenly having an invisible hand grab their throat. The fighting spirit in my heart was replaced by fear in that instant. That was instinctive fear. What happened? Pseudo-legendary watched helplessly as the blue energy flames on the fiery arrow eagle mysteriously dissipated. The momentum came to an abrupt halt. It even flapped its wings somewhat awkwardly in the air before barely managing to steady itself. Move, failed to execute. Chirp. Why can't I move? The fiery arrow eagle looked down at the sweet and cold queen in horror. It clearly wanted to rush over, but its body seemed to be out of its control. This is the Queen's Majesty. Grandma Flower's voice slowly rang out. In the presence of the Queen, any attempt to preemptively act is a grave disrespect. Your windwings have failed. Pseudo-legendary's heart sank. Although I had expected it, seeing it in person was still shocking. The suppression of rules. This completely negates the Arrowhawk's biggest advantage, the first strike advantage. Without the first strike of the brave bird, the Arrowhawk is like a tiger with its teeth pulled, its threat greatly reduced. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Granny Hua's eyes sharpened, and she lightly tapped the ground with her cane. After the sweet and cold beauty, teach her what manners are. Triple spin. Queen May. Sweet, cold, and beautiful, then moved. Its long, beautiful legs instantly exerted force, and its body spun like a top. Using centrifugal force, it leaped into the air. A chilling aura condensed on its legs, transforming into sharp ice blades. Ice-type moves. Oh no! It's an Ice-type skill. Subai was greatly surprised. Ice-type is super effective against flying-type. Moreover, the triple strike is a 3-hit combo, with each strike more powerful than the last. Arrow Hawk. Increase altitude quickly. However, the Arrow Eagle was still in a stunned state due to the interruption of its attack, and its reaction was a beat slower. Bang! First kick. It kicked the Arrowhawk hard in the stomach. Chirp! The fiery Arrow Eagle cried out in pain and lost its balance. Bang! Second kick. The kick landed at the base of the wing, and frost instantly covered the feathers. Bang! The third kick. That was also the heaviest kick. Sweet Cold Beauty executed a magnificent downward slash in mid-air, slamming down like a battle axe onto the back of the Arrow Hawk. Boom! The fiery Arrow Eagle plummeted like a meteorite, crashing heavily into the flower bed below. It stirred up a patch of mud and flower petals. Fierce Arrow Eagle! Subai's heart was in his throat. That combo was too fast and too brutal. They gave us absolutely no chance to react. Is this the power of the melee queen? Chirp! Amidst the flowers, the eagle shakily stood up. One of its wings drooped unnaturally, and its body was covered with ice shards. Although his eyes still held a defiant look, he was clearly badly injured. Stamina, low on health. They actually held on. Granny Hua was somewhat surprised, then praised her. Good willpower. But it won't be able to catch the next kick. Sweet and Cold Beauty Queen, flying knee kick. Queen Mei. After her sweet and cool beauty, she landed gracefully and adjusted her posture. His right leg was slightly bent, ready to spring into action. A terrifying fighting-type energy gathered on its legs. A powerful attack with a power of 130. This is going to decide the fate of the world with one kick. What to do? Subai's brain was working at lightning speed. The Arrowhawk is in terrible condition right now. Its speed has been slowed by the freeze effect, and its initiative has been blocked. It would be certain death if it tried to fight head-on. Replacement? Who should we replace? Apple-wrapped dragon? 4 times weaker than ice, it's a free kill right from the start. Larvitar? Fighting type is super effective against rock, so it's a no-go. Gyarados? It hasn't recovered yet. We have no choice but to take a gamble. Looking into the resentful eyes of the Arrow Eagle, Subai suddenly remembered something. Fierce Arrow Eagle. Do you believe me? Chirp. Believe. Good. Subai's eyes instantly turned crazed. If we can't go first, then we won't go first. If it wants to kick, then let it kick. Use that move. Will-o'-the-wisp. Will-o'-the-wisp? Granny Hua was taken aback. What use would you be with will-o'-the-wisps in this situation? The flying knee kick was incredibly fast. Before the will-o'-the-wisp could even hit, the Arrow Eagle had already been sent flying. It's over. Sweet Cold Beauty transformed into a green afterimage, launching a kick straight at the face of the fiery Arrow Eagle. That kick was incredibly powerful. Even the air was kicked apart. However, at this critical moment, the Arrowhawk made an extremely daring move. It neither dodged nor attacked. Instead, it spread its wings, straightened its chest, and met the kick head-on. Pfft! A dull, heavy thud. The Arrowhawk was kicked away, tumbling through the air a dozen times before crashing heavily into the wall and sliding down. They have lost their ability to fight. But in the instant it was kicked away, a purple flame, in a sinister manner, clung to its feathers and stained the legs of the sweet and cold queen. Queen Mei. Sweet, cold, and beautiful, she landed, just about to strike a victory pose. His expression suddenly changed. A burning, excruciating pain shot through my leg. It looked down. Purple will-o'-the-wisps suddenly ignited on that long, proud leg. Burns? Physical attacks are halved. Is this a tactic of self-sacrifice? Granny Hwa's expression changed. She hadn't expected this young man to be so ruthless. They'd rather sacrifice a key player than let their ace be negatively affected. Fierce Arrow Eagle, come back. Suibai recalled the unconscious Talonflame and gently kissed the Pokeball. You've completed your mission, you're the best. He raised his head and looked at the beautiful, aloof queen opposite him, her brows furrowed in pain. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The queen, right? Majesty, is that it? Now that your attack power has been halved, who can you still kick? Suibai slowly took out another Pokeball. That is a Yu-Yu ball with a Professor Ping sticker on it. Next, it's time for instruction. Pingwalong, come out and teach it a lesson. Tell it what a magic turret is. Chapter 65. A magical turret. Granny Hwa frowned as she looked at the Pinglong, which was floating in midair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She didn't find the look funny, instead, she sensed a dangerous undertone. But common sense told her that this was unreasonable. Young man, you're being too arrogant. Grandma Flower's tone became serious. Apple Dragon is a grass/dragon type. My sweet cold queen isn't an ice-type Pokémon, but it has learned /. Ice-type attacks are 4 times super effective against grass-type dragons. It's like a piece of paper meeting a fire, it catches fire instantly. Are you sending it up here because you think it won't fall fast enough? In high-level matches, a 4-fold weakness often means certain death upon exposure. However, faced with the doubts of this senior colleague, Suibai remained calm. He simply clapped his hands lightly, signaling Pingwalong to get ready. Mother-in-law, the common sense you're talking about is based on the premise of completely unpreparedness. Since I dared to let it come up, I naturally have a trump card to save my life. Apple-wrapped dragon, prepare to receive this attack. Roar. The Pingwalong let out a low roar, pulled a pale blue fruit from under the scales on its neck, put it in its mouth, and stared sharply at its opponent below. Arrogant. Granny Hwa snorted coldly and said no more. Facts speak louder than words. Sweet and cold beauty. Forget about that burn. Attack with all your might. Triple spin. Queen May. Sweet cold beauty let out a high-pitched battle roar. Although her legs were being burned by the ghost fire, causing excruciating pain, her dignity as a queen did not allow her to back down. Despite the pain, it strained its long, beautiful legs once again. His body spun, like a green tornado, and he leaped into the air. A chill permeated the air. Sharp ice blades condensed on its legs, slicing through the air with a mournful whistle, aiming straight for the dragon's throat. First kick. Too fast. Lu Qingqing, sitting in the audience, gasped in surprise. Sweet Cold Beauty's base speed stat is quite high, and with her enraged attack, this strike is lightning fast. The dragon had no time to dodge. Bang! The ice blade slammed into the seemingly fragile peel of the apple dragon. I won! A hint of joy flashed in Granny Hwa's eyes. 4 times the damage. Even with the burn effect having its physical attack, this kick was enough to severely injure Apple Wolf. However, the next second, her expression froze. Click! The moment the ice blade touched the apple-wrapped dragon, Pingwalong instantly crushed the fruit he was holding in his mouth. Buzz! A pale blue energy membrane instantly enveloped his entire body, like an indestructible layer of ice armor, absorbing all the chill from that kick. Tools, Lily Fruit. Effect: when attacked by highly effective ice attribute moves, damage is halved. Zi. The ice blade struck the light membrane, instantly dissipating most of its force. The apple-wrapped dragon only floated back half a meter, and its scales didn't even crack. It lowered its head and coldly looked at the sweet and aloof beauty so close to it. There was not a trace of panic in his eyes. How is that possible? Granny Hua cried out in disbelief. Another anti-ice fruit. How many of these rare tree fruits did you bring? I used one pill yesterday to kill the armored clam, and another one today after killing the sweet mullet. This thing is a consumable item that's expensive but unavailable on the market. Not much, just enough. Suibai spoke calmly, as if he were simply stating a fact. Burn status, physical attack damage is halved. Ice-resistant fruit, reduces ice-type damage taken by half. Even though you are 4 times more restrained. But after being weakened layer by layer, this kick to me was actually damage equal to 1 time. For an apple dragon whose durability has been specially enhanced, this level of attack poses no threat whatsoever. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the boy. Is this the magic of data? By taking every variable into account, a potentially fatal crisis can be averted. Hateful. After landing, the burning sensation in its legs made it unsteady, and it almost fell over. That combo attack just now not only failed to kill the opponent instantly, but also aggravated the injury due to the strenuous activity. Its strength is slowly fading away as the will-o'-the-wisp erodes it. Now, it's our turn to fight back. Suibai's eyes sharpened, giving his opponent no more chance to breathe. Apple Dragon. Since it likes to kick, let's completely break down its defenses. Exclusive moves. Malic Acid. Roar. The apple-shaped dragon opened its huge mouth. A thick, eerily bright green acid sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. Their target is none other than the long, enviable legs of the sweet and aloof beauty queen. Get out of the way! Grandma Flower shouted. But with her leg injured and her movements slowed, how could sweet cold beauty possibly dodge such a barrage of spray? Zzzzzzzzz. The acid poured on it produced a corrosive sound that sent chills down your spine. Queen May. Sweet and cold beauty let out a shrill scream. It felt as if its skin was on fire. It wasn't just painful, but also a deep-seated weakness. Malic acid attacks the opponent and will always lower the opponent's special defense. Special defense has been reduced. Suibai looked at the trembling, sweet, and beautiful woman like a cold-blooded hunter scrutinizing its prey. Your special defense wasn't high to begin with. Now, it's as brittle as a piece of paper. Let's end it. Dragon Pulse. Roar. There was no pity in Ping Quolong's eyes. It opened its mouth and spat. A massive, multicolored, dragon-shaped shockwave, carrying terrifying dragon-type pressure, shot out with a deafening roar. This attack was aimed at the chest of the sweet and aloof beauty. Boom! There was no suspense whatsoever. With its special defense weakened, Sweet and Rei no Mikoto simply couldn't withstand this full-power dragon pulse. It was blasted away like a broken rag doll, crashing heavily into the flower bed behind it, trampling over a patch of roses. Petals fluttered down. Sweet and cold, the beautiful queen lay in the sea of flowers, her eyes darting around, completely incapacitated. Instant kill. It was another seemingly thrilling, but actually perfectly calculated, swift victory. Sweet and cold beauty has lost her fighting ability. The referee's voice rang out again. 2-0. Suibai didn't even lose a single elf, yet he took down 2 of Granny Flower's main forces. Call. Grandma Flower took a deep breath and withdrew her sweet and aloof demeanor. The signature kind smile on her face finally vanished completely. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity, a trace of the oppressive aura of a veteran powerhouse. Okay, very good. Young people these days are really something else. Tool usage, data calculation, tactical targeting, you've mastered all of these things to a master level. Granny Flower slowly took the last pokeball from her waist. It was a green friend ball. But, young man, some things cannot be calculated. For example, the sedimentation of time. Come out, my old friend. Let this child see what a true lord of the forest is like. Venusaur. Class. With a deafening roar. A gigantic, blue-green toad-like sprite, as large as a small mountain and carrying a giant blooming flower on its back, landed with a thud. Race, Venusaur. Level, LV42, peak near elite. Attribute, grass/poison. Characteristic, chlorophyll, speed doubles on sunny days. Items carried. As soon as it appeared, all the plants in the greenhouse seemed to cheer, with countless pollen and specks of light converging on it. That overwhelming sense of life was suffocating. This is the real ace. Venusaur. Looking at the enormous creature, Suibai felt no fear, instead, his smile grew even more composed. Pinggualong, you must be tired too. Come back and rest. A flash of red light, and the apple-wrapped dragon was retracted. Suibai's hand reached for another pokeball. Since he is the Lord of the Forest, then I'll use Lord of the Sky to challenge you. Go. Arrowhawk. We'll get our revenge now. Chapter 66. Class. With a roar from Venusaur, the air in the entire greenhouse seemed to freeze. The enormous flower on its back shone brilliantly in the sunlight, attracting countless points of light like fireflies. It was more than just a visual spectacle. It's more of a sense of oppression from a fundamental level of existence. LV42, near elite level peak. You're just one step away from being a true elite, LV45+. Is this, the aura of the Lord of the Forest? Suibai squinted, savoring the scent of grass and trees that wafted towards him. He could sense that the arrowhawks in the sky were also becoming somewhat restless. That's an instinctive reaction when encountering a formidable opponent. Young man, you are very smart. Granny Flower stood behind Venusaur, a meaningful smile appearing on her wrinkled face. You used Sunny Day to disable my Flower C strategy and enhance the power of your fire-type moves. That was a brilliant move. But suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Granny Hua's cloudy old eyes. Have you forgotten that grass-type Pokémon are the ones who love sunlight the most? On this bright sunny day, my Venusaur can fly. Characteristic, chlorophyll. Effect, speed doubles on sunny days. Buzz. The words had barely left his mouth. Venusaur, which originally gave off a clumsy impression, suddenly became surrounded by a green halo. Its movements instantly became incredibly light. Venusaur. Show our guests your speed. Sludge Bomb. Class. Venusaur pushed off with all four legs and launched itself forward like a heavy tank. The speed is astonishing. It opened its massive mouth, and several clumps of purplish-black venomous mud shot out like a barrage of bullets, blocking all of the arrowhawk's escape routes. Poison-type moves. Wow, so fast! Suibai's heart skipped a beat. This speed even surpasses that of the flaming arrow eagle after a charged flame strike acceleration. Fierce arrow eagle. Take off. Create distance. Chirp. The eagle flapped its wings vigorously, trying to gain altitude. However, Venusaur's attacks were too dense, and its flight trajectory was predicted. Pfft. A clump of poisonous mud grazed the wing of the fiery arrow eagle. Although it didn't hit directly. However, the splashed venom still corroded a few feathers, sending up plumes of black smoke. Chirp. The fiery arrow eagle, in pain, swayed. Did you see that? Grandma Hua chuckled. This is a double-edged sword. The sun you created has now become my support. Varasa. Now. Grow. Class. Bathed in sunlight, Venusaur's body swelled up even more. Move, growth. In normal weather conditions, it only increases attack and special attack by 1 level. But on a sunny day, it will be upgraded 2 levels. Attack power doubled. Special attack power doubled. Plus, the speed doubles. At this moment, Venusaur has transformed into a hexagonal monster with extremely high speed and explosive damage output. This is troublesome. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Suabai's forehead. He certainly underestimated the veteran owner's experience and expertise. This ability to use the environment to counter the opponent is simply masterful. Venusaur now is like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest touch. We can't delay. Suabai made a decision instantly. The longer it drags on, the greater Venusaur's advantage will become. We must use absolute firepower before it completely takes control of the rhythm. Bomb it! Fierce Arrow Eagle! Forget about defense. A frenzied fighting spirit ignited in Suabai's eyes. We are fire. We are the masters of the sky. Even the master of the forest will be reduced to ashes in the flames. Use your strongest move. Flash Charge. The strongest physical attack of the fire element. Power 120. Side effect, suffers massive recoil damage. Chirp. Chirp. The Arrowhawk sensed its master's determination. It roared to the sky, unleashing all the fire energy within its body without reservation. Boom! It turned into a falling sun. Its entire body was enveloped in golden red flames, igniting and distorting even the surrounding air. With the blessing of a sunny day, fire-type power plus 50%. The power of this strike was heaven-shattering. Did you risk your life? Granny Hua looked at the terrifying fireball falling from the sky, her smile vanished, and she became more serious than ever before. She knew she couldn't stop this attack. Low heat for herbs. If it hits, even if Venusaur is incredibly tanky, it will be severely injured. Since you're so determined, let's see who's tougher. Grandma Flower raised her cane and tapped it hard. Venusaur! Don't hide! Show your hand! The power of the earth! Class! Venusaur's four legs were deeply embedded in the soil. It did not use grass-type moves, its effectiveness against fire-type moves is halved. Instead, it mobilized the power of the earth. Ground-type moves. Rocks overcome flight, ground overcomes fire. Rumble. The floor of the entire greenhouse began to shake violently. Countless golden beams of energy erupted from the ground. They gathered in front of Venusaur. It formed an unbreakable torrent of energy, rushing towards the fireball in the sky. This is a battle between heaven and earth. A clash of fire and earth. Boom! The two energies collided violently in mid-air. In an instant, the blinding light engulfed all vision. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying shockwave swept across the entire area. Splash! The greenhouse's reinforced glass was shaken and cracked, countless petals were swept up by the blast wave and turned to dust in the air. Oh my god! Lu Qingqing, sitting in the audience, gripped the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Is this still a dojo competition? This is a complete disaster. Smoke and dust filled the air. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the center of the arena. Who's winning? Huff, huff. A gentle breeze blew by, and the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. In the center of the site, a huge crater appeared. The edge of the deep pit. Venusaur's massive body remained standing. However, its once emerald green leaves were now completely charred black, its large flowers on its back were withered, and it was emitting black smoke. It was panting heavily, its eyes half open and half closed, clearly at its limit. And on the opposite side, the eagle lay sprawled on the ground, its wings spread limply. The recoil from that attack, combined with the impact of the earth's power, severely injured it. Chirp! It tried to stand up, but its legs gave way and it fell back down. Ha 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 ha! Grandma Hua suddenly laughed, though her voice was a little hoarse. Young man, it seems my Venusaur is a bit more durable. Although it was severely injured, it can still stand. And your bird, it can't move anymore. Yet. Suobai's voice suddenly rang out. He stood on the command platform, looking at the fallen arrow eagle, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes, but even more so, trust. Grandma, have you forgotten the characteristics of the arrow hawk? Features. Granny Hua was taken aback. Wings of the gale? Isn't that only triggered when the enemy is at full health? The arrowhawk is almost dead now, what's the point? No, it's not the wings of gale. Suobai shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It's another one. Fierce arrow eagle, stand up. Let them see what it means to be. Body of flames. Before he could finish speaking. Chirp. Chirp. The once dying arrow eagle suddenly burst into flames again. But this flame is not for attack. Instead. Sizzle. Just then, Venusaur suddenly let out a painful groan. A red flame suddenly burst forth from its body without warning. Burns? What? Granny Hua was shocked. How could there be burns? That was clearly a clash of skills, there was no direct contact. That's the domineering nature of flame charge. Suobai explained. Although part of it was blocked by the power of the earth, the final impact still resulted in contact. The flame body trait has a 30% chance to inflict a burn effect on any opponent it comes into contact with. Although the odds were slim, I won my bet. Class. Venusaur trembled in pain. Already on its last breath, it finally succumbed to the continuous blood loss caused by the burns. The massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Venusaur is unable to battle. Winner, Suobai. The referee's voice echoed in the silent dojo. 3-0. Complete victory. Suobai looked at the fallen Venusaur, then at the Talonflame still struggling on the ground, and let out a long sigh of relief. We won. This is probably the most thrilling and decisive victory I've ever achieved. Chapter 67. Wonderful. That was absolutely fantastic. Granny Flower recalled the Venusaur, which had lost its ability to battle. Her face did not show the disappointment of losing the battle, but rather an appreciation as if she were looking at a rough gem. She slowly walked to the center of the field. The surrounding flowers and plants seemed to sense their owner's mood, swaying gently and releasing a faint fragrance that dispelled the lingering burnt smell in the air. I've been running this 100 Flowers Martial Arts Academy for over 40 years, and I've seen countless geniuses. Some rely on overwhelming level, while others rely on rare Pokémon to sweep through. But someone like you, who calculates every Pokémon's characteristics, every item's effect, and even the opponent's psychology. You are one of a kind. Granny Hua watched Suobai feeding medicine to the fiery arrow eagle and sighed. Especially that last gamble with body of flames. Are you so sure that contact can trigger a burn? Uncertain. Suobai raised his head, smoothed the feathers of the fiery arrow eagle, and grinned. The odds are only 30%. However, without gambling, my win rate against a fully powered Venusaur is 0%. Is the math problem 30% is greater than 0% difficult? Ha ha ha. What a great math problem. Grandma Flower burst into laughter, her wrinkles smoothing out as she laughed. Young people should have this kind of daring and risk-taking spirit. Here, take it. She stretched out her withered hand. A bright green badge, shaped like a blooming flower, lay quietly in my palm. Forest badge. Is this your fourth badge? Yes. Suobai took the badge, and the moment his fingers touched it, he felt a vibrant power of vegetation. Collecting all 4 badges means you've completed half the journey and are qualified to be called a veteran trainer. Granny Flower pulled another green package from her apron pocket. According to the rules, those who successfully complete the level will receive a skill disc. However, given how beautifully you played that sunny day move just now, I've decided to give you something even more suitable. Suobai took the package and opened it. ACD that exudes a warm, sun-like aura. Move learner, solar beam. I think you are quite adept at using that apple dragon, but that was something it figured out on its own, right? Its power is still a bit lacking. Grandma Hua said with a smile. With this genuine disc, we can help correct its energy circuit, increasing its power by at least 20%. And this too. She then pointed to a peculiar seed at the bottom of the package. Miracle Seed. When equipped, the power of grass-type moves is increased by 20%. You're giving this to me too? Subai was somewhat surprised. This is a top-tier item for grass-type Pokémon. Take it. Grandma Flower waved her hand. You helped Ching Ching and taught me a lesson too. This old woman can afford the tuition. And she glanced at her granddaughter, who was excitedly waving her arms and legs in the audience, and a look of affection flashed in her eyes. I hope you can go even further in the national competition. Don't let our Jiangnan province's martial arts schools down. I will not fail in my mission. Subai nodded solemnly. We left the 100 Flowers dojo. The sun was still shining brightly outside, and the fragrance of the flowers was still intoxicating. But Subai's feelings were completely different. The fourth one. He placed the forest badge into a specially made badge box. Thunder, water droplets, rocks, forest. The 4 badges were arranged neatly, each gleaming with a different light. Ding! Detected that the host has collected all 4 gym badges. Mid-season achievement achieved, half-season champion. Rewards are being processed. The long-awaited system notification sound rang out. Subai found a park bench and sat down, rubbing his hands together with some anticipation. A halfway point reward shouldn't be too stingy, right? Congratulations, host, you have obtained 150 high-grade balls, 250 units of full-strength medication, 3 random evolution stone pack x1, 4 special item, soothing bell. The soothing bell. Subai's eyes lit up, completely ignoring the consumables in front of him. A delicate golden bell appeared out of thin air in his hand, producing a clear, melodious sound that soothed the mind when shaken. Soothing bell, the Pokémon holding this item gains friendship at twice the rate. Perfect. Subai looked at the heavy ball at his waist. Although Gyarados is much more obedient now, its friendship level is stuck at around 70, trust, but not close enough. With this bell, plus daily feeding and battles, reaching its maximum intimacy level, 255, is just around the corner. And this evolution stone gift pack. Subai opened the gift pack. A flash of light. A strange stone, completely transparent and seemingly sealed with lightning inside, appeared in his hand. Stone of Light. The Stone of Light. Subai was taken aback. What can this thing evolve into? Tajekus? Rose Raid? Or? He glanced at his team. It seems like no one needs it for the time being. Let's keep it for now, since the backpack has unlimited capacity. Subai put the stone away. Next. He took out his phone and opened the map. There are a total of 8 official dojos in Jiangnan province, and half of them have already been completed. The remaining 4 are Ghost Gym, located in Fengdu Ancient Town. Psychic Gym, located in the Magic City. Fighting Dojo, located in Wushan. And the most mysterious of all, the Dragon-type Gym. Ghost-type. Subai touched the ball belonging to Dorgan Mishia. Fengdu Ancient Town isn't far from here. Moreover, I've heard that it's rich in various curse talismans and spirit cloth. Perfect timing, it's time for Doran to get some special training too. Dorgan Misha's current level is LV29. There's still a long way to go before it evolves for the first time, LV50 evolution into Dragapult. If I could go to the Ghost Gym to gain some experience, it might speed up the process. It's decided, next stop. Fengdu. Subai stood up and stretched. However, before that, gurgle. My stomach started growling in protest. I was so engrossed in the game that I used up all the energy I had from breakfast. Let's go. Let's go eat. I've heard that the fresh flour cakes and flour wine at Beiwa Market are absolutely amazing. All members. Sweep through the food street. Chirp. Yay. Yo. I want something hard. Roar. I want to eat meat. In the setting sun, the shadow of the man surrounded by his many admirers was stretched very long. Their joyful laughter echoed through the lively streets. The journey continues. Chapter 68. When Subai left Beiwa City, she was still a little reluctant to part with the flour cakes there. But when the train passed through a long tunnel and entered a mountainous area shrouded in clouds year-round, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The once bright sunshine has disappeared. Instead, there was a light mist drifting in from outside the window, and the occasional glimpse of a withered tree with a white lantern hanging from its branches along the roadside. Even the temperature inside the carriage seemed to have dropped several degrees. Dear passengers, the next stop is Fengdu Ancient Town. This station is home to ghost-type Pokémon. Please take good care of your belongings to prevent them from being borrowed by mischievous Pokémon. The announcements on the radio all had a strange, static-like sound. Arrive. Subai slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out of the station. As soon as he stepped out of the station, he was stunned by the sight before him. This is an ancient town built against a mountain. Blue bricks and grey tiles, flying eaves and upturned corners. Although it was broad daylight, the sky was as dark as dusk due to the terrain and magnetic field. The streets were lined with bright red lanterns, which cast a hazy glow in the mist. And there, where the lights are dim, what's drifting isn't a person, but ghost. Several ghastly creatures were floating on a street lamp, making faces at each other. A mischievous is holding the hand of a little girl, presumably her trainer, as they buy candied hawthorns. Even the old man selling goods on the roadside had a candle spirit squatting next to him, roasting sweet potatoes with ghost fire. Fengdu Ancient Town. In this world, this place is known as the land where humans and ghosts coexist. Interesting. Subai wasn't scared at all, on the contrary, he found this kind of Huxia horror style quite charming. Pop. The luxurious ball around the waist opened automatically. Dorgan Mija couldn't wait to pop out. Doryu, such a comfortable scent. The little guy took a deep breath of the cold, damp air, and a look of pure enjoyment, like soaking in a hot spring, appeared on his face. The concentration of ghost-type energy here is several times higher than in the outside world. For it, this place is simply paradise. Don't wander off, or you might get kidnapped and turned into soup by human traffickers. Subai chuckled and flicked its forehead, then placed it on his shoulder. Let's go, let's find a place to stay first. Subai did not stay at a regular Pokémon Center. Since you're in Fengdu, you should definitely experience the local characteristic homestays. Ghost Inn. Sir, would you prefer a horror room or a rest room? The owner at the front desk was a pale-faced middle-aged man who spoke in a low voice, with a ghastly floating beside him that seemed to be nothing more than a shadow. What's the difference? Subai asked. Wild ghost-type Pokémon will come to keep you company in the middle of the night, playing pranks, in the horror room. The mortuary is decorated with talismans, it's very quiet. The boss explained quietly. I want the horror room. Subai did not hesitate. The more chaotic the better, my dragons just need practice partners. Boss. He's a ruthless person. After settling in with my luggage. It was completely dark outside. As night falls, Fengdu Ancient Town truly comes alive. The streets were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Subai, accompanied by Dorgan Mija, arrived at the most famous attraction in the ancient town. Ghost Market. This place specializes in trading all sorts of ghost-themed items, materials, and even some antiques of dubious origin. Take a look. Freshly unearthed spirit cloth. A must-have for evolving night giants. Cursed runes on clearance sale. Buy one get one free. High-quality dark stone fragments. Only 998. The shouts of vendors rose and fell in a continuous stream. Suibai activated the treasure radar and scanned the area. Most of them are ordinary white or green light spots. There are a few blue ones occasionally, but they are all ordinary evolution stones. Looks like finding a bargain isn't so easy after all. Suibai was somewhat disappointed. I was just about to leave to get something to eat. Doran. That one. I want that one. Suddenly, Doran Messiah on his shoulder became excited and pointed at an inconspicuous little stall by the roadside, shouting. Suibai followed its gaze. It was a stall set up in a corner. The stall owner was an old man wrapped in a black robe, and the stall was piled with some broken bottles and jars. What Doran was pointing to was a black earthenware jar covered in dust. Suibai took a closer look. A purple dot suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Purple. This means it's a rare item. Boss, how much is this jar? Suibai squatted down, picked up the pottery jar casually, and asked, pretending to be nonchalant. 50,000. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids. That's a sealed jar brought out from ancient ruins. Although the seal is broken, it's still an antique. 50,000. Suibai weighed the jar in his hand. There seems to be something moving inside. System notification, special ghost essence detected. It can greatly enhance the power of ghost-type Pokémon's moves, or be used to learn special moves. Nice one. Okay, 50,000 it is. Suibai was just about to take out his phone to pay. Wait. A pale hand suddenly reached out and pressed down on the earthenware pot. I'll take this jar. Suibai frowned and looked up. A girl wearing a black gothic-style long dress and smoky makeup was standing in front of him. Behind her floated a cursed doll with a cold, sinister gaze. I'll offer 100,000. The girl didn't even glance at Suibai, and spoke directly to the shopkeeper. A classic case of hijacking. Shouldn't everything have a first come, first served order? Suibai did not let go, his tone indifferent. First come, first served. The girl chuckled, her heavily lined eyes giving Suibai a quick glance. In Fengdu, might makes right. If I've set my sights on something, it's mine. The cursed doll, give it to me. Ya. The cursed doll let out a strange cry, its zipper-like mouth opened, and a ghostly claw grabbed at the pottery jar in Suibai's hand like lightning. They not only stole things, but they also tried to hurt people. Doriki. Suibai remained motionless, only calling out softly. Doran. How dare you steal my snacks? Dorgan Mesha, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, suddenly erupted. It doesn't use any skills. Instead, it shot directly from Suibai's shoulder, like a small purple cannonball, and slammed into the cursed doll's forehead. Bang! Jehovah! The cursed doll screamed and was sent flying backward, tumbling several times in the air before regaining its balance. What? The gothic girl's expression changed. Her cursed doll was a level 30 elite, yet it was knocked away by a tiny dragon? Now! Suibai paid, picked up the pottery jar, stood up, and looked down at the girl. It's mine now. Any objections? Dorgan Misha floated beside Suibai, the curse symbol on her chest emitting a cold, eerie light, her eyes fierce. In its happy old home. It will fight to the death with anyone who dares to take its things. You. The girl gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling to give up. But looking at that imposing dragon, she knew she'd bitten off more than she could chew. Fine. You just wait. Don't let me run into you at tomorrow's Hyaki Yaji festival. The girl uttered a harsh remark and stormed off with the cursed doll. Night Parade of 100 Demons Festival. Subai caught a key word. Boss, what's that? The old man at the stall, having received the money, was in a good mood and explained cheerfully. That's our annual grand event in Fengdu. All trainers can bring their ghost-type Pokémon to participate. Whoever survives to the end in that festival will earn the right to challenge the gym leader, Grandma Oni, and may even receive a gift from the spirit world. Oh! Subai's eyes lit up. Challenge qualification? Gifts from the spirit world? Isn't this the stage prepared for him? Doran, it looks like we're not just going to have food. Subai fed the essence, a ball of black energy, from the ceramic jar to Duolong. There's still a fight to be fought. Dariki. Delicious. Fight. I want to fight 10 of them. The little guy swallowed the essence, and his aura visibly increased. In this ancient town filled with a gloomy atmosphere, its growth rate will exceed expectations. Chapter 69. It was late at night. The Ghost Inn, the horror room. The lights in the room had long been turned off, with only a faint, blood-red glow coming through the red lanterns outside the window. Subai lay on the antique-style carved bed, his breathing steady. Who? Suddenly, a cold draft blew open the window that wasn't locked. The temperature in the room plummeted. The teacup on the table began to tremble inexplicably, making a clinking sound. Immediately afterwards, from the shadows in the corner, wisps of black mist slowly seeped out. Several pairs of eyes, gleaming with an eerie green and scarlet light, slowly opened in the darkness. He he he. Wah! Those were several wild, ghastly and mischievous, and a night patrol that liked to hide in the shadows and scare people. They are the permanent staff of this inn, specifically tasked with coming out at night to scare guests and create a terrifying experience. Normally by this time, guests would be screaming in terror, or even wetting their pants. But today, the human on the bed was sleeping like a log. Had to scare him. The leader of the ghastly chuckled wickedly, extending its 2 wandering ghostly hands to stealthily reach for the corner of Subai's blanket. It's planning to have a classic sleep paralysis experience. However, just as its ghostly hand was about to touch the blanket, gurgle! A clear swallowing sound suddenly rang in its ears. Ghastly froze. It felt a chill down its back, even though it was already cold to begin with. It turned its head stiffly. Behind it, a small, semi-transparent figure had appeared out of nowhere. Dorgan Mija. It has no stealth capabilities. It is floating in mid-air. He wore the cursed talisman that exuded a terrifying aura around his neck, and held half a piece of ghost essence, from the clay pot, in his hand. But at this moment, it did not consume the essence. Instead, it stared intently at the ghastly in front of it with its big, watery eyes. A glistening trickle of saliva escaped from the corner of his mouth. Doryu, late night snack delivered. That's the look in their eyes when they look at food. That's the look in the eyes of a predator when it sees its prey. What? Ghastly was terrified. It can sense it clearly. The ghost-type energy contained within this little guy was purer and more domineering than any other Pokémon it had ever seen. That's the pressure of a quasi-god. Run! Ghastly let out a strange cry and turned to disappear into the wall. Doryu! Don't run away! Play with me! Dorgan Mija was not about to let this toy, delivered right to his doorstep, pass up the opportunity. Its figure flashed, moving as fast as a purple lightning bolt, instantly blocking Ghastly's path. Bang! A simple, unadorned headbutt. Ghastly was hit so hard it saw stars and bounced around the room like a ball. Seeing this, the other dream demons and night watchmen trembled with fear, huddled together in a corner, and dared not utter a sound. That night, what should have been a terrifying night of 100 ghosts parading in the night was actually a night of terror. It turned into a one-sided game of hide and seek. Dorganmesia was like an overactive, mischievous child, chasing these wild ghosts all over the house. It wasn't until dawn that it let out a satisfied burp, having absorbed a lot of the overflowing ghost energy, and fell asleep next to Suabai's pillow. The poor employees were all exhausted and collapsed on the ground, questioning their very existence. The next morning, Suabai woke up feeling refreshed. I slept so well. He stretched and glanced around the room. The tables and chairs were a bit messy, and several wild elves were lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Oh, you've worked hard. Suabai wasn't surprised, and smiled as he pulled the dragon back into the ball. Looks like everyone had a great time last night. We left the inn. The atmosphere in Fengdu ancient town today is exceptionally different. The once deserted streets are now packed with people. Countless trainers, each with their own Pokémon, were eager to get started, their faces filled with anticipation. Because today is the annual Night Parade of 100 Demons Festival. Thump! 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 The dull sound of drums came from the square in the center of the ancient town. Although it was still early, the entire ancient town was shrouded in some kind of mysterious formation, and the light became dim, as if night had fallen prematurely. All the red lanterns lit up, winding like a dragon, leading straight to the dojo at the top of the mountain. Attention, trainers! The night parade of 100 demons is about to begin. Please proceed to the Yin-Yang Gate to assemble. The announcement came on. Following the flow of people, Suabai arrived at a huge archway at the entrance of the ancient town. Hundreds of trainers have already gathered there. Each person is accompanied by a ghost-type Pokémon. Bewitching Eyes, Cursed Doll, Wandering Night Spirit, Chandelier Spirit. It's practically a ghost-type character expo. Is this the Yin-Yang sect? Suabai looked up at the archway covered with talismans and bells. Behind the archway is an ancient stone staircase leading to the Taoist temple on the mountaintop. The road was lined with dense black pine forests, shrouded in mist, their depths unfathomable. The rules are simple. A staff member dressed as a shrine maiden stood on a high platform, her voice cold and clear. Start from here and follow the ancient path to the summit. A large number of wild ghost-type Pokémon will try to stop you along the way, and gym apprentices will also ambush you. You can attack each other, or you can team up, but in the end, a winner will be decided. Whoever is the first to reach the mountaintop dojo with this soul-guiding lamp will be this year's Ghost King. And you'll gain the qualification to challenge the Ghost Granny, and the opportunity to cultivate for a day in the Spirit Realm Rift. A rift in the spirit world. Upon hearing this word, the entire audience erupted in cheers. That's the legendary rift connecting the real world and the spirit world. The ghostly energy inside is frighteningly pure. Spending a day inside is equivalent to half a year of arduous training outside. That's certainly a big deal. A glint of light flashed in Suabai's eyes. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Whether Dorganmesia can learn more powerful skills before level 30 depends on this. Here, this is your soul-guiding lamp. A staff member handed Suabai a small paper lantern, inside which burned a faint blue will-o'-the-wisp. When the light goes out, it means you're eliminated. Humph, it's you again. Just then, a strange, sarcastic voice came from the side. Suabai turned his head. It's that gothic girl again. Today she wore a more streamlined black combat suit, and besides the cursed doll, she also had a fleeting dream demon by her side. Moreover, several other strangely dressed young men were standing behind her, clearly indicating that she had hired help. Hey kid, you stole my stuff yesterday. The girl sneered and pointed at the lantern in Suabai's hand. Today, I'll make sure you don't even get through the mountain gate. My first challenge is to turn off your light. Suabai glanced at her, then at the elves behind her. They're all around LV30 quality items. Outnumbered people bullying out the few. Suabai smiled and gently tossed out the purple deluxe ball. Doran, Time to get to work. Dariki. Dorganmesia appeared out of thin air. After last night's extra feeding and exercise, its aura is even stronger than yesterday. The cursed symbol on his chest moved without wind, and his eyes exuded an aura of domineering arrogance that looked down upon all the ghosts. Perfect timing, I didn't get enough fun yesterday. Suibai raised the soul-guiding lamp and stepped into the yin-yang gate first. Trying to turn off my light? Then let's give it a try. Thump. The drums thundered. The night parade of 100 demons has officially begun.